Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 551 Chapter 12 Black Soul Locks. If Hungry Ghost Path is the paradise of the dead, then Phoenix is the symbol of eternal life. It is the nemesis of all deaths. Li Qingshan flew back to the sky, only to see that Half Moon was just wasted and standing in the air. The traitor, eyebrows with the bird woman. Li Qingshan eyebrows pick, crying and laughing. Pa. The folding fan knocked on the head of Half Moon. Ge Yanning said, "I am here." Half Moon screamed and yelled at Ge Yanning for a while, and Ge Yanning looked at the wings behind Li Qingshan. Somewhat strange, Phoenix. There is a saying that 100 birds are facing the Phoenix, and Phoenix is the emperor of the feathers. The gentleness of her body is particularly clear. Can you deserve to be worthy of you? I am not worthy of you. It's your monstrous talent. Ruai Marquis broke through the air. He was besieged by several corpse-martial, screaming at the moment of Zaya. He smashed it out. His head was crushed. His head was scattered, and he looked rather wolfsome. I saw the North Moon at a glance, and I was so angry that I was talking to Ge Yanning. The look on Ge Yanning's face was even more air and gentle, and it was not a fight. Li Qingshan hasn't talked yet, and Half Moon jumped up. Who are you, monstrous talent? You are. Ruai Marquis recognized Concubine Yu, the famous kitten. You go away. I am talking about this monstrous talent behind you, not leading to death. Li Qingshan said, "It turned out to be your slut, North Moon. I will send you back to the west." Ruai Marquis turned his hand and lifted the mountains and rivers. Seal. Monstrous talent is dead. Ge Yanning did not agree. Folding a fan, look at the following. The two couldn't help but look down and saw more than a dozen corpse-martial. Zaya didn't immediately send them to chase. If it wasn't the sped-type corpse-martial, they couldn't even touch their side, but they would be killed by them. Corpse-martial is no worse than corpse-soldier. Everyone is a big loss. The most important is time is on her side. She can win if she waits. Ge Yanning said with ease, "I believe that even the Corpse King, there will be no more than 100 monster martial, but before that, I am afraid we can't support it first. It won't take long. This area will be Hungry Ghost Path is fully assimilated, and we can see the true face of the Corpse King, and probably won't be more beautiful than now." Corpse King. Ruai Marquis suddenly lost the intent, and waited until Corpse King shot. It was a dead end. You are very relaxed. Li Qingshan cannot help but admire Ge Yanning's cultivating chi. There are many people who fear life and death, but in the face of such a life and death crisis, people can still be calm, but it is rare. Don't overestimate me. If it's really possible to die, I probably can't laugh too. Now if I want to go, there is a way to go out, but at most I can only be alone. You can't do anything. Ge Yanning said with divine sense that the sound was passed directly into the ears of the two. She does have the ability to break the boundaries, the means of leaving, but before this area is completely swallowed up by Hungry Ghost Path, otherwise she can't help. Then why don't you go? It's too dangerous here, Yanning. If you have a way, let's go. Li Qingshan and Ruai Marquis at the same time look at each other. Killing intent. There are many reasons, and time is tight, so I won't go into details. When I am about to be assimilated by Hungry Ghost Path, I will leave. Before that, let's do something together. Ge Yanning made everything clear and unpredictable, and inadvertently revealed an indifferent alienation, as if to a group of dying people. I am not going to die. I hope that you will all be alive. I will work hard for it. If you can't live, then I can only say goodbye and then live alone. It doesn't help but give people a feeling of cold heartlessness, but it is beyond reproach. Li Qingshan thinking, maybe when a person is really chic and innocent, it will show such sharp and cold. Ruai Marquis said, what should we do now? Ge Yanning said, first of all, to seal the Hungry Ghost Gateway, you need the power of Concubine Yu. If she is killed, I am afraid I have to take the first step. Secondly, to send Concubine Yu to the Hungry Ghost Gateway, we must try our best. After concentrating the power and rescued Concubine Yu, We have to rescue other fellow Taoists as soon as possible to meet the final battle. These words are communicated with divine sense and there is no wasted time. Li Qingshan also agrees that it is imperative to seal the hungry ghost path and break the boundaries. Anyway, with the ability of Little An, as long as you lie in the pile of bones, there is no danger at all. At this time, in the thick black fog, there are golden light flashes, the light of the four rays, as if the golden star landed, more and more bright. Then I heard a huge roar, and the waves of turmoil swept through. I.e. Marquis was shocked. There is a golden core cultivated self-donation golden core. Guyanning Yi Zongliang, the opportunity is coming. Let's go. Golden core is the crystallization of the cultivator's many years of painstaking cultivation. The power of the explosion is extremely amazing. The thick black mist is washed away, and the scene on the earth suddenly becomes clear, but it only makes people feel more terrible. In an instant, Li Qingshan remembered the scene that divine sense saw in the hungry ghost path, and had no time to think about it. Guyanning had already gone. In the southeast, hundreds of miles away, under the siege of 7 or 8 corpse martial, a stalwart, screaming roar of a 100-footed ghost, despite repeated injuries, resisted corpse marshal's offensive. Li Qingshan secretly, concubine Yu is so strong, these corpse marshal not only cooperates with each other, but also with the help of millions of corpse soldier and the power of countless corpse general, if it is his. I am afraid that even for a moment cannot hold. And even if he changes the true form, standing in front of this giant ghost, he only has to bend his legs. Guyanning said with some regrets, unfortunately, concubine Yu has a heart and can't play the power of Ghost King, otherwise it will be less trouble today. I saw the virtual belly Ghost King under the siege of corpse marshal. The figure quickly became thin, violently opened the crater-like mouth, slammed into the mouth, and the death chi rolled in and the figure became full. A fist blasted, the wind snarled, and several corpse marshal retreated, but smashed countless corpse soldier corpse general. Li Qingshan is even more shocked. This is also called not fully exerted strength. If you really play it out, even if you face the cultivator that has crossed the third heavenly tribulation, I am afraid there will be a battle. Drive the Ghost King battle with the Golden Core cultivation base. This is the strength of the Profound Yin sect, no wonder it can keep pace with the Hidden Sword Palace. Profound Yin sect. Profound Yin Ghost Controlling Technique. Half moon. Heart not. Child. Some memory fragments hidden in the depths of my mind rushed up. Li Qingshan shook his head, not wanting to think too much. Too late to think. Xia no longer directed the overall situation, directly led several corpse marshal in front of Guyanning and the others, and said, I won. That may not be. Li Qingshan examined Xia. Although she has strong combat skills, her strength is only corpse martial, even weaker than ordinary corpse martial. Victory. Xia looks to Li Qingshan. Phoenix blood is really rare, but your strength is too weak, otherwise I will only retreat. Li Qingshan's answer is the burning fire of the phoenix. Xia raised his hand, rolled the corpse, and condensed into a wall. It was not like a breath, but like an asphalt-like black water, constantly squirming. The fire of the phoenix slammed on it and immediately melted a big hole, but couldn't pierce it. The corpse squirmed and the big pit was made up. Although the fire of the phoenix can restrain the death chi, if the quality and quantity of the corpse is far above it, then there is nothing to do. Killing an eternal life person, I must be able to get more rewards from Hungry Ghost Path. Black Shack. Xia smiled and raised his hand, and the black wall slammed out. No, let's go. Li Qingshan. 3 people, flying up. Several corpse marshal were prepared and saved from the wall. Li Qingshan fluttered a corpse marshal and the corpse marshal immediately retreated into the black wall, extinguishing the flame. Guyanning and Ruai Marquis also each repelled a corpse marshal, but their stature slowed down. Look at all sides. The black walls of the condensed corpse, filled with omnipresent, formed a black coffin, locked them in. This move is obviously prepared for a long time, not a simple breakthrough. Li Qingshan has seen the horror of a corpse king, even though it is just a floor in front of him. But with the power of his hand, the magic spell is still powerful enough. After the black cockroaches locked them, they began to shrink and become smaller. They were locked in the black scorpion, and those corpse-martial were free to enter and exit, constantly sneak attacking and obstructing them. Ruai Marquis waved the mountains and rivers seal, blocked a corpse-martial, and hurriedly asked, "What should I do?" The plan failed, and I hope that concubine Yu can support it for a while. Ge Yanning has no confidence in this. In the end, how can it be compared to a multi-year plan by Corpse King? It's nothing more than a human life, and she's almost reaching the limit. Xia looked back and looked at concubine Yu. He raised his hand again, and the corpse continued to gather and converge, as if it were a precursor to the main gun attack of the flying dragon boat. Concubine Yu looked back and felt the crisis. If I could dodge before, I would be a little weak when I got to this point. A dead light is silent through the virtual belly. Ghost King screams, his body steadily dims, and eventually disperses, returning to the shadow of Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu's forehead was soaked in sweat, unable to fall on the ground, breathing slightly. His eyes were as cold as ever. "Did you die here today?" Xia waved, and corpse-martial swarmed. A bloody long scorpion, broken under the layers of bones, drilled from subterranean world, like a long dragon, wrapped in Concubine Yu. "Okay." Xia brows wrinkled. Concubine Yu reveals amazement. "Look around. Who helped me?" RQ Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 552 Chapter 13 Blood Sea is boundless. No one answered, only the bloody long scorpion, like a wave of water rushing. Looking into it at a glance, there is a feeling of endless. Concubine Yu takes a soybean-sized medicine pill from the spatial ring, put it in the mouth, and the eyes closed. Underneath the layers of the bones, the almost transparent white flame burned quietly in Little Un's eye socket, revealing Concubine Yu's face clearly. "I have long forgotten, and I don't want to recall the past, and I'm too daring to break through." The heart of the sea is like a sea, arrogant, countless memory fragments, forced to splicing, and messy. She saw the gorgeous mansion, saw the giant statue looking at the sea, saw the deep rift, and saw Concubine Yu. All the pictures, the final reflection out of a child. This is her memory. The child was wrapped in a green jade belt, wearing a black attire and coiled around dragon snake. The face is beautiful, the expression is cold, strange and familiar. Who is she? Who am I? Xia saw that his own corpse-martial was caught in the bloody long scorpion and disappeared. His expression finally changed. The magical artifact, which is self-contained, is very fierce, not something that ordinary people can own. Although the power of the boundary formed is not as strong as the space swallowed by the hungry ghost path, it is difficult to get out of the way without a means to coop. "Give me out!" Xia hand-printed, screamed, and the corpse rolled into a skull, dragging a long black corpse and breaking away. The land that was explored by the bloody long scorpion was fiercely drilled in. Loud rumble muffled. On the ground, a semicircular earth ball was bulging, and the earth wave was in all directions. The earth ball was also broken, and the terrible force was thrown out, and Concubine Yu was also shrouded in it. Numerous bones and bones, flying to the sky, like a torrential rain. After the explosion, on the ground, there is a large pit in the square circle, in which the sky is empty, and the bloody long scorpion disappears. Even Concubine Yu has disappeared. Is it killed? That magical artifact should be ineffective. Xia frowned, and he couldn't feel the slightest breath of the other side. A group of corpse-martial disappeared with such a long, bloody look. There is no trace. The atmosphere of Concubine Yu has disappeared. In the Black Python, Ge Yanning's looked moved, sighing, and his face looked helpless. Li Qingshan, really? Can you feel it? In this black coffin blockade, Even divine sense can't explore it. It's impossible to detect the outside world. Is it better that the divine sense of the golden core cultivator is stronger? Seeing Ruai Marquis is also a big shock. Obviously it was only after listening to Guyaning's words. There are many means hidden in her body. This is also a matter of course. State Protector Eagle Guard, the only love girl, whose identity is probably higher than the many princesses of Diexia dynasty. If it is not restricted by the hungry ghost path, I am afraid that she can use talisman to clear the field. But still not sure if it is dead. Guyaning slightly decapitated, jumping out of a copper coin in his hand, a few moves, but divination did not come out. Li Qingshan said, "Are you leaving?" Thinking, the two will discuss it. Who self-tonation about golden core or monster core, broke this black. Send me a ride? Ruai Marquis's face is more ugly. Li Qingshan laughs. Don't think about it. That's it. The man really can't rely on it. You have to rely on yourself. Guyaning smiled, suddenly looked like, come on. Zaya turned his head and raised his arm in a dark cage. Resolve these few things first. The arm slammed hard, the black scorpion shrank sharply, and finally it became only one house size, 5 fingers and 1 grip. Live burial. In the bones of the Zaya that smashed the face of the corpse, an inconspicuous little cockroach, shrinking and hiding in a huge skull left by a corpse. Bloodsea banner collapsed in the mouth. The same Addy skeleton fire in the eye sockets also became extremely bleak. Just 2 hollows, and a skeleton no longer exudes a lustrous luster. Looking at it, it looks like an ordinary bone. There is no difference. Who can find a drop of water in a sea? As Li Qingshan said, she casually found a pile of bones and lay down, and it was safely messed up. Concubine Yu opened his eyes again, looking at the infinite blood sea below, and seeing those who had come to her. Corpse Marshal, who was in the blood sea, fighting with the constantly rushing blood sea. Among the blood sea, there is a skeleton, although not strong, but it seems endless, with every slap of the waves rushing up. More than 20 huge skulls, constantly spinning around, spewing white flames at them. But these corpse marshal are very fierce. Even without the help of corpse soldier, corpse general, they can still make a right-handed shot in the blood sea. If they are in Inaman's land, even skeleton bone demon can't stop them. But Concubine Yu found that they wrapped themselves in corpse and didn't dare to let the sea of fire and the blood sea have a star and a half. That is not only cautious, but also a kind of fear. Moreover, their number seems to be 2 less than when they were besieging themselves. Without the surprise of Concubine Yu, the hearts of Corpse Marshal are indeed full of fear. When they were just trapped here, they did not care about this blood and fire. Their body is fierce. Even if they are directly stabbed by the flying sword, they may not be able to break their skin. And there is no weakness in the body. Even if the head is cut off, the body will not die. Body refining for many years. The golden core cultivator is fierce. Until the fire burned on the body, the blood was on the body. A corpse marshal was burned directly, the indestructible body, as if the firewood was in flames, and it was burned out in a blink of an eye. It was not too tragic, and there was another scream that was melted by the blood and maddened, and was swallowed up by the blood sea in a few moments. Their iron-like minds forged at Hungry Ghost Path suddenly became weak in this blood sea, and the long-lost sense of desperation continued to invade, causing them to be confused. The blood sea is boundless and has no shore waiting for them, only endless indulgence. Even more terrible than the Hungry Ghost Path, is even more cruel than the penalty in Infernal Path. Bloodsea Banner is still weak, but still contains a desperate Bodhisattva. Where is this? We join forces and kill from here. After some confusion, Corpse Marshal gradually calmed down and joined forces to smash Skull Rosary back against the back, alerting around, concentrating the corpse, gathering in a midair into a black sphere, constantly expanding. Sure enough, the space twisted and swayed, and the familiar atmosphere of Hungry Ghost Path could be heard. The corpse marshals were all in great spirits. At this moment, Concubine Yu appeared, refining the medicine pill. Not only the breath recovered, but even the spirit was great. It seems to have been cultivated for 3 days and 3 nights. And there is still a lot of hard work. No matter who the helper is, now is the best time to kill these courts-martial. Concubine Yu looks cool and noble. A black shadow rises from her shadow, and in the blink of an eye is as high as 100 feet. Incarnation of Ghost King, a palm shot. The blood sea was full of storms, and the corpse-marshals fled, and the black sphere that had finally condensed immediately collapsed. Concubine Yu's power is originally able to compete with this group of corpse-marshal, and now corpse-marshal not only lost 2 companions, but also lost the help of the corpse. And this blood sea is constantly interfering with them. When Concubine Yu appears to destroy the black sphere, the sense of desperation, all of a sudden, filled with feelings, no matter how rebellious, is useless. It is better to give up. Although with a strong will, I quickly restrained this idea, but the response was not slow. Moreover, we must always distract ourselves from the sense of despair in our hearts, and we must not be able to exert our strength. Then the situation reversed. Concubine Yu easily took the upper hand, stabilized the corpse-marshal, and smothered them, and took out a bad breath. Ghost King swayed and patted a corpse-marshal with a huge shadow. There was a desperation in corpse-marshal, and he said, "Even if you escape this palm, what about it? It's not a dead end." "No, how can I think so?" "Worse." Mindfulness, back to God. Gigantic palm filled his eyes, the palm of the hand came to the face, and then escaped too late, was shot out and fell into the blood sea. Concubine Yu knows that this is not enough to kill the corpse-marshal. He is about to chase after the victory, but sees the sea violently tumbling, only to listen to corpse-marshal's tragic mourning. She can't help but glimpse. She has had a lot of dealings with hungry ghost path, knowing that these Jiangxi's fine divine will has an numbing fierce, and that no pain can make them move, even if it is destroyed, or even fear. So almost all of magic spell, who is confused, is hard to work. What a terrible thing in the end. Can a corpse-marshal make such a scream? The original Ghost King's palm, although not able to shoot this corpse-marshal, but scatter the body of his body, fell into the blood sea, as if falling into the sulfuric acid pool. Corpse-marshal can immediately push the blood out of the blood, and get out of the blood sea, but under the erosion of blood and blood, a big horror and despair will also spread, and the mind will be chaotic, like other swimmers drowning, only subconsciously struggling, but the more they struggle, the deeper they fall. The body was quickly melted into a pool of blood, turning into a part of the blood sea, leaving only a skeleton floating above the blood sea. A group of skeleton bone demon rushed over and surrounded the bones. Samadhi skeleton fire sprayed and quickly melted into a bone. Not long after, another skeleton bone demon jumped out of the flame. Skeleton bone demon, there are 26 in number, reaching a new bottleneck. As long as you refine a skeleton bone demon to reach 27, the power of Skull Rosary will be again stronger. Ars. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 553. The 14th chapter of the Road. Leave a fire, burn a big fire. The black say would burst into bursts, and the corpse rushed like Zhao. Li Qingshan huddled like a baby, and the spirit turtle dark armor floated up and down against the madness of the madness, and was quickly eroded and penetrated. The first level defense is broken. He wraps the burning phoenix swings around. The fire of the phoenix can restrain the corpse, but it is still very weak. In the violent explosion, it can't be quickly supported. The wing is broken. Level defense has also been broken. But fortunately, after breaking through these 2 layers of defense, the power of the explosion began to weaken. He used a bull demon skin refining to resist the hard one, and Monster Chi also spent 7,788. Ruai Marquis is much worse. Obviously, there is no such powerful defense as Li Qingshan. The Chinese clothes are smashed, and the skin is dyed black. It is obviously a very violent corpse. His Chinese costume is the official gown of Diaxia dynasty, specially designed for a county. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Like the mountains and rivers seal, It is not only a symbol of status, but also has great power. Worn on the body, there is a dragon protector, as if an indestructible fortress, now being smashed, cannot be repaired. His face is pale, distressed to the extreme. Only Ge Yanning stood still, chic, and unconstrained, and looked unscathed, but there were traces of erosion at the cuffs of the clothes. At the moment of coming out, I searched the traces of Concubine Yu with the sharp eyes of the eagle, but it has nothing to lose. Is Concubine Yu dead? 100 miles away, there was another huge roar, and there was a golden core cultivator who died. Self-detonation of the golden core. The wind blows the sizzling hunting, and the 3,000 blue silks fly. Ge Yanning silently calculated, according to the breath. There is also a golden core cultivator, but it is not a self-detonation golden core. The remaining cultivators are probably at the limit. Then, I am afraid that they will die one after another. And this domain is about to be completely swallowed up by Hungry Ghost Path. Yanning, how can we be good? The first time in his life, he realized the horror of death. When I think of those jade foods, wine and beauty, longevity grand Tao, I have to leave myself. Even the jaws are a little trembling. Ge Yanning said, Ruai Marquis is also a great person, but it is too much for the ancestors. After all, it has not been tempered by life and death. Pingri can also show whose temperament, but encounters this life and death event. It is. Li Qingshan laughed and said, watch it Ruai Marquis, usually Yao Yangwei, when it is critical, it becomes a bag. Ruai Marquis is furious, monstrous talent. Dare to humiliate me? Ge Yanning said, you are calm. Li Qingshan smiled and said, if it is really a life and death crisis, I may not be able to laugh, but with these Jiangshi I can't help mixing. Then said to Ruai Marquis, how? If you will spatial ring to me, I will save you a life. You can't think. Can you get out? Li Qingshan haha laughed. There is a way to do it, but think about it or take it from your body. Among the Blood Sea, Ghost King grabbed the last corpse marshal and immersed it in the Blood Sea. After a few moments, the Blood Sea was restored. Which fellow Taoist is helping? Please come out and see. Xuan Yinzong must have a thank you. Concubine Yu took Ghost King and glanced around. It was so strange that the method of fierce was unusual, and its ability could suppress these ghouls. If you can recruit Xuan Yin, you can use it. The foreground of the eye changed, and the Blood Sea disappeared and returned to Grave Hill. Zaya suddenly looked back, his brow wrinkled. Two figures appeared, one big and one small, one person and one bone, standing opposite each other. They appear, corpse marshal disappears. It is rare that they have killed those corpse marshal. This is impossible. Concubine Yu's pupils are open, reflection has a small flaw, and the skeleton is crystal clear, revealing the light of holiness, burning white sparks in the eye sockets. 26 rosary beads are wrapped around the slender left arm bones, and the right hand holds a bloody long scorpion. And little Anne is also staring at the beautiful woman opposite, close at hand. You. Concubine Yu reached out, an unspeakable feeling, flowing in his heart, without any reason, without any evidence. Just at the moment of seeing, she knew that the important things that had been lost for many years appeared again. In front of her. Concubine Yu, you are out. Ruai Marquis was overjoyed. Master, hey, little white, you are getting bigger. I used the moon concealment technique to hide my body, the half moon hiding in the sky, and when Concubine Yu appeared, I quickly came over. Li Qingshan saw Little An, let go of his heart, smiled and said something, and turned his heart. Concubine Yu, Little An, Xuan Yin ghost controlling technique. South Hub City. Is it? The face suddenly changed, and the throat seemed to be caught by an invisible hand, and I couldn't say a word. Ge Yanning looked at Li Qingshan with amazement. The man who is not afraid of this day is also afraid of it. It is for the little girl, that is, Little An. Knowing the identity of Li Qingshan, she can naturally guess that this skeleton is Little An. Not only Li Qingshan, Concubine Yu's performance is very strange, This cold and lonely woman, why have exposed such a look? In the realm that will be swallowed up by hungry ghost path, there are three people who completely forget everything around them, life and death, and only the people in front of them. It is a revival of ecstasy, a struggle between the left and the right, or the fear of suffering. Little Anne stepped back and Concubine Yu's hand fell. Little Anne stared at Concubine Yu and kept going backwards, silently saying in her heart, "Farewell, mother." The familiar and unfamiliar beautiful child coincided with her and separated. She decided to turn around and fly to Li Qingshan, thrown into his arms and hugged him. Li Qingshan smiled, bared teeth, grinned like a child, felt the anxiety of little Anne's heart, touched her head. "Come on a battle." Little Anne took off Li Qingshan's arms and waved his wrists. 26 Skull Rosary flew out and fell into the Dead Sea. Little Anne is holding a skeleton sword and flies down. "Stop it!" Zaya felt a huge crisis and shouted loudly that dozens of corpse martial, who had their own opponents, flew up and attacked Little Anne. Li Qingshan raised his arm and leaned over to Ge Yanying, who wanted help. "Let Concubine Yu prepare to seal the Hungry Ghost Gateway. Let's go straight to Huanglong." "What?" Ge Yanying was amazed. "Let her go against millions of corpse soldier, and there are so many corpse general corpse marshal." A group of corpse marshal took the murder of the corpse. Little Anne brushed with the Blood Sea banner, disappeared, and the corpse carried, followed by the dispersion. Although it is impossible to kill them, it is not a problem to trap them for a while. When the Blood Sea banner was originally made, it was the weakest. With the constant fighting, the more engulfing enemies, the stronger the Blood Sea banner became, and the Blood Sea Marshal, which was besieged Concubine Yu, became Bloodwater. It has also become more powerful than ever. These corpse marshal, though sturdy and powerful, can also enhance themselves with Commander Corpse General Corpse Soldier. But the other means is single. Neither the monster race Fierce's innate divine ability nor the human race cultivate a magic spell. It is difficult to break through the Blood Sea banner. Little Anne descended from the sky, and the Blood Sea banner stretched for 100 feet, like a blood dragon dance, silently swallowing the Dead Sea. Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. Those corpse general corpse marshal can also withstand the invasion of the Blood Sea, but these corpse soldier obviously do not have this ability. Being involved in the Blood Sea immediately turned into a pool of blood, enhanced the power of the Blood Sea banner. The remaining bones are swimming in the Blood Sea, far more powerful than the original mortal skeleton. The Blood Sea contains a bone sea, and it is constantly rushing toward Corpse Marshal. And those skeleton bone demon who were flying out were not idle, and they opened their mouths full of fangs and spewed out the flames. Thousands of corpse general, with millions of troops, encircled these skeleton bone demon, each formed into a squadron. The corpse condensed into a headed monster in midair, and a horrible weapons toward skeleton bone demon hit it. Corpse soldier's corpse was originally meager and meager. Corpse general mobilized the corpse of corpse soldier and turned it into a variety of attacks, which made corpse soldier lose its last first level protection. Boom. 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 Where Samadhi's skeleton fire went, as if the bit by bit spark fell into the oil pan. The fire rushed into the sky and spread quickly. In a blink of an eye, it became a prairie. A head of corpse soldier, burned in the Samadhi skeleton fire, turned into a part of the flame and helped the fire. Samadhi skeleton fire, turned into a huge cloud of fire, rolled in the air, and like a beast with a constantly changing shape, spit out thousands of fire tongues, squatting on the corpse sea on the ground. The corpse general lost their subordinates and could only run their corpses and support them in the sea of fire, but they could stay in the sea of fire for a while. Under the raging burning of the Samadhi skeleton fire, the body of the body was quickly broken and burned into a torch. The whole world is burning. A big fire. Li Qingshan praised loudly. Others, all unable to speak, the fire flashed on their faces. Ge Yanying frowns. What kind of fire is this? How has never been heard before, and so powerful? She self-confessed to be knowledgeable. Bo Wenqian, a flame that she had never heard of. This opportunity, it is really unfathomable. White sapphire. Xayah widened his eyes, and this flame made her feel faintly faint. She remembered the rumors circulating in Hungry Ghost Path. A long time ago, there was white sacred fire falling from the sky and burning everything. Although the final flame was forced out of Hungry Ghost Path, in this great tribulation of Hungry Ghost Path, not only the countless corpse king Ghost King was turned into ashes, but even more powerful, even beyond his reach, killed in it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 554. Chapter 15. Murdering Buddha Sword Embryo. Little White is amazing. Half Moon muttered, but for a few years, Big Black and Little White have become so powerful. Concubine Yu reached out in vain, and there was confusion in his mind. Is it wrong? Is the incitement in my heart just illusory? If not her, why save me? If it is really her, why not recognize me? Why don't you want to call me a female queen? Are you still hating me? This cold and noble Wang Hao, there is a trace of confusion in the depths of his eyes, a trace of sorrow. It wasn't until the fire burned into the sky that I came back to see the white figure, flying freely above the corpse, dancing bloody and long-lasting, invincible. This is her current strength. Ruai Marquis shuddered. How can I beat this opponent? Even if I have the power of all cultivators in Ruai County, can I succeed? In fact, Samadhi skeleton fire is only very restrained against the ghoul, against the cultivator, especially the golden core cultivator. It may not be so powerful, but Ruai Marquis has been experiencing life and death. It is a big mess, scared by the shackles. It is. The other golden core cultivators, too late to rejoice for the rest of the robbery, looked at the horror of the world as the end of the world, all stunned. This flame is no match for the enemy. They also need to transport the spiritual chi body. There is a golden core cultivator in the siege of Corpse Marshal. It is already exhausted, and the self-detonation golden core is worse. It is Samadhi skeleton fire, contaminated on the body, but also burning up. I am not willing. I have been planning for so long. I will be defeated under a ridiculous legend. Xayah gathered his arms and rushed to Littlean. A huge ghost, like a mountain is in front of her. It is the ghostly Ghost King that Concubine Yu called. He looks down at the Xayah gigantic palm and looks at the Xayah. As if the sky had fallen, there was a feeling of suffocation. Xayah crossed his arms and made a defense. An unmatchable force came, was shot and flew out. She is nothing but Corpse Marshal realm, and now the corpse is destroyed by Littlean. She has no external force to borrow. Nature is not an opponent of Concubine Yu. Ghost King stepped forward and stepped on the Xayah. Boom. The stone is splashing and the earth is cracked. A deep pit is trapped. Xayah was pulled away by the black smoke of the vest. Just escaped, and the wind and fire hit. Ge Yaning and Li Qingshan passed by. Their Xayah body jerked and fell down, and the right hand was sizzled by the fire of the phoenix, leaving a blood mark on his face. The black smoke in her vest suddenly broke down, and she blinked as if she was awakened from her big dream. Close your eyes again, open your arms and drop straight into the Hungry Ghost Gateway. At this time the Hungry Ghost Gateway has turned into a huge abyss. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared. Ge Yaning laughed and said, Concubine Yu is safe and sound. It's great. Concubine Yu slightly daggers, let my sister worry. His eyes turned and fell on Li Qingshan. In an instant, Li Qingshan had the illusion of being pierced by the sight. Concubine Yu behind the head of Ghost King. It seems as if I will take a shot at any time. Concubine Yu quickly dismissed his gaze and gave a soft breath. First seal this Hungry Ghost Gateway. Anyway, without a satisfactory result, she would never give up. You can't think about it. The sound of the shrill sound, the roar of the Hungry Ghost Gateway echoed and reached the sky. Boom! A dry big hand came out from the abyss, clasped the edge of the Tanking, and forced it up, and a huge figure jumped out. Li Qingshan finally saw the face of the Corpse King, and looked at it like a dry man of a human race, but it was a huge number of times, a spur of the roots, with an unparalleled sense of oppression. because of the restraint of the power of the boundary, only half of the body. From the Hungry Ghost Gateway, there is also a small mountain peak, the black corpse of the body, like a cloud between the mountains, a small lake like the eyes, emitting a bleak green light. Vicious's gaze at the virtual belly in front of Ghost King, a fierce claw. 4 violent black arcs, tearing the sky, are aimed at little Ann in the distance. What made him feel the most threatening was not the woman who could control Ghost King in front of him, but this little embarrassment. As long as he killed it, his dozens of Corpse Marshal could get out of trouble. A taller mountain, in front of Corpse King, Ghost King suffered from these black light arcs, was repelled a few steps, and had a few stern claw marks on his body, roaring with a punch. In this ridiculous land, a corpse and a ghost, 2 giants, standing in the same place, do not evade, madly attack each other. One is unable to dodge, the other is to protect the people behind him. Li Qingshan was also shocked by this scene, as if returning to the ancient battlefield of the gods, but seeing the virtual belly Ghost King suffered a few hits, the figure quickly became dim. Corpse King, however, is more and more brave. Although he can't completely break away from the boundaries, he came here from the Hungry Ghost Path, but his power is not a loss of consciousness, comparable to Ghost King, which is manipulated by the second heavenly tribulation cultivator. As long as you support it for a while, Hungry Ghost Gateway will completely devour this field. At that time, it is his world. Concubine you, I will help you. Ruai Marquis screamed, and the mountains and rivers seal grew to pinnacle, kneeling down to Corpse King. Corpse King was hard pressed by Ghost King, and his backhand shot on the mountains and rivers seal. The mountains and rivers seal was directly blasted dozens of miles away, and there was a crack and became more and more bleak. Ruai Marquis slammed a spurt of blood, smacked his mouth and madly moved the mountains and rivers seal and fell. Li Qingshan and Gu Yanning fluttered in the sky, and they were like a pair of small moths that were lingering with the Corpse King. Phoenix Fire and Astral Wind, of course, have a powerful lethality. But with the huge body of Corpse King, nothing is left with burns and cuts. Other cultivators also know that at the last moment, they are born or dead. Just look at this battle and they all rushed up. At this moment, Li Qingshan felt a dangerous warning sign to the extreme, dancing wildly and fluttering to the sky. Samadhi skeleton fire swept the entire world, no corpse soldier corpse general was spared, and Corpse Marshal was involved in the Blood Sea Banner. And the Blood Sea Banner was constantly twisted and twisted, as if it would be torn at any time. Although the Blood Sea Banner has become stronger, it is still a bit reluctant to suppress dozens of Corpse Marshal. Rolling Samadhi skeleton fire back into the skull in the top of the Blood Sea Banner, from top to bottom, the spine, ribs, and tailbone. The bone qualitative flagpole has been renewed and has become more radiant, supporting the Blood Sea Banner. When she was refining the Blood Sea Banner, she just reluctantly made it. Because the bones were not enough, it was not enough, let alone the Blood Sea Banner. Now, she is only refining Corpse Soldier, and there are nearly 10 million. Before the advent of Xayah, millions of Corpse Soldiers were poured out of the Hungry Ghost Gateway. Although they were all killed or even crushed into powder by the mountains and rivers seal, the bones remained on the ground. Little Ann took all the photos. There was no waste, there was no problem with enough bones, and the Blood Sea Banner was revived to reach the current stage of peak. It also spurred the Samadhi skeleton fire, which was turned into a fire tornado. It was poured into the sky from the top of the head. The bones were like sponges. The flames were absorbed by the flames, and the flames of dozens of miles were absorbed. Stop taking it. The color of each bone is like Samadhi skeleton fire. There is a kind of almost transparent whitening. Finally, the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones is pushed to pinnacle, but it has reached a new bottleneck and wants to make a breakthrough. Not only does it require the bone of a huge volume, but it also requires a deeper understanding of Tao of the beautiful bones. The same is true for Skull Rosary. After refining 26 Skull Rosary to peak, it is difficult to break through to 27. It seems that I have to repair the Tao of the beautiful bones second layer. Once it reaches 27, Skeleton Bone Demon's overall strength will have a qualitative breakthrough. At that time, any Skeleton Bone Demon can fight against a Golden Core Cultivator. The combination of the Skeleton Bone Demon array is even more fierce, sweeping through the opponents of Second Heavenly Tribulation Realm. The Blood-Sea Banner is again screaming, and the Corpse Marshals are joining forces. Little An puts 26 Skull Rosary into it, forming the Skeleton Bone Demon, temporarily suppressing and delaying time. Little An lifts the skeleton sword in his hand and points to the sky. Meditation on the scriptures. The fire of the sky is centered on the point pointed by the sword, and it is heated up to form a huge vortex. The round of the wheel spreads outward and fills the sky. A line of fire, injected into the tip of the sword. The skeleton sword, which is 3 feet long, looks like a bottomless pit, and the whale swallows the heavenly fire flame. In Tao of the Beautiful Bones, the most powerful weapon is neither the Blood-Sea Banner nor the Skull Rosary, but the Murdering Buddha sword. The Buddha is full of consciousness and is the highest fruit of Buddhism, jumping out of 6 paths, no longer in 5 elements, with boundless mana, infinite wisdom. Even the founder of Tao of the Beautiful Bones dared to call himself Skeleton Bodhisattva, not enough to be Skeleton Buddha. However, he named the sword Murdering Buddha, which is both his ambition and the power of the sword. The millions of corpse soldier and the thousands of corpse generals Samadhi's skeleton fear are all integrated into the skeleton sword. The corpse sea disappeared, the flame disappeared, and there was no clear understanding between heaven and earth. The sky was grey and covered with smog that never dissipated. Skeleton sword didn't make any amazing changes, just a little longer. Even the overall shape, which was a bit rougher than the original skeleton sword, did refining fail. Little An stared at the sword in her hand, and there was a sense of joy in her heart. Although the Murdering Buddha sword in her hand, even the beginning was not considered. It was barely a sword embryo. Yes, sword embryo is just barely, and can't show any power. It's just extraordinarily strong and sharp, but she is very satisfied, silently saying, "It's time." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 555 Chapter 16, 4 Golden Cores Swallow. Corpse King has a pair of hands, a 10-finger hook like an eagle claw, and a fingertip shoots 10 black light to shoot in all directions, but it is his 10 nails. Li Qingshan's heart mentioned the blind eyes and the desperate turning shape. If you are hit, even if you have a strong vitality, it is also a dead end. The nail was like a flying sword, and it changed direction. It couldn't be completely evaded. There was a strong wind blowing around him and he pushed him. A stone-sized nail screamed through the body, and the chance of the scarlet hair fluttering in the air. Li Qingshan to Guyanning slightly decapitated. If not Guyanning that fan, even if he does not die, it is inevitable to be seriously injured. Then you can take 2 tricks and you are in danger. Guyanning was not attacked. It is obvious that Corpse King's attack is also selective. It is aimed at those who can't defend and can't do it. Li Qingshan without the spirit turtle warning, most of this time was also hit hard. Looking down, 2 golden core cultivators were killed. One of them, Li Qingshan, also knows that it is one of the 4 great grandmasters. 3 other golden core cultivators were injured in different ways. The so-called minor injury was the smashing of the magical artifact and the break of one arm. The serious injury is that the lower body is smashed into meat, and with the vitality of the golden core cultivator, there is no war. But it is also dying. The golden core cultivator has not been formed yet and has been scared. This is the horror of Corpse King. They are each a realm. Even if they can't fully exert their strength, it is not a group of golden core cultivators. If you want to stop him, you are ready to fall. And concubine use virtual belly ghost king. I was born with 3 nails. On the verge of collapse, I am afraid that I will not be able to take another shot. Concubine you glanced back and looked at corpse king in front of him, taking a long breath. The wind whistling, the virtual belly ghost king opened a cave-like mouth, rolling yin chi into the air. The body was once again enriched and the belly was high. Not dead. Corpse king tapped the ground with both hands, and the body made some more outside the hungry ghost gateway. The air was stronger and stronger, and his arm was wrapped around a circle of corpses, slamming on the stomach of Ghost King. Ghost King's feet are back, plowing a huge gully. A few miles back, the yin chi in the mouth spewed out. The body is wilting. In this moment, the hungry ghost gateway is even bigger. The strength of Corpse King is not only weak, but it is getting stronger. Although it has lost countless people, the entire hungry ghost path is supporting him to expand. Corpse King said, "You are all here today." There is also a strange embarrassment. The white flame is horrible, but it is impossible to break through the corpse of his body. Its own strength is nothing but the level of corpse martial. He didn't believe in such a weak guy can destroy hungry ghost path. As long as I show my full strength, I can shoot it with one palm. Li Qingshan's warning sign in the heart. More and more fierce. Such a powerful opponent is no longer the enemy of his current realm, and it is fortunate to be able to escape. But there is nowhere to escape. He will not escape. In the face of invincible enemies, some people will fear despair, others will be hot-blooded, and he will be the latter. Looking at Little Un helped the Ruin army and helped the dozens of corpse martial. Now it is up to you. Fighting intent boiling, there is no more distracting thoughts in my heart, only thinking about how to defeat the opponent. Give me a ride. Good. Yanning waved the jade fracture fan, a wind-like tornado, blowing behind Li Qingshan, with a soft and powerful thrust. Li Qingshan's wings unfolded, and the fire was burning. The speed was as fast as Pinnacle, dragging the long tail flame, like a flame luxing, scratching the sky and falling to the earth. The moths are on fire. This is the view of everyone present. In an instant, Corpse King raised his hand and was about to crush the moth that was not self-sufficient. The fire turned, passing over the top of Corpse King and falling 10 miles away. Ruai County understands it, looks at it and shouts, "Golden Core!" Li Qingshan will not engage in suicide attacks. His goal is not the Corpse King, but the 2 Golden Core cultivators that were smothered by Corpse King, leaving the Golden Core. In the presence of the Golden Core cultivator, which one can stop? Li Qingshan took his hand and picked up 2 Golden Cores, with 200 treasure pouch. The 2 Golden Cores were plugged into the entrance and turned over, still not rushing to Corpse King. In the Battle of the Genius, there was a Golden Core cultivator that had not been able to self-detonation. The Golden Core was killed, left on the ground, and a cultivator burned by Samadhi skeleton fire. Li Qingshan has long locked in the 2 Golden Cores. I saw a glimpse of the fire, centered on the hungry ghost gateway, and flew around for a few laps. It is also the start of 2 Golden Cores. Li Qingshan directly plugged into the entrance, then flew away into the distance, and 4 Golden Cores entered the abdomen. Yanning was surprised. Sow it out. Every Golden Core is the essence of the Golden Core cultivator for centuries of cultivation. It is not fake, but it is not cultivation but suicide. If you swallow 4 Golden Cores, the attributes are not exactly the same. You can think of the results of the explosion of the 4 Golden Cores in the body. Even if the body of fierce, then the vitality, it will be turned into powder. Die can't die anymore. Li Qingshan Yanning smiled. This smile quickly became embarrassed, handsome and uncast face, replaced by the murderous demon face. His body rose from the ground, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. Turned into a demon deity, scarlet eye like carbon, scarlet hair like a fire, a pair of big flame wings, burning behind. Not even Phoenix is gorgeous, but also a violent haste. Li Qingshan crashed to the ground, and the power of the four golden cores broke out at the same time as the body. He runs Spirit Turtle Sea, suppressing secrets, desperately suppresses it, and at the same time makes his heart quiet, mindful, and does his best to control and guide every power. This is the case. He is a piece of the body, as if the tumor is a general, high uplift, bursting into a burst of flame, booming and banging. Li Qingshan within the body, as if buried in countless bombs, the body exploded in a chain. In a twinkling of an eye, there is no complete flesh and blood on the body. All of them are turned into flames. In the burning of the bears, if they have not yet become a phoenix transformation, he is now seriously injured. Through heavy flames, you can clearly see that a skeleton of bones stands proudly. Kaka kaka, a crack on the bones. Even if the solid tiger bones cannot support the power of the four golden cores, such as the cracks on the dam, will be collapsed. Ruai Marquis was also stunned by this crazy move. Is he crazy? This monstrous talent. Corpse King laughed wildly. Is this your lifeline? I haven't shot yet. You are dying. It's a delusion to swallow a few golden cores. Among the Blood Sea, the skeleton bone demon squad was smashed and returned to Little Un's wrist. The color on it was a little dim, and the same addy skeleton fire lingered in a circle to restore its luster. Blood Sea Banner's suppression of the dozens of corpse martial finally reached pinnacle, and then supported. It will cause damage to the Blood Sea Banner. Little Un looked at Li Qingshan with a glance, set his mind and shook the Blood Sea Banner. Dozens of odd-shaped corpse martial flew out. A group of cultivators are all changed. Moon Demon swallows the golden core, and is in a state of suffocation. Corpse King is so fierce, and there are so many corpse martial clips on both sides. These monstrous talents are really unreliable. Little Un silently raised the murdering Buddha sword embryo. Corpse martial were so easy to get out of their hearts, and they were very angry. They immediately gathered their corpses, revenge and hate, but they saw the ground above. There was no such thing as a corpse soldier, which could be driven by them and could not help but stunned. They were suppressed in the Blood Sea Banner. But in a short period of time, how the situation changed outside. Little Un, no matter what they think, the murdering Buddha sword embryo waved backwards and jumped up, lightning-like shots at corpse martial, and it was to fight dozens of corpse martial with one's own strength. Even Ge Yanning feels that his head is not enough. These two guys can't guess with common sense. How can the corpse martial fear, greed, but still calm, connected to each other, intertwined into a flawless pig, to live and tear it into pieces? The Fasto faces the corpse martial, who is crying and sorrowful with Hanango. The mouth is sharp and crying, like an invisible sharp cone, shaking people's hearts, crying in the hands, turning into hundreds of great shadows, and each one is real, like a storm, hitting the head. Other corpse martial also used their means, fists, claws and fangs, corpses, and madness. Little uncalmed murdering Buddha sword embryos waved from behind, waving hands, as if calligraphy were writing a mad grass, relaxed and happy. She passed through this large group of corpse martial, and the few corpse martial, who were blocking her from the front, were all in midair. Corpse martial, who was wearing a filial piety, looked at the crying sorrow in his hand and suddenly broke from it and fell. He looked down at himself again, and the sword marks were crisscrossed, first black, then expanded and split. He showed an unbelievable color, used to cover the scars, and the black corpse rushed out of his fingers. In an instant, he was torn apart and fell from the sky. One face, 5 corpse martial were smashed. The murdering Buddha sword embryo does not have any decent power, but it is exceptionally strong and sharp enough to be the body of the body, or the indestructible body of corpse martial. In front of it, nothing like nothing. What sword is that? My astral wind is just that. Ge Yanning was shocked. Although her astral wind was fierce, it was extremely troublesome to collect refining, and it was convenient for a sword. Hanango thinks about the situation of fighting with the ruthless corpse martial, and there is a feeling of incomprehension. I thought it was time to give Monster Race a lesson and dispose of Clear River Prefecture, but there is no such confidence at the moment. Looking at the Moon Demon side, it has also changed dramatically. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 556 Chapter 17 Bull Demon 5th Layer. Li Qingshan was burning, and even the surrounding ground was melted into a fiery red magma. He lowered his head and squatted in the magma pool. He was like a flame, demon god, deep in the mud, heroic. He slowly and hardly lifted a leg and changed it to a half squatting. He suddenly raised his head, clenched his fists, opened his arms, and made a scream to the sky. The flame flies with the scarlet hair, rising wildly and dyed the sky. Bull Demon, the sky, that is the will to never give in. Among the flames, flesh and blood are constantly born, and power is soaring. He actually supported it. Guyanyin was amazed, but it was 4 golden cores. More precisely, it is 5, plus the golden core of Wen Zhengming. Bull Demon great strength, endless. But not enough. It is not enough. It's not enough to beat this Corpse King. It's not enough to break through the Bull Demon 5th layer. Li Qingshan turned his head and the flame rolled, turning into the shape of his eye in his eye socket, looking at the golden core cultivator who was injured in the battle and destroyed half a body. A tiger screams and slams out. In an instant, everyone saw that the lingering flame on his body turned into a red tiger with a double-end back, hostility, and killing intent. Monstrous talent. Ruai Marquis shouted loudly, but couldn't stop it, and couldn't stop it. Monstrous talent, I want to go with you. The cultivator is maddeningly arrogant, and the golden core whirls and spins, releasing the blazing light, and screaming terrible power. The tiger's claws made by the flame will be fixed. The spirit turtle phantom appeared again, and the tremulous golden core, unwilling to calm down. Spirit turtle suppressing everything. Flame fierce tiger, sticking out the tongue, put the golden core in the entrance, like a slight dagger. The head turned and swept through the cultivator. The hearts of all cultivators have sunk to the bottom. Internal and external troubles, Corpse King, demon. Nothing is terrible. He had thought that this battle would have evolved to such a terrible degree. Monstrous talent is dead. The mountains and rivers seal slammed down, and although it was full of cracks, the momentum was still huge. The flame tiger demon has disappeared into place, dragging the fire, slamming out, and pressing another injured golden core cultivator to grab it and swallow it directly into the belly. The cultivator is also ready to self-detonation golden core, but if Li Qingshan does not launch an offensive, he naturally cannot find his way. The ants are still greedy, let alone the golden core cultivator. But after Li Qingshan launched the offensive, it was too late, and Spirit Turtle was enough to suppress the golden core before it exploded. The presence can stop Li Qingshan. There are only 2 people, one is Concubine Yu and the other is Guyanyin, but they don't stop. Other cultivators are exhausted, even if they want to rescue, but also have to see if they have this ability. Ruai Marquis continually manipulated the mountains and rivers seal. People climbed into the higher sky, just screaming. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan killed 3 golden core cultivators and swallowed 3 golden cores. Fortunately for the cultivator, Li Qingshan has hunned here and started another round of refining. The occurrence of all this, such as the electric phoenix, from his arrogance, successive third slamming, long story, in fact, is only a breathe there. If the mortal is here, I can't figure out what happened, let alone react. Together, Li Qingshan swallowed a total of 8 golden core. What he wants to do, he needs so many golden cores. Is it necessary to break through Monster Martial? Impossible. Once the heavenly tribulation is motivated, even if it is barely past, it must be dying. And it will not help the battle. No, I can't let him go any further. Corpse King also felt that something was wrong, and immediately called all corpse martial. No response. The murdering Buddha sword embryo, across the front, still looks so ordinary, without any divine artifact light. Little An almost put half of this refining bone into the murdering Buddha sword embryo. Corpse Marshall's pieces fell down and turned into Samadhi's skeleton fire, which merged into the murdering Buddha sword embryo, and saw the white translucent sword glow on the sword. A skull flew to Little An's foot, and she stepped on it and waved her sword. "Come on, the sword is terrible." "What? That is the formation." The corpse marshals fled, but they were forced back by the huge size of the house. Skull screaming, swaying white flames, constantly spinning. At the same time that Little Ann released them from the Blood Sea banner, they also released 26 refining skull rosary to form the skeleton bone demon. If on weekdays, a few breaths, Corpse Marshal can break the skeleton bone demon. In an instant, Jiangwen flashed past. Little Ann did not stop, stepping on a skull, taking advantage of the leap, back and forth, and finally could not see her figure, saw a white light in the skeleton bone demon turn reflection. The skeleton bone demon continually shrunk and finally smashed away. No more Corpse Marshal existed, leaving only a piece of burning corpse, which was also melted into the murdering Buddha sword embryo. At the hilt, a vague formation, the image of the not sitting, murdering Buddha sword embryo. Finally small accomplishment. Not only the cultivator, but Corpse King also stunned, as if a basin of cold water poured down. Legend, maybe it is true. You must kill it, at all costs. Corpse King radiated a bleak green light, and the nails of the fingers were like a spring bamboo shoot. They waved forward and all aimed at Little Ann. 10 black lights, crazy spears. Ghost King was run through a black light, and could no longer support it. It spread out and showed the shape of Concubine Yu. The blue silk fluttered and looked back. "Be careful." Yanning immediately waved the jade fracture fan and rushed to the rescue. She had already determined her guess. Just now those golden core cultivators died under the moon demon. Concubine Yu didn't even look at it. Now it is this. Different is so shocking. I am afraid that she will not care so much about her life. Corpse King seems to have already expected that gigantic palm has a wave. The gust of wind, like tornado, struck Yanning's body shape, and it was too late to rescue. In the eyes of Little Ann, the flames linger, staring ahead. She holds the sword, and even casts control of the Blood Sea banner and skull rosary. There are only sword art, sword technique, sword, and sword intent in mind, and there is insight from cursive sword script. There are also insights in the memory of awakening. Then all disappeared and turned into nothingness. A squat is sitting. Murdering Buddha. Murdering Buddha sword embryo spit out a fuji and Jiangwen. Jiangwen flashed. A nail was cut into 2 halves and crossed by her side. Little Ann retreats, and Jiangwen is a stunned dragon. Turning back and breaking a nail. Sword, sword, and sword. Jiangwen swayed and danced, and repeatedly cut 4 nails. The 5th nail, filled with eyes, but no time to stop. The murdering Buddha sword is in front of him, and Little Ann's heart is not shocked. This is pinnacle. Booming and banging. 5 huge nails like stone beams, hitting Little Ann one after another. Time. A crack appeared on the skeleton, and the sound of the broken sound was as loud as thunder, and even the roar of the impact could not be covered. Boom, smoke and smoke. Little Ann slammed into a hill. Nothing more. The murdering Buddha sword is the strongest, but still needs its own strength to drive. Little Ann hasn't transitioned to heavenly tribulation now, and she can kill a group of Corpse Marshal with murdering Buddha sword across realm. But in the face of a Corpse King's killing, it can't be reached. This is the absolute gap in strength, which can be compensated for by foreign objects. Sweeping millions of Corpse Soldier. Little Ann, who was placed in hope, also reached his pinnacle. Golden Core Cultivator died in half. Concubine Yu failed. Andrew I.E. Marquis had a desperate color on his face. It's over, it's all over. Yanning looked up, the sky was gray, the pupils contracted, and the eyes were sharp like an eagle. Throughout this field, there were faint spots of green stars flashing. It is not a starlight, but the eyes of countless schools. Among them, the powerful people like Corpse King. There are countless, and more powerful, the current 9 provinces world. the unmatchable existence, like a group of vultures, hovering over the head of the dead head, just waiting for it to fall and die. They rushed down and divided the body. It's closer to Hungry Ghost Path than 9 Provinces World. Hungry Ghost Path is coming. Should you leave? No, there is still someone who hasn't spoken yet. Hey! A roar of cows sounded, dull and long, as if coming from the depths of the earth. The earth is slightly trembled and the entire boundary is shaking. The hills arched down and fell like a rolling sea. The iron hoof took a step forward, causing a large depression and cracking. Invisible shockwaves spread in all directions. Hundreds of beaks quietly collapsed. The curved bullhorn is like a moon hanging high in the sky, and the tip is shining with sharp brilliance. A month word is engraved on it. The red scorpion, like the misfortune star, came to the world, and its appearance will surely bring destruction and war. He stepped forward and headed for Corpse King. Every step he took out, the earth trembled with boringness. Concubine you also shunned, and she felt as if a big mountain was moving forward. Straight to the front of Corpse King, the nostrils spewed out 2 breaths, and looked up and said, "You dare to hurt her?" "Injury? No, I killed it." "The next one is you." Corpse King looked down and he was very relaxed, as if the dawn was first seen. The red sun will rise and the victory will come soon. He feels that his strength is getting stronger and stronger, both his own and the reward of Hungry Ghost Path. No one can beat him at this time, this place. Li Qingshan bowed his head and made a fist. The dense black cracks are intertwined on the fists. His boxing is as heavy as a mountain, and he blinks and looks like a slow illusion. Each time you push forward a point, the black cracks overlap, and at the end become dark, like a black glove, with a stack of numerous vibrations. Not self-reliant. Corpse King laughed. Steady hands, standing tall, clenched hands and clenched into fists, rolling corpses, arms raised high back, stretched to pinnacle, elbow spurs, more and more embarrassing, like a roaring mad dragon, descending from the sky, destroying everything. Dead. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 557. Chapter 18. Time seems to be stagnant at this moment. Under the gloomy sky, 2 tall statues of mountains are standing opposite each other. Li Qingshan has no anger, no hatred, only calm. I can't move like the earth. From every corner of the body, from the earth beneath you, divine power blends into the sea and blends with itself. Infinity is like the earth. The whole world disappeared, and the majestic Corpse King, in his eyes, became blurred, and even the banging giant punches no longer had any pressure. It is just a roadblock that will always be encountered in a person's life. Break it up. Looking at the firm and serene scarlet eye, Corpse King's mind also produced a wave of volatility. What's going on with this little demon? It's all about fire of the phoenix. There are so many changes, watching his breath. Not having a transition to heavenly tribulation, but having the power of corpse martial strength. Even so, I have a gap of 108,000 miles, but dare to challenge me? Well, I will crush you into meat. Corpse King's heart was moved, and 4 bone spurs suddenly protruded from the fist. He screamed at Li Qingshan's head face, and Li Qingshan pierced himself without waiting for the fist to touch. This punch became more and more dangerous, but Li Qingshan was still unmoved. Temporary change, but also means lack of confidence. Unconsciously, there was a subtle shift in momentum. The passage of time returned to normal. The black shockwave instantly shatters the bone spurs and has a strong destructive power. It was also shocking to Corpse King. The moment when the double fist hit, it was the silence of the moment. Excessively loud sounds, such as a huge giant, cannot be inserted into a narrow oracle, but give a silent illusion. After a moment, it is like a roar and vibration that will never stop. The quiet time of the earth is like a sea of anger and madness. The hills were arched and collapsed, and the cracks broke open and closed, and did not stop for a moment. The smoke is full of dust, rushing to the sky. The black corpse is like an avalanche, pouring from the Corpse King and crushing monster chi. Li Qingshan was completely swallowed, and the squeezing and tearing penetrated his body. Li Qingshan tried to bring all the power of Corpse King to the earth, and the head was raised high, looking directly at the Corpse King, and the mouth was stunned. Fire of the Phoenix, the flames, erupted from the monster core and expelled the corpse. The black iron-like arms swell up, the blood vessels are present, and the blue veins are knotted. The iron hoof stepped back into 2 deep pits. One step does not return. There was a channel crack on the bone, and the sound of the metal twisted and broken, and he ignored it. He only injected all the power into the fist. Keep in touch. Corpse King's eyes wide open and reveal incredible light. His punching power did not make the little demon into a meat. Instead, there was a strange and powerful force that was uploaded from the demon's fist and shattered his power and corpse. All the cultivators were stunned by this scene, confronting a Corpse King. Is this really what Monster General can do? Guyanning admire. How powerful is it? How magnificent. He's not just waiting for demon. What kind of adventures do they have in order to get such a powerful essence? Concubine Yu took another spiritual pill and resumed his interest while frowning to find where Little Un was, but nothing. Ruai Marquis and Hanango look at each other, but their hearts are extremely contradictory. They feel both horror and hope that this moon demon can repel Corpse King. Demon is big and can't be beaten. This power is too weird. How can I lose to you? As the dignity of the king, the offense of the beggar, Corpse King also roared, and the corpse rolled like dragon snake coiled on his arm, blended into it, turned into a dark color, pressed down. Boom! Li Qingshan's huge body was shot and flew out, and it was rotated in half a circle. The 2 hooves steadily landed, and one hand supported the ground, and was pulled back by hundreds of feet with strong inertia before stopping. Sure enough, it's Corpse King. It's no different in strength, but it's because I have only the 4th layer of Tiger Demon transformation and Spirit Turtle transformation. I can't fully bear and control the power of Bull Demon 5th layer. It won't be lost to him, but unfortunately, with Monster General Realm and Corpse King, he was not beaten by a punch. He still felt unsatisfied and thought he had not played his best. If Concubine Yu and the others know what he thinks, I am afraid I can't believe it at all. But the fact is that Li Qingshan just throws this punch, has not collided with Corpse King's fist. There are countless small cracks on the arm bones, even the bones of Vajra cannot bear. Even if he uses Spirit Turtle to calm his mind and let his mind reach entering into the Minute Realm, he can't completely control the flow of every power. It seems that a child dances a big knife, but just barely points the blade at the enemy, but it is impossible to exert the power of the knife, and even accidentally hurts himself. These 3 divine ability changes are connected to each other, and there is any shortboard that makes him unable to exert his full strength. This is the power of gods and demons' 9 transformations. Among the 9 major changes, only one of the small changes has made his strength grow tremendously. Whether the power has turned 20 or 50 times, or higher, he can't estimate it now. And he has no estimate. He clenched jaw and swallowed the blood from the surge. Fire of the Phoenix lingered to heal the scars, stood up and walked to Corpse King. Corpse King cold road, I see how much you can get me. Boom, bang, bang dash. The earth was slamming again and again. The original hilly area around Grave Hill has undergone earth-shaking changes in a major earthquake, turning into a yellow desert. Within 100 miles, every small stone is like a fine smashed and ground, and turned into fine sand. Corpse King stood motionless on the Hungry Ghost Gateway and blasted Li Qingshan again and again to raise the sky. But every time, he will stand up again and walk towards this invincible enemy. Corpse King's face was distorted, staring at Li Qingshan, like watching a monster. In the fights again and again, Li Qingshan's power has become stronger and stronger. Under strong pressure, Bull Demon's power bit by bit has been forced out. If it cannot be completely destroyed, it will never be defeated. Guyanning noticed that Corpse King's arm trembled a little, and then settled down after a while, thinking incredulously, He hurts Corpse King, and I am afraid that no one will believe it. He shook his head again. But it's just that the simple strong amount of great strength is not enough for him to defeat Corpse King. Corpse King chooses to fight with him, but for the sake of the king's dignity, otherwise it will display a variety of magic spell means that he will be difficult to deal with. More importantly, Corpse King is in an invincible position and is not afraid of delaying time. The blue light round the stars is clearer and clearer. Like the ocean, it spreads to the distance. It can see the vague form, weird, distorted, huge, ethereal, and grotesque. Li Qingshan blasted another punch. In those eyes, Corpse King felt a deep shame. Since you want to die like this, I will fulfill you. Dry hands and hands into fists, bypassing the fist, and holding Li Qingshan's wrist with 3 fingers one-sided. Li Qingshan originally couldn't control the excessive power of this stock, no matter the reaction or the combat skills, could not compare with Corpse King. A fist fell through. Boom. The black shockwaves are scattered, and the vibration is empty. At the same time, the other one was dry and deducted to Li Qingshan. Ended. Ge Yanning sighed. Hungry Ghost Path is coming. This last scene is really exciting, not letting her down. Finally, I looked deeply at Li Qingshan, and there was some regret in my heart. I thought that this cultivation road, we can walk for a while, did not expect to say goodbye so soon. In the 6 paths of Samsara, perhaps there is a date of seeing. Ge Yanning is about to turn away and suddenly feel different. At this life and death, Li Qingshan has a slightly hooked lip and gently puts out a breath. A translucent white giant sword, rising from behind, straight into the hands of Corpse King, straight through. The blade suddenly turned into a white flame and madly went into the wound. How can she not exist in his life and death battle? Little Anne, refining the 10 nails of Corpse King, healed the injury and quietly lurked from the ground to wait for this opportunity to inject Samadhi skeleton fire into Corpse King within the body. Their cooperation, no words, tacit understanding. A horrible cold feeling deep into the heart of Corpse King. The urging of the corpse can only be suppressed and the Samadhi skeleton fire cannot be extinguished. The white flame spread from the palm bit by bit, and it is a force. Boom. The palm burst and there was a big hole to clean up the Samadhi skeleton fire. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a good opportunity? The burning phoenix wings opened, the wingspan reached nearly 100 feet, and he heard the phoenix clear cry, vacated and waved his fists to Corpse King's chest and abdomen. This series of striking attacks is to hide the real killings. Under him, the murdering Buddha sword embryo spit out a 10-word sword glow, quiet from left to right, slamming towards Corpse King's waist. Corpse King is extremely aware of the real threat. The arm is smashed and struggling, and the corpse converges into a huge wave, flying Little Anne out. I will release my hand and block Li Qingshan. Although Little Anne immediately greeted himself, the Corpse King, which was prepared for defense, would not be easily recruited. In the depths of the sky, the last touch of blue was gradually swallowed up by the pale eclipse. So far, the serious Corpse King, even if Li Qingshan and Little Anne teamed up, could not win, let alone in this short period of time. Although Li Qingshan is confident that if both Tiger Demon and Spirit Turtle can be mentioned in the 5th layer, it is absolutely possible to crush the front, but it is not a problem. Ge Yanning glanced at him with a sigh of relief. He saw the punch that Li Qingshan had just lost, leaving a thin black mark in the void, loudly, booming the void around him. Concubine Yu, get ready. Ge Yanning swept down the sky and plucked into Corpse King, holding a nearly transparent feather in his hand. Qingshan, younger brother, I will gamble with you once. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 558. Chapter 19. Split. Ge Yanning silently in the heart, then look at Li Qingshan, stunned, no hesitation, slamming in front of the void. It is very difficult to hit the enemy. It is not easy to hit it. Anyway, even if it really hits Corpse King, it is not enough to cause fatal injuries to him. Simply look at the bird woman's tricks. What do I seem to crush? Li Qingshan heard a shattering sound between the vagueness. The voice is very small, like a mosquito whispering, but calm down and listen carefully. But like a sky, it trembles. The invisible void, like a transparent glassware, is a black crack, like a lightning intertwined in the void, as lightning like, fleeting, disappearing. Corpse King's dry hands shrouded the corpse, as a black cloud glided from the sky, and then dumped, ignoring the vibration wave. It seems to be useless, Li Qingshan was thinking, but the black cloud on the top of his head was suddenly cut off. It was smooth and straight like someone used a ruler to measure it. Silently, 3 giant pillar-sized fingers broke open and fell from the sky. Li Qingshan's body shape, avoiding a few fingers, I saw that the cut surface is smooth and tidy, beyond any divine weapon, but also inexplicable. What is going on? Looking carefully into the sky, I saw that the crack caused by the shockwave dissipated, but the air left a slender black track. Because it is too small, if you don't pay attention, you can't even think of it, fearing that even a fur of Corpse King can't match, if he has hair. That black line. It is not ordinary black or black, but it cannot be described in words at all. It seems to be inhaling all the light, and in the eyes, there is an illusion that the line of sight is split. As if the paper was cracked, all the scenes on the picture were broken, no matter what the painting was. Powerful or weak, because the most fundamental thing that carries them exists is split. Is this? It is a void. His fist has caused the effect of the void, always planning strategies. Even if there were accidents, there was no detachment from Corpse King. And finally a hint of fright. Everything in this world is carried in the corresponding space, or 9 provinces world, or 6 paths of samsara. 6 paths. All beings, ghouls, have to live in a certain time and space. It seems that there is painting on paper. It is very difficult for the characters in the painting to get rid of the paper. Not to mention tearing the paper, it is almost impossible. Corpse King is powerful and has no such ability. It is hungry ghost path that constantly devours other worlds, but he is just taking advantage of the situation. Make a little profit and get some benefits. This is also the case with the eyes of the beasts, such as devouring void beast. Only the legendary god Buddha can traverse the void all realms and is not affected by the world. I can't imagine it at all. A little demon can actually cause this effect, unless it is very powerful in its own right. The characters in the painting are strong enough to be removed from the painting itself and promoted to a higher world called ascending. But this is impossible. Either the power he has mastered, with a high level of realm, it is completely beyond the power of this world. Li Qingshan looked at his own hand and couldn't believe it. I didn't expect Bull Demon Vibration to have such power after fixing Bull Demon Transformation to the 5th layer. Suddenly there is a Tao Divinity and I am introduced to Sea of Consciousness. Don't be in a daze. This domain is drifting in the void, and it has been pulled by 9 provinces world and Hungry Ghost Path. It has become very fragile, and the Hungry Ghost Gateway is even more the most vulnerable places, like the existence of a door. So you can cause such damage, and in a complete world, such as 9 provinces, it is difficult to have such an effect. Yanning said this, but did not dare to have the slightest situation. The high level of his strength, it is beyond her original imagination. Coupled with the kind of divine ability change, this opportunity is big. I am afraid that the entire 9 provinces are unparalleled. I can't even myself. To know that he is still a monster general, the cultivation time is very short, and the control of power is not spiritual. If he continues to advance, he will reach Monster Marshal and even Monster King realm. A huge force, Monster King, who can smash the void, even if the old Monster Kings have to bow down. No, the entire Dexia dynasty will tremble. It turns out Li Qingshan understands, but is not disappointed, and confidence has increased. The hands are imaginary, and between the 5 fingers, the force of vibration is constantly entangled, but not like hair, like 2 black cocoons, accumulating the power of terror, until they can no longer suppress, only push forward. Corpse King screamed, and the 3 broken fingers suddenly flew up and twisted and screamed at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt a great crisis. and the shock between the two palms stirred him up. Boom! 3 fingers burst in front of each other, and the bones become fragments of splashes. The flesh and blood are like a heavy rain. Every piece of debris and every drop of raindrops contains tremendous destructive power. Its power is no less than 3 golden core explosions. Li Qingshan gathered phoenix wings, and the whole person was surrounded by flames. He was rushed out and smashed and flew for hundreds of miles in the air to stabilize his figure. Rao avoided the core of the explosion and he was seriously injured. The internal organs were completely shattered into pieces, and there was a mass of paste in the head. The eyes were blind, the ears were deaf, and the bones were exposed, and they were covered with cracks. Corpse King open mouth spewed out. A black torrent rushed to Li Qingshan, stinking, like a black poisonous dragon, containing a strong toxic death chi. Once it is sprayed, even if the fire of the phoenix is to be extinguished, a tiger bone will be melted into a pool of water. These methods were used when Corpse King fought against opponents of the same level in the Hungry Ghost Path, and he was promoted to Corpse Emperor. This corpse water is also extremely difficult to accumulate. I never thought that it would be used at this time, but now he will never give Li Qingshan a chance to approach. Go on the North Moon, success or failure is here. At the end of this life and death, Ge Yanning urged Li Qingshan to attack, and the 2 fingers were lightly loose. The translucent feathers fluttered out gently, not necessarily how quickly, erratic, and sometimes hidden. In the blink of an eye, it fell in front of Corpse King's eyes, bursting silently, turning into a round spherical film that continually expanded and enveloped the Hungry Ghost Gateway. It is like the sun under the sun, the heat wave rising, and the scene is distorted. Corpse King was amazed, but did not feel the slightest injury or restraint. Can only be regarded as a suspected plan. Qingshan younger brother, look at you. Her voice was introduced to Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, with ethereal laughter, and even between life and death, it was still easy, even in the face of life and death. Look at me. Li Qingshan clenched jaw, smirked, the wind whistling behind, the flames tumbling. Boom! He is like a flame Liuxing, dragging a long tail flame, rushing toward Corpse King against the poisonous dragon-like corpse. Looking at the corpse in the distance, I felt very small, but when I came near, it was like a big river, rolling and rolling down. In all directions, screams, and ghosts cry. The boundless schools danced outside the boundaries, and they can clearly see the shape with the naked eye. Some of them are even larger than the Corpse King. A huge stock of breath, straight into the realm, is shocking. In the twinkling of this Hungry Ghost Path coming soon, whether hiding or not hiding, it is a dead end. The wind and the fire are burning more fiercely, illuminating the sky, ignoring the surrounding figure, ignoring the corpse water in front, pointing straight to Corpse King. At the beginning of the millennium, a white figure jumped onto Li Qingshan's shoulder. Little Anne waved the blood sea banner, a more powerful blood river, whistling out like a blood dragon, rushing into the corpse. The 2 long dragons fought in the air, and the poisonous dragon continually slammed and wanted to rush to Li Qingshan, but was entangled in the blood dragon, blood and water corpse, constantly splashing, spurting a piece of dark red smoke. Li Qingshan keeps on moving, and does not look at the fierce battle of his life and death, looking straight ahead, moving forward, and moving forward. The yellow sand rose backwards, and it was too late to fall. Others were already a few miles away. Corpse King felt the threat, regardless of the consumption of corpse water, struggling to spit, the poisonous dragon whistling and smashing the blood dragon, circling and winding down. Li Qingshan is still 10 miles away from the Hungry Ghost Gateway. His body shape is slightly stunned, his knees are slightly curved, his iron fist is raised high, and a shockwave appears under the iron hoof. A madman. The poisonous dragon wraps around an empty space, and Li Qingshan is like a cannonball, spurting out and punching in the distorted void. Boom! The violent vibration, centered on his fist, spread black cracks over the Hungry Ghost Gateway. The twisted and changing space, like the dry land, is cracked apart. It is different from the tiny cracks, but a black abyss. In Li Qingshan's heart, the word empty broken could not be seen, otherwise it would not be able to describe the sight. Do not. Corpse King roared and pulled his legs out of the hungry ghost gateway and rushed to Li Qingshan, such as Shan dumping. Unstoppable. Li Qingshan has exhausted the last-minute monster chi and strength, restoring ordinary size. Looking up at Corpse King, suddenly the shoulders were tight. Looking back, Ge Yanning, like a hawk, rabbit, clasped his shoulders and took him to the sky. The dry hands stretched out, grabbed them, and chased them, even faster than Ge Yanning. Li Qingshan's heart was also raised, but he listened to Ge Yanning, relief. Slowed down the speed, turned back and looked back, and the sharp fingertips of the dry hand, when it was about to touch her face, suddenly stopped. She smiled a little. It seems that this game is what we won. Corpse King was in the same place, looking down unbelievably, his body drifting away with the cracked void, like a broken puzzle, and his head was cut into several pieces. RQ Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 559 Chapter 20 Li Qingshan Guess, Ge Yanning. The effect of a transparent feather is the ability to break through the boundaries, detonating over the hungry ghost gateway. The power of a balanced walk in this space. This space becomes more and more fragile. He can smash it with a punch. Thanks. Good to say. In the hungry ghost path, the sharp ridicule, the disdainful coldly snort sound, the tide generally rang. A pair of twinkling eyes, looking at the chopped Corpse King, revealing the color of greed. It's not like looking at a dry corpse, but a person who has been hungry for 3 days, looking at a table of delicious food. At this moment, Corpse King was cut into pieces, fluttering, and pieced together, making a scream of arrogance. Not dead. Ghost King rises to the ground and his mouth opens to an incredible degree, like an open big pocket, screaming at Corpse King. The long-awaited concubine you finally got shot. A corpse pours out of the fractures of Corpse King's body, and is sucked into the mouth of Ghost King. Ghost King's stomach is like a swell in October, and its image becomes more and more solid, and the breath becomes stronger. Corpse King finally showed his horror, waving his arms frantically, but he couldn't stop the leak. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Ge Yanning explained, Hungry Ghost Path is called Hungry Ghost Path, because the corpse in it, only constantly devour, can continue to get stronger and survive. You see, Corpse King, rather than struggling here, I am not willing to return to the Hungry Ghost Path. There is still a glimmer of life here, and the return is the end of the food. Another thought, Ge Yanning did not say, this time concubine you swallowed a Corpse King, the strength will inevitably have a big increase, and her cultivation base has already reached the peak of second heavenly tribulation. If you solve the knot again, you will have a good grasp of the third heavenly tribulation, the situation in Verdant province. It will change again. The Samadhi skeleton fire swept through and wrapped the Corpse King, cutting off this last line of life. Corpse King was hit hard and was suppressed by Ghost King. It was no longer able to stop the spread of the flames. The broken bones were immediately ignited and burned into a fire. Concubine you and Little Un have a glimpse of each other. Divide and eat. Completely kill Corpse King. Ah, I am not willing. I don't. Corpse King issued the last moan. I did not expect to die in such a world. Die in the hands of such a group of people. The flames burned by Corpse King's bones are exceptionally clear, and are clearly not comparable to the usual corpse general corpse marshal. Little Ann didn't use it to continue to honor the murdering Buddha sword embryo, but to collect it with great value, which will be the key to her breakthrough in the Tao of the Beautiful Bones. Second layer. The white flame burns and illuminates the entire world, and its light shines into the Hungry Ghost Path. There are countless alarms in Hungry Ghost Path. The legend of sacred white flame is widely spread in the Hungry Ghost Path. Just now, it really happened. Concubine Yu immediately set about sealing the Hungry Ghost Gateway and taking out one, like a pointed cone-like white object, There are countless scorpions and ghosts on it. Concubine Yu throws it out and turns it into a 10-footer in midair. The head corpse is more and more clear, like a giant sword, hanging in the sky, slowly and firmly inserted into the Hungry Ghost Gateway. I saw a black crack, and after encountering the Senbai Great Sword, they all closed up and could not harm it. Li Qingshan said, "Is this?" Gu Yanying said, "Hungry Ghost Spoon." Profound Yin Sect dared to use the power of Hungry Ghost Path, and also understood the horrible Hungry Ghost Path, and prepared a number of means to prevent the Hungry Ghost Gateway from invading, which is one of them. Concubine Yu has some concerns in the heart. If there is another Corpse King Ghost King to support the Hungry Ghost Gateway, the Hungry Ghost Path will come completely with just a few breaths. But out of doubt about the White Flame, and the Hungry Ghost Gateway, it turned into a fragmented space, without any ghouls dare to rush out to take risks in the first time. Just between this hesitation, Hungry Ghost Spoon is like being inserted into the Hungry Ghost Gateway. Concubine Yu dissipates the Ghost King and aligns with Hungry Ghost Spoon. The door to Hungry Ghost quickly closed. Hungry Ghost Path came from an unwilling roar, like a tsunami in the mountains, and a head ghoul reacted and rushed up. However, with the rotation of Hungry Ghost Spoon, the sounds of the sacred ghosts quickly became blurred. Finally, only the shining blue light of the stars shimmered and disappeared. The door of Hungry Ghost was slammed shut. All the sound scenes disappeared instantly and were locked in another world. Gu Yanying said, "It is." Ruai Marquis has a hot eye and can't help but feel that she wants to cry. The feeling of the rest of her life is really good. Concubine Yu looks back and looks at Little An. His brows are scornful, and he wants to stop. In the original cold eyes, there was an indescribable tenderness. Although she did not get a bit of evidence and responded a little, her heart was very positive. If Feng Buquan is in the line, be sure that Little An exists. And between Concubine Yu and Little An, it is closely related, life is connected. And that original is not a description of the embarrassment. Little An took back the murdering Buddha sword embryo, turning away from Concubine Yu's lost color and turning back to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the eyes and seeing the darkness outside the boundaries. "How do we go out?" Gu Yanying said, "This has been banned by the eyes of devouring void beast, and it has been isolated into a boundary. But as long as it has not been completely swallowed up by Hungry Ghost Path, it is a matter of time before returning to 9 provinces." Deep in the sky, there was a touch of blue color, and the gloom of the clouds was gradually dissipating. This domain is far from Hungry Ghost Path and is returning to 9 provinces world. I finally ended this fierce war. In the life of Ju's death, I took a life path and a happy smile caught everyone's face. Concubine Yu stared at Little An for a long time, but she refused to say anything, as if she was calling her back with her eyes. It contained complex emotions that could not be described by words: apologies, concerns, gratification, sadness. The heart just kept whispering, "My way, my way." Little An was restless, hiding behind Li Qingshan, holding his head in his hands as if to hold the ear that didn't exist. Although I want to cut off the past, the memories of the past are constantly tumbling and entangled. That was the experience before her cultivation Tao of the beautiful bones, and it was her life. It was easy to say how to swear by the sword. Concubine Yu, these 2 monsters, all vicious generations, if they run them here, they will become big trouble in the future. Ruai Marquis looked into the distance, but quietly used divine sense sound transmission. I have to say that his eyes are good. If Concubine Yu is shot, now Li Qingshan and Little An are really not opponents. Ghost King has become more fierce after swallowing the breath of Corpse King, and with this reunion, her heart knot is also beginning to loosen, and she can fully exert the strength of Ghost King. Now even if faced an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, Concubine Yu is confident that it can be a battle, and even hate Li Qingshan is weak to the extreme, but also trapped in the realm cannot escape. After seeing the performance of Li Qingshan and Little An, Ruai Marquis saved the murderous heart, otherwise they would not be able to get out of trouble in this field, and would not turn the entire Ruai County upside down. I am afraid that even my own life will be dangerous. Concubine Yu took his eyes off and looked down at Ruai Marquis, looking cold and shouting, "Is it?" "Yes." Ruai Marquis had to turn her head and bow to Concubine Yu. She was anxious. She was also cultivation for many years. How could she not even understand the sudden attack, but dare to say it in such a big way? Perhaps to prove that it has absolute confidence. At the same time, using divine sense to rule Yannying, ready to shoot. We must be here to kill these two demon, otherwise the entire Ruai Marquis, and even the entire Verdant province, will be dangerous. Yannying used the Jade Fracture Fan to support the chin, revealing the pondering look. If his guess is correct, his request is really amazing. Frowning, "I don't think this is a good idea." Li Qingshan asked, "What happened?" Yannying, "You really have to collude with demon, don't you dare to blame Eagle God." Ruai Marquis is furious. How can she even be like this? What are they going to do? Isn't it so that Moon Demon is prepared? I feel that something is faint. He is him, I am me. Yannying picked up her eyebrows and showed an unpleasant color. Concubine Yu asked faintly, "Who do you think I should kill first?" Ruai Marquis refused to think carefully and daringly said, "I think it's the first to kill the monster." Moon Demon's monstrous talent is just the end of the strong, not Concubine Yu. He calculated it very well, and Moon Demon's breath faded to the extreme. Just be careful, it wouldn't be a problem to take him down, and the monster is unfathomable. Let Concubine Yu do it. Ignore it. Without them, he is now dead. Other cultivators have suddenly come to understand that the war has not completely ended, and the outsiders will soon be invited. The main contradiction of this side of 9 provinces world is still between human race and monster race. Even if cross a river in the same boat, there is nothing to say about it. With the performance of Moon Demon and the monster, it is necessary to kill in the cradle. They have also picked up their weapons and are ready to besiege, avenging the fellow Taoist who was killed by Moon Demon. Concubine Yu hangs his eyes, and Ghost King, who has a big belly, suddenly shoots, and slaps it out, but not to Li Qingshan or Little An, but in front of Ruai Marquis. Concubine Yu, the huge shadow shrouded, and Ruai Marquis didn't even think that Concubine Yu would shoot him. His eyes were unbelievable. If he didn't have any reaction, he would fly like a fly, and he would die in the air. Can't die anymore. Yannying sighed for Ruai Marquis, advising a mother kiss to kill her child. This idea is terrible. R.S. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 560 Chapter 21 is not forever. Concubine Yu, why? The surprise was beyond the expectation of all cultivators, and Han Ango was sinking and holding a long gun. The White Singer recalls the words of Feng Buquan's madness, as well as the various performances of Concubine Yu. His eyes are full of surprises and full body alert. Li Qingshan did not expect Concubine Yu to be so hot and frowning. Her identity is noble, but killing a Dexia dynasty priests can be different. I don't know how to close. Concubine Yu gave the answer immediately. After killing Ruai Marquis, she did not immediately take back the Ghost King. Ghost King's head, slowly turning a circle. The huge body, suddenly moved, and shot. There was a gust of wind blowing across the yellow sand. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and then grew wide. I saw the wild sand sweeping the sky, the virtual belly Ghost King sprinting, killing, almost one stroke, the remaining golden core cultivator, one by one. Li Qingshan wants to say something, put a hand on his shoulder, and look back. Yannying stares into the distance and gently shakes his head. Li Qingshan turned back and saw the last scene. Han Ango shot in one and rushed to Ghost King, which was many times more numerous than him. His eyes were as strong as iron, and the rifle came out, and the whistling rotation was like tornado. Ghost King's gigantic palm, pointing to Concubine Yu's head. Boom! After a loud noise, the wind subsided and the yellow sand settled. Ghost King grabbed the rifle, as if holding a toothpick, Hanango's breath disappeared. Li Qingshan thought of his cultivation of boundless sea art. It is with his power that he is the uncle of Han Qiangzi, and he can't help but feel heavy. Concubine Yu caressed his forehead with a red mark on it, and it was unharmed. She turned her head, cold and frosty, and the dress was clear. Floating in the body of Ghost King, walking towards Li Qingshan. The center of the sky was a touch of blue, a trace of infiltration, a round of white light, and then quickly fell to the west. The sky was also dyed red, and soon became ink blue. A round of lonely moon is high. Li Qingshan had no time to observe this strange and changing sky. In the desert under the moonlight. Boom, boom, boom. Ghost King strode to Li Qingshan. She wants to kill everyone. Li Qingshan had a glimpse of her heart and had to admit that Concubine Yu now has this strength. Ghost King stretched out his arm and grabbed it at Li Qingshan. The speed was not fast, but internal chi firmly locked Li Qingshan and sealed all his room for dodge. Exhausted Li Qingshan, I can't dodge at all. Little Un jumped out and the sword flashed. Concubine Yu takes back his hand. Palm has a sword mark and clenched. Coldly looking away. There is a flame in the eye socket of Little Un, which is opposite to it. Concubine Yu, it's not too late, we should go back. Ge Yanning looking up at the sky. The speed of the sky is changing, and it is quietly slowing down. I know you have already guessed. If you can keep a secret, you will get the friendship of Profound Yin Sect. Concubine Yu took his eyes off and waved his hand to Ghost King, telling Ge Yanning, she is killing, not just impulsive. Cultivator is thoughtful, not to mention the Golden Core Cultivator. All of them are sophisticated. Ruai Marquis is born in aristocratic family, and obsessed with fear and hatred, failed to see through her strange performance, but it does not mean that other cultivators can't see or see through, and killing people is necessary. Profound Yin Sect. The purpose of these magic gates, originally regarded as human life, is completely free from the restraint of any moral law, and it is all about the secret. Even if it is not about this secret, for the golden core and collection of these cultivators, most of them will also shoot. More than a golden core, her grasp of the third heavenly tribulation is greater. For Ge Yanning, one has considerable friendship, and then Ge Yanning is a human being. It is not the so-called righteous path, although his temperament is somewhat heartless. It is not sinister. The most important thing is that she is not sure she can kill it. This is the way of doing things in Demon Dao. As long as you can raise your cultivation base so much, even if you want to kill more fellow Taoist is worth it. In her opinion, Ruai Marquis, these cultivators are the days of peace. For too long, I forgot the era between the cultivators who fought each other. Ge Yanning made a slight sigh of relief and said, please replace this friendship with 3 golden cores. Concubine Yu immediately threw 3 golden cores to Ge Yanning, one of which was white and unusual. It was Ruai Marquis' golden core. Ge Yanning did not care to take it down and began to meditate, refining. Concubine Yu just let go of his heart and completely extinguished the killing intent. After a few people, no words, quietly waiting to return to 9 Provinces world. Li Qingshan also doesn't know if Ge Yanning and Concubine Yu are using divine sense to contact the string. From the beginning and the end, Concubine Yu had no words to communicate with Little Un. Until the sky is bright, the surrounding scenery is gradually clear, and the speed of the sun and moon stars changes to normal in the sky. At the moment of returning to 9 Provinces world, Li Qingshan took Little An and headed down to the ground, never dare to look back. He felt a huge breath, illuminating the night sky like a torch. Counting Tao divinity, passing through him, seems to make him look transparent. In an instant, Spirit Turtle had several warnings. Each time it was a horror of 9 deaths, but there was no attack. The sky is covered with thick clouds, constantly changing and changing. It is faintly visible with a scale and half claws. It is dark as ink, walking through the clouds, and at the other end of the sky, with a handle and a long sword. Faint confrontation. That is Li Qingshan now. The confrontation that can't be involved is the game of the kings. The man's hand is standing on the top of the sky, wearing a black uniform. The hair is combed back, the eyes are dripping with the majesty of the rain, divine sense chasing the direction of Li Qingshan and Little An. Frowning, it seems to be thinking about something. Concubine Yu flew to the sky and came to the man. After a ceremony, the man regained his sight and landed on Concubine Yu. He was surprised. Would you like transcending tribulation? Yes. Very good. The man was slightly decapitated, his brow was still wrinkled, and there was not much joy. Guyanning salute. Guyanning, see Provincial Governor. The man is the King Chulai of Verdant Province. 30,000 miles away. You are fine, otherwise I really don't know how to explain this to Eagle God. What happened inside? At this moment, a sword light flashed, and a woman with a long sword came to the front and bowed to King Chulai before she looked at Guyanning, looking cold and looking like a sword. But when Concubine Yu did not, there is generality. I want to hear too. Concubine Ming is here too. Guyanning tells the story. But it has changed a lot. Concubine Ming handed to Concubine Yu, my sister seals the Hungry Ghost Gateway, and I have a great job. When I return to the palace, I will honor you. King Chulai swung the big sleeve, fellow Taoist, all scattered. With the words and deeds, the stock is in the sky, and the strong breath in the distance, it really retreats, and the sky is clouded. Before leaving, Concubine Yu looked back at the boundless land. Where, now is not the time, I will pick you up soon. Li Qingshan continually dived deep into the earth until subterranean world primal magnetism completely surrounded him, and then did not feel any divine sense exploration, just stopped, long puts out a breath, smiled. It's really dangerous. Although this is a life of 9 deaths, it has broken through the Bulb Demon transformation to the 5th layer. To see the future power of Bull Demon, as long as he gives him time to integrate, his strength must have a great growth, even if he encounters Golden Core. The cultivator is also sure to win. Without answering, Little An was a little embarrassed and stunned. Yes, yes. Li Qingshan held her in her arms. Her expression changed. She stopped talking, and after hesitating for a long time, she began to say, do you think of it? Where is your home? Little An nodded, shaking his head again. It doesn't matter. If you want to go home and see, I will accompany you. I promised you. Hey, am I not giving you a brand? Rest assured, it doesn't matter. Li Qingshan's voice is getting lower. I don't know who is comforting. The voice is a little dry, and the arms are getting harder. If, as he expected, the provincial governor palace, how can she let her beside her? But this may be better for her. Little An stood up and took out the locust tree card, engraved with the word south on one side, engraved with an on one side, poorly crafted, ugly font, and burnt scorch marks. But she was precious. Take it in your hand. No matter how many mountains and waters, difficulties and obstacles, one day, I will send you home. Under the moonlight, the juvenile earnestly promised. That scene, like a red-eyed brow, makes her unforgettable. This is the locust tree card with the word Nanan, which is a testimony. Kaka, Little An 5 fingers tightened. Locust tree card split, was crushed into pieces, sawdust flying. Li Qingshan, stunned, listened to Little An. I don't go anywhere. You can't leave me alone. I will stay with you until above the 9 heavens, unless death separates us. Where is this? I am not dead. Slowly open your eyes, see the gloomy sky, the endless bones piled up on the ground. A figure climbed up, holding a dry giant wood beside him, suddenly found his hand, also changed like this dead tree, dry. It is pale and cold. He immediately discovered the abnormality of the body, not having to breathe, touch the chest, and the heart no longer beats. All the functions of the body were stopped and turned into a dead body. He is indeed dead, but this world is just a paradise for the dead, and the living cannot survive. Yes, I fell into the Hungry Ghost path. Have we seen it? Ma Kekun looked at this vast and ridiculous land, thinking about it, and suddenly there was a voice behind him. Ma Kekun turned back and saw a purple figure standing up. His eyes clear, his skin white and looking very vivid, but that however, because it is powerful, It can't hide her powerful death chi. Zaya. Mark Hakun murmured, if it is hell, he is willing to sink forever. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 561 Chapter 22 The Aftermath. In the depths of the dark subterranean world, Li Qingshan is holding a little one, and her heart is safe. As long as she is there, as long as they work together, no matter what difficulties they encounter, they can be solved. Let concubine Yu die. No one wants to take her away from him. But he soon found a bad thing. With the current spirit turtle transformation 4th layer, it is no longer possible to suppress the bull demon transformation 5th layer. That is to say, unless he also repairs spirit turtle transformation to the 5th layer, he can no longer restore the human form and return to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. But this difficulty is definitely better than repairing Bull Demon and even Tiger Demon to the 5th layer. It's much bigger. Bull Demon Tiger Demon decides the strength of his body, but Spirit Turtle decides his realm. Once he breaks through the 5th layer, the stable monster martial realm can stand on the side of this world. Hey, what can I do? He still has many ties in this world. Qiangzi, she lost her uncle. She will be very sad. I also thought about worshipping him as a teacher. I didn't expect to meet for the first time. It was the difference between life and death. Although there is some connection with Hanango, after all, I have never met before, and I can't talk about any deep feelings. I can save it and save it. I can't save it. I can't help it. I can only help each other. I want Li Qingshan to die. Hanango will not. I am sad for him. Just worried that Han Qiangzi was too sad. But it wasn't Hanan Junhan's father who was killed by concubine Yu, otherwise he really had to tangled. This is the difference between being close to each other. He can save Hua Chengzhen at the risk of exposing his identity. But if it is Hua Chengzhen's parents and brothers, then he should consider it, and at best he can do what he can. After all, there is no love for no reason in the world. I don't know if Chengzhen will reveal my identity. It shouldn't be. I saved his life after all. Li Qingshan said to Little One, you go back to Immortal Cave and deal with the scene. If no one comes to deal with us, then I will be hurt and I am rehabilitating. I will return to Mooncourt Lake to see if I can use the power of Water God Seal to suppress Bull Demon. If not, I will be in a short time. I am afraid I can't get back to the ground. Little One reluctantly left. Li Qingshan found that she had some changes after her memory was restored. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Li Qingshan pillows his arm and leans against the hot stone wall, slowly recovering monster chi, while rectifying his thoughts and considering how to go next. North Moon. Enchanting figure, coming out of the darkness, Spider Queen Rose's scarlet lips, beautiful face and glamorous smile, asked, are you injured? Under some battles, Li Qingshan looked a bit wolf. Monster chi recovered only 2 or 3% after breaking through the Bull Demon 5th layer. He couldn't hide his breath and was naturally felt by the owner of the territory, Spider Queen Rose. Spider Queen Rose sees what he is now. I was so bright that I felt that this was a godsend and I could be ashamed. Li Qingshan gave her a slant. Yes, or you take care of me. Okay. Spider Queen Rose said with pleasure, and left and right. What about your friend? Why don't you take care of you? She has something. She has already left. That said, only us here? Spider Queen Rose smiled and approached. Yes, only us. Li Qingshan's voice did not fall. The poisonous whip screamed into the air, like a black lightning. He reached out and grabbed the whip, and the poisonous whip was wrapped around his arm. Spider Queen Rose has a red lip and pulls back, and the poison whip is tight. Li Qingshan didn't move, his face was still sneer, and he pulled back. Come on. Spider Queen Rose looked like a huge and incredible force. She was dragged from the poison whip and pulled away. She rushed to Li Qingshan, screaming and fangs. Li Qingshan slammed out with a punch, not looking at the Spider Queen Rose. And the wave of vibration waves swayed in all directions. Spider Queen Rose's skin turned into silver. She had received him many times in the past. Even if she was directly slammed on her body, she did not care. let alone hang in the void. But at the moment when she touched the vibration wave, she immediately felt wrong. It was too late to want to dodge. Every bone in the body, every inch of skin, is in the vibration. Monster Chi has a tendency to be scattered. He flies out of his own body and crashes into the rock wall, deeply falling into more than 10 feet. Wherever, the vibration wave was uploaded from her body, and the rock was shattered to form a huge funnel-shaped hollow, and she lay at the bottom of the funnel. Spider Queen Rose's jaw trembled and couldn't speak. The face was dumbstruck. The poison coat on the chest was broken. The abundance of the chest was exposed, and there was a deep gully between them, and a crack appeared on the silver skin. Her strong defense against divine ability can't resist the power of bull demon vibration. If you are directly bombarded by this punch, the consequences are unimaginable. Gods and Demons 9 transformations didn't look particularly powerful at the beginning. When Li Qingshan became a bull demon, it was just a Jianghu expert, but every time it grew, it became more and more amazing. In the absence of the full power of the bull demon 5th layer, it is able to wrestle with the Corpse King, which is extremely fierce. In terms of strength, he is almost close to the peak of world bull demon vibration. Although it is still not possible to smash the void in 9 provinces world, its power is not affordable. He has become stronger again. He doesn't know how many times better than the past. It's impossible. Is he really monster? Spider Queen Rose is full of incredible eyes and can't accept this reality. She had been in confrontation with North Moon several times. Although she ended in failure, she also had a fierce battle. There was no chance of winning. Now she can't even punch him. Tolerate. This is how she accepts. And he is still a monster general, whether it can be accepted or not. She immediately made the most correct choice and fled. Tiger Demon slammed, Phoenix danced, the wind screamed, and flashed away. In front of Spider Queen Rose, Li Qingshan pressed her hands to her side, almost touching her nose, smirking. You are not saying, take care of me? After Grave Hills World War I, Tiger Demon transformation failed to break through the 5th layer, but it also had a deeper understanding, manipulating the wind and the wings, more and more free. You can't think about it. Spider Queen Rose open mouth spit out a line of spider silk, like a white light, directing Li Qingshan's eyebrows, while squeezing backwards into the rock, trying to quit the range covered by his arms. Shock. Li Qingshan gave a low drink, clasped her shoulders, vibration force, and released wildly. Centered on him, a round of black shock waves, intertwined with a piece of lightning like black crack in the air. The spider silk was smashed in the air, and the Spider Queen Rose was struck by lightning. The body trembled fiercely in the air. The poisonous clothes on the body were torn and turned into pieces. The butterfly usually flew in the air and broke into powder to reveal the silver body. After a while, Monster Chi was also shaken, unable to maintain the innate divine ability. The silver faded, showing the body of white and delicate, the abundance of the chest, and under the aftermath of the vibration, if the frozen tremble, 2 points scarlet flying. Spider Queen Rose is full of surprise. Li Qingshan said, if you are not willing to take care of me, let me take care of you. When the verdant provincial governor arrived, the patriarchs returned to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, which was not what they could participate in. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, every patriarch is worried. If the Hungry Ghost path really comes, they will only have to escape, and they don't know where to escape. Liu Qingqing swept his eyes and asked, Chengzhen, Qingshan? In the corner, Ruxin's eyes drooped and his heart moved. Hua Chengzhen was thinking, and he was stunned. He seems to have returned to Immortal Cave. Now that he knows the identity of Li Qingshan, he doesn't know what to do. Seriously speaking, it has been exposed, but the North Moon has not been targeted at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Instead, it has been treated with preferential treatment. He has saved him several times and saved his life. These kind of feelings cannot be overstated even if they are reported by their lives. How can they betray him? Ruxin is scornful and has some doubts. On this occasion, he has no reason not to participate, and so on. He will not go inside too. Liu Chengqing sighed. He is very happy, probably with a lot of motivation. After all, nothing is more important than its own cultivation base. Foundation establishment is really just foundation establishment. The person present, including him, was not stimulated. In such a battle, the life of a foundation establishment cultivator is like a dusty. Hearing this, Hua Chengzhen has settled down. The battle between human race and monster race is not something he can participate in. He is involved in a small foundation establishment cultivator, and he will only take part in his life or concentrate on cultivation. Improve your cultivation base. However, if it is Kaiang Zishi knows, I don't know what will happen. This is a few days, in the pain. The sun and the moon are constantly alternating. Everyone felt that this time was a lot of fierceness, but they did not dare to leave. They were afraid that they could not get the news in the first place and were devastated. Fellow Taoist, there is a result. Hungry Ghost Gateway, sealed. The shackles left by Mohist School Patriarch have been monitoring the situation and finally opened. Everyone looked relaxed and almost couldn't help but cheer. But they saw Mohist School Patriarch's face changed and he stunned. I saw Commander Gu and Concubine Yu, there is a cat monster, other cultivators, all killed. Kaka. There was a crack in the cup of Han Nanjun's hand, and although the expression was still as strong as iron, the lips were slightly shaking. The room was awkward, but a group of golden core cultivators, how many famous impressive generations, all of them died. Hua Chengzhen listened to Gu Yanying, still alive, with a little peace of mind, and asked, there is nothing else. People appear. My cockroaches can only monitor outside and don't see other people appear. Hua Chengzhen bowed his head and said, is he dead or escape? RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 562. The end of the 23rd chapter. A pair of scarlet eyes illuminate in the dark, turn a bit, and bring the surrounding scene to the bottom of the eye. The small lake with a sulphurous smell. The boiled, he is leaning against a hot stone on the lakeside. The tension accumulated in the battle is completely relaxed, and another kind of comfort. In the end, he only looked at the plump and smooth-skinned body in his arms. Not long ago, the madness was vivid, and he smiled. Under the pressure of his absolute strength, all her struggles were weak. And finally she gave up. Instead, they should be combined. There is a big meaning if you can't resist. Stroke over her back and stroke through the graceful curvature until the full, rounded buttocks. Spider Queen Rose also opened his eyes. There was no hate in the eyes. There was a moving lazy intention, and he fell in his arms with unprecedented obedience. The strength of each other has been completely opened. Li Qingshan has fully demonstrated his power and proved that as a spouse's qualification, everything in the past is not a hate. It can only be regarded as a singer. The weak to go to the hatred of the strong, not only meaningless, there is no half benefit to survival. For Demon, being bullied by the weak is worth resentment, and obedience to the strong is not a shameful thing. Li Qingshan pushes the petite body in the arms that can make any man fascinated, and goes down the underground river alone. Suddenly turned his head, you, and your territory, belong to me. Yes. Spider Queen Rose is very refreshing. With his strength, it is natural to have these, and even there are deficiencies. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. And Demon World is a simple and direct place that is his favorite place. Nothing is right or wrong, there is no moral law, natural choices, and the survival of the fittest. Looking straight into his figure disappeared, Spider Queen Rose gave a long sigh. If you see him at first sight, kill him. On Mooncourt Lake, the rainstorm is like a note, the wind is whistling, and the turbid waves are empty. Through the undulating surface of the lake, it has been fading downwards, revealing the blue brilliance. At the bottom of Mooncourt Lake, a translucent ball of light made up of countless regular hexagons. A handsome, unskilled, majestic man with arms around his knees and curled up in the ball of light. He closed his eyes, and the jaw bite, revealing 4 fangs. And the scarlet hair that was over the waist fluttered in the water like a burning flame. The brilliance of the ball of light is as bright as a beating heart when it shines. The big waves on the lake are even more fierce when it is bleak. The big waves subside. A phantom of a spirit turtle appears to be trying to suppress something. In the long red hair that fluttered, there was a black touch, and a trace of silk spread. His description also changed. It was not so beautiful, just like a stone statue. Boom! A loud bang at the bottom of the water, a pool of water more than 10 feet high, countless heavy rains against the sky. However, the spirit turtle dark armor pieces are scattered. The raging waves calmed down like a huge mirror. The rainstorm gradually became smaller and sparse. The raindrops fell into the mirror, picking up around of rims and overlapping each other. Li Qingshan puts out a long breath, open his limbs and float quietly on the lake. His face is still beautiful, his hair is still red, and he still failed. Raise your right hand, from left to right, with a gentle wave. The clouds are raining and the moon is shining, and the stars are full of stars. It's so beautiful. He sighed, and he was forgotten in his heart. He stood up and saw the lights on the lakeside. He listened to the voices in the lights. It was a mortal life, and he had a kind of peace and happiness. He quickly realized that this was just an illusion. The life of a mortal was full of pain. From a cowboy to today, how can he forget what to do with nostalgia? It is stupid self-deception. Even if this happiness is true, he will never be nostalgic. His pursuit has never been the so-called happiness. Looking up at the depths of the stars, Ha laughs. Since there is no intention to look back, then move on. Li Qingshan jumped into a red light, flew across the sky, overlooking it. A clear understanding between heaven and earth. Moon-caught lake soup, distant clear river water, unceasing torrent, extending far away. Ruai Marquis was killed. A group of golden core cultivators were killed, and now Ruai County has no leader, who can still hinder me. I will continue to refining the water to enhance the power of water god seal, not to refining the world, cannot help me break through spirit turtle 5th layer. Master, have you found her? Is Little White in the Chinese car that flew to profound yin sect? Half Moon nestled in the arms of Concubine Yu, looked up and curiously asked. Concubine Yu looks cold and looks like a stern look that Half Moon has never seen before. Stop. Scared of the Half Moon. The hair was cocked and the hair was erected. Concubine Yu's look turned soft and gentle, caressing Half Moon. You must not mention this to anyone, otherwise I. When the words stopped, Half Moon felt a chill. Since leaving Grave Hill, the owner seems to have changed. The resentment has disappeared, and there is a sense of majesty. When you touch yourself, the movements are still soft, but there is less warmth, and your eyes no longer fall on your own body, but gaze at the endless darkness, burning wildfire in the middle. Perhaps this is what she is. Perhaps this is a demon, our cultivator, the temperament that should be. A man suddenly appeared in the Chinese car, ignoring the heavy formations on the surrounding guards and Chinese cars. He dissipated his head and covered most of his face. His skin was pale and his eyes were stunned. He wore a black robes and his cuffs were smashed, but he was like a black fire. There was an indescribable power. Sect Master. Concubine Yu got up and showed respect. You are finally back. It seems that you have a lot of gains in this trip. Profound Yin Sect Master. Concubine Yu tells what happened on the Hungry Ghost Gateway, but it is quite different from what Gu Yanning said. Frankly, the fact that Ruai Marquis and the others were killed, but still did not reveal the identity of Little N. Very good. Profound Yin Sect Master reveals a gloomy smile. These little scorpions, really cultivation is a good place for unrestrained longevity. Can their souls be taken? Yes. First torture, ask for something useful, and then send it to the Myriad Ghost Banner. If you can get through heavenly tribulation, the location of this sect master will not be yours in the future. This Myriad Ghost Banner will be delivered to you sooner or later, in the hands of the chaos. This cultivation Taoist magic has been distorted by Diexia dynasty for so long, and it is time to show its true colors. Profound Insect Master reveals white teeth and laughs silently. Half Moon shuddered and shrank into Concubine U's arms. Concubine U feels touched by Half Moon, and said, "Master, the position of this sect master, even if you refuse to give it to me, I don't agree. You don't know what my child is, what it is now. Although lost the identity of the person, it is nothing compared to the strength gained. Wea, you are my flesh. Even if it becomes a skeleton, it belongs, and I will come back to me. We join hands. This verdant province is our bag. For the endless hungry ghost path, the death of a corpse king can only be regarded as a small wave, and it looks like a lot of waves, and will soon settle down. But the appearance of the white flame stirred up a round of shackles and continued to spread to the distance. I don't know how long it took. A black smoke crossed the gloomy sky and flew far away. A mountain range of hundreds of miles, like a behemoth, crouched on the horizon. When I came to the front, I saw that it was not a mountain range, but it was really a behemoth. To be more precise, it was the bone of a behemoth. I could not imagine how powerful the horror was. A large and small spur thorn is pointing at the sky, like a lonely mountain. Especially on the skull of the beast, the inner-horned one is even more unattainable. Each figure stands at the top of the lonely peak and describes the size, but the breath is equally powerful, stronger than Corpse King, and is negotiating. What happened? So urgently summon us to come. Some puzzled. What? The legendary sacred white flame has appeared. Some were suspicious. That's just a legend. The color of the flame is originally various. In the great thousand-fold world, the strength can't be too strong. How can it destroy the hungry ghost path, a corpse king? It's dead, and died. Call us to come like this little thing? There is still disdain. Cough cough. Let's stop. So noisy. Want me to eat you all? A sly figure, walking on the giant horn with a cane. He was wrapped around a white cloth strip, carrying a few big flags behind him, with evil beasts on it. His previous sentence was as low as the old man, but the latter sentence was like a beast under his feet, roaring, and heaven and earth trembled. All the ghouls calmed down and hurriedly saluted him. He raised his cane and ordered, "Open the hungry ghost gateway as soon as possible and enter the world." The voice is low again. Cough cough. Only young and weak guys will ignore the legend. The ghouls did not dare to neglect and made suggestions. Great Thousandfold World has its own rules of Great Thousandfold World. If we forcibly enter, it will be suppressed by the world, but it is extremely unfavorable. Even if the hungry ghost gateway is open, we can't get in. But in that world, there seems to be a sect called Profound Yin Sect, which is closely related to Hungry Ghost Path and can make a deal with them. If you use the ghouls from that world, you will receive less suppression. He said, looking for the ghoul from that world. It doesn't matter if you are weak, I can feed it slowly. Go to the Profound Yin Sect, give them what they need, and even support them and let them becoming the master of that world. The condition is that the owner of the flame must be killed. The crutches went down and the sound was loud. If this doesn't work, let Hungry Ghost Path swallow that world. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 563. Tale Testimonials. Good. Mist Province Yunming is the longest volume of the Legend of the Great Saint. It has written 200 chapters. Li Qingshan starts with an egg and ends with an egg. After a reincarnation, it is a long one, a long dream, all kinds of hardships. It is true for me, but I have to admit that I am not as strong as he is. There is no elder brother Bull, no little one, not even above the 9 heavens. Occasionally I feel lonely, occasionally lose my way, where to fall and where to climb. This is certainly true, but sometimes I want to lie down and think about it. Only life is the least worth thinking, because you never want to understand. You can only let reality change everything. Only life is the most worthwhile to think. Even if you don't get the answer, even if you make a mistake, it is a proof in itself. But in any case, the road still has to go on. Even dreaming is a dream, and it is not too demanding for life. Closer to home, for this volume, I am still quite satisfied with the whole, starting from the turn. The clues interspersed have a fairly complete surname, although still far from perfect, but after more than 2 million words of tempering, the level of writing is still great improvement, laid a good hardware foundation for the next creation, basically no more like the situation of Calvin. However, this person is always losing in emotions, tired, irritated, depressed. Although I have been dealing with these problems since I was a child, now I am already familiar with the road, but it is really adolescents do not know the taste. In short, we must make adjustments, eat more meat, and read more books. This 9 Heavens Road has not finished yet. The following will be the top priority of the entire 9 Provinces chapter. The world is chaos. The new love and old love is difficult to clear. The new hatred is hateful. Li Qingshan will face it. The name of the next volume is called Just a Monster King. In the end, I actually started to work hard this month. Every day is 2 chapters, with an average of no less than 5,500 words. At that time, I thought that I was going crazy this month. As a result, those days were singular-digit monthly votes. Deeply hit. Although I didn't ask for a ticket. The more you don't vote for me, the more you don't want it. Well, if you are a real person, you can't be too proud. You can vote for a few votes. I will show you my true strength. Okay, good. Annoying. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 564 Chapter 1 Refining Dragon Snake Lake Ruai County, the Great General House, the paper money is swaying, the White Say Tabernacle, and the volume is 10 miles. Above the morning hall, there is an empty space. Under the Han family, wearing a filial piety, fell to the ground, under the linen, but a hard armor. Sandalwood quietly burned. No crying, only the sound of autumn rain outside the door, continuous. Outside the hall of the morning hall, the armored man, holding the soldiers, is in a lineup. The rain fell on the cold armor, and everyone had sorrowful say on his face. The funeral of Ruai Marquis was also held at the same time, and the entire Ruai County town was covered in a cloud. Commander Gu is coming. The messenger confessed that the sergeant traced the squadron together, and the sound of the armor crashed like a thunder. Gu Yanning walked through it, entered the morning hall, sang the ritual, did not make much words, turned around, and looked away from the Han family disciple of the first chapter Refining Dragon Snake Lake. Only Han Qiangzi was among them. The eyes swept past and went out to fly straight through the clouds, like a feather, gently drifting down, lying between a white cloud. Pillow your arms, close your eyes, and leisurely lift your legs, slightly small. Lying for a while, the eyebrows stunned, and changed to the side, and turned over again, and squatted on the cloud, twisting and turning the opposite side, and returning to the lying state, slowly screaming, there is floating if it is dead, its sleep is not a dream, its feelings of worry and sorrow, the evil of Germany is also, the angry and the angry. The Tao has also passed, the likes and the evils, the loss of Germany also. The voice is getting lower and it is a dream. Han Qiangzi is a filial piety, with red eyes and tears. She remembers her uncle's voice and smile. She cares about her all kinds of love and care, and her heart slams into a brick, but she does not dare to cry. This is the rule of Han family. We must not shed tears. The children who can't do this are expelled and are not worthy of worshipping in this hall. Han Anjun stood up and said, all the tears are closed, and the elder brother is immortal. He has gone to the home of all military school disciple, and continues the campaign in Azura Path. What is it to cry? Put out a long breath, turned around, and went ascent, but my heart was worried. The first chapter of Refining Dragon Snake Lake, he was killed in the campaign with Hungry Ghost Path. If you sink Hungry Ghost Path in the middle, it is terrible. Han Qiangzi said in his heart, Qingshan, where are you? Have you received my letter? I want to see you. Moon Demon is here. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there was a panic. Hua Chengzhen is retreating, hearing the news and rushing out. I saw Dragon Snake Lake, a huge wave, a huge figure, taking a heavy footsteps. smashing Dragon Snake Lake, smashing the fog, walking towards 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. A pair of curved corners is like a pair of hooks, a pair of scarlet eyes flashing like a charcoal fire. Just standing there, there is a heavy pressure. He is still alive. Liu Chenqing's nerves have not yet eased from the loss of beloved disciples' grief, standing on the high rises of the island of Zhengming, lamenting to the sky. Why is my Clear River Prefecture so troubled? Other cultivators are also facing the earth, just looking forward to this Dragon Snake Great Formation, able to withstand the footsteps of Moon Demon. In illusory Cloud Island, Liu Kunfing screamed, "Everyone comes with me." The novel school disciple, large and small, quickly gathered around him and followed him. The disciples asked, "Master, are we going to fight with Moon Demon?" "It's time for our novel school to show strength." A young boy waved his fist. Liu Kunfing silently came to a dense bamboo forest with a discipline, and saw his generous and tragic say, and ordered, "Everyone is lying down." A group of disciplines are inexplicable, but they still lie down in accordance with the order. Liu Kunfing also lay down and started to spur the great amplifying divine symbol. Gradually, his figure disappeared and was wrapped in a huge deadwood, while the other novel school disciple also became large and small deadwood, lying in the bamboo forest. Liu Kunfing used the divine sense command. Everyone tries to converge. Don't be discovered by Moon Demon. A mount, Master, aren't we going to fight with Moon Demon? You can go. I am not stopping you. Quiet for a while. But the Master, here is the bamboo forest. How can there be trees fall here? Shut up. For the teacher's own tricks. Do you want me to transform such a thick bamboo? Although there is no need to worry about Ruai Marquis's punishment. Even Ruai Marquis is dead. Who can resist this Moon Demon? Liu Chenqing disregards his identity to Hua Chengzhen. Chengzhen, go and ask Gudarant to come and marry. Magic. Make up your mind, not to be scared all day, to do this precision governor. Instead, like Li Qingshan, find a remote immortal cave retreat cultivation. Yes, adults. Hua Chengzhen Gods say complex. I am afraid she has long seen the identity of Li Qingshan, so he will pay special attention to him. How can he come to Demon Slayer? However, he came to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and should not be trying to kill him. He only felt that Dragon Snake was on Monster Chi and suddenly understood, yes, he is for refining Dragon Snake Lake. On Benevolence Island, Ruxin held his arm and revealed the release of Say. This guy, it really is not so easy to die. Moon Demon, you are not saying that you want to live in peace with us. Why do you believe in it? 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is the foundation of Diexia dynasty. What is the attack here? Liu Chenqing plays an eloquent role, while questioning aloud, threatening the threat, and only seeking to make Moon Demon have concerns. Li Qingshan disdain, the original White Lotus Holy Mother, is not almost a spoonful of you. In the thick fog, a huge shadow, wandering, a strange fish a spite up, full of teeth, strangely. But there is no Monster Chi. This thick fog around the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is not only a fog that mortals enter, but also a powerful fog beast, even if the Foundation Establishment cultivator suffers. Li Qingshan in retrospect, when he first entered the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, he saw this shadow. At that time, it seemed that this strange fish was so huge and full of horror. He grabbed the strange fish at once, like grabbing a puppy, letting the strange fish struggle to break free, and then squeeze it hard. The monsters were scattered into a thick fog, and they re-agglomerated and turned into a long snake. Li Qingshan was shocked by the tiger's body, releasing a force of vibration. The surrounding Dragon Snake Lake seemed to be shredded, and the madness surged. The long snakes are broken and can no longer be condensed. Even the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the fog that has not been scattered all the year round, has gradually spread. Before he came to the Dragon Snake Great Formation, he used a metal-sounding voice, Open the formation. I will refine Dragon Snake Lake and leave. This is impossible unless you. Liu Chenking hasn't finished talking yet. Li Qingshan banged, boom, in the sky, centered on Li Qingshan's fist. The halo rounds around the wheel. The spiritual eyes on each island spurt the aura, supporting the Dragon Snake Great Formation, resisting the terrible power of Li Qingshan, constantly twisting. This is impossible. Liu Chenking's eyes wide and full of fear. After the White Lotus cult invasion, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy reinforced the Dragon Snake Great Formation. How could it be tempered by such brute force? Shock. There was a crack in the Dragon Snake Great Formation, and Liu Chenking couldn't speak at all. He wanted to let Dragon Demon break the Dragon Snake Great Formation and refused his end. Spitting. Wait, stop, I can open the formation. As long as you promise, don't hurt me. 100 disciplines. Bang 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 exclamation mark. Li Qingshan didn't listen to him at all. After a few shots, the cracks continued to expand and the entire Dragon Snake Great Formation collapsed. Hey, you can't break the void. You can't break your little form. Li Qingshan strode to Zhengmeng Island and glanced at Illusory Cloud Island. His eyes were so sharp that he could see the strangeness of the dead wood at a glance. There was a feeling of crying and laughing. This is really a genius. Resist the impulse of a punch, turn around, bend over and put his face on the tall building, and ask Liu Chenking, what else do you say? Liu Chenking shook his head. Li Qingshan left after the Dragon Snake Lake refining, and the 100 treasure pouch of the Golden Core Cultivator was not yet available. The 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there is nothing to make him feel. However, it is still not enough. To suppress Bull Demon, you need more and more water region. Li Qingshan turned his attention to the end of the clear river water. Go back, North Moon. Here has crossed Rose's territory. On the Great Lake where the clear river water is flowing, Li Qingshan is constantly consuming the refining water veins. A bald-headed man jumps out of the Great Lake. He is strong and tall. It is like a bodybuilder. Monster Chi is a big hit, and is comparable to the Spider Queen Rouse. It is also a monster martial. Li Qingshan didn't expect that it wasn't human race but monster, and it was a powerful monster martial that prevented him from refining the water. Under the territory of Ruai County, there is more than a Spider Queen Rouse, a monster martial. Otherwise, there are so many Golden Core cultivators in Ruai County that the Spider Queen Rose has been encircled. The power of monster race is slightly inferior to human race. There is also a limited difference. The territory of the Spider Queen Rose is roughly 3,000 miles below Clear River Prefecture. The subterranean world territory is not particularly large, but the depth is extremely wide, equivalent to 10 Clear River Prefecture. In other regions, there are naturally other monster marshals, and there are also more than 10. In fact, Spider Queen Rose, because of the identity of insect race Monster General, is far superior to the General Monster Marshal Fierce, and the 3 innate divine ability are integrated and attacked. There is no flaw, and her fighting ability is pushed to pinnacle. The territory is relatively large. Do you recognize me? Li Qingshan said strangely. Rose's strongest monster general, I have heard of it, but the strong monster general is just a monster general. Now it's gonna get back, but I have to give you a lesson and let you know what you are. Identity. That monster marshal clasped his hands, licking it, and his muscles became more and more knotted, revealing vicious say! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 565 Chapter 2 Above the Great Lake Chapter 2 Above the Great Lake Drizzle. Li Qingshan looks at this swamp, bigger than Moon Court Lake, a piece of water in the water. Although the overall is shallower, but the victory is in a large area. If you can refining it, the gains, perhaps more than Clear River water, may accumulate enough to suppress the power of Bull Demon. This Great Lake is your territory? Li Qingshan took his eyes back and landed on the powerful monster general. He didn't believe that under the oath of all kings, any monster marshal dared to be on the ground, adjacent to the Dragon Province. Ruai County is the core area of the Diexia dynasty rule, not the remote areas of Mist Province. Get out! The stalwart monster marshal screamed and did not explain at all. A monster general in the district dared to question him. At the same time, the mouth is enlarged to an incredible degree, and a translucent bubble is spit out. In the rapid flight, it is pulled into an ellipse and flies to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised her hand, the 5 fingers opened, clasped the bubble, and felt a huge impact from the palm. It was a bit of a dull pain. It's a bit of a monster marshal. This is impossible. Monster Marshal's eyes slammed out. This bubble is one of the innate divine ability. It is extremely powerful, and Monster Marshal is afraid to harden it. It is a hand of this North Moon. Just blocked. Let Li Qingshan be surprised. You don't want to be as exaggerated as cartoon characters. That Monster Marshal didn't know what he was talking about. The bubble whizzed but couldn't go any further. He suddenly smiled awkwardly, and the bubbles were fiercely distorted. Li Qingshan felt that one of the bursting energy was about to erupt. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle to suppress it and threw it behind him. Boom! A loud bang. The swamp was blown out of a tanking, the wind swelled like a typhoon, and the muddy water flew like a bullet. A large tree was worn by a riddled hole, and it was rolled up by the wind and flew to the sky, passing by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a clap and continued the topic. This piece of territory, since it is not yours, it is my embarrassment, trouble you to roll it off. I changed my mind. You left me here. Let Rose cut a piece of land to redeem it. The Monster Marshal was so angry that he slammed his legs and slammed into Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is still ordinary. Raising one hand, Monster Marshal opened his mouth and squirted, and the bubbles flew away, but followed different trajectories and fluttered in the air. Li Qingshan is a bubble that is surrounded by the front and rear. Booming and banging, the bubbles exploded at the same time. Monster Marshal smirked and rushed into the center of the explosion, but the figure still maintained the original posture. The arm was forward, the scarlet hair was flying, and there were some scars on the body. But that's nothing to Monster, who is a fierce. After breaking through the Bull Demon 5th layer, in addition to the innate divine ability, this leather is indeed more than the past fierce. The first time I crossed the Spirit Turtle dark armor, becoming his strongest defense. That Monster Marshal's eyes suddenly bulged and felt that the battle was very bad. He wanted to stop his body shape, and the red shadow flashed in front of him. He came to the front and was close at hand. One hand held his big bald head, and an irresistible horrible force was uploaded from his head. I said you don't want to be like in a comic book. Let me laugh when I fight. What will happen to the atmosphere? Li Qingshan roared, clasping the big bald head of this Monster Marshal and choosing 3 turns in the air to the ground. With a bang, Monster Marshal was deeply immersed in the swamp. The swamp suddenly bulged, and under the swamp, there seemed to be something that swelled and turned into a hill-like size. A pair of pun-sized eyes bulged, propped up the muddy water, opened a crack-like giant mouth, and made a thunderous loud noise. Hey! Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that I was wrong with you. In the scattered silk rain, a small village is quietly lying in the foothills. The chaotic horseshoes are smashing and quiet, and a group of mountain bandit comes to the valley. The only-eyed knight pulls out the waist knife and points to the patch. Brothers, do you want to do this? Yes, want. The mountain bandits screamed in unison. Take money, grab food, grab women. Who dares to stop us? Kill all. The mountain bandit head shouted and the horseshoes rose high. All killing. All killing. At this moment, there was a glimpse of the ropes in the grass. The mountain bandit headed his ears and shouted, who is there? Waving is a flying shovel, and it is also the expert of Jianghu's dart. Glang! The shovel was like what was hit, and it came back. The mountain bandit swarmed up and slashed it down. The grass fell down in pieces, but no one was there. Hey, what is this? It seems to be a letter. A small mountain bandit squatted on the ground, rubbing his eyes, and saw a letter lying on the grass. I don't know what paper to use, water and not wet, with the words Qingshan Prupan. He reached for it, and the letter moved, and it was extremely fast. At this time, the mountain bandit saw that there was something under the letter. There is only a letterhead in the size of the index finger, which looks a bit like a squat, but to this extent, it is terrible. What is this strange thing? The mountain bandit screamed. Maybe baby, grab it. The mountain bandit commanded the leader. Hey! The cockroach turned into a white light and disappeared. The short mountain bandit suddenly stayed, and there was a blood hole in the brow. The spurt was not blood or brain, but a white flame. Hey! The white light traveled through the grass, and the mountain bandit was stunned. In the hoarse-sounding sound of Herod, the mountain bandit leader stretched the reins, and stepped back and forth, waving the knife in his hand, but saw the little sister standing in front of him. The villain offends the immortal. Sin is dying, please pay the sin of the immortal. Mountain bandit the head of a fell from the horse and fell to the ground, repeatedly beheading. The skeleton bone demon, which swelled up and turned into a few feet high, smirked and pinched the mountain bandit to the palm. Instead of refining it with the same addy skeleton fire, it was stuffed into the entrance, and the caca card wiped a bit of chewing and blood splashing. Ah, ah, ah. The screams alarmed the small village in the mountains. Boom! Skeleton bone demon, who was on the big head, was slamming on the floor, as if there was an invisible big hand, and he slammed it on his head. Skeleton bone demon got up. His head turned a few turns, his figure narrowed sharply, he recovered his index finger, picked up the letter and plunged into the grass. Little Un's thumb and middle finger are scornful, and the hand is like a lotus flower. Sitting in the hall of the flawless temple, looking up at the Buddha statue, listening to the sound of Zong Rong, hiding under the sleeves, the string of white rosary on the wrist. One less. Once left too far, Skull Rosary has to pay more attention to manipulation. But with the strength of Skeleton Bone Demon, sending a letter is innocent. After regaining her past memories, her mind became more sensitive, especially for the world. She understood a lot, but also had a lot of distractions and troubles. If you only talk about the word savvy, it is not as good as the original Little Un. Although it is ignorant, but the mind is pure, it is worse than cleverness. She is going to clean up this clever machine in front of the Buddha and firmly destroy the Buddha. She doesn't want to be the original one herself, forget the name of the past, only want to be his Little Un. However, Tao of the Beautiful Bones second layer, what has been worse, it is difficult to break through, only to understand the more advanced Buddhist law. Little Un muttered to himself, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. A huge bullfrog turned over and lay on the swamp, white belly facing the sky, as if it was an island on this boundless water. Li Qingshan lay down on the island, basking in the sun, slowly recovering monster chi. This bullfrog monster martial is weaker than the Spider Queen, but there is a trick, innate divine ability, which can bounce off the external force and deal with it. The grass knows Sasso, and Skeleton Bone Demon jumps out of the grass and flies. Yeah? Li Qingshan took the messy scarlet hair behind him and took the letter from Skeleton Bone Demon. When he saw the font, he recognized it, Qiangzi. I immediately disassembled it and read it carefully, and my expression gradually became heavy. Our letter is not long, but it is written intermittently. It has traces of wetness by tears and reads the last sentence. Qingshan, I really want to see you. Li Qingshan lingered for a while, and my heart was apologetic. Underestimated the Uncle Han's position in the heart of Han Qiangzi. His parents died prematurely, grew up in loneliness, and never experienced the so-called family relationship from his brother. It is too light to see these two words. Standing up, I missed her sad face. Hate cannot immediately rush to Ruai County, rushed to her side. But look at this look, only a long sigh. Now he even a monster she can't suppress it. Think of it, suddenly make up your mind. Your eyes become firm. Skeleton Bone Demon was spinning around the huge bullfrog, and the fire in his eye sockets was very interesting. He was very interested in such a large amount of flesh and blood. He finally couldn't stand it and turned into a few feet tall and bite down. Hey! The bullfrog screamed and jumped several dozen feet high, fleeing in the distance. Skeleton Bone Demon is about to chase after victory. Li Qingshan grabs its cervical spine and puts a reply into his hand. Looking at the sky, I said to myself, I will rush as soon as possible, wait for me. In Profound Yin Sect, Concubine Yu takes out the soul of the scorpion, and turns a deaf ear to Ruai Marquis and the others, waiting for their own. This is probably the misfortune of the cultivator. If the mortal is dead, the soul will return to the reincarnation, but it will be close to longevity. The cultivator seems to have a long life, but unless it is dead, if it is killed in the fight, the soul may not have a chance to reincarnate. The higher their cultivation base, the higher the cultivation base that kills their cultivator, and the soul is almost incapable of escaping the battle. It is the so-called sorrow and destruction. Concubine Yu was surprised and found that one less, touched his eyebrows, and remembered the last shot. Let his soul escape. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 566. Chapter 3 is not allowed to walk, because when Concubine Yu was thinking about Little, he didn't notice this. Hanango's last effort, though not able to beat Concubine Yu, allowed the soul to escape from birth and avoid the sinking of Myriad Ghost Banner. If his soul stays in 9 provinces world, it's a hassle. But in that banned realm, his soul can only go to 6 paths of samsara. He is inhaled into Hungry Ghost Path, still being judged by Infernal Path. No, with his mental qualification, most of them are included in Azura Path. Military School. Although there is a way to communicate with Azura Path is boundless. It is impossible to find a new Shura, and it is not enough. She settled down and began to torture the souls of Ruai Marquis and the others and get their cultivation technique. Although it was useless to her, she could contribute to Profound Yin Sect in exchange for resources. This is also an indispensable accumulation for a sect. The skylight penetrates the pane and penetrates into the gloomy hall. Han Qiangzi stood by the window and read the reply. It was difficult to hide the disappointment. In the end, there was no exact time, just saying that it would come soon. Qiangzi, I am leaving. Hananjun walked into the hall. The funeral was completed, and today is the day of burial. Han Qiangzi asked a question. Father, is cultivation the most important thing? Hananjun said, otherwise, why are we called cultivator? If there is no power, even my life can't be saved. Just like your uncle. He didn't do anything wrong. Although as a father, I don't like him. To my daughter, as a fellow Taoist, I have to agree with him. Han Qiangzi gently shook his head. Bitterly said, I understand. So the cultivation of the woman is always a minority. The man is really cold. It's not cold, it's just his greatest enthusiasm. It's not in the mood of men and women. His body is covered with first-level fog, even I can't see through it, but his ambition is not small. If you really want to be with him, Tao companion, only try to understand his way. If you can become a fellow, it is the best. If you can't, you don't have to be stubborn. Han Qiangzi hearing this, although there have been countless skin kisses, but if you ask him what the Tao is, it is still a loss. Looking back, I thought about how I saw this layer of fog on him. In the drizzle, the army marched forward and buried Hanango. I buried in the Han family ancestral grave and set up a cloak. Outside the crown is a row of simple houses. All blood relatives have to guard the spirit for 100 days. Han Qiangzi chose a house and walked into it, looking back at the sky. I will wait for you, will understand your way. On the water god seal, the light circulates and adds a great lake, which becomes more and more embarrassing. Water god seal took the power of the water lake, which has been saved for thousands of years, and the unceasing torrent was injected into the spirit turtle monster core. The spirit turtle monster core is like huge whale absorbing water, and it's okay to absorb all of spiritual chi. It still seems to be all over, without any signs of breaking the spirit turtle 5th layer. Li Qingshan put out a long breath. Spirit turtle transformation is the basis for determining his realm level. and is more resource intensive than Bull Demon Tiger Demon. But I did not expect that to break through the Spirit Turtle 5th layer, it would be so difficult. But from another perspective, this is a good thing. The deeper the accumulation, the greater the benefits of the breakthrough. Now his Monster Cheese quality is no worse than Monster Marshall, that is, quantity is still insufficient. If you break through the Spirit Turtle 5th layer, the quality of Monster Chi will be completely above the ordinary Monster Marshall. In the face of those kings, there is also a sigh of speech. Li Qingshan continued on the road, waiting for him. Naturally it was a continuous battle. Monster Marshall's territory was very strong, and no one could solve it by words. But there isn't a Monster Marshall, his opponent. Regardless of how powerful their innate divine ability is, Li Qingshan is self-reliant and hardworking. Time passed, in a blink of an eye. 2 months later. Autumn is coming to winter, and the snow is heavy. An ice-cold river rushes from the horizon, and under the ice, the river flows. A scarlet-haired man, ignoring the cold climate, walking on the ice, seeing where he is, the ice is rumbled. The sleeping river is like a waking dragon, rolling over, and he is standing on the high dragon head. Li Qingshan glanced at the heavens blizzard, sighed with anger and looked forward. This big river, which is no less than the clear river, finally came to an end and was about to be completely refining. Together with this, he refined 4 large rivers, 8 large lakes, and the rivers and lakes here are all big rivers and lakes that reach the level of Clear River and Moon Court Lake. The other waters are numerous. Far from Clear River Prefecture, he traveled all over Uai County with the Winding River. The Spirit Turtle Monster Core is finally full, and the Spirit Turtle 4th layer is finally about to be pushed to peak. Now the quality of his Monster Chi has been reached, and even beyond Monster Marshall. However, there are new hidden dangers. With the introduction of Spirit Turtle, the pressure on Phoenix is gradually increasing. The Phoenix wings will be stagnate. Once you really break through the Spirit Turtle 5th layer, you will barely maintain the balance. Will be broken. At that time, I am afraid that Spirit Turtle will completely suppress Phoenix and exclude this heresy. It will become more and more difficult for cultivation. Phoenix Nirvana scripture. I saw a little tiredness on his face. Although Water God Seal can restore Monster Chi, Earth Divine Power can restore strength. But the battle continues, refining the water, and fighting again. In order to rush to meet with Han Qiangzi, there is no slack in spirit. Li Qingshan frowned and thought for a while, decided to move on, first refining this big river, and then he would have to refining this big river, but suddenly failed. Li Qingshan looked back at the direction of the big river. There is some damage in the upper reaches. Strange, I have already defeated Monster Marshall in this territory. Who will stop me? Is it that the human race party finally reacted and sent people? He waved Phoenix wings and flew high, and soon came to the upper reaches of the river, his expression surprised. It's you. Destroying his refining water veins. It was the first bullfrog Monster Marshall who was defeated by him. He opened his mouth wide and looked at him with a mocking look. Hello, Bold, here is not your territory, how can you come here? Come out. Li Qingshan's heart moved, and Spirit Turtle felt a little dangerous. With the arrogant attitude of the bullfrog Monster Marshall, he immediately understood and sipped. The air haze is reversed, and Monster Marshall appears one by one. Li Qingshan is also very familiar with this. It was a Monster Marshall's innate divine ability who was defeated by him a month ago. It took a lot of effort to deal with him. Looking at the Monster Marshall that appeared, there are quite a few familiar faces. Li Qingshan's eyes swept through, and there were a total of 13 Monster Marshalls, both of whom were defeated by him and those that had never been seen before. Most of them were in Monster Marshall in the Ruai County range. Looking at Li Qingshan, a powerful Monster Chi skyrocketed, and the visitors were not good. Bullfrog Monster Marshall's screams, how, North Moon? Scared. Give your Water God Seal out and give us all the money to sin, and spare your life. Do you dare to kill me? Li Qingshan frowned. Monster Marshall are all based on one side, and rarely join hands like this. And there are a few Monster Marshall, he has never seen it before, and there is no contradiction between them. But he also came to besiege him. You commit the following, infringe on our territory, we kill you, and Dragon King will not blame. Bullfrog Monster Marshal wickedly said, the law does not blame. Inx's Dragon King cannot punish them for a North Moon to die. You have been defeated by me, have spared your life, and have a face to besiege. The Battle of the Monster Territory has its own set of rules, and it is defeated if it is defeated. Therefore, Li Qingshan has not let Little An help fight, just to avoid being defeated by the defeated Monster Marshal, entangled, like them. But it is a bit of a bad rule. And besides Water Element Monster Marshal, the rivers and lakes on the ground are not so important at all, even their territories, and they are not going to make a big move. There are so many strange things in it. No more nonsense. Bullfrog Monster Marshal screamed into a true form, and the hills generally crouched on the ground, opened their mouths and spit out a huge bubble. Come on. Li Qingshan's tiredness in his eyes swept away and shot the blazing light. In an instant, more than 10 kinds of divine ability came in, filled with eyes. There were direct attacks, and there were distressing enemies, which were dizzying, let alone dodge. The light illuminates the sky, chief low violent sweeping. Even if it is Monster Marshal, it is only a dead end. Li Qingshan opened his arms and slammed the empty air with him as the center. The black vibration wave was released, and the black crack spread like a spider, breaking the numerous divine ability. Phoenix Wings is open, the wind is burning and dancing, and it's a glimpse of the fire. Don't let him escape. There is Monster Marshal. Escape? Hey! Li Qingshan flapped his wings and instantly approached one of his recent Monster Marshals, giving him a long-lost Tiger Demon Heart scoop. The Monster Marshal turned into a humanoid appearance. It was a solid black man with 2 sharp teeth protruding from his mouth. He went to Li Qingshan and was a wild boar. He didn't take Li Qingshan in his eyes, and one of his innate divine ability was the thick skin of his body. If it's a defense, it's even better than the Spider Queen Rose. The bull horn on the head of Li Qingshan stretched and held the fangs. On his long white hand, he was wrapped in a black crack, running through the skin of the wild boar, pulling out a bloody heart, stuffing it directly into the mouth, chewing a few times, swallowing it. The pig's heart with a strong bloody smell is more stimulating his killing intent. Both hands grab the wild boar fangs, caca slams, and then inserts the wild boar's neck back. A hostility says, sorry. The last time I started it was too light, so that everyone is lucky. Today, no one is allowed to leave. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 567 Chapter 4 Ink Feather Reproduction Chapter 4 Ink Feather Reproduction Monster Marshal, who once fought with Li Qingshan, showed incredible say. He has become stronger and far stronger than when fighting with them. In the past 2 months, Li Qingshan has continued to refining the water veins. While pushing the spirit turtle 4th layer to the pinnacle, it has gradually brought out the true power of the bull demon 5th layer. Bit by bit, every step forward will become stronger. Wild Boar Jing screams, you dare to kill me? Dragon King will not spare you. Do not worry, I will not kill you. Li Qingshan slipped his hands and grabbed his wrist, stepping on his chest and pulling hard. In the sound of the cracks, the 2 thick arms of the Wild Boar Jing were pulled down and the blood was flowing. The Wild Boar Jing screamed and fell. Li Qingshan fluttered, grabbed his 2 legs and bent, stepping between his legs, and pulling hard, pulling his legs off. The Wild Boar Jing's limbs are broken. Li Qingshan still let go, change the fist to the claws, break into his lower abdomen, pull out a group of bloody internal organs, and finally step on the top of his head. The brain is splitting and flying. Start. The power of vibration followed, and the Wild Boar Jing screamed like a firecracker. At this point, the Wild Boar Jing bones are broken, the limbs are broken, the internal organs are hollowed out, and only the rest is still there. With the strong vitality of Monster Marshal, it is not dead. Go back and give me more than 100 years. Even Monster Marshal, unless it is a healing recovery innate divine ability, It is not easy to recover such a serious injury. Li Qingshan faintly guessed who was giving himself the next set. If he kills any of Monster Marshal here, there will be a crime of killing the same family, and it will be impossible to distinguish clearly. At that time, Ink Sea's Dragon King doesn't have to be shot. Just expel him. I'm afraid Hidden Sword Palace Lord or Verdant Provincial Governor don't mind spending some time killing a threatening monstrous talent. Li Qingshan certainly won't be here. I won't kill you, but I can kill you and use them to use the most cruel means to let you know the end of the game with me. This kind of tragic scene, Monster Marshal have played a retreat, but remembered that person's orders, did not dare to escape. Everyone goes together, his monster chi can't support it for a long time. Violent roar, snoring, such as a burst of thunder, tremors thousands of miles away. Guangwu excited she, the wind swept, blood fluttering. Li Qingshan's monster chi is really limited. It is not in his water region. Water God Seal can't work. After defeating 6 monster marshals in succession, Monster Chi is almost exhausted. However, under Earth Divine Power, his power is not exhausted, the true form has changed, and only one cow has resisted the attack and fought with the most primitive power. Any monster marshal, as long as it falls in his hands, don't want to escape. It is a quarter of the end. The blood fell like a pouring rain, died the glaciers. Li Qingshan was bathed in blood, scarlet hair fluttered, fighting wildly, and the glaciers broke under his feet. During the day, I heard the raging laughter of the tiger rushing into the sky, and suddenly realized that it was my own laughter, so the laughter was even more fierce. Ha 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 ha. Say what? The same family, not fighting, whether he is monster race or human race. I am a family, not with anyone. The enemy in front of me are all. Use these hands to tear all the roadblockers. Monster Marshal's liver and gallbladder are cracked. As long as they can still move, they can no longer rely on anyone's orders. The bullfrog Monster Marshal is turned into a true form with a slap in the legs and 100 miles away. An iron hoof descended from the sky, and he stepped down from the air and stepped on the ground. The bullfrog Monster Marshal struggled, twisting his head and spitting out a bubble. Booming and blasting, flying over the hills and blasting at Anking. Li Qingshan held his head in one hand and pressed it into the dirt. The iron hoof was bit by bit and stepped into the skin. Kaka, the spine of the bullfrog Monster Marshal was smashed and smashed on the ground. Do you know how to bake frogs? When I was young, Li Qingshan asked, waiting for him to answer. The black sedged claw was inserted straight into his big mouth, grabbing a soft piece and pulling it out. Ink feather. Save me. Li Qingshan felt a crisis. A black Saiyan shadow in the sky shrouded him. He laughed and said, Ink feather, can't bear to take it. North Moon, you maimed, what should you sin? Ink feather, who looked at Death Chi, unfolded the black Sai wings and descended from the sky. This powerful and arrogant Verdant Province monster race crown prince is now paler. As Li Qingshan expected, it was all arranged by Ink feather. But it was not just to be jealous. North Moon made him feel a strong threat. Not only the cultivation is amazing, but Monster General Realm, but he can sweep Monster Marshal in Ruai County. If he continues to refining the water and achieve Monster Marshal, I am afraid that even he will not suppress it. Staying, it is also about the battle for the throne of the Verdant Province Monster King. As a monster race, it's really disgusting to say such hypocrisy. See if I don't like it, let's kill it. Li Qingshan stepped on the bullfrog Monster Marshal, raising his arms and 5 fingers. Ink feather stands in heavens, staring at Li Qingshan's eyes, and Li Qingshan is arrogantly confronting him. He sees a piece of black Sai feathers falling from the sky and smearing through a smear of black. Li Qingshan didn't dare to care about it. Since Ink feather can become the Verdant Province monster race crown prince, the strength is bound to be above Monster Marshal. It is not surprising that he has the ability to fight the ordinary Monster King, ready to go, waiting for the attack to be launched at any time. But the feathers did not fly, attacked him, so floating in the air, as if the entire sky was black and full of bad luck. The grass on the earth died instantly, cutting off all vitality, but still retaining the illusion of green, until after a fury will completely wither. The hair that hibernates in the ground can no longer wake up. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a chilly bone, and there was infinite divine power. In an instant, there was a feeling that could not support the body. Loud rumble, kneeling down on the ground, the soul seemed to be separated from the body. The heart is getting slower and slower, the breathing is gradually stopped, and the brain stops thinking. This is the taste of death. Death's gaze. One of Inkfeather's innate divine ability, who can directly cross the opponent's defenses, directly extinguishes its fire of life, and the person he killed has no traces of his body, and looks like he is dying. It's stupid to look at me, just kill you here, and send to the king. Although Monster Race has an iron law that cannot be killed by oneself, once it is violated, it will be severely punished, but the law of the rules is always used to restrain the weak. Suddenly, a humming sound, from weak to high, cannot describe its beauty in words. Phoenix wings suddenly opened a few dozen feet, and some of the wilting phoenix, which was suppressed by Spirit Turtle, screamed at the fire of life under the threat of death. The feathers disappeared together, but the original is just an illusion. Inkfeather was a little surprised. Monster General, who was struggling under his death's gaze, he had never seen it, and there was a strong vitality, endless, in the North Moons within the body. However, do you think that you can escape the fate of death? The black Say's Koix seed, like a liquid, swells in the eyes. In the blink of an eye, Inkfeather's eyes, no trace of white, full of horrible and strange atmosphere. The burning fire of life immediately became dim, like the first-level black yarn, which was suppressed and extinguished. The feathers of the black Say are floating in the sky, like a heavy snow in the black Say. This is the struggle between life and death, the struggle between Phoenix and the crow. Although Phoenix is divine bird, it is too young and weak, but it is not as powerful as the crow. Two people stop. As soon as one sounded, Yanning stood in a flash, standing between Inkfeather and Li Qingshan, cutting off their sight and isolating their confrontation. Yanning, you are going to go. Inkfeather frowned. Yanning raised her hand, a round black dragon talisman drooping, like the black dragon talisman coiled by the ink dragon, suddenly came alive, opened his eyes, and looked at Li Qingshan first. Li Qingshan felt a strong pressure, that is the majesty of the king, then looking at Inkfeather. It's just right. I don't know who I am talking about, but the boss of Verdant Province Monster Race says that it is just right. Whether it is Li Qingshan or Inkfeather, it can only stop fighting. You will die. Inkfeather's mouth twitched backwards, unfolding a mask-like smile, and then made a crow-like scream, hey! He within the body monster chi sharply. Li Qingshan felt that she was in a cold, but she didn't feel that something was wrong. Inkfeather looks at Li Qingshan's innocent appearance, frowns, unfolds black Say feather coat, and disappears into the darkness of twisted and collapsed. Yanning collapsed the black dragon talisman, stretched out and used divine sense sound transmission. Hey! I am the White Eagle commander of Ruai County after all. You should run away. What did he do to me? Rushing Death Curse, his most terrible innate divine ability. According to the strength of the other side, different races can reduce their lifespan. Just a bit of a blind. You have to reduce the life expectancy of at least 100 years, but it seems that your long life is very long. Li Qingshan is shocked. This Inkfeather's ability is really strange and powerful. Monster Race is nothing. If it is the human race cultivator, it will be deceived for 100 years. It is even more terrible than being cut into 10 knives, especially some old ones. The old cultivator, I am afraid I will die on the spot. However, it seems that Inkfeather's move is also costly and cannot be used continuously. Otherwise, it will be unreasonable to see people unify. This horrible innate divine ability has little effect on Li Qingshan. It is a millennial king 80,000-year-old turtle. The life of the near-spirited spirit turtle is not known, and Phoenix is even more the symbol of eternal life. However, Ping Ping was detained for 100 years of life. Li Qingshan was very upset, and asked, how can we remove curse? It's very simple. kill him. If it weren't for you, I could have killed him. Li Qingshan said, but I also knew that the innate divine ability, which was used when Ink Feather left, was not so easy to kill. What good is that? Let's go. I want to shoot. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 568. Chapter 5, Promised Land. Good. Li Qingshan unfolded the wind and the wings, with a glimmer of fire, disappeared into the sky. Guyanning puts on the pergola. It's really fast. Sister, just let this moon demon let go. Let him continue to refining the water. A young girl flies from the sky. Her eyes are wide-eyed, her eyes are clear, and if she is not bulging in front of her chest, she looks like a boy. She wears the White Wolf Commander suit of Eagle Wolf Guard, which is Ruai County Eagle. Wolf Guard is second only to Guyanning's characters. Or what? Guyanning asked with a squint. Call me Commander. Sister, can't because he is interesting to you. Just let the water go, or the man in the world can't kill it. Is it really interesting to him, but also specifically for him? Guyanning pinches the girl's chin and her face is close. Are you jealous? Even without me, he won't die here. I don't believe it. The girl turned red and shook her head. His strong support will come soon. If you drag the child, Ink Feather is really dangerous. Guyanning let go of the girl. So smart. If you have enough, go back to Dragon Province. Verdant Province is getting more and more unfair. Once you are involved in the battle, even if you are in danger. Sister, you are less envious of me. I will not go back. My imperial brother, imperial sister, for this Ruai Marquis position, has been arguing with blood. It can be seen that Ruai County is a good place for everyone to come. Seriously? I can't tell if I'm spoiled or ignorant. People are coming to be Huyi, not like you to follow the class. When there is something wrong with the class, there is a sister care everywhere. When Huyi will deal with the monster of Moon Demon. And my imperial brother, I want to be a follower. Let's follow it. Guyanning waved his sleeve like a white eagle and flew straight into the sky. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a little white shadow. Sister, you wait for me. The girl was busy with it, shouting. Li Qingshan and the monster martial battle. Not only Guyanning onlookers, but also many cultivators use a variety of means to spy on the distance, see the monster race guilt, have been applauded in their hearts. There are still a lot of cultivators who want to make a profit, but after seeing the powerful means of Moon Demon, they have collected this thought. Such a terrible demon, even if it is a mortal counterattack, is enough to pull a golden core cultivator. Not to mention that from the beginning to the present, I have not seen him really showing signs of exhaustion. So Li Qingshan refining the water veins all the way, no more obstruction. Now Li Qingshan, in addition to the top character monsters of Second Heavenly Tribulation, can only be subdued by the kings who have passed the Third Heavenly Tribulation, and there are very few people who can pose a fatal threat to him. At the end of a big river, the floating monster Chi, the river refining, water god seal flashed, and a trajectory of thick and long trajectories. Li Qingshan feels that Monster Chi in the Spirit Turtle Monster Core has reached the peak limit. Just swallowing the water spiritual Chi of the river will almost break through the Spirit Turtle 5th layer, and then Heavenly Tribulation will almost come. It is an opportunity to break through the Spirit Turtle 5th layer and cross the Second Heavenly Tribulation to achieve Monster Martial. Still staying, waiting for Phoenix to catch up with the progress, let the water and fire balance, and achieve a blend. Li Qingshan thought for a while and decided to be the former. If he is in the usual, he will choose the latter. Although the long-term interests may not be better than the immediate interests, he does not have any life and death crisis. The second step is step by step. Of course, it is the best choice. The quick success and instant benefit will only lead to a significant increase in the difficulty of subsequent cultivation, which is not worth the candle. But now, she is waiting. Li Qingshan began to absorb the power of water spirit and infused into the Spirit Turtle Monster Core. Consolation in the heart. This is also a choice. If you can become Monster Martial, although you can't scream with the king, but also have a certain self-protection, at least face opponents like Ink Feather, win with the battle the grasp of this. In this side of 9 provinces world, even if you stand and follow your feet, other things can be slowly illustrated. Li Qingshan gradually glowed into a blue light, and turned into a phantom of spirit turtle. The 80th 9 heavens. Han Qiangzi meditated on the knees, saw the window lit up, meditation in the heart, pushed the window and looked, only to find that the sky was not bright, but the snow was shining on the window. She would make a mistake. Sister, don't wait for the heartless sky, he won't come. The girl came from behind and never went back to Han Qiangzi's play in the Huiyuan. She lost her father's pain and made her mature. A lot of I am going out for a walk. Han Qiangzi has no interface, and it comes out. He only sees heaven and earth. The sky is still full of snow, and the tomb is covered with heavy snow and turned into a snowpack. A tall figure came from afar, stepping through the snow, and walking is so familiar. Han Qiangzi soft eyes, muttered, Qingshan. The tall figure speeded up, and Han Qiangzi couldn't help but speed up and turn from running to running. The two figures overlap and hug together. Sorry, I am late. Han Qiangzi buried his head on his chest. It was tears. In that simple row of houses, one Han family came out and looked at this scene. Han Anjun and Han Tai were among them, silent and listening to the snow. Under the lead of Han Qiangzi, Li Qingshan came to the front of Han Ango's dress and bowed his respectfully. He said in silence, Uncle Han, I couldn't save you at the time. I am sorry. Han family, I will try your best, and hope that your spirit in heaven can rest in peace. He broke through the spirit turtle 5th layer and it failed. With the power of water spirit, monster chi in the spirit turtle monster core was pushed to the peak limit, but it was unexpected and unexpected. Bottleneck. Breaking through Bull Demon requires swallowing up various medicine pill resources, and breaking through Tiger Demon requires a mad battle. The Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing army is like Tao of the Beautiful Bones. It needs a sense of understanding, at least not now. Li Qingshan, who has all kinds of distractions, can do it. He tried to use the power of the Spirit Turtle 4th layer beak, coupled with the support of Water God Seal, and finally pressed Bull Demon and Tiger Demon to restore the shape of the human race. However, this town pressure is extremely reluctant, which directly leads to the ability of Spirit Turtle to perform, and it is impossible to foresee the crisis and to hide the convergence. In this way, neither the human race form nor the demon form can hide the spiritual chi and monster chi. Innate divine ability, such as Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, can't be used anymore. The scene clone, which was separated by Mirror Huashuayu, also crashed directly when he made this choice. And it can't be converted between Li Qingshan and North Moon. Once he releases monster power, he wants to press the town again, and he still has to pay for the boss. As you can imagine, Spirit Turtle has tried his best to push the Bull Demon Tiger Demon to the bottom of the scene. Li Qingshan's long took a breath, finally caught up. Failure to break through the Spirit Turtle 5th layer, he did not regret, but relaxed, which is the best choice for him, can slowly improve Phoenix transformation. Are you too late to come? A young man in black couldn't help but ask. Similar to Han Tai's eyebrows, one of the sons of Han Ango. The other Han family children did not have any good looks. Han Ango was killed in battle. Even some relatives and friends who were not very close, they came to worship early. As Li Yunshan's son-in-law of Han family, when she encountered such a thing, Han Qiangzi was alone here to guard the spirit, and it was only when the guardian spirit was about to end. It was really rude, and she felt worthless. Han Qiangzi Li Qingshan has stepped forward and said, I will neither apologize nor justify. Military school does not seem to be eloquent. If there is any dissatisfaction, let's take it. You? The young man in black is stunned. Why, don't you dare? Li Qingshan's voice did not fall, and the black-shirted youth took a shot of Li Qingshan left the palm of his hand on the chest. This weak attack is also considered to be Han family. The black-haired youth was furious, no longer kept their hands, and exhibited the battle skill. The offensive was like a storm. The air is flying, rolling up thousands of pieces of snow, rolling in the air. King Shan! Han Kaiengzi exclaimed and was stopped by Han Nanjun. He is his own size. Is it enough? It's useless, or you can still go together. Li Qingshan stands like a reef in the sea. After suffering numerous insults, the attack of a foundation establishment cultivator is like scratching. After listening to this statement, the other Han family children couldn't stand it anymore, joined in and started the offensive. Li Qingshan also started to fight back. After going through that battle, she went back and fought as a foundation establishment cultivator. First, she was unfamiliar and uncomfortable, but soon became more comfortable, and she will be boundless sea art. Cultivation technique battle skill, which complements strike the sea, is a pinnacle. The sky is shining and the sun shines on the crystal clear snow. Han family's child lay down on the ground and panted. Li Qingshan sat on the snow, a little tired. This exhaustion is not pretending. After months of fighting and refining, his heart is really exhausted. Finally supported to see her, relaxed and did not cover up, knees and stood up. Han Nanjun rushed Li Qingshan slightly dagger. These Han family children did not really have such a big hatred for Li Qingshan, but the mood was suppressed for too long, and such a battle was needed to vent. Li Qingshan gave them a battle, using their own way to resolve this dissatisfaction and proved their strength. He does not care about the eyes of the Han family. Just because of his reason, Han Kaiengzi was questioned by the people because of his family. After all, it was her relatives. In the misty and foggy hungry ghost path, Han Ango holds an ancient knife made of ribs of unknown animals. There is no trace of sorrow on his face. He is still firm as ever, and his hand is falling, and the head of a corpse is smashed. At this moment, a bloody vortex was born in the void, and it grew bigger like a door. There was a voice, "The real warrior, your soul should not fall into this land of death. Come on, endless bloody battle, waiting for you." Han Ango stunned and screamed in the bloody whirlpool. There, it is the promised land of all warriors. Azure Path. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 569. The 6th chapter is so far away. King Shan, you have changed a lot. In the dark room, Han Kaiengzi's hand stroking Li Qingshan's face. Unconsciously, the arrogant teenager at the beginning had completely become a man, and the edges and corners on his face seemed to be more distinct, and his eyes were firm as iron. As the father said, she couldn't see what was contained in it. Why he was firm and as if it was a mystery. She has an intuition that in the past few years, he has experienced a lot of things, far more than she knows and imagined, so that there is a sense of strangeness. Like a statue, although the surface looks no different, but only by hand to rub, you can feel that the material of the casting is completely different, so that every detail becomes different. Li Qingshan took her hand, said in a soft voice, "The 6th chapter is so good, you are the same, losing a lot, matured a lot." Han Kaiengzi well, softly in his arms, Li Qingshan hugged her, silently said, "Kaiengzi, I have become very strong, can protect you." This 9 heavens road may be destined to give up a lot, but he is not willing to give up the person in his arms, remembering the phrase in the previous life movie, who said that he can't walk Jianghu with his wife. The room was quiet and I heard the snow falling from the window. This night, the two lay down on the clothes and listened in silence. Li Qingshan didn't have a hint of desire in her heart, but she felt very peaceful. At this moment, the militant North Moon seems to be far from him. The long-lost people returned to their chests and radiated a warm stream. Until the skylights will be bright, Han Kaiengzi hesitated, whispering, "King Shan, are you having anything?" Staring at me. Li Qingshan held her shoulders, separated a little distance, looked at her eyes and gently daggered. Well, under the gaze of the eyes, Han Kaiengzi had some feeling of suffocation, and felt faint and fearful. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and decided not to hide it. At this moment, he could not say any deceitful words, even if she could not accept it, ran out to spread the secret, and he would accept the result. The 6th chapter is a long way to go, and one hand is pressed on Li Qingshan's lips. He is slightly stunned and only listens to Han Qiangzi. I'm a little scared. It feels like listening to this secret. It will break the feeling of peace and quiet at this moment between them. Li Qingshan, I don't know how to be good. Han Qiangzi said, I don't listen. You have been reluctant to tell me. You have your own reason. Wait until you feel the right time. Tell me, okay? Li Qingshan hesitated. Okay. Her heart has not been alleviated from the loss of her uncle's grief. Now she is so convinced that she will surpass her burden and is not conducive to her acceptance. In the next few days, Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi often walked on the snow and traveled between the nearby mountain forests. But unlike the past, most of them are Li Qingshan who said that what happened after the difference, do not want to conceal again. There is no cover. There are many white space between words. Most of the time, Han Qiangzi listened quietly and occasionally asked a few words, but never asked, as if afraid to poke a beautiful bubble, and let Li Qingshan feel more pity. At other times, Li Qingshan often competed with the Han family disciple in a vacant lot outside the cemetery. The spirits are not boring in the house, and the military school has never paid much attention to these vagrants. Therefore, Li Qingshan's disobedience has gradually disappeared from his heart, and he has been humbly asking him, or in a circle, listening to his experience in the war, some actual combat. Li Qingshan's combat effectiveness is really strong. In the battle, he did not use overwhelming power. When he was about the same speed, strength, and spiritual chi, he could easily win. This group of Han family is extremely unconvinced and has to admire. Military school is a strong advocate. In fact, with the constant play, Li Qingshan uses less and less power, and of course, these things are not just as simple as obtaining the approval of the Han family disciple. His strength grew too fast during this time, and it will take some time to settle. The harvest of the life and death battle was settled. At first he only fought with the power of the cultivator, and then continued to suppress, using only the power of the foundation establishment initial stage, and the powerful body the demon brought, completely abandoned, is to sharpen the combat skills. Although Han Nanjun, the father-in-law, is far less powerful than him, he has a rich background in the aristocratic family such as Han family. Many fighting skills and concepts have also benefited Li Qingshan. The first 100 days of guarding the spirit. After today, you can take off your filial piety and return to your daily life. Han Tai flew far away, slipping out more than 10 feet on the ground before stopping, causing the snow to splash, looking up at Li Qingshan, reaching out and grabbing the hand and standing up. I have to admit that on the cultivation road, the other party has left behind. Without the support of the family, without the master's teaching, or even the decent inheritance, the major boundless sea art is still incomplete, and it is still into the novel school. There is really a so-called innate skill wizard in the world. He can be as close to monstrous talent as Little An. They are so close to each other that it seems that there is no reason. Qingshan, it's too light. Han Qiangzi shouted, and the Han family's children were laughing and laughing. Han's sister is really jealous. The younger brother is not comparable to a Proman. After all, no one can immerse themselves in grief forever. And this is not the spirit advocated by military school. Otherwise, in the real war, once you lose your robes, you will be heartbroken and unable to continue fighting. What is the military school disciple? Han Tai was unmoved and asked, you are already breaking through the foundation establishment late stage. Almost like the spirit turtle 5th layer, what is missing is just an opportunity, a kind of enlightenment. But with the cultivation of this time, Li Qingshan has faintly felt boundless sea art and is about to break through. However, Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets is still no movement. After all, the difficulty of the two is no longer at a level, and there is a world of difference in the promotion of Li Qingshan. It's so fast. Han Tai couldn't help but reveal the hustle and bustle. Li Qingshan said it was almost the same. And that was really the same. The small realm of the cultivator, although not as difficult to break as the big realm, also requires considerable time and effort, and every step forward is extremely difficult. Chi refining warrior, as long as there is a master guide, and sufficient resources to support, innate skill itself can pass. Basically, the foundation establishment success is the simplest first step of the cultivation. Of course, this is actually not simple. With this word resources, it is difficult to fall down a lot of cultivators. Breaking through the key true spiritual pill in the foundation establishment realm, not every chi refining warrior can have it. If you rely on your own strength to break through, it will be too difficult. After the foundation establishment, it was the Hall Treader Room Joiner. It started the cultivation, and the test of the cultivation road really started. Even if there are enough resources to support it, it is very difficult. Otherwise, Hidden Sword Palace, Profound Yin sect, these resourceful big sects, the number of golden core elders will not be so small. And this second heavenly tribulation is not as gentle as the first heavenly tribulation. If you rely on external forces, you will die under heavenly tribulation. Hananjun is now the foundation establishment initial stage, and is about to break through the foundation establishment intermediate stage. It's already a good innate skill. With the support of the family, I've been brave and improved, and I almost gave up all the entertainment. How can I not admire Li Qingshan's cultivation speed? In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there is also one who struggles to climb into the portal of this cultivation. In the retreating immortal cave under the island, the thunder broke. A black figure, struggling to climb from the ground, first a sharp cough, small laughter from the depths of the throat, gradually expanding into a hysterical laughter, like a snake head. An ancient vine, crawling out from Qian Rongzi, wrapped around a circle, the black layer of the body peeled off, cannot distinguish between a shirt or a burnt skin, like a first-level black snake, white skin grows come out, a gorgeous little snake, crawling cheerfully on it. Then there is a new round of torture. Even at this time, at any time, this pain will never be absent, it will only become stronger and stronger than ever before. She fell to the ground and twisted 1 inch, like a bug that was baked by fire. It looked strange and disgusting, but the more intense the pain, the brighter the smile. Even the hell torture could not distort this heartfelt joy. When everything subsided, she lay flat on the ground, her arms raised, pointing to the stone wall above, climbing sky vine extending up her arms. An infernal snake coiled it up again, screaming at the snake letter. Oh, it's a long way. Commander, I will receive a higher level of cultural technique from Legalist School. Hua Chengzhen is sitting at the window, dealing with things at Legalist School. Qian Rongzi stepped in and said, she changed into a new dress with a usual smile on her face and a little more temperature. Rongzi, congratulations on the success of the foundation establishment. Hua Chengzhen was surprised and smiled. The heart was amazed. Qian Rongzi's spirit was renewed, his temperament changed greatly, and the sinister feeling disappeared. He gave off a wonderful charm, which made him feel amazing. But he was not tempted at all, but was sighed in his heart. She finally became something more sinister. Qian Rongzi said, thanks to Commander Cultivation. After the simple words, Hua Chengzhen handed over the new cultural technique to Qian Rongzi, and the routine said, the strength of the infernal path is powerful, but it is equally dangerous. Be careful when using it. If you are not careful, you will. There is great pain, and there are quite a few Legalist School disciples who died of madness in cultivation. Thank you for Commander, I will be careful. Qian Rongzi said modestly. You have chosen the hell to be sentenced. When Qian Rongzi left, Hua Chengzhen couldn't help but ask. Snake Hell, S. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 570. Chapter 7, Obeying Feng Shui Pavilion. I hope to reach Golden Core Realm before the age of 30. Li Qingshan looks up at the sky. The oxygen is clear, the sky is blue. 30 years old. Han Tai looked at the sword and saw that he was hope, but his expression was full of self-confidence. It was not like a mad statement, but a simple fact was announced, and he didn't think it was great. The Golden Core cultivator who died under Li Qingshan also had a vote. so he didn't look too heavy. His current goal is to refer to the highest realm of king in 9 provinces, and Hurricane can't help but show it. The other Han family children are even more amazed, even if they are not the trend of the generation. But in the cultivation, the strong is always respectable. Han and Jun, hearing this, cannot help but take a deep look at Li Qingshan. The 30-year-old golden core cultivator is rare in the entire 9 provinces, will be famous in the world. When I first saw it, I was known to be a mediocrity, but I didn't think that I had a so I could easily put the word golden core on my lips. It was a goal that I could not reach. If you think about Han family, it is a blessing to have such a son-in-law. After Han Ango's death, clan head's heavy responsibility fell on Han and Jun's body, feeling unprecedented pressure. If the non-Ruai County Golden Core cultivator is killed, the Ruai Marquis and Great General are still pending, and many of the resources that Han family occupies have long been divided. A family with only foundation establishment cultivator is just a small family, but an innate skill wizard can change that. Li Qingshan, if you can defeat a powerful master with this talent, Han family will be able to survive this wave of peace, and maybe not only will not suffer losses, but will have income. The heavy snow soon began to pervade. In the low winds of the wind, the 100-year period expired, and the Han family children removed the filial piety before the mausoleum. Li Qingshan patted Han Qiangzi's shoulder. Han Qiangzi smiled back. His eyes were red and he leaned against his shoulder. At this moment, her heart moved and looked back. In the snow of the sky, a figure came, and the lightness of the light seemed to be emptiness. The wide sleeves and the long hair were erratic. Before I saw the people, there was a feeling of peerless beauty. Lingbo. She blinked her eyes flashed through the snow, and she flashed through the stunning colors. That face is more beautiful than she imagined. The so-called fascination is not the same. No, not just the face. When people come to the plain clothes, they are wrapped in blue silk, and they are slender, with long black hair and long legs, dancing in the wind. A pair of bare feet stepped on the crystal snow, and made a firm step forward. Even if it was the Dead Sea, it could not make this step shake. The eyelids are like a waveless pool, and the empty eyes look to the front, and it seems to have a panoramic view of the world. Myriad forms. Compared with the simple beauty, she has a kind of grace that can't be described by words, and even people will ignore their gender. Who is she? Why did she come? Little An, you are here. Li Qingshan smiled back and said that there was a slight surprise in the middle. The original Little An had no concept of dressing these things, just the first level. At the moment, she is very simple to wear, but it gives the impression that this is the best dress, exudes an unprecedented beauty. It seems to be the sequel left after the memory recovery, but the beauty of the heart is there. This is not a bad thing. Little An. Han Qiangzi lost his voice. How can he contact the person in front of him with the wooden child? Although he mentioned the changes of Little An, but still far beyond her imagination. And the Han family children not far away are looking straight up, no matter men or women. They can't move their eyes. Little An came to Li Qingshan and grabbed Li Qingshan's hand silently. Although she still had no expression on her face, her empty eyes became agile in an instant, as if she could speak 1,000 words. Han Qiangzi felt that she was ignored, and then found that she did not simply ignore herself, but everyone, and even heaven and earth, only his existence. Okay, it is time to go. Li Qingshan seems to understand all the meaning, laughing nodded, naturally touch her head. She lowered her head slightly, the red lips outlined a curve, the sky and snow melted. Where are you going? Han Qiangzi asked, and the words broke the feeling of isolation. Oh, I told you, is Jigwen Zen Master not specifically coming once? Li Qingshan explained that Little An's Tao of the Beautiful Bones reached a bottleneck and Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple was excellent. The opportunity is also to complete the commitment to Golden Cicada. Go now? Han Qiangzi asked with astonishment, but his heart was inexplicably relieved. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, such as the Buddhism sect's discipline, obviously can't have love, otherwise she really doesn't know what to do. Well, Rest assured, I will be back soon. Li Qingshan hugged Han Qianzi, and said something about her farewell. She saw her reluctance, and her heart moved. Han Nanjun sang, Han General, wait until the end of Qianzi's 3 years of filial piety. I will come to Han family again, complete our marriage contract. Han Nanjun is speechless, and now he is different from no angle. He can no longer refuse. Qingshan Han Qianzi was filled with tears in her eyes. She didn't use her arm to wipe her face. She smiled and said, well, you are going back soon? All the way. Li Qingshan waved his hand and made clouds in his feet, disappearing into the snow with little and dot. Before rushing to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, Li Qingshan had to see another person. That is Ge Yanning. He still has a heavy Red Eagle commander, and he is usually negatively absent. But without the consent of the boss, it is impossible to leave the job. And he still has one thing: I want to ask her for help. Bai Yun landed outside Ruai County, in front of a steep and upright mountain. The stairs stretched straight up. Li Qingshan looked up, and at the peak of the mountain, the silver eagle spread its wings, as if fighting with the wind and snow. Li Qingshan asked Little Anne to wait underneath, and she went up the mountain alone. She just touched the formation and listened to it. Who is here? The stairs in front of him were distorted, and a white man walked out of nowhere. Li Qingshan, Clear River Prefecture Red Eagle Commander Li Qingshan, come to see Commander Gu. You are Li Qingshan. Commander Gu has an explanation. If you come, go to Obeying Feng Shui Pavilion and look for her. The White Wolf Guard of Moriyama looked at Li Qingshan curiously. The Obeying Feng Shui Pavilion is the place of Commander Gu's cultivation. Pingrai rarely receives foreign guests. How can this Li Qingshan be so loved? Obeying Feng Shui Pavilion. The wind and snow disappeared in front of the sky, and the sky was blue. On the rippling lake wave, the green and white lotus leaves are endless, and a white lotus flower blooms between the leaves. The warm wind blew, the lotus leaves undulating, and sent a burst of flowers, like the summer season. The rich spiritual chi blends with floral and warm air, 10 times stronger than the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Clear River Prefecture. Take a deep breath. There is a feeling of refreshment. And from the outside, this lake can only be regarded as a mystery. But when I stepped into the formation, I found that this lake was huge, almost not under Moon Court Lake, and I couldn't see the end. It was really the lotus leaves are infinite. Lotus leaves and lotus flowers are out of season and unreasonable, and there is an unexpected and splendid feeling. The formations that hang over here are not the same, and they can distort the space. I am afraid that it is the king shot, and it is not so simple to break. Li Qingshan thought about it, flew over the lake, heard a pleasing ringtone, flew in the direction, and soon saw that the lotus was surrounded by a rush of water, and a string of wind chimes hung under his arm. Compared to this huge lake, this otter is surprisingly small. Ge Yanning walked out of it, long hair scatters and waist, with the warm wind floating slightly. The smile is also floating on the face, a little less heroic, unexpectedly has a feeling of home. On the terrace of the lake, there is a rattan table and several wicker chairs. Li Qingshan was also welcome. He took a chair and sat down. Ge Yanning picked up the teapot and took a cup of tea and pushed it to him. Li Qingshan stared at the tea in front of him and asked with a taste, Li Qingshan can only be treated like Li Qingshan? When Li Qingshan is not Li Qingshan, it's just a cup of tea. Ge Yanning smiled and sat down opposite him. Li Qingshan couldn't help but think that she had invited him to have a drink outside Sunshia City. At that time he could not understand how far the gap between them was. In comparison, her attitude does not have this qualitative change. That is just a glass of wine for her. The other person is still calm, but his mind has had too many ups and downs, drinking tea and drinking it, and returning to his message. This time, I came to resign from commander, so I can send Little Anne to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. No problem. There is one more thing I want to ask Commander to help. This Yuan spiritual pill. Please Commander, hand it over to Han Anjun. General Han. Li Qingshan's planning. Han Anjun Foundation establishment late stage. If you can get a Yuan spiritual pill, the chance to reach the Golden Core Realm will definitely increase a lot, but also a little to make up for the regret of not being able to rescue Han Ango. However, the origin of this Yuan spiritual pill, he cannot explain. Its preciousness is not comparable to true spiritual pill. Ge Yanning said, it's just a small matter, but it's up to you to give it to me. I said this is what I gave to you. This gift is not too thin. It's not a matter of marrying a daughter and selling a daughter. Li Qingshan's most troubled issue of Yuan spiritual pill has been solved. Of course, he is willing to get this kind of person. In the future, when Han Qiangzi confesses everything, there will always be some extra points. Ge Yanning said, if you have trouble in the future, you can come to me. My identity can still play a role. This. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, which is really love. In fact, I will have some things to ask for your help. This treatment, Li Qingshan probably can't get it. Ge Yanning got up and walked back and smiled. Commander is a thing. There is no white lunch in the world, but Li Qingshan prefers this equality and mutual benefit. Ge Yanning said, but before this, it is better to say that there is evil. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 571. Chapter 8. Venerated Indifference. Chapter 8. Venerated Indifference. Dang dang. A warm breeze blew, the bells swayed, and the lotus leaves undulated. Li Qingshan has never seen Ge Yanning show such a look. Of course, they have not seen many times. Wondering what exactly makes her so solemn, Ge Yanning came to the terrace and stood up with her hand. I was in Copper Cauldron Mountain. Someone said something to me. I didn't answer it at the time, because that person didn't particularly care about my answer, but now, I think still make a clear answer as well. Copper Cauldron Mountain. Li Qingshan recalled that he was there, in the face of countless people, confessed to Ge Yanning once. At that time, they still had a huge power gap, but since then, the distance between them has never been closer. Even if there is still a gap, it is not insurmountable. Even Li Qingshan is confident that she can surpass her and become stronger than her. So what is her current answer? Li Qingshan couldn't help but look forward to it. Looking around the environment, there is always a feeling of infinite success. Ge Yanning slightly succumbs. Thank you for your heart, but unfortunately I can't accept it. It turned out that she specifically called me, just to send me a good card. Li Qingshan has a feeling of crying and laughing. Although I faintly guessed this result, I was a little disappointed. It doesn't matter, I am still too weak. Weakness to rely on heavenly tribulations realm. You can wrestle with Corpse King. Your chance is deeper than me. The speed of growth is even more amazing. I believe that the strength of Ri will be above me. Just. Ge Yanning said that she was extremely sincere and had no perfunctory meaning. She spoke with a finger and sipped tea with her index finger and wrote 4 words on the table. Venerated Indifference. Li Qingshan muttered. Ge Yanning said, I don't want to forget Jiang Hu. Now Ri supports each other. No matter who is behind him, you don't have to worry about it. Even if life and death are separated, you can pay for it. It makes sense. Li Qingshan nodded. It was not heartless, but indifference. It is not a reasonable or unreasonable question. If you refuse to accept it, you will not be able to talk about it. They have some good feelings and approvals and are more convenient to cooperate. But if you have too much affection, but it is very unfavorable, I will not be able to work with you. Cooperation. Ge Yanning looks like an eagle and looks directly at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan didn't know what to say for a while. This woman, obviously, wants to ask him for help. Even if he doesn't want to promise, he can use his good feelings. However, she has to divide the two clearly, without a trace of room. Even if he refuses to give up that thought, he will simply be unable to cooperate. The heart cannot help but feel sad for Hua Chengzhen. His infatuation does not regret, may be able to impress any woman in the world, but it has no effect for her. Although you have an organic relationship and inheritance, but the foundation is too shallow, such as the many resources of subterranean world, you have always been difficult to transform them into their own strength. For example, your identity problem, there is always the possibility of leaking. After all, you can't people, I believe I can help you in many places. Guyanning see Li Qingshan, but he thought he was hesitating. He added some chips, and seriously persuaded him to give up feelings of unnecessariness and pursue cultivation Grand Dao. I promised, but not for the benefits you said. If others don't care about me, I am not a tangled person. I am a person who has a mouthful, and you should not overestimate your charm. Well, it is the man I admire. Guyanning smiled and immediately changed tea for wine. He was full of sputum and had a cup with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, now you can say something. I want to help me. Now the time is not here. You will know it by then. I feel that as long as you give you some time, you will become stronger and the chances of success will be greater. If you help me with a bunch of small things, then let me go to life. I am not very difficult to refuse. There should be no danger to life. If there is danger, I will also implement the explanation. You can refuse it, don't feel embarrassed, because I am not responsive. If you are restrained by human feelings and make a violation, then I am afraid it is no wonder. Other people. Okay. Li Qingshan did not suffer any losses, but instead got a strong support. The way to cooperate is that she will collect the money after delivery. If she feels that it is not worthwhile, she can even refuse to pay. There is no place to be dissatisfied. However, she is not a bad person because she is not a man. The two stood side by side, looking at the boundless lotus leaf. Guyanning suddenly said, I won't love anyone, if this makes you happy. It's more happy. Li Qingshan gave her a look. Guyanning smiled and said, that's good. Hey, as a woman, it's no worse than a man. The most truthless, it's very easy to damage cultivation. I haven't seen it beyond my own. So, it's still dangerous, not stained, as well. Li Qingshan was silent for a while and asked, what if you don't believe what you say? Guyanning laughed and said nothing, looking up at the white clouds floating in the sky. Such a question is not worth answering. Li Qingshan looked at her side and had to admit that she was truly charismatic. Leaving the obeying Feng Shui pavilion, the luxuriant floral fragrance has not completely disappeared, and the heavy snow is flying in front of the eyes. Gone. Li Qingshan said to Little An, flying in the clouds and flying to the sky. From beginning to end, I didn't look back. Sitting cross-legged in the clouds and opening the Verdant Province mind map, I still remember her saying, Verdant Province is 30,000 miles, and Jianghu is just a glimpse. Gently smile, 9 provinces is like a well, trapping this body, my little sister, still try to jump up. Don't be a little for this bird woman. Although the clouds are far less than the speed at which he changed his deity, he was extremely fast and soon reached the edge of Ruai County. He never stopped, like breaking through the first level invisible obstacles and stepping into the footsteps. High places. Although there are thousands of miles away from Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, Li Qingshan is not in a hurry. When he encounters an extraordinarily moving scene, he stops and plays to see the beautiful scenery of the mountains. Except Little An's performance is different from the past, and there is no turmoil. It takes two rests. Suddenly, a majestic mountain appeared on the horizon. Li Qingshan saw a lot of famous mountains and rivers along the way, but no one could match the weather of this mountain. Although it is not particularly tall, but the tiger cub is on the ground, it has its own solemn weather. The pagodas on the hills are lined up, the main hall is continuous, and the horns of the Sings are heard. Come on. This is Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Li Qingshan collapsed the Verdant Province mind map. Far below the cloud head, no matter what sect, would not like to have a cultivator flying over them. Although Li Qingshan is confident in his own strength, he is not confident enough to provoke this Buddhism. At this moment, the Oriental Red rose, and the entire mountain was lined with first-level Phnom Penh. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened and looked up from the bottom up. The silhouette of this mountain is like a great Buddha sitting down. The singer of the sacred chanting of the Sanskrit is like the great Buddha singing in a low voice, awakening the obsession of the world. Under the sunshine, The golden temple on the top of the mountain glows with a round of golden light, which looks like the light wheel behind the great Buddha's brain, adding a majestic and sacred posture, making people want to worship. Understand why the mountain is called Great Buddha Mountain. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and returned to normal, then looked at Little Un, staring at the fire, deep in the eyes. Samadhi skeleton fire burning. Ready? Li Qingshan touches Little Un's head. Little Un nodded. The two slowed down and walked through the jungle to the mountain road. This may not be called a mountain road. It is as wide as 100 feet. It is like a long dragon. It rises and falls in the mountains and stretches toward the heavenly dragon Buddhist temple. If the world of non-cultivator is to use modern technology in previous life, it is difficult to build such a road. What's even more amazing is that on this grand Tao, pedestrians are woven, and the more in the direction of heavenly dragon Buddhist temple, the denser it is. Li Qingshan looked at more than 100,000 people at a glance, and in the other direction of Great Buddha Mountain, there is obviously such a grand Tao. Countless men, women and children, step by step, go to Great Buddha Mountain, even white-haired old-fashioned. Every time she crouched down, she asked Li Qingshan if she could climb again. She was followed by a child, mostly her grandson, and she still had some ignorant look. She also learned how to use her hands together and step by step. There is no language between them, silent and solemn, but like the harmonious harmony of brothers and sisters. The sun shines on the face, sincere and firm, and exudes the brilliance of happiness and happiness. That is the light of faith that has a certain heart. Even if you don't believe it, you will be infected when you see this situation. Li Qingshan also folded his hands and took about a Great Buddha Mountain in the distance. As a traverser, he does not believe in anything but respects the beliefs of others. The life of a mortal is full of pain. Not everyone has the opportunity to become a cultivator. Try to break free from the shackles of fate. It is not a bad thing to have such a belief. People always need some comfort. Unbelievers always believe in the word, but they are more clever than buying a piao gambling. Not to mention, here, the Buddha is real and is the strongest with great wisdom. Ultimate bliss world and infernal path are also present, and good deeds and good bliss are true. When I read this, Li Qingshan became more and more clear, what this Buddha word means here, that is an unimaginable existence, and looked at the Great Buddha Mountain in the distance, using divine sense to say to Little Un, if we don't provoke us, we can't do it with him. This Tao of the beautiful bones looks at the repairs. If you believe that Buddha is obsessed, what is the skeleton Bodhisattva is not obsessed? There is a saying, Buddha does not commit me, I do not commit Buddha. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 572 Chapter 9 Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Li Qingshan glared at Little Un, and the two went up along the mountain road. They wouldn't go one step at a time, and quickly stepped over the crowd. In the twinkling of an eye, they came to the Great Buddha Mountain, in front of the mountain gate of the Dragon Temple. It is no longer possible to move forward here. Two of the Protector Divine General, which are up to 10 feet, stand on the left side of the mountain gate. They are chested, each holding weapons, and they look at them and think that they are two sculptures. However, in the midst of a sudden change of eyeballs, Li Qingshan's body was slightly stagnation. It's not a dragon's temple, but the two protectors of the mountain gates protect a divine general. I feel threatened. Looking back, there are thousands of houses built at the foot of the mountain. There are ordinary intrusions to guide the believers, to live in the houses, to arrange meals, and even to distribute silver. Unlike the temples of previous life, sects such as Dragon and Dragon Temple do not need the fireworks money, nor do they rely on the land to make a living. They only need to contribute their beliefs and thousands of years to accumulate. Down, it will be a force of terror. Where is the order? Why not worship? Like a wall on the high wall of the city wall, a clerk asked loudly that he was different from those who entered monk, but a chi-refining warrior, the real disciple of the Dragon Temple. Tens of thousands of people worship at the foot of the mountain, and Li Qingshan's standing figure is particularly conspicuous. Especially Little Un came all the way, all seeing her entrance, all stunned. The young man even forgot to bow down and looked straight at her. The customer looked at Little Un and couldn't help but squat, then he lowered his head and read a few words. Amitabha. Li Qingshan said, "We are not believers, but come to see Jigwen Zen Master." Jigwen Martial Uncle retreats and retreats. "No foreigners, you still go back." The voice of Zike's voice did not fall. In the great hall of Great Buddha Mountain, a golden light suddenly rose, and it fell into the front of the mountain gate and turned into an old man. It was Jigwen Zen Master who was immersed in and looked at Little Un with relief. One thought, "You are finally here, Jigwen Martial Uncle." The guest was taken aback and quickly saluted. Jigwen Zen Master is a resident of the first place in the body garden, and his love is quiet and quiet. Even with the predisciplinary discipline, there are very few changes that can be seen. Today, Riz personally greeted by two small foundation establishment cultivators. It is also rare to reveal such a god. Little Un's well-behaved hands clasped together, and he said, "Master, come with me." Jigwen Zen Master waved his sleeves. Behind the huge mountain gate, slammed open, the sun crossed, and fell on Li Qingshan's face, narrowing his eyes. "The door is open. The door is open." The mountain came and shouted, "The mountain gate of the Dragon Temple, Pingri does not open." The discipline of the Dragon Temple is also from the small door below, so that the door opens, unless it is to welcome the guests. Jigwen Zen Master looked at Little An and waved his sleeve. At the top of the mountain, the melodious bells sounded first, then the mountains and the tops and hundreds of bells rang together, overshadowing the Sanskrit chanting and spreading throughout the great Buddha mountain. The clerk was also stunned, looking up and down Li Qingshan and Little An, not to mention two foundation establishment cultivators, two golden core cultivators, and not qualified to accept such a courtesy. And this woman seems to be the closing discipline of Jigwen Martial Uncle, but it is just a discipline, it is even more unqualified. The golden light is everywhere, the bells are ringing, and the momentum is magnificent. Li Qingshan has a little peace of mind. It seems that this Jigwen Zen Master is still very important to Little Un, so that it will not be bullied. In fact, this is purely his sorrow. With the strength of Little Un, the entire 9 provinces, there are several who can bully her. Jigwen Zen Master walked ahead, Little Un followed, Li Qingshan followed. Jigwen Zen Master looked back at him. Li Qingshan smiled. Jigwen Zen Master did not say anything. Little Un, facing the glory, stepped into the dragon garden, her seaweed-like hair, and all of her clothes were plated with first level. The entire Great Buddha Mountain was alarmed, and the first of the houses went out and went to the distance. Jigwen Zen Master in the first place, I have always been low and indifferent to the world. Today, Ri has made such a high-profile move, which has really surprised many people. This represents the entire Xiaolong Temple, expressing courtesy and respect to a new discipline. It is also to express its emphasis on the entire Xiaolong Temple, so that all abbots, even the Dragon Temple, should not be underestimated. But is she worthy? The towers of the floating towers are like a forest, covering the sun and emitting a touch of golden light. Containing wonderful power, this power is not tyrannical, but it is like sunshine and rain, and it is silent, containing gentle and compassionate meaning. Among them, Sarira, which converges on the high monk of the past. Sarira is equivalent to the golden core of the ordinary cultivator. It is only after crossing the second catastrophe that it can be condensed. With this stretch of talon, you can feel the accumulation of the Dragon Temple. How profound. Far to look into the distance, I don't think that I can feel this kind of majesty in these places. These floating towers are all open outside, and many of them are much taller than Li Qingshan's demon deity. Li Qingshan said in his heart, these towers are probably not just for commemoration, but are integrated with the entire Great Buddha Mountain. I am afraid it is also a certain defensive position. Little An does not squint, as if walking in Talon, watching with thousands of eyes, but walking alone in the open forest. Jigwen Zen Master smiled a little, and many observers in the Dragon Temple also secretly praised the fact that the one thought is indeed unusual. Look at Li Qingshan, look around and look forward to it. It seems that tourists who visit historical sites are also not moved by this talon. Great Buddha Golden Summit, the Great Hall. Li Qingshan has never seen such a majestic temple, as if there is another mountain on the mountain. Knowing that this is the Buddha head of Great Buddha Mountain, looking into the hall, if I came to live in Zongyang, up to Bzhang, overlooking the people. Bodhisattva Arhat is divided into two parts, as well as Vajra, Indigo, and Longxiang, which are the totals of the Buddhas. A pair of hands clasped together, standing in front of the Buddha, no need to have no hair, wearing a red cicada, about 40 years old. A pair of scorpions but deep as the sea. Different from Li Qingshan's impression, the compassion is compassionate and the image of monk is flat. Although the middle-aged intrusion does not move, it implies a sharp and majestic phase. Its height is not 7 feet high. However, it stands in front of the Bzhang Great Buddha, but it does not appear short. Instead, it has a fearless shoulder. Jing God. It is the current abbot fearless monk of the Dragon Temple, which is also one of the monk king that was worshipped by Dixia dynasty. Beside him, it is the first of the various houses. It is described as different. There are old and young, there are men, there are women, some kind of kindness, some yin cold, some have hair, some have no hair. But the breath that exudes is stronger than one. Li Qingshan has killed several golden core cultivators, but he is not willing to care about any of them, let alone the undaunted monk. If there is ambition in the heart, it can hardly be seen directly. Also the foundation establishment cultivator, Fu Qingjin from Hidden Sword Palace can sweep a large piece. Guyaniying doesn't care about the ordinary golden core cultivator, but it can be tricky in the face of Soaring Dragon Elder with Soaring Dragon Sword. Concubine Yu has also demonstrated the terrorist power of the rolling golden core cultivator in front of Li Qingshan. Even if realm is the same, the strength is not bad. Verdant Province's 3 major sects, none of which is a name for the waves. The Golden Cicada Spirit King was ranked 72nd Road Monster King thousands of years ago. If you want to sing this dragon, you have to rely on the opportunity to make a trick. If Little An goes to the body house with Jigwen Zen Master, he will never have this battle. Normally, after getting settled, Little An will go to the front of each hospital to meet the first one. If you want to see Fearless Monk, you need more chances. But since Jigwen Zen Master has opened the door, it rings the bell. The Dragon Temple naturally has to react to verify whether this one thought has such qualifications and is treated like this. The greater the courtesy, the greater the pressure. Jigwen Zen Master waited outside the door at Little An, stepping into the Dakshan Hall, and bowed to Fearless Monk to stand in an open space. As a master, he has given Little An a chance. If you can grasp it, you can see her. If you can succeed and prove yourself, it will be endless glory. The whole Dragon Temple will support her cultivation. If it fails, it is ridiculous and generous, and it seems that he is ignorant and does not work. Little An bowed slightly to Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan gave her a thumbs up. She walked barefoot through the high threshold, stepped into the Great Hall of the Great Hall, looked up at me, looked down at Fearless Monk, and looked down on the ground, looking at her own figure, stepping forward, in public under the gaze, sit on the empty futon. One shouted, seeing Buddha does not worship, arrogant and rude. Little An said, clay sculpture, where is the Buddha? Buddha's aura shines, pure sentient beings, omnipresent. See me as me, I don't see all beings. Li Qingshan knows that he has begun to argue. Although he doesn't understand much, he also hears the hardness of Little An. He is anxious in his heart. It is serious to join Pinglong Temple. Why should you harden with them? Then Fearless Monk, if you look at it, it is not good at first sight. If you are annoyed, it is not good. The first of them took turns asking questions, like a blast of wind and rain, licking their faces and shouting loudly. Little An is expressionless, And the voice responds without any confusion. Li Qingshan suddenly found that Jigweng's Zen master stood still and smiled at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be very satisfied. He turned his head and looked at it. Many of the disciples of the Dragon Temple stood silently outside the hall, listening calmly. If the income is lost, then I let go of my heart. The original monk will eat this one. 3 on the ring. The words in the Dakshin Hall are hard to find. Little unanswered with these, such as the big beads and beads falling into the jade plate. The first seat is secretly convinced, so the intelligence root realizes Xing can be a big gift. Undaunted monk, who has been silent for a while, suddenly stepped forward and became a golden glory. He turned into a 100-foot Vajra, glaring at Little An, holding a scorpion-like scorpion, and slamming it in the hall. Clang, the hall is hollow, cracks like weaving. Apparently it was the real anger of thunder. The konjac slammed down. Devil. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 573. Chapter 10. Undaunted Vajra. Ling Feng told him the reason, and said, "What is the organization you belong to? Where? I thought that Luzong only said an East character before his death. So what does it have to do with this organization?" The solitary tombstone stood quietly. He stepped forward and crouched down. His hand trembled slightly through the words, "The tomb of the woman Chen Huiying." He said, "Yin Ying, I finally found you." "It is." Ling Feng turned his head and slowly walked over. He walked very lightly and slowly, for fear that every step would disturb her rest. Ling Feng saw his look, and he seemed to have complicated feelings on the island. He said, "Is Chen Bozi not wanting to go back?" Chen Pinan nodded. "The golden dragon blade art has been destroyed. I should have let go, but I have been unable to bear the heart of heart's blood for many years. Just playing with you, I am sure that today Murim, you have few rivals, you should be able to take care of me." Good her. Going to the side again, one palm down the wall, said, "Here, you can come and see at any time. This is where she lived from a young age. I will not let people disturb her." Chen Pinan looked at him for a long time and slowly said, "I am doing this to my 2 daughters. Do you hate me?" Ling Feng remembered that Luzong wanted to tell him who Chen Ren was before he died, but because he was too vague and did not hear it, it seems that Luzong had discovered his identity when he was stealing a knife. Ling Feng continued, "After moving, you will still keep the organization in the old house, because there is already a abolition, and you are there to be a ghost. No one will go there. Later, your excuse is to do business. In fact, come, this abortion school trains them, right?" Chen Pinan said, "Yeah, I wanted to swear that when they took the knife, I sent someone to pretend to steal the knife. I didn't expect to suddenly kill a Luzong and steal the knife." Ling Feng stared at him for a long time and said, "Remember to lose to Zhang Yun at the Show Knives conference. When he wants to kill me, it is a sentence that saved me a life, and that time was caught by the knights in their village. You are also advise them not to kill me. Although you just want to keep alive and want to get clues about Golden Dragon Blade art from me, but you have saved me. Since you are their embarrassment, I have no hate for you." Chen Pinan bowed his head and thought, "In fact, I really regret that I will marry Yingding in the top. I wanted to walk into Murim and marry her into the Murim aristocratic family. I didn't expect it to hurt her." Chen Pinan went on to say, "In fact, I gave him a hand before the knife. I didn't expect that I had changed to a businessman and advised me to send the golden dragon knife back, but I refused. I wanted to arrange a knife stolen, the fake phase. I did not expect to be stolen by him, so I simply let out the wind. The knife was stolen by him." A pause and said, "Do Luzong give the golden dragon knife to you?" Chen Pinan shook his head and said, "The organization has no need to go back. So I want to set up an organization myself, because in just a few years, I can't publicize it, so let them train in the backyard and fear that the 2 daughters will know, so they were in a small courtyard. Because Luzong came to discover the secret that day, I decided to move." Ling Feng thought for a moment, "You didn't expect the person to come to be me. You even used the British to contain me. and eventually I lost. But you didn't have what you wanted because the golden dragon knife suddenly disappeared. Chen Pinan nodded, and sighed. I have been paying attention to running this organization for many years. I have not taken care of my two daughters. I have used the freedom of Yu Hua to force her to marry Jiang Dingzhong, which will kill her and will not be able to stop her! Ling Feng remembered that she had just drove her off and said, I found it, but I let her go home. Ling Feng thought for a moment. Good. Chen Pinan, Shaiji is my grandson. I will support him as an adult. I will teach him the martial skill and let him become the master of the Black Fort. His face was heavy and he turned and left. Chen Pinan's nodded reassurance. Another complex face. Can you take care of her for me? Chen Pinan raised the head and looked at him. I am going to formally form the organization and name it Black Fort, but I can't worry about it. I first grabbed her, but I saw that she wanted to stay with you. So I handed her over to you. But I didn't feel relieved. I wanted to marry her. I made a deal for her to be a friend of my business friend. I didn't expect the child to be so reluctant, and even ran before the wedding. Anxiously asked, have you found her? Ling Feng suddenly stunned and finally understood that she was so determined and refused to go with her. It turned out to be another hardship. Unfortunately, it was all late. Ling Feng is a little angrily said, then why are you eager to get married? Chen Pinan said, our organization is in the Eastern Sea, Uido. It was a talented man 30 years ago. Unfortunately, the ups and downs of an island lord battle are now worse than before. Ling Feng shocked. You have already arranged? He asked. What about Nashua T? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 574 Chapter 11 Demon Suppressing Temple. Li Qingshan walked into the Great Hall of the Great Hall and said, in the Lower Clear River Prefecture Red Eagle Commander Li Qingshan, Sea Abbot and the First Seat. Listening to Undaunted Monk's poor speech, he deliberately clarified the identity of the Eagle Wolf Guard, so that the public is somewhat scrupulous. Undaunted Monk said, who are you allowed to enter this place? Jigweng Zen Master. Li Qingshan looked at Jigweng Zen Master. I didn't expect that. The old monk didn't look at him at all. He looked down and said nothing, and he jumped. Well, got on this monk. It's all right. Jigweng Zen Master did not allow him to follow, and certainly would not admit it at this time. Little Un said, he came with me. I don't know the rules of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, and I ask Abbot to forgive. Undaunted Monk couldn't help but look at Little Un. This is the longest sentence she said after she entered that action hall. In addition to her arguments, she was only loyal to her words. Li Qingshan said, I don't know who is not guilty. Don't blame the masters. I will go out. Undaunted Monk's gaze glides from Jigweng Zen Master and Li Qingshan. If you realize it, he said, this place is the inner court of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Only my Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple disciple is qualified. Outsiders. If there is no invitation, it will be treated as arbitrarily. Li Qingshan was shocked. This group of monk is not so poisonous. Jigweng Zen Master sideways to Undaunted Monk, Abbot. He did come in with the old man, although he did not allow it, but he was not guilty of death. Since it is a temple discipline, you can't accept him as a discipline. It's not the best of both worlds. Li Qingshan's eyelids jumped and finally understood the heart of this Jigweng. He clearly knows that I am afraid of affecting Little Un cultivation. I just cheated me into the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple as a monk. I can only get rid of all the colors, and quit the wine. And I made this Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple's discipline, and he naturally can handle it. It is not bald, not poisonous, and not bald. Not to mention Jigweng Zen Master, a young man and a beautiful girl called Peerless get along with each other. Even the immortal cave is in one place. Even if you make something, it is all right. And the girl clearly showed her special concern for men. This is no longer a simple melon. However, this kind of thing cannot be used strong, so that her heart is too guilty. So she came up with this trick. A stone number of birds. Li Qingshan can easily enter the sect of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, which is a rare opportunity. And Li Qingshan is no more monstrous talent than Little An, but it is also a genius, which is also a good thing for Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Undaunted monk slightly dagger. This is a solution. This is absolutely impossible. I already have a family, and I have to work as an eagle wolf guard. I really can't get away. Li Qingshan said, look at Little An and show the color of expectation. Secretly smile. You are so intelligent. At this time, it is confused. They are just to separate us. How can I let you meet with you at will? So, you don't want it? Undaunted monk's two eyebrows are twisted. If it's White Eagle Commander, he can still care about a few points, a Red Eagle Commander, and what it counts. Yes, I don't cultivate good fruits in my life. I love to kill people and set fire. There is nothing wrong with the color of the wine. Just now, the masters of the law have not understood it. If you stay at Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, you will be disturbed by this Buddhist temple. Ground. I am still going. Li Qingshan said, turned and left. I don't cultivate good results in my life. I love killing people and set fire. Hey, he will be put into demon suppressing temple until he repents. Undaunted monk speaks. In the murals on both sides, two high-powered protector divine general were flew down and forced to Li Qingshan. This seems to be the means of the painter. The divine general in these two paintings is probably much stronger than the ordinary golden core cultivator. Li Qingshan noticed the murals around the great hall of the great divine general, monster, Lux, all from life, from the wall to the dome. Vaguely feel a sense of familiarity. Eyes turned, noticed that there is a table-sized bright red seal on the west wall, printed with the words 5 Absolutes Immortal. These murals are actually the handwriting of the legendary 5 Absolutes Immortal, which brings together the power of the millennium and is stronger than it was at the beginning. Little An suddenly got up and stood in front of Li Qingshan. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple has its own commandments, no matter who can't keep it. If you want to maintain this person, then go into the demon-suppressing temple and think about it. Undaunted monk has a flash of light, a large sleeve, and more divine general flies down from the murals. Li Qingshan clenched his fist and let go. Gently press on Little An's shoulder. Jigweng Zen Master blocked the protector divine general and came to the two and said, follow me. Li Qingshan and Little An look at each other and follow the Jigweng Zen Master. They walk out of the action hall and follow the attention of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple disciple to the Great Buddha Mountain. Monk, you dare to harm me? Li Qingshan questioned Jigweng Zen Master with divine sense. Demon suppressing temple is not a place of punishment, but a place of cultivation. You are good at it. Jigweng Zen Master only said this sentence and ignored Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan has also learned a lot about Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. He knows that Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple has a special discipline school. If the mistake is made, it will be sent to the disciplinary court for punishment. The first seat of the discipline school will take care of it. What about demon suppressing temple? What is the intention of undaunted monk? Here is the demon-suppressing temple. Li Qingshan with the arrival of Jigweng Zen Master at Great Buddha Mountain, a mossy stone pillar in a secluded valley built a simple stone door, which is huge and magnificent. In front of the stone door, a big fat monk lay on a large blue stone and screamed. His voice was like a thunder, and his bare stomach was like a hill. Exuding a strong alcohol, a leg of lamb is still on the hand. Li Qingshan did not dare to have the slightest meaning. Although the wine-meat monk did not give off the slightest breath, but with the inspiration of Spirit Turtle, it was not under the fearless monk. Big fat monk opened one eye and looked obliquely. Jigweng, what do they do with them? Anglers Marshal Uncle, in the life of Abbot, put them into the face of demon-suppressing temple. Well? Anglers monk turned over and smiled and asked, what have you done? Li Qingshan saw the three big characters demon-suppressing temple on the big blue stone lying under him. You Abbot made me a monk, I won't. Ha 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 ha, interesting and interesting. If I have such a beautiful girl, I will never do monk. How can the senior brother be so strong? Anglers monk glanced at Little An, patted his belly, and laughed and shivered. The smile was very appealing, and Li Qingshan couldn't help but smile. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple should let Master Yu do Abbot. Angelus Monk shook his big head like a rattle. What fun. Hey, this female doll is like my Buddha. Zhigwen Zen Master tells the story of the matter. Angelus Monk thoughtfully looked at the two people, his face always filled with smiles, said to himself, I don't want to cultivate good fruits. I love killing people and set fire. I dare to say this in front of my senior brother. It's a bit bold. It's better to do my crime, save the province to this demon-suppressing temple. Come here. In addition to the female color, the wine is not forbidden. In that case, the Buddha is wearing the intestines and staying in the heart of the wine. Martial uncle, you are the opposite. Zhigwen Zen Master reminded him that his dry face was also a little surprised. Angelus Monk is also the great cultivator of the Buddha Heavenly Tribulation. It is a very high place in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, far above the first house. However, his words and deeds are not obsessed with discipline. He has been punished for this demon-suppressing temple. He used to rely on his cultivation base. Even if he wants to leave the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, he can stop him, but he really stays at this demon-suppressing temple. One guard is 100 years. He is too troublesome, and he has never had a discipline. He did not expect to open the door today. This is a big chance. If there is such a master, not to mention 9 provinces walk unhindered, but who wants to move Li Qingshan? Think about the consequences. It's almost the same. Angelus Monk spoke and found a big bottle of gourd. He sipped a few mouthfuls and handed it to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smelled the wine and tried to take a sip, as if a fire burned from the throat to the belly. The burning pain, and the unspeakable refreshment. It was actually a spirit that was not tasted in life, but also contained a strong extreme spiritual chi. Li Qingshan couldn't help but take a long breath, but the wine in the bottle gourd was endless, and he drank a dozen kilograms in one breath, and he didn't finish it. Good wine, but I don't want to be monk. Li Qingshan, drinking 100 pounds of wine, put down the jug and wiped his mouth. There is a secret in his body. Although with the spirit turtle divine power, even the great cultivator of third heavenly tribulation can't be seen, but it won't be discovered for a long time. At that time, the mentor and the apprentice will become enemies. Funny kid, just say it after drinking, then forget it. Give me a trip to demon-suppressing temple. Angelus Monk is also in the throes. Li Qingshan does not agree, he does not care, he will give his hand. The stone door blasts open, revealing a black hole in the cave, exuding the chilly air. Looking into it, but it is bottomless, which feels a bit like the Hungry Ghost Gateway, as if it is leading to another world. Angelus Monk's big sleeves waved, and a huge soft force came from behind. Li Qingshan involuntarily flew into the hole, and Little N did the same. In midair, the two hands clasped together and put them into the demon-suppressing temple. You can't go too far and too far. The sound of Angelus Monk came from behind, farther and farther, and the ethereal sound came from thousands of miles away. The stone door slammed shut, the sound was cut off, and the light disappeared. Senior brother is not afraid of the dangers of genius in the demon-suppressing temple that are rare in this millennium. Angelus Monk yawned and turned back. Undaunted Monk didn't know when, standing on the side of the blue stone. When she doesn't go deep into demon-suppressing temple, what is the danger? If it's so easy to fall, it's not genius. I have to try her heart again. Fearless Monk replied that although the temptation was fruitless, the uneasiness in his heart could not be eliminated. The performance of Little Un's talents made him discover a breakthrough. That is Li Qingshan. Come on, one thought. Let me see where your path is. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 575 Chapter 12 In Demon-Suppressing Temple. Dozens of people, wearing a uniform to approach this place. I saw everyone behind me. Falling Rain and Intelligent looking at each other, respect each other nodded. And the roots of the original do not care about others, except for the attention to the rain butterfly under the eyes, the other opposites. The root is originally like smoke. Senior brother, although the rain butterfly of Yu Jianmen is a woman. But I think her martial skill is indeed quite high. It was such a time with the two rumored disciples of the empty school. After a careful look, I was deeply touched. So, the two looked at each other. The speed begins to speed up. The real victory and defeat has already begun. The curtain fell on the change in the field at the moment, and said something to himself. Intelligence Master, you are here too. Smart with a sultry, is the scene of cow standing in the air. Intelligence is the predecessor of the people. Of course, you must first salute the older generation. See the rain butterfly, one person to fight against them. Falling Heart is very angry. But the two men's martial skills are insidious, and always let one person set the front of the opponent to lure opponents to attack. The person behind him shot his opponent's vital point. Seeing this, I really want to fight for the rain butterfly. Then, Yu Jianmen fell rain with rain butterflies, rain and falls. There is also his underlying discipline trailing. The light wind swayed their clothes with the wind. If you want to beat us, you have to see if you have the ability to do it. Tell you, although you are a woman, we will never leave our hearts. No words are said. On the side, watching the raindrops fall, my heart is very nervous. I am afraid that the rain butterfly will be hurt by bit. The sword in his hand was held tightly. On the side, the rain fell lightly and glanced at the side. Then complacent nodded. This is true love. Apostrophe. Okay, don't bother. Remember that she must be the discipline of Yu Jianmen, hurting people, but not her life. We are not able to tear the face with Yu Jianmen. We must be decent. Empty and whispering on the side. Amitabha is a few disciples under the Wudang gate. Intelligence is like a master. Then came the Wudang faction. In addition to the ancient heart, Wudang sent his 4 eldest disciple together and followed them after the rain. You senior sister, she still hasn't won. Don't be too happy, disturbing your senior sister's concentration. Rain fell on the side, letting Rain's face faint. I will watch this contest again. Master, the discipline will be. Rain Butterfly respected the sword and walked to the two men. Immediately, the two people who saw the ground also flew up. The Rain Butterfly will once again fight with the two people for a short while. It is impossible for a person to fly along in the end. Just fine the likeness art. It is also impossible to protect the land for a long time. After the empty 1 or 2 people finished speaking, they began to rush to the Rain Butterfly with a quick step. The footsteps began to dust and the smoke was shaken a foot high. Hey! Exclamation mark in the hands of the sword. Under the fight of the two, the sound of the sound and the sound of the world. This is a Rain Butterfly that struggles with the two on the ground, but it rises and rises, and the sword in his hand waved. At the same time, the two people on the ground saw the Rain Butterfly fighting with themselves flying up. The 2 feet stopped and flew upwards. Shaolin Temple. On the side, the flow of the cloud to his own words. In an open space, the empty man carries 2 disciplines and a disciple under his door, a total of several people. The pedestrian stopped in one place. Unexpectedly, she would have seen the play of her own. I just wanted to play with her and see how her martial skill is. Senior sister. Be sure to export the evil for eldest senior sister. Beside him, the Rain Butterfly holds a sword, and the shape of Anna, under the delicate white, is even more beautiful. The rain was very loud and said, "Let's make a move, you humiliate me with senior sister. Today, this is a bad smell. I must get back for senior sister." Yudi approached 2 people and said evilly, "Hey!" Exclamation mark. The sword of the Rain Butterfly once again stabbed the empty space in front of him. The sword shook back the empty hand and directly stabbed the empty body. But Yudi knows that this person has to guard against it. Therefore, after the sword was shot, it was only a light cut of the empty one, and it was not directly forward. Instead, he turned quickly and hit the man next to him. In one place, a group of people began to gather here. The Master of Intelligence is here too. Seeing the leader is Jiang, whose highly respected intelligence. Tong Yui is very scared. "Master, 2 senior sister," she said. You look first. Always pay attention to the hand injury in your back and your senior sister. Rain fell in the eyes of the rain butterfly and the three people fighting, said, "Senior brother, for the sake of the past, we have the opportunity to export bad luck. We can't let go of this opportunity. Glory for the dead master." Down the two disciplines of Yu Jianmen. Nothing in the air. Empty and empty one is the two disciples of the empty body. Do not worry, I am fine. After the rainy smile of the rain butterfly, the answer is definitely. There have been some moments in the battle between the three people. It's really impossible to win the rain butterfly if you don't take out the real thing. Of course, the two also saw that the rain butterfly did indeed have some skills. The rainy eyes are staring at the fights of the three men at the moment, and the rain butterfly has to stand alone for two people. Although both of them have no martial skills. But when the rain butterfly is about to hit one of them, it is discovered that another person beside him is always attacking his own vital point. Senior brother, as long as we are together, are we afraid of playing this little girl? Hey, she will come out to fight with us. I thought it was the woman who talked around her. The rain standing next to him, angered. Although it is only a fight between the disciplines, it can be a fierce fight. I have to be so excited and excited. It's so dripping. After a while, the rain butterfly fell to the ground. And then the empty and empty one or two people are also closely chasing. Then the three people played together again. Xiadi, be careful. On the sidelines, gently talking to the rain butterfly. Under the careful look, the heart is full of care for the rain butterfly. This open space is very large and has a full circle. It is not hills everywhere, but it is flat and without any obstructions. The empty body with a line of discipline is face to face with the rain. But there is a large piece of land left for viewing. The sword is in the hands of the rain butterfly, playing with the rain man and squeaking. The waving rain butterfly, like dancing, dances. The figure and movement are smooth and graceful. Gorgeous beauty, but the martial skill is also amazing. Good. Senior Sister 1. On the side, Yu Jian saw that the sword of the rain butterfly had crossed a small opening of a dress, and he screamed with joy. In fact, the two martial skills, here in the rain, falling, empty body, the curtain and several of its figures are looking for higher. The two did not fully fight with the rain butterfly. Master, the discipline went. The two men who saw the opposite side had already moved forward for dozens of steps and were looking at their side. The rain butterfly is easy. The rain is gently nodded. You die. In the rain sword door, you are now playing for the rain. They are not separated from each other. But as long as they are together, you must be careful. You are wrong. The two roots originally did not come up with a real martial skill to fight her. The two just want to casually win, in order to laugh at the rain sword door. Muliuo looked at the field. The contest in the middle said, I thought the martial skill of the empty school was so unsightly. In a word, the flow went again and looked at the field again. Both of them ran to the rain butterfly at the same time. And a white rain butterfly, holding a sword, threw the scabbard aside, then began to fight against the two people who rushed to themselves. To this end, Yudi has to pay attention to the people behind him, in case of his sneak attack. In fact, it is not a sneak attack, but this is the martial skill of the empty school. The Yudang faction that arrived later was not far from the Yu Jianmen, but it is also good to see the match in the ground. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 576. Chapter 13. Demonic People. Undaunted monk, can't rest assured that I have to observe my heart reaction. If I can't satisfy him, I won't simply let us go out. The voice of Little Un came to mind. And Li Qingshan continued to move forward. Do you want to show some goodness? It's just a fake, but it's good. But you can find opportunities to display some Buddhist doors to dispel his doubts. It is good. Li Qingshan dagger. Until now, Little Un has not yet made a shot. Since it is necessary to display the means, of course, the opponent must be strong enough. Then go ahead. All the way to go. Basically met men, seeing Little and rushed up, but almost did not meet a woman. Listening to Duoga said that women are too weak, mostly eaten, and he went. It's been eaten now, and it's already very popular with my father. For this kind of pet, Li Qingshan couldn't comment. and turned a corner. A man who was covered in a savage wind rushed up. The speed is amazing, and the degree of steel armor corps has already been achieved. It is Duergar who leads the way. Duergar screamed. Li Qingshan turned his right hand, creating a whirlpool of suction, sucking Duergar back, and then pushing it. The whirlpool whispered into the water tornado, smashed the man, smashed, meat the bones flew. Li Qingshan is fighting outside, and there are many years of glory. But there is not much more time than this demon-suppressing temple. Now his strength is too strong. Just take a shot, it is a broken bone, open the belly. The scene is extremely bloody. However, black and thin, it seems that only 7 or 8 years old Duo Georgia. Whenever this time, there will be a cheer, a look of excitement. Li Qingshan refused to let him resist the corpse, and he squandered some pieces of meat into his mouth, as if eating snacks, and eating it. Li Qingshan is also helpless and too lazy to stop. This child has a natural demonic nature. There is no concept of good or evil, or people who appear here. This is not the case. It does not seem to grow up in the human race community. You must know that even a wild land, the tribal clan will have a basic moral concept, unless it is because of some customary traditions, or forced to helplessly, basically will not swallow the same family, let alone the father and son. But if it is said to be a savage who grows in the wild, there should be no such clear thinking and language. And even if it is a beast, it won't be so crazy. I really don't know where Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple came from, although he does not speculate on others with the greatest malicious guess. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is, after all, a Buddhist Buddhism, and will not catch some people, and then turn them into this. Duergar looked up and looked at Li Qingshan with reverence. Your name, are you Demon General? It's so powerful without demonization. Li Qingshan said, I am human race. What is demonization? You are human race. Duergar was scared to take a step back. He has been Li Qingshan like him. What's so scary about human race? Li Qingshan is simply inexplicable. The child is not afraid to see him killing his own family. I heard that he is a human being and was afraid. Say it. I heard that. I heard that human race is very kind and squatting. I like to do such foolish things as helping others without compensation. I am not ashamed and proud. I use this name to constantly attack us. Let us become like them. Stupid swearing is sweet. Duergar said. How does goodness and squatting together become a derogatory term? Li Qingshan licked his head and felt a little headache. This is not just evil, but the concept of right and wrong is completely reversed, as if in their thinking, whoever learns Lfeng to do good deeds and deny himself is a great shame and stupidity. Some faintly understand the meaning of demon-suppressing temple. If these people do not suppress it here, they will go out and go out. All of them are extremely wicked. I just didn't save you. Isn't it a helping person? Seeing righteousness? No, I can help you lead the way and help you fight. If you are hungry, you can eat me. This is in your calculations. It is definitely not helpful. Very smart and powerful. It is big. The devil among the wicked people. Duergar was shocked and shocked. He trembled and quickly defended. Finally, he gave a thumbs up and gave Li Qingshan the honorable title of the devil in the man. That feeling is like someone asking you, do you think I am a slut idiot waste? It is hard not to regard it as a threat of anger. Li Qingshan pulled a corner of her mouth and barely made a happy expression. Took a deep breath, raised the head, and shouted at the ceiling, let me go out. I don't have enough to enter this demon-suppressing temple. Feeling like this child. He is already a peerless good person, right? This is a monk. Angelus monk haha laughed. Undaunted monk shook his head. These demonic people are still so stubborn and unrepentant. Even the little demonic people are evil. Demonic people was born to plant demon heart, and the 5 elements are flaming, good and evil, and right and wrong. I am afraid that only the Western Buddhas can make it, and we can do it without our anger. Junior brother, although we can't make it, we can eliminate these Buddhas' foe, lest it grow up, and it will be even more troublous. You can't look at it, or you can be pissed off at a young age. Undaunted Monk said that there is a hint of Angelus Monk. Angelus Monk haha laughed, but didn't say anything. The sound rolled back and forth in the corridor, without any echo. Li Qingshan sighed and said to Duo Ga, "What about the demonization you said? Demonic people can be demonized, like this." Duo Ga clenched his fists, his face was flushed, and he made a sound. The result was that the color of the eyes changed a little, and he relaxed and looked forward to his eyes. "I am still too young. When I grow up, I will definitely become a very strong demon king." Demonic people, demon king. Li Qingshan murmured, "If you don't consider those words and deeds, Duo Ga's performance is no different from ordinary children. Want to be a scientist, want to be president." Li Qingshan patted Duo Ga's head and said nothing. "Go ahead, is there no strong opponent here?" "Supreme, you are really the magic of vicious overbearing people. There are many strong people to kill in the place we are going to go." Duo Ga stunned, revealing the look of admiration, and said, "I heard Grandpa said that it doesn't matter if you have a demon heart. Everyone can become a demon. You will be a powerful demon king in the future." There is a kind of comfort to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shakes his head with a smile, his right hand gently waves, the clouds rise, and Duo Ga is also humped up. Then he said, "You just have to refer to the road. Hurry, go to the place you said." The cloud flew up, Duo Ga squatted in front, constantly pointing at the direction. The cloud is in the labyrinth of the demon-suppressing temple. Flying over thousands of prisons, Li Qingshan imagined that when the prisoners were filled up, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple suppressed the majesty of demon. After thousands of years of rest and recuperation, its power will only become stronger. If its identity is leaked, it will not be able to escape the consequences of being suppressed. One demonic people appeared in front of him. If it didn't stop, Li Qingshan didn't bother to pay attention. If he dared to stop in front, he would be too lazy to get a hand and hit a cloud. The technique of the clouds and the fog, under his utility, Croc, and the speed is amazing. Anyone who has been hit is a broken fracture, and the blood is flying out. Only these demonic people are full of fierce vitality. Whether I don't know if I will die. The roads are gradually widening, and the twists and turns are becoming less. However, the emergence of demonic people has become more and more powerful, and some weapons that are still armed with swords have become more and more serious. The speed at which clouds traveled naturally slowed down. The cloud hit a demonic people with a long blade and the long blade flew out. Duo Ga will walk out of the cloud, reach for it, take it in his hand, drop the bone stick that he just got, and slant the long blade behind him, but he will be taller than others. Funny, he is very happy. The innocent looks like a mortal child gets a favorite toy. Li Qingshan feels a little sad. He is not a sympathetic person, but he is always gentle to the child. The child is always weak, everything is subject to environmental restraint, being bullied and weak, and being confused. Can't tell, wait until the long big accomplishment person, can be the master of the time, has long been distorted beyond recognition. Maybe I remembered my own self. Li Qingshan sighed and touched Duo Ga's head. Duo Ga shrank his neck, turned his head, and looked alert. "You can rest assured that as long as you are not malicious to me, I will not kill you or eat you. I am not a demonic people, but a stupid human race." Duo Ga, I don't know what to say. Two huge gold-plated gates appear at the end of the road. There are dozens of grotesque demonic people in front of the door, standing or sitting, forming a circle. Two demonic people are fighting in the middle. Others are on the sidelines. Kill him, and looked at him, preparing to eat the flesh and blood of the loser. Seeing the clouds approaching, turned their heads. Only the two demonic people are still red-eyed endless. The sly will bite into the other's body, like a two-haired mud dog. A demonic people originally sat in front of the golden gate, and suddenly stood up. Its height is far beyond the human race. It is full of muscles, like a tower, with a crown like a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle demonic people came out of the crowd and took a heavy footsteps to Li Qingshan. Other demonic people were on the road. only the two demonic people were killing each other. Longhorn beetle demonic people didn't look at it, they walked through them, caca. Blood splashing, broken bones, two demonic people were stepped into two, but the upper body was tightly clutching together, struggling to bite. Longhorn beetle demonic people walked up to Li Qingshan, filled with the light of the light, staring at Little An, leaving a thick saliva in his mouth. A beautiful woman. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 577. Chapter 14. Demon Suppression Catalog. It's best to use your brain before you speak. If you don't need it, I can help you get it off. Li Qingshan looked up and looked impatient. Woman. The longhorn beetle demonic people made a maddening sensation. The skin was blue, the crown of the head was raised, and it became a giant horn and slammed into Li Qingshan. Senior is careful, he is demonization. Duergar shouted, if Li Qingshan is dead, he is also a dead end, and he can't escape the end of being eaten. Li Qingshan grabbed the giant horn and the longhorn beetle demonic people's feet continued to step backwards, but they stood in front of them like a mountain, and they did not move. Li Qingshan with a gentle pull, longhorn beetle demonic people felt an irresistible extraordinary strength, pulled involuntarily, and then his neck tightened. Li Qingshan's other hand stuck his neck. At the same time, both hands forced hard, and the skin and flesh tore apart, revealing the neck bone of the cypress, and the blood was like a spring. The longhorn beetle demonic people's head was pulled down and thrown like a ball. With a bang, squatting on the gilt door, smashed and stuck to it. Dozens of demonic people roared in unison, all demonization, and killed together. A moment later, the body of the demonic people was scattered and the blood was covered with a thin first level. Only the two demonic people, who have only half of them left, are still smothering. Li Qingshan went to the gate of the Jinjin, kicked them off with a kick, and slammed into the wall of the gold say, turned into a mass of meat, blended into one, slowly sliding down. Duergar, what's behind this door? A lot of very strong devils, but there is no demon general. Can't demon general come up? Duergar glared in the chest of the longhorn beetle demonic people. Demon general? Probably equivalent to corpse general. Li Qingshan said slightly, don't you come? You mean there are prisons below? Yeah, I just escaped from below, or I have already been eaten. Duergar digs his head and looks at it with blood. Hey, why not? Li Qingshan also remembered Angelus Monk's Jing not too far and too far. It turned out to be the case. This demon-suppressing temple is more than the first level. According to Duergar, the weak demonic people are afraid to be eaten and flee to the top, and those who are strong, I am afraid they are all suppressed at the bottom. How many layers are there below? 9th level. It's here. Duergar was pleasantly surprised to find something in the head of the longhorn beetle demonic people sticking to the wall, holding it to Li Qingshan with both hands. Sir, please enjoy. What is this? Li Qingshan, I saw that the palm of Duergar was holding a black-like tumor-like body with a hint of silky say, which looked like a concentrated skull. There is a strange smell, and there is a hint of sweetness in the stench. He couldn't help but give birth to a disgust. As if I saw cockroaches and pollution, I smelled the real sins. This is demon heart. Duergar licked his lips. I do not want. Li Qingshan does not want to eat this kind of unidentified object taken from the human head. Although it contains strength, the power does not have a half benefit to him. If you really ate it, I am afraid that Spirit Turtle will suppress it. Can the Seador be rewarded to Duergar? You want to eat and eat. Thank you for your respect. Duergar was overjoyed, as if he was afraid of Li Qingshan's remorse. He was busy stuffing this demon heart into the mouth and swallowing hard. Still stunned, slammed the chest before swallowing. Undaunted Monk and Angelus Monk look at this scene. Undaunted Monk said, it's stupid. It only makes the magic of this little demonic people stronger. Li Qingshan pressed his hand on the sheet metal door and slowly pulled out heavy water sword. Little Duergar, in demonic people. What is the most embarrassing thing? You are a good person. Duergar thought about it. Li Qingshan's expression is stiff. Okay, pushing hard. The sheet metal door is very quiet and separates on both sides. Li Qingshan saw the first look of a pair of round scorpions, looking at him with glare. His heart suddenly jumped, and his body curled up, and there was a feeling of being shocked. There are such dangerous enemies here? However, when he decided to come, he discovered that it was not a living person, but a statue of a man of the devil who was up to several feet in the age of a young man. He was squatting on his upper body, revealing the body of Jing, and wearing a snot skirt. The statue did not look at him, but passed over his head and looked at the sky. It's just that it's too lifelike and contains a lot of emotions, and it's going to make him feel illusory. The demon man struggled to open his arms. His face was smashed. The blue veins were exposed. The fangs were protruding, and the 10 fingers extended his claws, as if demonization was going on, to fight a certain invisible enemy. Who are you? Not a devil, is a human race. Li Qingshan stared at the statue for a long time, until the sound came from around, only to return to the gods, only to see a huge circular square around the statue, plus the one behind him. There are 9 golden gates around the square. It seems that this is the most central part of this maze. Looking at the square, there are more than a dozen demonic people standing on the ground. Each of them is more powerful than the longhorn beetle demonic people. They keep a distance from each other and all look at the statue of the demon. Among them, there is a female Xing demonic people, and it is obvious that there is no difference between men and women and strong. There is no food here, and if you want to live, you can only swallow each other. The appearance of Little An caused another sigh, and a pair of greedy and hungry eyes looked over. But compared to the ordinary demonic people, they are obviously more able to control their own expectations. Looking at Li Qingshan and assessing his strength. If Li Qingshan is a weak person, waiting for him is a hellish scene. Li Qingshan glanced at the weak, but it was to look at the eyes of the dead. He took a deep breath. The word of a word. You, people, all, yes, good, people. The demonic people were sour for a while, and they stood up as if they had been greatly insulted. Li Qingshan see this trick useful, chuckled, continue. Your family is a good person. You are a good person all your life. Demonic people are all showing the violent rage say, which has been demoted. At this time, Li Qingshan's eyes passed over them and fell on the statue of the demon. The heart moved. He is not going to demonization. On the contrary, he is resisting demonization. The demonic people rushed to the front, and heavy water sword stretched 10 feet. The sword of the broken city. Li Qingshan clenched with one hand and screamed across, smashing 7 demonic people, and sword chi burst into the body and shred them. Li Qingshan clearly saw that sword chi Yubo fell a few feet in front of the statue of the demon, and was blocked by an invisible barrier. He also had a kind of enlightenment. This statue is probably the core of the hall. Li Qingshan stepped forward, his wrists turn, heavy water swords, whistling back, as if to pull a curtain of blood. A blood flower blooms in front of his eyes, ignoring the blood of the corpse from his side, like a heavy rain. Li Qingshan turned a blind eye to all of this, just staring up. The magic man's eyes are not the violent rage, but the pain. What is hidden in the statue? Only the female Xing demonic people fled to the front of the sheet of gold in the opposite direction of Li Qingshan, without the drive of love. The hope of survival defeated the rage. Li Qingshan throws heavy water sword without looking at it, a blue smooth and a curved arc, passing through the body of the demonic people and returning to Li Qingshan's hands. The demonic people stayed for a while and burst into bursts. Li Qingshan finally came to the front of the statue. Looking up from this angle, the devil man extended his arms to the sky. He is not going to fight with people, but is praying, asking for something. Who is praying for? I heard that as long as I can penetrate the secrets of this statue, I can escape from here. Duergar suddenly said. This statue is bearing some kind of cultural technique. Little An came to Li Qingshan and settled. Li Qingshan touched his chin and bowed slightly. Although he is not a genius of Little An, the statue brings him the feeling, it is too familiar. When the elder brother Bull passed gods and demons 9 transformations to him, he used a similar approach. The 8 demon phantoms still exist in his sea of consciousness, and certainly more than the statue in front of him. Inheritance is more high-end. He has already learned the true meaning of Bull Demon and Tiger Demon from the phantom. And then look at this statue, there is a feeling of not so difficult to understand. It's not easy. I saw the demon suppression catalogue at a glance. Angelus Monk smiled and said that ordinary people saw this statue and thought it was a more vivid statue. Who could have thought of another mystery? Seeing is one thing, and it is one thing to understand. Undaunted Monk didn't take it for granted, but his heart was a bit strange. Li Qingshan doesn't look like a wonderful person. How can you see the mystery in this statue at a glance? The existence of Demon Suppression Catalog is not a secret in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. The past discipline entered the Demon Suppressing Temple experience, and there are also talented and intelligent people who noticed the existence of Demon Suppression Catalog, but no one can understand this. The door of the cultural technique, even the simplest first layer cannot understand. Even with Undaunted Monk's current cultivation base, you can only find out a few points, but you can't really participate in it. It is rumored that this cultural technique is not prepared for Monk of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, but for those Demon Tao prisoners who have been detained here. They need to be a great master of magic, put down the butcher's knife, turn back to the shore, and enter the Buddha. But this is obviously not simple. For thousands of years, there has never been a demonic people who can be enlightened. Angelus Monk asked a question. If he really understands the Demon Suppression Catalog, how is that good? To put it bluntly, Demon Suppression Catalog is the highest cultivation technique of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Even Heavenly Dragon meditation chant is not as good as it is. But since thousands of years, there has never been a human cultivator, so the reputation is not obviously, if you are learned by an outsider. It is impossible. Undaunted Monk is convinced that for thousands of years, no matter the monk of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple or the demonic people being held here, how many wisdom and extraordinary people can't get through this Demon Suppression Catalog? With him a little the foundation establishment cultivator, how can it be done? Even if he really realizes that Xing is superb, but he is born by Eagle Wolf Guard, how many magics can exist in his heart? There is no magic Xing. And he talks about demon suppressing. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 578 Chapter 15 Demon Heart No Regrets. Angelus Monk smiled and shook his head. The heart is secretive and deep, and the flatterer shows only the tip of the iceberg. It is bound by this secular ritual, and it is even more unpredictable. I think he only shot vicious tyranny, not only to defeat the enemy. There are Buddhas in the heart, but there are also magics in the heart, so the senior brother will not deny it. I don't deny it. But if he is really unbearable, how can he be so generous to the little demonic people who eat it? Undaunted Monk pointed his hand and Duergar was looking down and looking for it in the square. Demon Heart. Demon Heart's material is unusual and is the only part that won't be destroyed by Li Qingshan's sword chi. Maybe he has been artificially suppressing the magic of the heart. Angelus Monk said that he also felt that it was impossible. If magic Xing is so easily suppressed, then the world is good. And what does this Demon Suppression Catalog do? They never imagined that Li Qingshan was always more and more powerful than the Demon Suppression Catalog. Cultivation Technique Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets to suppress the magic of the heart. If not, he has already become a magic. Little An stared at the Demon Suppressing statue and shook his head shortly afterwards, giving up on the Demon Suppression Catalog contained in it. Why, even you can't understand the cultural technique? Li Qingshan curiously said that he hadn't seen anything yet and could barely live Little An. Little An said, This statue is integrated with the entire demon suppressing temple and is called demon suppressing instead of demon suppressing. It can be seen that the builder of this demon suppressing temple was not for the sake of killing, but with compassion. The culture technique contained in it should be made by Demon Dao, who is being held here, demonic people, and suppressing the magic of the heart, and lost the way. And there is no magic in my heart, so it is impossible to cultivate. Outside of demon suppressing temple, Undaunted Monk and Angelus Monk look at each other and have amazed say, but this moment, she has penetrated the construction of this demon suppressing temple, including the function of this demon suppression catalog. It is incredible. In the past, Demon Dao cultivator, who can be detained in this demon suppressing temple, is not a tyrannical one on the side of the line. Because of his strong magic, he has the opportunity to understand from this demon suppression catalog. Looking back is the road to the shore. However, she did not believe what she said. I don't have a magic in my heart, but it is clearly said to them. I understand why senior brother is so cautious. Angelus Monk shook his head slightly, and the smile on his face disappeared for the first time. At such a young age, such wisdom. The Dragon Temple has this discipline. Not a big blessing is a big disaster. But they didn't know that little and didn't lie. Although she has incredible enlightenment, she is almost heartless and she has no so-called magic sing in her heart. Even if she can understand, she can't be cultivating. Tao of the beautiful bones is a road from the Buddha, and this demon suppression catalog is the opposite. In her heart, there is no magic town. And Li Qingshan is different. Repression of magic sing. I wonder if it can be used to suppress Bull Demon and Tiger Demon. Li Qingshan had a heartbeat. After Bull Demon transformation reached the 5th layer, he often had a feeling of repression and stubborn repression, which was quite laborious. If you can learn this demon suppression catalog, I don't know if I can get some help. And the level of this cultural technique doesn't look low, at least more than Boundless Sea Art. The bald donkey casually put them here to test, and learning such a cultural technique is not without gain. Li Qingshan turned around the demon suppressing statue and turned around, facing away from the demon suppressing statue, while Divine Sense searched, and changed his posture, posing exactly the same as the demon-suppressing statue. Divine Sense explored the demon-suppressing statue and didn't feel anything special at first. Thinking about what Little Un said, he tried to relax a little bit of Spirit Turtle's suppression of Bull Demon Tiger Demon. In an instant, his look changed, his eyebrows rose, his eyes were round, his head squinted at the void, and the lips clung into a line. The demon of Bull Demon is unstoppable. The magic of Tiger Demon is fierce. Open the arms that have become thicker in a circle. The muscles are tied, and the silent screams in the chest, as if fighting with the invisible enemy. Duergar, who is picking up Demon Heart and stuffing it into his mouth, was shocked, stepped back, sat down on the floor, his mouth wide open, forgot to swallow Demon Heart, and looked straight at Li Qingshan. There was an impulse to pay homage. Originally, Li Qingshan was not grateful to save him. In the heart of demonic people, he was not grateful for this kind of sentiment. Only the good entry would be known. After knowing that Li Qingshan was in the class, although he was afraid of his strength, he said a lot of exaggeration, but he didn't think so, especially after Li Qingshan expressed his goodwill to him. He felt strange and thought, the class is as inexplicable as the legend. But at this moment, Duergar is sincere and sincere, like Monk, worshipping the high-level High Monk. The Supreme is really a magic in the middle. Those demon general are far from being able to match. No demon heart is so powerful. If you have demon heart, become a demonic people, isn't it even better? This is with Undaunted Monk and Angelus Monk's heart sing cultivation base. I was also taken aback. How could he have such a strong magic sing? Li Qingshan's heart is full of magic, which is far from being imaginable. Bull Demon's stubborn persistence. The gods and gods cannot be tempered. Tiger Demon's will to fight is even more crazy. Demonic people's magic sing looks powerful, has no feelings, ignores all morality, but it is only infected by demon heart. The so-called magic sing, whose thoughts are instilled and whose intentions are distorted, is as weak as a locust compared with bull demon tiger demon. It is essentially the same as those who worship the great Buddha mountain, but it is simply a belief in the Buddha and a demon. The real devil, the vertical and horizontal relaxation, as the heart of the you, one mind is determined, 9 dead do not regret. This is the magic sing that Li Qingshan has. As for all kinds of killing intents, it is a byproduct derived from it, and it cannot shake his heart. Undaunted monk is so sinking, the fists in the sleeves are tight, so the thick magic is so rare in the world. If you encounter this child outside, you should be desperate to kill him on the spot. Turning to Angelus Monk, junior brother, if he doesn't understand the demon suppression catalog, he must not let him leave the Dragon Temple. No, demon suppressing temple. Angelus Monk shook his head slightly. Senior brother, I know that you hate evil, and swear to sweep away the demon for my Buddha, but even though my Zen faction pays attention to the heart, he can't do it because he hasn't done it yet. Is there a magic sing and punish him? Undaunted Monk frowned. Do you want to protect him? Angelus Monk avoided answering and said, since he has such a magical sing in his heart, he can lead without sending it. It is not a great perseverance. It can't be done. Perhaps it is the best selection of the cultivation demon suppression catalog. This is the demon suppressing temple and so on. That's not necessarily. Undaunted Monk rode, from the good road to the evil road, only between the thoughts, but wants to get lost. Turn back to the shore, but it is easy. So many demonic people and demon Tao cultivator entered the demon suppressing temple, but none of them came out of the demon suppression catalog. It can be said that demon suppressing temple has never played the builder with compassion. The function that he hopes to play is ultimately a prison, a trial field. Can he break through the ruin and become the first entry of the demon suppression catalog? Li Qingshan carefully controlled the delicate balance between spirit turtle and bull demon tiger demon, so as not to accidentally release monster chi. That undaunted monk is not like a soft-hearted entry, but I don't know, just let the undaunted monk set the killing intent. At this time, the demon suppressing statue illuminates slightly, giving off a faint golden glow, and the entire demon suppressing temple is trembled. It is in this struggle and embarrassment that between depression and release, the idea contained in this demon suppressing statue is concealed. Angelus Monk's eyes are bright. Yes, sure. Undaunted Monk looked slightly loose. Li Qingshan uses divine sense to lock the demon suppressing statue. It faintly feels that there is something in it. It is like a kind of enlightenment and a passage, but there is always a first level diaphragm. After a while, demon suppressing statue the light faded and Li Qingshan was loose. Amitabha, did it really fail? Undaunted Monk puts his hands together and sings the Buddha. Angelus Monk on the side knows that this is Undaunted Monk's mind, to show off the demon. Li Qingshan asked Little Un and said, what do you think? Not quite like. Yes, I feel a little worse. The will of Li Qingshan is not exactly the same as the idea contained in this statue, but it is not biased. And the demon suppression catalog passed down by demon suppressing statue cannot be obtained. He pondered for a moment, turned his head to face the statue, silently said, although I have a strong magic in my heart, I am not suffering, and I don't want to ask for help. I don't want to get lost. I completely eliminate this magic. If there is no such magic, Li Qingshan will no longer ritz. Li Qingshan suddenly screamed, wherever you hide something, bring it to me. The demon-suppressing statue suddenly unleashes an unprecedented glow, as if the entire demon-suppressing temple is shining. The light reached pinnacle, and it appeared in the eyes of 2 golden lights, falling into the eyes of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was shocked, as if it had been strongly shocked, stepping back, and suddenly there was an image in the head, constantly rotating. It is the demon-suppressing statue in front of you. The first version of the demon suppression catalog, Demon Heart First Regrets. Although born as a demonic people, I tasted the love of love and regretted what I did in the past. So I want to break away from the restraint of demon heart and create my own will. But gradually, from the image of the demonic people man to the image of Li Qingshan, There is neither pain nor pity in the expression, only pride and determination, and no regrets about anything done in the past. Demon Heart, no regrets. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 579. Chapter 16, Demon Heart. Demon suppressing statue quickly dimmed after shooting 2 rays. Li Qingshan stood still in front of the statue for a long time. After completely integrating the first version of Demon Suppression Catalog, he opened his eyes and had a surprise on his face. The color. Although it is inconspicuous to guess the hidden technique in the demon suppressing statue, it is not expected that the demon suppression catalog is so wonderful and does not conflict with boundless sea art. Demon suppression catalog is also regarded as a cultivation technique of culture. It can greatly enhance the strength and physical strength. But the way of cultivation, Li Qingshan, is unheard of, but it is to use the demonic nature in the heart, in the constant suppression and battle, into its own strength. In other words, if it is Demon Dao Cultivator Cultivation Demon Suppression Catalog, you do not need to give up the original culture technique, still based on its own cultivation base, but on top of this, add a cultivation way, equivalent to the tiger that has grown wings. There is even a chance to gain a strong amount of strength beyond the current realm. Based on this alone, the cultural technique is rare in the world. The Gods and Demons 9 transformations of Li Qingshan's cultivation has the same function. However, this culture technique is not only difficult to learn, but also difficult to cultivate. It is not a matter of comprehension. In the process of cultivation, if the demonic nature is too weak and it is easy to completely suppress the demonic nature, then there is no chance to learn the remaining cultural technique, at most to the extent of the demon suppression catalog to the 3/4 layer. Ordinary wicked people repent, and at most they become ordinary good people. Only the generations of traitors and evils will return to the shore and become a great sage. That is to say, the demonic nature is not enough, even if the understanding of the cultural technique cannot play its full strength. But if the demonic nature is too strong, the suppression cannot be stopped. It is chi deviation, the end of the explosion. There will never be a demon Dao cultivator that can be used after the cultivation of the demon suppression catalog. Once the cultivation fails, it is a dead end. Imagine that in this cable-like cultivation process, I am afraid that few people can repair the demon suppression catalog to the 9th layer. Li Qingshan pinched his fist and raised his smile at his mouth. This collaboration technique is tailor-made for me. My demonic nature is definitely enough, and it will become stronger with cultivation. The most important resource of cultivation demon suppression catalog is almost endless. With Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, there is no danger of so-called chi deviation. Whether it's Demon Heart First Regrets or Demon Heart No Regrets, you have to have Demon Heart first. This first Demon Suppression Catalog also contains the method to concise Demon Heart. Li Qingshan remembered the things that Duergar had eaten, and wanted to condense such a thing in the body. It was a bit disgusting, but for cultivation, I didn't want to take it. Sitting down at the moment, I began to gather the demonic nature and consolidate this regretless demon heart. How did the senior brother think? Angelus Monk stared at Li Qingshan, and there was a lot of divine light in his face. His face was filled with smiles like a Maitreya Buddha. At this time, the amount of strong great strength equivalent to Monk King was revealed. Amitabha. Then he wants him to be self-sufficient. Undaunted Monk has a folded hand and eyes closed. He can't cultivate the demon suppression catalog, but he also knows some of the doorways. He knows that once the cultivation technique is used, it is equivalent to wearing an invisible shackle. Only continue to suppress the demon heart demonic nature, cannot deviate from the righteous path, otherwise it will be the end of the smog. The predecessor who cast the demon-suppressing temple, whose heart is compassionate and thoughtful, is amazing. However, for thousands of years, I have to wait for such a successor. This Li Qingshan really has a relationship with my Buddha. Angelus Monk asked again, if I want to accept him as a discipline, can the senior brother promise? If he wants to enter the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple, he doesn't have to go to this demon-suppressing temple. Undaunted Monk's implication is to recognize Li Qingshan's qualifications. In his 20s, he has been trained in the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage. He has proved his talent and has realized the demon suppression catalog that no one can understand for thousands of years. This is the origin of my Buddha and will be unusual in the future. And relatively speaking, Undaunted Monk is more reassuring to Li Qingshan than to Little N. Although Li Qingshan said that he likes killing and setting fire, his temperament is clear and clear. Moreover, there is a heavy restraint of demon suppression catalog, not to mention that he will be disadvantageous to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Angelus Monk smiled and said, but he has now become the true secret of my Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Even if he doesn't want to enter Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, I am afraid that senior brother will not agree. Undaunted Monk indulged for a moment. Do you really want to accept him as a disciple? Things always have a place to turn. Let's see it first. Li Qingshan runs Demon Suppression Catalog, and bit by bit releases the suppression of Spirit Turtle, allowing Bull Demon and Tiger Demon to stretch muscles and bones. The strong demonic nature gathers in the chest and condenses. Demonic nature. This is an invisible qualitative idea that can only be perceived, but under the urging of the Demon Suppression Catalog, it turns into a breath that is visible to the naked eye. Li Qingshan stunned the darkness of dark red, turned into a sly face, greedy and sorrowful, and looked at it all. It was Li Qingshan's appearance, but it was sinking like water. As the old man sat down, Demon Chi is like a wolf smoke, straight into the dome of Demon Suppressing Temple, faintly heard, the sound of roaring roar, the sound of cold killing, becoming more and more loud, like 1,000 horses and horses shouting together. Duergar squatted on the ground, and did not dare to move. The mouth kept saying, the sage calm down, the sage calm down. Li Qingshan did not dare to let the bull demon tiger demon release the demonic nature, fearing that the demon suppression catalog could not be suppressed and exposed the stuffing. So the mind turned, demon chi, rotated, tornado wind into Li Qingshan's day inspiration, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Li Qingshan flashed the light of dark red, and his chest swelled high, and demon chi rolled toward it, constantly gathering and condensing. The loud rumble bang in my mind. Demon chi dissipated. Li Qingshan stood up involuntarily. He set his mind and looked inside. He found in the brain that there was a crystallization of dark red. There were many cuts and they showed a diamond shape. Well, this is demon heart. It seems to be a little different from what Duergar eats, like the Sarira of Buddhism. He didn't know that only the demon heart of the lowest demonic people would look like this, full of filth and ugliness. And the strong ones in demon race, the demon hearts, are all condensed like stones. The ability to form crystals is so clear and sharp that it is rare in demon race, and most of them are those powerful demon racers who have such a demon heart as Li Qingshan, if they are born in demon race. Among them, it can be called peerless genius. But as long as you have demon heart, you can use the demon suppression catalog method. This demon suppression catalog is a very interesting way to win the enemy. Li Qingshan can't wait to test it. This demon suppressing temple is a 9th level. It should be a demon suppressing statue for every 1st level. It is a complete demon suppression catalog. Duergar, how do you get to the 1st level? Li Qingshan's voice did not fall. Demon suppressing statue under the light pedestal on the tall pedestal, showing a door. A few panic-stricken ones came in and saw Li Qingshan in front of him, shouted, "Give me away." This is the top layer of the demon suppressing temple. The powerful demon general is not coming up, and they are all close to demon general realms. Strong Li Qingshan. They are alone here, and they are not in their eyes. Li Qingshan licked his lips, and a pair of scorpions turned into dark red, and several demonic people's shadow reflections were among them. Demon suppressing. Hey! Several demonic people are in a stiff shape, like an invisible big hand, and they are shot into a pool of blood. Duergar couldn't keep up with the shocked mouth and couldn't figure out what was going on. The demon suppression catalog is not just about the demonic nature of the heart. but also the demonic nature of others. The attack method is very special. The lethality is not only related to Li Qingshan's own demonic nature, but also related to the demonic nature of the enemy's mind. The stronger the demonic nature of the opponent, the greater the lethality. If this trick is used on a baby, even one of its hairs can't be hurt. Used in Li's ordinary demonic people, it is an overwhelming force. Originally, he did not dare to use the demon method in this demon suppressing temple. His strength was greatly limited, but with the demon suppression catalog in hand, he was able to restrain these demonic people. Go. Li Qingshan walked toward the open door. Duo Ga stunned and said to Li Qingshan, "Sir, you still hide your woman." There are a lot of powerful demon generals below. Because Little Ann didn't shoot, Duo Ga thought she was just a Li Qingshan woman. With Li Strongshan's strong great strength, there is no danger even if you go to the first level. But with such a woman walking in the demonic people, it is like walking into the wolves with fresh meat, and will be attacked by the group. "My woman?" Li Qingshan snorted and touched Little Un's head and smiled. "She is not my woman." Little Un bowed his head away from Li Qingshan's hand, his lips twitching slightly, showing an unhappy look. Let Xiao Duo Ga, who doesn't know the feelings of men and women, look at it. Li Qingshan also stunned. She would show such an expression, but it was extremely rare. The detective took her shoulder and smiled. "I am her man. Have you not seen it?" "What? Of course, the thugs are in the front." "She doesn't shoot, just because there are no opponents worthy of her shot." Li Qingshan said that without the demon suppression catalog, Little Un's combat power is indeed stronger than him if he can't use demon's power. But to deal with these demonic people, even if you cannot prove anything, still find some powerful guys to kill. He didn't know. He casually hugged the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple genius disciple, and had already made the abbot undaunted monk of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple very dissatisfied. He couldn't help but coldly snort, and he couldn't immediately pick him up. I slammed my hand. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 580 Chapter 17 Complete Demonization. Angelus Monk haha laughed. These two entrances are all related to my Buddha, and I am also in the same place as my dragon temple. It is really a reason to make a decision. It is not easy for senior brother to break them up. You need to manage your discipline. Undaunted monk's face is unpleasant, but the heart feels a little relieved. Little Un's always present reality is too perfect, too impeccable, but rather uneasy. Now that the appearance of ordinary girls is normal, it seems normal and a little bit more men and women, slowly guiding, can be eliminated. Li Qingshan went to the opening door and suddenly asked, "Duo Ga, don't you like women?" Duo Ga said, "I am still young, I don't like women, or I don't know what to expect. Only after I become strong can I control myself." "Yes, you have to learn to control yourself. You have to distort your heart for demon heart." Duo Ga's ignorant nodded, chanting the word "this heart." If it is the high monk of Buddhism, he may not accept it. But even the Sayadaw said so, it must be good. Li Qingshan stepping into the door, the surrounding light and shadow are distorted, like being inhaled by a whirlpool, waiting to come back. It has appeared in a room of gold, say, similar to the prison of first level. Just looking up go, the silk flower board becomes more and more high. The origin of this demon-suppressing temple is more and more obvious. The height of these two floors is not hidden by a great Buddha mountain. If driven by this, the height and area of this demon-suppressing temple may be better than that of Great Buddha mountain is much taller, and the Dragon temple is much larger. After waiting for a while in the prison, I did not see Little Ann and Duo Ga appear. Oops, I didn't expect the competition to be in the first level square, but was freely transmitted, but forgot to hold Little Un's hand. But with Little Un's strength, when there is no danger, look for it. See Li Qingshan and Little Un went into the door. Duo Ga picked up the demon hearts scattered on the ground and stuffed them into the entrance, but hesitated. The demonic people at first level are much stronger than this first level. With his strength below, there is no guarantee for safety. After eating these demon hearts, he feels that he is in a blood energy boiling, and his strength is greatly increased. There is no danger in this first level. It is a good opportunity to get rid of them. A demon heart enters his within the body, like a drop of water, blending with his own demon heart, full of vitality, and his face is ridiculously ridiculous. Follow them and get more demon hearts, become stronger, and it's worth the risk. Before getting inside, Duergar looked up and looked at the towering demon-suppressing statue. Somewhat strange, he is obviously not hurt. How can it be so painful? There was a trace of confusion on my face. When I remembered that I almost ate it, I felt so painful. It was not just a pain in my body, but I didn't know where it came from. It was a deep place, and it was a pain. He subconsciously touched his chest and his heart beat. Is this the heart? For demonic people, as long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the heart will not be punctured, so it will often be ignored. I heard that the secrets in this statue will be able to go home and go home. He shook his head, and the mother had already been eaten, and there was no home. He slammed his chest. The strange feeling came again, and his nose was sour. His black face wrinkled into a ball, hating this feeling. Fortunately, at this time, there was another voice in my heart: follow them, or you will not have demon heart to eat. It is rare to have such a good opportunity to make good use of them. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the strange feeling finally disappeared. But while stepping into the door, the demon-suppressing statue was still firmly in his heart, a pair of painful eyes, staring at him. Duergar just touched the ground and felt a heavy body and was crushed to the ground. Look at what I caught. Hey, it's a little guy. It seems to be coming down from above. It's really courageous, just enough for me to eat. A big fat man with a cross-faced body. Duergar stepped under his body, carrying a bloody butcher knife in his hand, showing off to his companions, slashing on Duergar, laughing, showing his sharp teeth. Sir, Lord, save me. Duergar screamed scaredly, but there was no scream of Duergar at all. It was just the morning of food. What is enough for you to eat? See who has a share. Cut from the middle. We are halfway. Next to the big fat demonic people, is a long, skinny demonic people with arms that are almost as long as they hang down to the ground, like a gibbon's, grabbing one arm of Duergar with one hand. A dissatisfied ramp. Let's let go. This is what I caught. Why do you let you half, and at most, take your arm and taste it? One arm. The beauty you want? No, at most half. The fat demonic people slammed Duergar, and the demonic people stretched out one more hand and grabbed Duergar's other arm, pulling it and refusing to let go. Duergar feels that the body is about to tear and gives a painful mourning. Base. The blade light flashed and the blood splattered. After losing the demonic people, his two long arms were cut off from him and he was full of anger. You dare to? The fat demonic people took the butcher knife and pointed at him. If you don't want to, then I will eat you one more. See who eats who. The waist of the demonic people suddenly stretched out like a snake to the fat demonic people. Two long tentacles were born in the broken arm, entangled in the neck of the fat demonic people. Duergar's screaming noise in his body, the bones being trampled off. I don't know how much. The pain is difficult, but the body is getting hotter and harder, and demon heart beats like a drum. Duergar devours many demon hearts in succession, and each one contains many more magic than himself. It should have erupted long ago, but just beside the demon-suppressing statue, demon-suppressing is always exuding. Now away from the demon-suppressing statue, this power bursts out immediately. And he is too young to understand the dangers of devouring demon heart. The filthy demon chi swelled out and coiled around his body. His thin hands were completely turned into black claws, scratching on the ground of the gold say, making a sharp, harsh sound, and sparks. A root spurs out of the body, the anti-joint stretches, and the eyelids become completely purple, and swears, I want to eat you. In the end, it has completely become the roar of the beast, fierce struggle. He is completely demonization, killing him. The fat demonic people felt a fierce resistance from his feet, and he could not suppress it with his power. The demonic people screamed, how could he have this power? Demonization is the most basic power of demon race, and once it is displayed, its strength is multiplied. But the demonic people pays attention to the combination of magic and magic. If the demon heart is too strong and uncontrollable, it will be encroached on the body, lose its mind and become a violent beast, completely demonization. Even the ferocious demonic people don't want to be like this, so they are extremely careful when they devour demon heart. Demon heart, which is generally weaker than demonic people, has no effect and will only mix its own demon chi. Demon heart, which devours the powerful demonic people, can increase its power, but it is easy to get out of control, completely demonization. The butcher knife slammed into Duerga's neck, slamming, smashing an empty space and kneeling on the ground. Duerga pulled out from the suppression and swooped over to the fat demonic people, slamming into his big belly, like a pregnant woman born in October, but wearing a hand here, broke a foot there. The demonic people are wielding two tentacles. The fat demonic people is full of hostility, wielding a butcher's knife, and stabbing his back against himself. In a moment, even 7 or 8 knives were stabbed, blood spattered, and the wall was covered with blood. Guendang. The butcher knife landed. The fat demonic people's chest bulged high and burst into tears. I took a demon heart and broke it out. There was a fierce knife mark on my body. He landed on the ground like a vicious little beast, chewed demon heart a few times, swallowed it, and the knife marks on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 sharp-pointed spurs were born on the head, and the body also expanded and the mouth cracked to the base of the ear, revealing a row of sharp knife-like teeth. Already completely uninformed, his head turned, and Xian stared at the demonic people, and swooped up. The demonic people turned and fled, but it was too late to be thrown to the ground. Kaka screamed, his mouth opened to an incredible degree, and he suddenly collapsed. The demonic people's shoulders had a semicircular notch, and they were scratched with 2 claws, and blood splashed. The tentacle wrapped around the body was released. Duerga dropped the corpse, and the more he opened the side, after eating the 2 demon hearts, his body became bigger and bigger, and the original slim body became as strong as the Black Panther, but it is several times bigger than the Black Panther, and it is extremely sharp and sharp. He bowed his head and sniffed on the ground, turned to jump on the wall and ran towards the depths of the promenade. This little demonic people has become a demon beast, and it hasn't changed back. Angelus Monk sighed, and this situation has been seen many times in his 100 years before he was at demon-suppressing temple. Is the junior brother sympathetic to the demonic people? Although he is small, the magic Xing is ingrained, and they are all self-satisfied and resentful. Undaunted Monk coldly. Senior brother is saying, let's take a look at your baby disciple. Her situation seems to be a little bad. When Li Qingshan stepped into the door, Little An moved in the heart and reached out to try to catch him. But she was a little late, and she looked around and saw the trace of Li Qingshan. The heart silently said, is it gone? This is a fairly large cell, equivalent to a vast hall. According to Wenri's magnificent, dozens of magic into or sit or stand, there are several women crossing. This is probably a nest of the demonic people, but if you can form a community, you must have a leader. To the east of the hall, a demonic people with a head sarcoma, sitting on a platform built with a skeleton, exudes a strong atmosphere, and several female demonic people are sitting beside him. Obviously, he is the main entry of the lair. The head of the demonic people, a powerful demon general. At the moment of seeing Little An, demon general slammed the undisguised yin light, pushed the demonic people next to him, and walked down the high platform. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 581 Chapter 18 Minking Despise. Undaunted Monk reveals a cautious color. The world of demonic people's survival is full of cruel killing. Although Demon General's cultivation base is only equivalent to the Foundation Establishment cultivator, the combat power is much stronger than the General Foundation Establishment cultivator. Driven by Demon Heart, there are very few vital points on the body. Even though their military school disciple of the dual culture is not always available. The inner court disciple of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is also often disadvantaged in the trial, even when it is accidentally killed. The mind said, one thought is superb, but the Buddhist law is profound. But after all, Young is not light. It is not necessarily the opponent of this demon general. In the demon-suppressing temple, even the monk king of Undaunted Monk is subject to its rules. The layer upon layer goes on. If little Ann is in distress, he is afraid that he will not be able to rescue. But such a life and death crisis is the best time to observe a person's heart, brave or cowardly, calm or panic. All can't be hidden. So patiently observe. One thought. Don't let me down. Are you down from above? A demonic people stretched out his fork and asked for a circle on his face. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman in human race. A demonic people is coveted. Oh, look at her fine skin and tender taste. The taste must be good. The female demonic people coldly snort on the skeleton throne screamed, full of awkward words. That would be a pity, of course. You have to play enough to eat again. Ha ha ha. Lust, jealousy, and evil laughter. In the encirclement of the group of devils, little Ann is still expressionless, looking at the front with both eyes, and turning a blind eye to all this. Turning around and walking outside the door, the demons are more proud. Want to go? A very tall demonic people, like a wall in front of little Ann. Little Ann's footsteps did not slow down or hesitate. At the moment of colliding with the demonic people, the golden light flashes died, and a bloody door came out of this wall. The tall demonic people's eyes widened and they looked down at the big cave that appeared on their body. Demon General flashed a slap in the face, and had not had time to shoot. Little Ann didn't look back and took out a thing. He lifted it over the top, like a round wheel, down like a lampstand. And the golden light was the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel from Jigwen Zen Master. In the middle of the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel, it was closed and opened, and it shot a golden light through Demon General's chest. Angelus Monk smiled. Jigwen has already passed this Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel to her. The senior brother can rest assured. Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel is a destructive magical artifact that is extremely destructive. The golden light shot is almost invincible. Undaunted Monk shook his head slightly. If she is careless, it will be bad. Demon General bowed his head and smiled a little. He didn't expect the other party to have such a powerful weapon. He laughed in his heart. I thought it would kill me. This stupid monk I saw much more. Just about to swoop up, killing her by surprise, and that a golden light suddenly spread out, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. And the rapid rotation, like the paper cut through the body of Demon General, rotated in the hall for a week before dissipating. Demon General took another step forward, and the whole person threw himself forward and spread it into a piece of broken meat, some of which was still slightly creeping. But let him have a strong vitality, but also cannot piece together. The other demonic people are all stunned, and the look on their faces is still solidified with greed and slutty. Broken into pieces and landed on the ground. The nest of demonic people is quiet in an instant, no more life, blood flowing. Bloody. Little Ann's footsteps were not a bit confusing, and the throne of the skeleton piece behind him collapsed. Undaunted Monk's slight glimpse is not how powerful Little Ann's power is, but she is surprised that she can apply the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel to such a degree. According to her cultivation base, it is not easy to exert all its power. She easily spreads a golden light into each other, and each one is so accurate and effective. Angelus Monk sighed. With this trick, at this demon-suppressing temple second level, no demonic people can hurt her. Little Ann walked up the promenade and divided 7 roads back and forth. In this demon-suppressing temple, it is impossible to judge the position. The construction concept is not to make the prisoners locked in. It is easy to find the direction. Sometimes even if the right direction is chosen, a road will come to an end, but it is probably a dead end. If no one points, it is a real labyrinth. But when Little Ann's eyes glanced around for a week, he chose the road, pointing to where the demon-suppressing statue was, right-footed, and whizzing away. Although the construction of the first level and the second level is completely different, She has mastered the rules. This keen sense makes the second singer even more admired. Shortly after Little Ann walked, a sharp black shadow flew into the hall, and Duergar, which was completely demonization, was attracted by this heavy bloody smell and found it. His body became bigger, his body was stretched, and he slammed into the broken demon general, and stretched out a scarlet long tongue on the ground, rolling the whole ground meat into the mouth and swallowing it into the belly. Then they rushed to the other demons of the demonic people. In a twinkling of an eye, the demonic people's lair was cleaned, which naturally contained dozens of demon hearts. The black demon chi became more and more intense, layered around him. In the sound of the bones stretching, the body expanded and became bigger again. The demon heart with the body became extremely large, and the drums generally beat and suddenly broke through a limit. He snarled his hair. Boom! A thunder across the void, hitting Duo Georgia. The current is flowing, and the golden hall is slightly trembled. Angelus Monk said, "This little demonic people wants transcending tribulation, but it's a rare opportunity." Undaunted Monk said, "After all, you have to be crazy and die. Talk about opportunities. Heavenly tribulation is the supreme principle and invisible examiner between heaven and earth. It is ubiquitous, testing all the creatures who want to be extraordinary and long-lived. Whether it is humans and monsters, no one can escape its trial." Thunder-like dragon snakes printed, intertwined on Duergar. Wandering through a hole, Duergar screamed, and demon chi suddenly became dim. "It hurts." Thunder's crazy slap. Duergar's mind showed a clear understanding. The demon-suppressing statue once again appeared in his mind. The painful gesture seems to match his current situation. Deep in the promenade, Little Ann stopped and looked back, then stepped through the ground and continued to move forward. "What is this sound?" "It's thunder. It's natural that there won't be thunder. Isn't someone transcending tribulation?" Li Qingshan listened, then turned his head and said to the demonic people in front of him, "Demonic people transcending tribulation will be your demon general." "Which family are you, demon general? Why have I never seen you?" The demon general hung two knives around his waist, and looked at Li Qingshan with caution. "I never answer the question of the dead." After Li Qingshan answered with a classic line, then the child who got the fresh toy raised his hand with enthusiasm, and the 5 fingers shrouded the demon general. With this trick, he walked over and had already crushed hundreds. Demonic people. That kind of feeling is really similar to that of a cockroach ant when I was a child, but the effect is much more enjoyable, and the front is an oversized ant, which is particularly pleasant to crush. Angelus Monk said strangely, "How did this kid after the demon suppression catalog? It seems that the demonic nature is getting stronger." To say things like killing intent hostility, Li Qingshan is much stronger than these demonic people, but it usually controls the unwillingness to release it. Now, if you have the opportunity, simply do whatever you want. And what is wrong with demon alpha demonic people? What have you done? Demon General changed his face, grabbed his chest and took a step back. It feels like a big stone is pressed, and the breath of the body is constantly being pulled. "Don't let me say the second time," Li Qingshan said impatiently, took back his hand and said to himself, "It seems that the suppression of Demon General is limited." "Why? You have no benefit in killing me." Treading waveform. Li Qingshan no longer nonsense. The waves under the feet rise, the fingers sway like a tiger's claw, and grabbed the Demon General. Demon General screamed, and then extended 2 arms behind him, pulling out 4 long blades and dancing into a rolling wheel. Tsunami form. Li Qingshan changed his claws to the palm, rolling spiritual chi into a huge wave of tsunami, flooding the wide promenade, and slamming it on the knife wheel. The cutter wheel and the tsunami dissipated at the same time. Li Qingshan was lightly printed on Demon General's chest. It has no power at all. With the powerful body of these 4-armed Demon General, I am afraid that there will be no skin injury. However, the 4-armed Demon General flicked and flicked up, and the ups and downs, one after another, and finally the beak burst. "Try my Justice Iron Fist." Li Qingshan chuckled, This demon suppression catalog is really interesting. Now he is completely incarnation of justice. He doesn't have to worry about right or wrong. It's right if you hit a punch. Good people are of course fine. The bad guys will die for me. Li Qingshan continues on to the second demon suppressing statue, where there should be more and more demon general. Although he did not have the judgment of Little An, after learning the first version of demon suppression catalog, there was a slight suppression for Bull Demon and Tiger Demon, and Spirit Turtle's hunch was restored a little. Under the premise, finding the right path is still not a problem. After a few moments, Li Qingshan was quite looking forward to pushing the door of the sheet metal, slightly sighing, and sighed, "Sure enough, you are faster." Little An is standing in front of the second demon-suppressing statue with the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel in his hand. Li Qingshan came to Little An and asked, "Have you seen Durga? He may be in transcending tribulation." The thunder was just him. In the Golden Hall, Durga lay on the ground, and most of the body became black and char, but the chest was together, but there was still breathing. Within the body, like the sarcoma-like demon heart, it has become very small and sturdy, like a stone, constantly emitting demon chi. The blackness of his body fades, the scars slowly recover, suddenly jumped up, body 10 times more complex. Incarnation Demon General. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 582. Chapter 19. Demon Suppressing Chains. For the time being, Li Qingshan focused on the second demon suppressing statue. I saw that the demonic people man was half squatting on the ground, his back was high and his face was awkward, and he had already shown a very obvious demonization feature. The muscles of the whole body swell, full of explosive power, showing a purple-blue color, especially a pair of arms, but also a layer-like box-like bright red cuticle, which is extremely large. The open mouth seems to be roaring, and the fangs are staggered, and the disgust is very much. Li Qingshan closes her eyes and faces the demon-suppressing statue. She uses divine sense to understand her thoughts and then makes the same posture as the demon-suppressing statue, but there are still many differences. This demon man is obviously extremely resistant to demonization, fighting with the demonic nature in his heart. But Li Qingshan is not the only one who resists. After the first version of the demon suppression catalog was completed, it was a matter of course to repair this second form. Suddenly, the demon suppressing statue shines in the golden light, and it shines in the eyes of Li Qingshan. It goes straight into the depths of the sea of consciousness, and the original demon suppressing image changes. Demon suppression catalog second style. Demonic nature hard to remove. Like the dark red crystal, the demon heart glows with a round of fog. Li Qingshan's body immediately swelled up. His body was only looking strong and it didn't look so strong, because the bones were unusually large, supporting the flesh and blood. It also gave people illusion of being thin. However, in the blink of an eye, it becomes like a sturdy person. The body is a foot high, and the arm is stronger and stronger than the thigh of the ordinary person. The color of the skin is faint and red, and in the arms and shoulders, there is an open armor. Dark red cuticle. This is demonization. Li Qingshan clenched his fist and released it. He slammed his fist and slammed. The air blew. Although it is not worthy of the demon deity, it is already amazing in the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Angelus Monk was secretly surprised. Originally, this style was extremely dangerous. The first time I tried the taste of demonization, it was easy to control the demonic nature. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, there was no trace of confusion and it was still very clear. His control of his own heart really reached this level. Li Qingshan has Spirit Turtle as a guarantee. The agitation of a little demonic nature can't affect his mind. It's just the demonicization. It's not comparable to the state of his demonic incarnation. After the second version of the demon suppression catalog, the suppression of Bull Demon Tiger Demon increased a bit. Instead, it feels a lot easier, and Spirit Turtle is also liberated from the huge pressure bit by bit. Let's continue. Li Qingshan refreshed her heart. On Little An, her ears moved, and I heard the depths of the maze, and the sound of the roaring beast. Little Un grabbed his hand and Li Qingshan clenched her hand to the third level of demon suppressing temple. The two joined forces to kill all the way, almost ruining. Li Qingshan also added 2 demon suppression catalog to his heart. But when I came to the 5th level of demon suppressing temple, the frequency and number of encounters of the enemy increased sharply, and finally began to feel the pressure. Basically every demonic people encountered is demon general. Unlike the demon generals that were encountered at the beginning, these demon generals are very powerful, equivalent to the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage in the human race cultivator and even the late stage. There are often some powerful and different ways to display them. There is even a technique similar to formation, and the illusion spell charming technique is even more difficult to defend. If it is an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, I am afraid it is already in danger. It is difficult to move. Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel shoots a golden orn straight through the passage and shoot at a female demon general. The female demon general looks like a woman in her 30s. But the breasts were exposed, the clothes were exposed, and the face was filled with a lustful smile, followed by several male demon general, but they were like followers. Female demon general waved his arm and twisted the air in front of him. Jin Mang fell into it, constantly shifting the offset, and finally disappeared into the invisible. Little Un's unfavorable Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel was the first time it was solved so easily, and it was still without the demonization. However, Little Un is not surprised. At the 4th level, there are some demon generals that can resist this attack. The female demon general's gaze crossed Little Un and landed on the huge black shadow behind her. At the moment, Li Qingshan, who has been completely demonized, is tall and looks very strong. He looks like a 1st level dark red armor, and his head is wrapped in a helmet-like cuticle, revealing only a pair of dark red eyes. Standing there will reveal a violent temper. He is still carrying heavy water sword behind him, but the original giant sword is now no different for ordinary long swords. What is your name? Why are you going to the Buddha with the Buddha? Are you confused by this woman? Female demon general looked at Little Un with a glance. Human race women have some fun, but there is a good skin bag. To follow your sister, my sister let you taste the true bliss. A burst of giggling, laughing squiggles, but no smile in my heart, secretly thought. Demonization is the strongest state of the devil, but if uncontrolled, it is easy to be swallowed by demon heart. Completely demonization into demon beast. It will not be used in a critical time. How can he maintain the state of demonization at all times? And there is no sign of getting out of control. Okay. Li Qingshan agreed with great enthusiasm, and the words turned, but my taste is a bit special, and most women may not be able to adapt. Sister loves special tastes. That's good. Li Qingshan's scorpion suddenly lit up and his hands stretched out. La la la, a black chain of links from the void, crisscrossing the female demon general firmly tied. My brother liked this one. Demon General smiled hard and her face changed and her smile disappeared. This black chain not only locks her body, but also locks her with the body of Demon Chi. Not finished yet. Li Qingshan smiled and strode forward. This trick demon suppressing chains was realized when he realized the 3rd form of demon suppression catalog. It is best to suppress these demonic people. Give me a kill. Female Demon General was furious and ordered a few squats immediately behind him. The men's demon general were all demonization. Golden light flashes. In front of those demon general, Little Un first exhibited Vajra subduing demon scripture, showing the golden body change. The golden radiant king indignated judgment wheel is still in her hands. Like golden, the body is fully integrated. The gold cycle moves, spit out 3 feet of gold orns, with the base as the hilt, the gold wheel as the sword edge, the golden mang as the sword edge, and the illusion of thousands of swords, moving forward. The sky was light and the Little Un dissipated the golden body and returned to its original shape. The radiant king indignated judgment wheel was gauged. Several demon generals collapsed and their bodies were disintegrated by sword chi. Angelus Monk said, It seems that the senior brother don't have to worry. If there is no Buddha nature intelligence root, how can we bring this Buddhist philosophy technique to such a degree? Undaunted monk said, a few thousand years ago, Golden Cicada's monstrous talent had less Buddha nature intelligence root. This is different. One thought is a man after all. If you are a person, Golden Cicada has already done Abbot of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Undaunted monk is addicted and feels that Angelus monk has some truths, and he may have some concerns. In the past, the monstrous talent almost stole the abbot position, but if he is really a human race, I am afraid it will be a respected generation of high monk for the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. The female demon general was frightened and screamed, her body swollen and her eyes turned from a beautiful woman to a bloated monster. Li Qingshan didn't care. The more demonization, the heavier the demonic nature, the stronger it was suppressed by demon-suppressing chains. Only demon-suppressing chains penetrated into her inflated skin, and Li Qingshan grabbed her face. I will give you a happy. No. Female demon general made the last scream, with the body's demon chi riot, demon-suppressing chains madly strangled, and finally slammed the smash. The two stepped through the broken body and continued to move forward and kill everything. I finally came to the center of the 5th level of the demon-suppressing temple, in front of a sheet metal gate. The structure of each first level of this demon-suppressing temple is very different. Only this golden gate has never changed. On the golden square, the demon generals were divided into two sides, and they were trying to push the other side back. At this moment, a golden gate opened slowly, and demon generals turned back and saw two figures appear. One is Demon Chi's majestic giant, one is a beautiful woman with a bling of gold, each with a strange sword in his hand, who is not good. You don't want to die, you can roll it. Li Qingshan just said half of this, and a line of golden light was shot next to him. A demon general was run through. Little held the golden sword, and the radiant king indignated judgment wheel was aimed at the monster general. Li Qingshan glanced at Little and Little spit out his tongue. It's the golden body of Buddhism, kill them. Demon general screamed in anger and rushed over to them. Forget it, I just talk about it anyway. Li Qingshan's left hand vein, a black chain sticking out in the void, wrapped round a group of demon general, holding the heavy water sword in his right hand, waving backwards, and with Little rushing toward demon general. The roar, the screams, the roar, and the sound of the weapons colliding into each other into a chaotic and passionate piece of music. The blood of the residual limbs constantly splashed out of the open door. A demon general's head flew out of the sheet metal gate, hit the wall, rolled to the ground, under the neck that was cut off, and extended a long beard, crawling quickly toward the door, climbing over only the weird foot of the shape, just found his body, a giant foot crashed down and shattered his head. Li Qingshan smashed a grind, heavy water sword stretched 10 feet, and swept 1,000 troops, bringing out a torrent of blood and rain, and smashed several throwing demon general, and said to Xiaoan behind him, it's quite interesting here. At least cutting these demon generals is much faster than cutting those corpse generals. It's really more fun to smash the grotesque guys than to kill those who are dead. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 583 Chapter 20 6th level. Under the watchful eye of the demon-suppressing statue, the violent anger of the madness in the square, forming a spiral storm, blowing countless residual limb blood. Li Qingshan and Little leaned back against each other, standing in the center of the storm, dancing and tearing the wind. The wind subsided and the battle stopped. Heavy water sword slanted down and pulled out a thick, bloody mark. There is a gap in the sword, a crack in the crack, on the broken edge. This high-grade spirit artifact is not enough to support such a battle. Li Qingshan is also full of tragic scars. Many injuries have been approaching the vital point. With the help of demon, it is impossible to avoid injury. If there isn't the demon suppression catalog's wonderful restraint on these demon generals, even if you use your own combat talent to pinnacle, it will survive for 10 seconds. Looking at Little Un's golden body, There is also a scar. After the golden body is scattered, it is unscathed. Unfortunately, these bodies can't be collected. Li Qingshan took divine sense sound transmission and slightly regretted Little Un. The two monks are not fools, and they must not make strange behaviors that cause suspicion. Little Un said, "It doesn't matter. This is nothing." Li Qingshan nodded, turned to face the demon-suppressing statue and began to understand the fifth form of the demon suppression catalog. Outside of demon-suppressing temple, Undaunted Monk calmed down and Angelus Monk, who was next to him, disappeared into the demon-suppressing temple and was ready to rescue. Although it is not a slap in the face of being killed, this is the first level of the demon-suppressing temple. It is the best disciple of a group of. It is hard to guarantee that it will not be wiped out. But in the end, the fighting strength of Li Qingshan and Little Un made him deeply surprised. The Toyone team is almost seamless, and it is not a tacit understanding. It is simply owner-minded. There seems to be a special connection between them, far from being as simple as men and women. Demon-suppressing statue also had two golden lights. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and released a black Sei's demon chi. The wound was on the wound, and the wound squirmed and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With his cultivation of the demon suppression catalog, his dark red Sei's demon heart is also becoming more powerful, absorbing the magic of bull demon and tiger demon, alleviating the pressure of spirit turtle. From this point of view, he is now no different from the magic, and has the vitality of being far beyond the class. A moment later, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and the magic Xing demon chi, which became more and more violent and powerful, and the degree of demonization became deeper. It seems pretty good. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the water wave formed a mirror in front of him, saw a sinuous shape, and then raised his eyebrows to make such an evaluation. Of course, this good is compared to demon's deity. For the judgment of the image, he has never been based on beauty and ugliness. He has a set of quirky standards. He always thinks that demon deity, Bullhoof, looks like a tiger claw. When entering the shape, the image of the red-haired male is much more satisfied. This demonization look and demon deity is another style, basically still in shape. In addition to height changes, it is more like wearing a very fit and arrogant armor. However, in the eyes of normal entry, it is a real terrorist monster. Yeah? Little Un looked up, Sirius nodded, and a look from the heart to appreciate the praise. I have to say that you know the inside. You are the most visionary. Li Qingshan haha smiled and laughter rolled. Undaunted Monk and Angelus Monk see this scene in their eyes, and the aesthetics of the second entry are speechless. You said this sixth level. Let's not go down? Li Qingshan asked. He really wanted to go on to learn the sixth demon suppression catalog because his demon suppressing chains was learned at the third level. This is no accident. In many ancient cultural techniques, the third level is often a node that can comprehend a magic spell or battle skill that complements the cultural technique, so that the cultivator is not distracting and has some self-protection. This way, demon-suppressing chains can be said to be a great success. In the face of many incomprehensible demon general, as long as demon-suppressing chains comes out, it can be completely suppressed, and the win is easy. However, as the watershed of the demon-suppressing temple, the fifth level is bound to be more sinister. After the fifth version of the demon suppression catalog, the pressure of the spirit turtle has been alleviated, and a bit of a keen aura has been restored. Dangerous existence. Of course, if you can use your full strength, Li Qingshan believes that the sixth level is the seventh level. However, in the demon-suppressing temple, the end of demon's body was restored. Most of the time, it was directly down to the ninth level and was suppressed for 10,000 years. Little Un said, continue. Li Qingshan Kidao, so confident. Little Un doesn't say anything. Take a scarlet talisman from 100 treasure pouch. This is my negligence. Li Qingshan laughed, and talisman occupied an extremely important position in the battle of the cultivator, with a prominent role. A variety of talisman. Li Qingshan has accumulated a lot of money over the years. Scarlet talisman does not say, even the purple talisman, but in his level of combat, There is very little opportunity to use talisman, is forgot. Little An has come up with a few cow corpse copper rings, each of which hides a corpse general, which is one of Li Qingshan's trophies in Grave Hill, all of which were killed by several golden core cultivators. A collection from 100 treasure pouch. Li Qingshan handed it over to Little An refining. Little An has now completed the breakthrough of the Tao of the Beautiful Bones second layer. What he lacks is comprehension. He stays for the unexpected. Of course, this refining the Corpse General by Cow is a far cry from the Corpse General in Hungry Ghost Path, and if you dare to use it in front of Corpse Marshal Corpse King, it will immediately turn around. But it is enough to use it. Li Qingshan has a big heart, and then he will continue to move forward and step into the door. The heavy bloody smell makes the ordinary demon general not dare to come here. But there is a huge figure. With instinct, Duo Gas swoops in and is a toty feast. Demon Suppressing Temple, the 6th level, Zhongyan Plaza. Nearly 100 demon generals gathered under the demon suppressing statue to understand the secrets of the statue, hoping to have her and be able to leave the prison. The atmosphere here is quite depressed, and the demon generals have no intention of fighting each other. While watching the demon suppressing statue, the eyes are always in front of the demon suppressing statue. A man with a cloaked, indifferent man sits cross-legged, with a strange sword of demon chi on his knees. The blade is black and inky, but it is not straight, but a section is like a pagoda. The length is closer to 1 foot. Imagine what kind of body you need to be able to swing such a sword. The most weird is still the word edge, non-gold, non-ferrous, non-stone, non-wood, but a group of flesh and blood ribs. The center is a bowl of mouth size, only white eyes and no barley, covered with bloodshot. It looks very strange. The other demon general didn't dare to stay close to him a few feet away. There was a feeling that even the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe. What are you doing in? Go away. Don't block the way. A violent drink broke the silence. In the door under the demon suppressing statue, a savage screaming out, and the palm of the hand in front of the indifferent man. This position where the indifferent man is sitting is certainly the best place to participate in the demon suppressing statue, but it is also just in the way of the magical entry from below. The eyes of the gods are full of scornful scorns. Litu is a demon race, although it was dropped from demon martial realm, it is not a demon general can fight, let alone the evil eye hand. Litu shook a little with his right hand and hurried across the square. The violent demon general walked past Litu. From the left shoulder to the right waist, he had a terrible scar and a violent smog. He turned his head back. You are. Suddenly I felt as if something was missing, and looked down at my chest. Litu was also bowing his head, playing with a stone-like black say demon heart in his hand, and came back with a bang, and the violent demon general fell to the ground. Litu didn't go back, putting the demon heart into the strange eyes in the center of the hilt. The eyeball fluctuated a bit, and the black say demon heart was included, as if the finishing touch was made, and there was a black say in the eyeball. The eyeball turned for a week, and every demon general that was seen felt a deep chill. The dense bloodstains were entangled in the black say, and the entire hilt was writhing violently. The hurricane whistled and lifted Litu's hair, filling the entire hall. Demon General had a feeling of suffocation. The long-handed sword glowed black, as if the dark night had come, and the splendid gold say around it immediately became dim, and only the demon-suppressing statue did not change the say, and the condescending view overlooked the scene. But after a while, demon heart was squeezed out of the eye, and when it fell on the ground, it felt as if it had eaten something that was unpalatable, and spit it out with great disdain. Litu shook her head slightly. It really doesn't work. With demon's demon heart, it's impossible to meet evil eye. You need a more powerful demon heart. You must restore your strength as soon as possible. Go back to the 7th level and find the right demon heart. His pointed ears suddenly moved, feeling that there were many death chi collections outside the door. Other demon generals, though afraid of Litu, are not weak, have some sense, and have revealed the Jings. Boom! The 9 golden gates suddenly opened at the same time, and 100 corpse soldiers swarmed in. Demon General didn't take it for granted. It turned out to be just corpse soldier. Lighter frowned and felt that something was wrong. There was no shortage of demonic people to control the corpse. These corpse soldier were originally imported into the class. This demon suppressing pagoda came from so many corpses, and the Buddha Buddy's bald donkey. It is impossible to use this trick. The eye of the evil eye sword in the hand turned, and everybody behind the corpse soldier was covered with talisman, shattered and shimmering. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 584. The 21st chapter is mine. From the low-level fireballs to the powerful red-hot characters, mixed with the rushing and bursting characters, behind the 100-piece corpse soldier, there are more than 1,000 spirit talismans. Of course, those more precious and easily suspected. Of course, talisman can't be used here. Li Qingshan and Little An went all the way to the periphery of the Dix suppressing temple's 6th level and began to prepare. The tricks that this terrorist used to use, of course, were Li Qingshan's thoughts. Originally, they just wanted to take a surprise and make a surprise attack. But starting with the first spirit talisman, Li Qingshan is like trying to try the power of firecrackers, taking all the destructive spirit talisman from all the fires, and then Little An makes 100 orders. Self-detonation corpse soldier rushed into it. The demon general's response was not slow, and they used their means of defense. But this round square has only a total of 9 doors, and Little An arranged the corpse soldier not all rushed in, leaving 9 to specialize in closing the door. The 9 golden gates opened and closed, and everything was in a blink of an eye. Rumble. All corpse soldier was first blown away by thunder fires, the flames raged, and the dragon snake went away, engulfing the demon general, slamming on the walls, but being blocked by the dead, rebounding, and then becoming more and more fierce in an instant. This process did not know how many times it was repeated, and the power of the explosion was completely released. The entire demon suppressing temple shook a bit, and after a long time, the vibration was completely settled. Li Qingshan squatted outside the door. 2 index fingers were inserted in the ears, swaying his head, standing up, whistling. I didn't expect the power of these spirit talisman explosions to be so great, and he was a little dizzy. Li Qingshan gave a thumbs up to Little An. The guys inside are estimated to have all been killed. Li Qingshan estimates that if he is blocked in such a place to blow up, he will not be unscathed. The demon general inside is hard to escape. Little An shook her head. She could clearly feel that there was a strong life in the door. Then I have to see who is so hard. It will not be Demon Marshal. Li Qingshan implied vigilance and pushed open the door of the guild. At the moment of touching the gate, he had a hint of surprise, because the door was still cold, and there was no trace of heat, let alone the deformation of the bomb. This demon suppressing temple, I don't know what kind of material I made. It's so strong. Little An took Li Qingshan and jumped out of several corpse general behind him, taking the lead. Sharp light flashed and died. A few front flaps corpse general suddenly fell back to the swing back, but the lower body still maintained the forward momentum, like the wheat that was smashed by the sickle, split into 2 segments. Li Qingshan stared at him, only to see a man of the devil, standing in front of the demon-suppressing statue, with a strange sword in his hand, a glimmer of light on the sword, and the eyeball on the hilt was dead. Staring at Li Qingshan, although he is ragged and black, but the momentum is not diminished. His eyes are full of anger and killing intent. Anyone who is so overcast will inevitably feel this way, and if it is not the sword in his hand, he will be more seriously hurt. At his feet, there is a blackened body, and some are still creeping, leaving a line of life, and will be extinguished at any time. Lighter said solemnly, I thought it would kill me by this means. Use your blood to sacrifice the sword. What is your name? Is your life so hard? Li Qingshan pulled out heavy water sword, and the slammed sword pointed to the ground, and stood with his hands on the sword. He said in his heart, good insurance. In that state, the first time to react, this guy is by no means the usual demon general. This sword will not be a deadly threat to me, So Spirit Turtle has no warning sign. But if I take the lead among them, if you want to avoid it, you will inevitably use the power beyond the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, which will inevitably lead to doubt. But the sword is very interesting. When Li Qingshan saw the strange sword, the line of sight was tightly attracted to it, not only because it exudes a strange and powerful force, but also because of the shape of the sword. It is very consistent with his aesthetic. He's not the usual demon general, and demon chi is absolutely pure, even in demon martial. Few can achieve this. Lai Tu is also looking at Li Qingshan. More precisely, through the evil eye in his hand. He sees his dark red demon heart directly in the eyes of evil eye through Li Qingshan's body. Demon heart is not like the heart. It may condense in any part of the demonic people. It is extremely difficult to be used as a VIP point attack. Lai Tu is the ability of the magic eye to take the savage demon general's demon heart. I feel that the evil eye in my hand is pulsating, eager for the other side's demon heart. This kind of situation rarely occurs. In the past, in order to enhance the power of evil eye demon sword, he also killed a lot of demon martial. But not everyone. Demon heart can satisfy the evil eye. If you can get the demon heart from demon general, you can use the power of evil eye, and he can now go back to the 7th level. Your sword is mine. Your demon heart is mine. At the same time, the two of them spoke at the same time, and even the tone of the speech was generally the same. But unfortunately it was not the tacit understanding of the friend, but the meaning of the enemy. The sharp light flashed again. Lai Tu broke through the air and stood up for the sword. Li Qingshan didn't dare to care. He had seen Little An's gesture of killing corpse martial and knowing what a terrible power sharp sword could play in an expert. A violent drink, heavy water sword exalted, turned into a broken city sword, slammed down! Exclamation mark. A whispered sound. The broken sword flew and flew out, hitting the dome, falling on the ground, and sparking. Heavy water sword was restored to its original size and was taken a third. Lai Tu sneered, the next sword will split you into two. Li Qingshan looked calm and changed his hands to one hand. He held his hand and interrupted the sword. One hand vacated, the virtual cage Lai Tu. Demon suppressing chains. The sound of the Lala metal collision. The black chain shuttles the void, crisscrossing around Lai Tu. What? Lai Tu glimpsed, feeling that the body's demon she couldn't control the turmoil, just at the moment when he was about to get a sword. Demon suppressing chains wraps tightly and binds him in place. Demon chi with the body seems to solidify, and the broken sword has reached the face. Li Qingshan used this trick to kill the demon general, who had a lot of abilities. And it was not good. But what was uploaded from the broken sword was not a passing pleasure, but it was stuck. Lai Tu's mouth protruded like a canine, biting the sword edge, biting hard, the fangs piercing the blade. The crack spread quickly, and only a broken sound was heard. Heavy water sword was bitten by life. Eyes smirked and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stunned and glanced at the empty hilt and slammed it into Lai Tu's head. You don't think you have to pay, idiot. He reached for the strange sword in his hand. The center of the hilt suddenly agitated, and the thickness of the thumb around the tangled, like the vascular meridian, suddenly came alive, swarmed, and inserted into the hands of Lai Tu, completely integrated into it. The endless light of the sword returned to the hilt and was transferred into Lai Tu through the pipe. All of this was done in a flash, until the one with the sword, Lai Tu, suddenly slammed sword chi, smashed demon suppressing chains, and dozens of sword chi went straight to Li Qingshan. Change your elbows and you can't hide. Li Qingshan lost the weapons again and couldn't block it. If he was really just a cultivator of the ordinary Foundation Establishment intermediate stage, it was the end of the corpse. A golden light is inserted between the two. The golden sword is in the hands of Little An. It is like a golden pen, splashing ink, swaying, screaming and writing a big sword. Lai Tu's blood splattered, stepping back, and he was surprised, but a golden body. At this moment, Little An is like a gold statue that has just been completed in the temple, but the craftsman, despite his skill, has made a mistake in Monk's request, and he has made a glamorous Vajra a beautiful woman with a golden crown and a body. The golden ribbon, the red heart of the forehead, standing barefoot, looks peaceful, gorgeous and solemn, but the meaning of the majesty, but not reduced. Lighter feels a fierce threat, but he still has a choice to retreat from here to the 7th level. If they dare to catch up, they can't escape. This guy will be handed over to you. Li Qingshan suddenly said, just bypassed Light 2 and went to the demon-suppressing statue to stare at the statue. This way, Light 2 escaped the road. Rarely have such a suitable opponent. Give Little An a performance. We have been killed all the way. The two voyeuristic dead monk should be satisfied. Undaunted monk and Angelus monk are satisfied, and there is a little surprise. In the cultivation, it is not easy to enter the big school, but it is difficult to collect a genius disciple. But these two people are not only profoundly rooted, but also good at attacking and killing. It is this chaotic world, and the power of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. This sounds a bit contradictory. In the eyes of the world, monk seems to be pure-minded and compassionate. But if the sultry of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is really just like this, then there is no Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, and it will not use the cruel killing land-like demon-suppressing temple to hone the discipline. If I am a Buddha, I still have to be a roar of the lion and to succumb to the alternative way. It is still necessary to be a statue of gold, to worship all beings, let alone the disciples of these people. However, Undaunted monk is satisfied with Little An. Angelus monk is Li Qingshan. Looking at Li Qingshan standing in front of the 6th demon-suppressing statue, he reads, Demon Suppression Catalog. Demon Suppression Catalog. I thought it was the big chance that the predecessor left me. I didn't expect to meet you. It was really a masterpiece. Kid, this time you don't want to worship. I am a teacher, and I am not allowed to do it. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 585 Chapter 22, Vajra 6th Layer. Little An naturally understands this, doubles his eyes, and chanting the scriptures. The golden light on the golden body is getting brighter and brighter, and there is a faint chanting. Lighter clenches the long sword and guards the whole god. The in front of him is a rare enemy. What is she going to do? Undaunted monk is a bit strange, and Little An gives the answer. The golden body suddenly illuminates the golden light, and the golden body begins to show signs of melting. Jin Shui flows down from the beautiful face. She wants to break through realm. Undaunted monk was a little surprised. He didn't expect Little An to choose to break through in the competition, or to face the enemy. Such a heart is fierce, but if it fails, it will fall into a very unfavorable situation. The golden body is like a wax that is baked in flames, melting into a fuzzy shape. Little An runs Vajra subduing demon scripture silently. Gradually, the golden body begins to condense and restable, and the golden body becomes more beautiful. Broke through the Vajra subduing demon scripture 5th layer and reached the foundation establishment intermediate stage. Undaunted monk smiled, and the surprise that this child brought him was continuous. As the situation progressed, she could reach the foundation establishment peak before she was 20. Before the age of 30, there is an opportunity to take the lead in the first hospital. Such a singularity is one of the few in the history of the entire Xiaolong Temple. By this time, he had made up his mind to give up the scruples and teach her a little. Let her accept my compassionate purge. The golden body is reflected in the light, the pupil shrinks, feels more threatening, but also reflects the other party is breaking. The heart secretly regrets, just too careful. I knew that I should take the opportunity to attack. Killing her is caught off guard. At this point, regret is too late, and the sword edge is pointed and ready to go. Little An closed his eyes again. What is she going to do? Undaunted monk stunned, and then saw the golden body that Little An just condensed into, and once again began to melt. This, she will not be a breakthrough. Rao is widely acquainted with Undaunted monk. At this time, I don't know what to say. I have seen bold things. I have never seen such a bold thing. I have seen such talents. I have never seen such awkwardness. Not so easy. Lighter screamed. How could she continue to let her calmly break? Evil eye sword in her hand, eyeballs at Little An, a round of waves, and then from the center of the bulge, suddenly a black beam. Little An has a hand printed, candid lotus, in one hand holding the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel. It also has a golden light. Golden light collided with black light, Buddha's aura and the magical fierce confrontation in midair, constantly melting each other, making a strange and screaming, erecting a light wall between the two entrances. The spilled energy swelled like a cockroach, sweeping the entire square, and thoroughly crushing the demon general, which was still lingering, into a fly ash. In the end, there are only a few solid demon hearts left in place, most of them are like stones, and some have a hint of crystal clear say. What is she entering? Can she be distracted by the wholehearted breakthrough, or is it just a lure? Lightu is not a courageous person, but while playing against Little An, he also scored Li Qingshan behind the gods. Although Li Qingshan said that he will not take the shot, how can he believe in the promise of the enemy as a demonic people? No matter, kill her first. Demonization. Lightu's heart was horizontal, releasing demon chi, raising his long hair, his body followed by skyrocketing, his limbs stretching and becoming very strange long. The face is twisted into a triangular shape, the midline is straight like a ridge, and the eye is covered by the first level's hard eyelids, flashing sharp light, and the nose has only two narrow pores, and the forehead is convex. The sword-like unicorn, slanting to the hollow, seems to bring a wonderful mask. And his entire entrance is the same as the mask, flashing the metal says, like a sword, sharp and revealing. The long sword waved backwards and leaned forward toward Aline's. It was like a javelin thrown out by she, and she came to Little An to defy the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel threat. Jin Guanxing, who passed through Lightu, but after passing through his bodyguard Demon Chi, it became much bleak, leaving only a burning trace that could no longer be easily penetrated. Between the electric and the flint, the evil eye came with a sword, and there was a distance between them. Sword chi whistling the sound of the eardrums, like a ghost crying. If you are caught in this sword, even if you are a golden body protector, it is difficult to prevent injury, let alone she is breaking through. Not only cannot dodge, even the golden body has almost no defense. The breakthrough, it seems not correct choice. Little An swayed the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel, and the melted golden water slammed into it, using it as the sword edge, recondensing into a Vajra sword. The sword of the golden say depicts the complex and colorful lines, and it is engraved with several ancient atmosphere rune, which is completely integrated with the Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel, but it is unprecedentedly perfect and coordinated, as if the two are originally one. Glang. The two swords are like a thunder, but both the Evil Eye sword and the Vajra sword are unscathed. Lightu was shocked. Evil Eye was invincible. The Vajra sword could not be broken. The Evil Eye sword was picked up. You had to smash Vajra sword and stab into Little An's chest. Vajra sword also changed the sword, and the Evil Eye sword was tightly wrapped. The two swords rubbed against each other and issued a series of sparks. No matter how Lightu changed, he could not open this Vajra sword. Undaunted monk sighed in his heart, sports will bring this very versatile Vajra sword to make it so soft. She is not only the Buddhist law, but even the sword technique is king. Lightu screamed and slammed the sword, relegating to the next level, entering the sword and screaming. The sword glow is like a squally shower, and there is a saying that's soft and unstoppable. In the face of such a big open sword art, Little An sword art cannot be as simple as the party. Dang 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 exclamation mark. Like a series of thunder and bang, Little An stood in the same place, motionless, but there seemed to be a 17-8-handed hand next to him. The Vajra sword danced like a strong city, and it was strong and never wavered. But for a moment, the golden body recondensed again, and every texture of the skin was finely visible. The majestic meaning of the skin became more and more solemn. It was logical that Little An broke the Vajra subduing demon scripture into the sixth layer. In this case, the competition gave her success. Undaunted monk has no idea what to say, just silently revising the plan in mind. So go on. maybe before the age of 20, she will have the opportunity to condense Sarira, break through second Rob, that is, under the ages, into the ability to look back. Compared to Golden Cicada, that monstrous talent is what Buddha repair. Little Un opened his eyes and glared at Lightu. If you can use the murdering Buddha sword embryo, you only need a sword to kill the magic, but she also faces the same trouble as Li Qingshan. Of the beautiful bones, the amount of strong great strength, so by the way, Vajra subduing demon scripture cultivation. It is as if I have finished the content of the university, and then go to the test papers of the primary school students. It is strange if there is any difficulty. Little Un silently felt the power of the body, so to kill him should be enough. She took a step forward, and Jin's eyes-ish sword chi skyrocketed, and she had to turn to attack. Li Qingshan always stared at the sixth demon-suppressing statue. When Lightu got the upper hand, she never looked back. At this moment, she suddenly turned back and said, "Yes, I want the sword, be careful not to break it." So life and death battle, the competition must not break the enemy weapons. If you don't know the tacit understanding when you join hands, undaunted monk will doubt whether there is any relationship between them. Little Anne snorted. Lightu is even more angry, and the other person regards him as a lamb to be slaughtered. Li Qingshan said, "Right, you. If you put down the sword, I can let you live here." Not waiting for Lightu to speak, Little Un said, "No." "Why?" Li Qingshan is strange. Little Un rarely disputes his opinions. Little Un said, "He just said that you want your demon heart." It seems that the sword needs the right demon heart to be able to play its power. We are not suitable for entering the 7th level. His demon heart is the best choice. It turns out that, good, kill him. After Li Qingshan made it easy, he turned his head and looked at the demon-suppressing statue. In a short time, the demon-suppressing statue lit up. Little Anne leaps and turns into a golden light, and the volley falls down and is on the golden light. Little Anne raised his hand and grabbed the sword edge, pushing himself into Lightu's arms. Vajra sword driving straight in. Lightu shocked and grabbed Vajra sword. 2 fingers into the other hand's sword edge. One hand will hold the hilt to the other side. Each does not give way. The 2 swords simultaneously broke free from the restraint and landed on each other. Lightu squats open in the abdomen, blood spills, and sword chi, which contains Buddhism mana, ravages it. Look at Little Un, 1 step back, and the gold say is a very obvious sword mark on the crown. According to the story, the head is a more strategic point than the abdomen, but with this golden body, Little Un is not afraid. Fight with the match. After she became the Vajra subduing demon scripture 6th layer, the golden body is much more robust than the cultivating base of the comma, and it is not a demon general that can do it. Oh, if you find the right demon heart, this sword will split her head in half. Just in this transition, the light and shadow of the gold say is once again pushed to the front, and sword chi is coming and going. Little Un only attacked and defended, leaving Lightu to leave a sword mark on the golden body, and Lightu forced to step back. There was always blood splashing from the body, only a golden light was passed, and 3 fingers flew down. "Go out." Li Qingshan closed his eyes and said no to his head, "You are close, I have to do it." Lightu was very angry, suddenly jumped back and forth, into the air, and a sword stabbed into his chest. Li Qingshan was surprised. "This guy won't be mad. I want to kill you, evil eye, give me strength." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 586. Chapter 23, Demon Suppressing Pagoda. The evil eye sword completely fell into Lightu's chest, until the hilt, but the length of the blade reached a foot. The competition did not pass through the back of his body, as if melting in his within the body. Hey! A burst of sound across the body. Dozens of sword edge broke out, from behind, arms, neck, and even from the mouth, spurs out. Lightu is full of demon chi, and his sword is like a forest. It is like a weird and twisted iron scorpion, crouching on the ground, staring at Little Un with hateful eyes, and completely into the sword. This is very similar to the full demonization. It is difficult to restore the original form, The bit by bit is swallowed up by Evil Eye and eventually becomes part of the sword. Almost every Evil Eye's main entrance is finally going to the end. Evil Eye is also changing. It is getting stronger and stronger. But before being swallowed, the amount of strong great strength obtained is enough to kill them. Even if you die, I will go with you. The eyeball was completely embedded in the chest of Lightu, and the sloppily turned a circle. The center suddenly became a little more green, and the scorpion turned into a blue say, and stared at Little Un with the same line of sight. That is Lightu's demon heart. His hands and feet also become a narrow and sharp sword edge, down to the ground, disappearing in place. Little Un squats under the sword, slamming, and the sword edge is striking, right on Lightu's slashing arm. Give me death! Lightu screamed. Dangling, a series of gold and iron symphony, dozens of swords broke out, stabbed on Little Un's golden body. The sharp arm of the sword, like the sword, took the golden body, like a scythe, to break Little Un. Little Un, even though the sword art is strong, in the face of such tricks, it can only be blocked by the golden body. The sharpness of those sword edges is no less than the Evil Eye sword itself. Even after getting the demon heart of Lightu, it is even sharper. The golden body is broken, the sword edge is deeper, and then it is Little Un's deity. A sword edge is a few inches from Little Un's eyebrows. Little Un smashed away the golden body, and the petite body took off from Lightu's restraint. This is not a drink. Thirst, no protection from the golden body. The sword in the middle has a life-threatening heart. Undaunted Monk just thought about it, seeing Little Un recondensing the golden body and eliminating all the scars. Little Un was careful to shoot a lot, so that he would not be Lightu restraint, but it would inevitably fall. The shape of the second entry is transformed into two shadows, one chasing and escaping in the square. The constant interlacing and changing, the screaming sound of the metal screams. Little Un's Vajra sword, even if it is on Lightu, will be blocked by the sword edge and will not do anything. As the integration of Lightu and Evil Eye deepens, the offensive becomes more and more fierce, and the spurred sword edge falls on the golden body, turning into a rotating metal storm. Each time it collides with the golden body, it will raise a piece of gold powder, and moving faster and faster, no longer giving Little Un time to recondense the golden body. In a moment, the golden body of the gorgeous Jing became ruined. Little Un has played Vajra subduing demon scripture to pinnacle, but Lightu has joined the sword and the power has completely surpassed Demon General. If it is an ordinary generation, a face is punctuated into a funnel. Get out of the way! Little Un sighed. Okay. Li Qingshan smiled back and waved his hand. The dark demon suppressing chains crisscross and stalked Lightu. Useless. Lightu screamed. His body pierced dozens of sword edges, tearing the demon suppressing chains apart, and suddenly a black shadow shrouded him. He looked up and saw a dark 9th level pagoda appearing out of thin air, majestic, unstoppable. The second trick of Demon Suppression Catalog. Demon Suppressing Pagoda. Boom! The square trembled fiercely, and Demon Suppressing Pagoda descended from the shackles, pressing Lightu underneath. This move is enough overbearing. Li Qingshan smiled. Let me out. Lightu's growl came from Demon Suppressing Pagoda. After he merged with Evil Eye, he will be swallowed up. If he can't quickly kill the second, he will eventually be completely swallowed up and become a part of the sword. Li Qingshan. He struggled hard and stabbed a blade, but the Black Say Pagoda was not as fragile as the demon suppressing chains. The blade was not close to the tower, and it quickly weakened. Demon Chi with the body was constantly suppressed. Lightu is also fierce, crazy in the tower. Demon Suppressing Pagoda shaking and shaking, as if at any time will be overturned. Li Qingshan. Another wave of hands, 9 demon suppressing chains flew around, circled on the demon suppressing pagoda, nailed to the ground, straight and straight. Demon Suppressing Pagoda no longer shook, only heard the percussion sound. Demon Suppressing Pagoda is not moving. This is the real use of demon suppressing chains. With this demon suppressing pagoda for repression, and several can escape. Li Qingshan is also a happy new trick. The only fly in the ointment is that the tricks in this demon suppression catalog are mainly repressive, and the pursuit is not a blow. Demon suppressing chains can still be trapped and killed again. Demon suppressing pagoda has isolated me from the outside. If Lighter doesn't die by himself, he has to remove demon suppressing pagoda and find a way to get rid of him. It's really troublesome! Li Qingshan looked at the Black Say demon suppressing pagoda and suddenly read, it is also 9th level. Is this the true form of this demon suppressing temple? If this demon suppressing temple is actually a demon suppressing pagoda, then this tower, how big is it? I am afraid it will be much bigger than this great Buddha mountain. Suddenly, a fierce smash hit a golden gate and broke into the square. The huge figure was almost squeezed in from the gate. The roots were sharper and sharper than the rifle, spitting a stock. Hurricane. One more. Are you Duergar? Li Qingshan noticed the dark purple eyes of the monster, and remembered how Duergar looked at demonization. Hey! Duergar issued a ferocious beast before the attack, threatening roar. I didn't expect him to become like this because he swallowed too many demon hearts. Li Qingshan felt that demon chi on Duergar was extremely violent. He wanted to maintain the existence of demon suppressing pagoda and demon suppressing chains, but he couldn't help but suppress Duergar. Duergar also looked at Li Qingshan and Littleton, staring at them and staring at the demon suppressing statue. Demon suppressing statue was also looking back at him, eventually bowing his head and falling on the scattered demon heart, showing greed. Li Qingshan's heart beats the great amplifying divine symbol, a monster that is exactly the same as Duergar, but bigger than the Duergar, vicious monster in front of Duergar, roaring. Hey! Is this? Does he still know illusion spell? Undaunted Monk was a little surprised, and although he was well informed, he didn't know much about the nearly falling novel school. Duergar's figure was slightly shrunk, and he was immediately irritated. He fluttered fiercely, but he rushed to the air. The monster was touched by him and twisted and disappeared. With his current wisdom, he could not understand that this is what happened. I bowed. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to wave his hand and roll all the demon heart back into his hands. He said to Duergar, "Want?" Duergar snarled and swooped over, but his body was huge, but it was very light. The more demon heart that is swallowed, the more violent demonization he gets, but the more he can't suppress this impulse, as if drifting in the sea, can't help but drink the sea. The hunger is not any words can describe it. Li Qingshan turned around and threw all the demon hearts back. Duergar didn't hesitate, immediately gave up Li Qingshan, swept past Li Qingshan, chasing those demon hearts, and demon heart flew in the direction of demon suppressing pagoda. Get up! Li Qingshan chuckled. Demon suppressing chains relaxed and drunk. Demon suppressing pagoda flew high. Lighter was pressed under demon suppressing pagoda and finally gave up the unnecessary struggle, but when he sat cross-legged, he found that Evil Eye was not as fast as it was imagined. Under this tower, his mind has recovered a little clear understanding, and there is a clear understanding in his heart. This tower can suppress the magic Sing demon chi, not just mine, but Evil Eye. This is a good opportunity to completely control Evil Eye. I don't believe he can suppress me forever. As long as he receives magic spell, I will rush out. They are killing. No, I want them to try the torture of demon race. As I thought about it, my eyes suddenly turned bright. He reacted very quickly. He immediately swung his sword. He saw nearly 100 demon hearts flying over, but followed by a huge demon beast. The killing intent on his face became a sigh. Duergar stretched out a scarlet long tongue in midair, swallowing nearly 100 powerful demon generals' demon heart, and the huge body rushed toward Lightu. The eyes of two deep purple Say suddenly saw the eyeball of Lightu's chest and the demon heart in the eyeball. It was like a dog with a bone, and the pounce became more determined. Let Lightu fall to the ground. Boom. Demon suppressing pagoda also became more majestic in midair, once again suppressed, pressing Duergar and Lightu underneath at the same time. This demon suppression catalog has a benefit. The stronger the opponent's magic Sing demon chi, the greater the power of its tricks. After suppressing both of them at the same time, they became more and more stable, because they did not work together to try to break the tower, but fell into a fierce infighting. Li Qingshan sat on the tip of the spire, and the roar of the beast under the ass, the roar of the beast. Lightu is a very strong one, and Duergar has become extremely crazy after full demonization. He has just swallowed up 100 demon hearts, and is not a weak one. And Lightu can't calm down anymore, and slowly control Evil Eye. Otherwise, only the end of being swallowed can only be eager for power to Evil Eye. At the same time, it is swallowed by Evil Eye bit by bit, and the clear understanding in the heart disappears. It is getting crazy. In a narrow space, one into a beast in a close combat that cannot be dodged, a crazy bite to assassinate. When they fight almost, I will open the tower. At that time, I will take the sword and win the sword. Li Qingshan sat at the top of the tower and gave it to Little An. Little An asked, "What about Duergar? If you can help him recover his mind, then of course it is best, if not." Li Qingshan paused. Kill. After a while, the battle in Demon Suppressing Pagoda did not weaken, but it was even louder and louder. After waiting for a cup of tea, it gradually weakened. Li Qingshan and Little An looked at each other and said, "Get up." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 587. Chapter 24, Revolting Demon Sword. Demon Suppressing Pagoda flew high and the scarlet blood rushed. I saw Duergar's claws pressing Lightu underneath, and the powerful fingers held Lightu's shoulders, pierced by several sword edges, and bitten down in a bloody mouth. Scarlet the tongue swayed constantly, trying to swallow the demon heart on Lightu's chest. Lightu has no human form at all, and the word edge is like a spine. It penetrates deeply into the body of Duergar, but it can't stop the big mouth full of fangs and keep pressing. Duergar is attracted by the taste of demon heart, regardless of how many wounds the body is wearing. Blood ran down like spring water and stained the golden ground. Originally, Lightu has Evil Eye in hand, and has the ability to understand the power of Demon Heart. No matter where his opponent hides Demon Heart, he can hit the vital point. But Duergar followed Li Qingshan and Little An all the way, swallowing up how many Demon Hearts they didn't know, and they couldn't digest them all at once, all stored in the body, making Evil Eye unable to distinguish its true Demon Heart. Lightu looked up and saw the existence of Li Qingshan and Little An, feeling that her will was assimilated by Evil Eye, and it would take a long time to be completely swallowed up. Lightu issued a desperate roar of hysteria, and the sword edge of the body retracted with the body, and the jaw was enlarged to an incredible degree. The mouth suddenly shot a fierce, as fast as the aurora lightning, rushing to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is inevitable, or can't use real power to dodge. He looks calm. Demon Suppressing Pagoda descended from the sky, loud rumble, and put him in it. Li Qingshan is also a good idea. Yes, the original Demon Suppressing Pagoda can not only be able to trap the enemy, but also protect the body. Although it cannot kill the enemy, it can be considered a very practical trick. And in Demon Suppressing Pagoda, he felt that the brilliance of Demon Heart has become much more convergent. This Demon Suppressing Pagoda is not just used to suppress demons. More important is to suppress the demonic nature of itself. Cannot help but think of the third Demon Suppressing statue. The Devil Man is tied with a chain. Presumably, when you can't control yourself, you can self-bundle with a chain and suppress yourself with a tower. It's just black and black. I can't see what's going on outside. I was thinking of it, and when I saw it, I saw the outside scene, and Demon Suppressing Pagoda seemed to be transparent. It can be clearly seen that Limang collided with Demon Suppressing Pagoda. It sparked a piece of spark, which turned out to be a sword edge, and it was shot from the Lightu mouth. Lightu, this Jedi counterattacks. The power is not fierce. Perhaps even the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor is not easy to resist, but it can't be worn by the Demon Suppressing Pagoda. Not the Demon Suppressing Pagoda is stronger than the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, but the Demon Suppressing Pagoda is powered by a Demon Suppressing dedicated to the demonic people. The opponent's offensive was stronger, and the demon-suppressing pagoda was weakened by 7 or 8 points. Duergar took the opportunity to bite the eyeball. Li Qingshan waved his hand in demon-suppressing pagoda, and a black chain flew away, entangled Duo Georgia. Duergar struggled fiercely. One of the chains broke, but immediately there were more chains entangled, and he was seriously injured in the Battle of Fang Kai. There is no such fierce state. Lai Tu's final blow finally reached the end of the strong, and fell to the ground, becoming a body. Demon-suppressing pagoda flew again and suppressed Duo Georgia. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "The sword I saw can't be eaten by you." At this moment, the abrupt change, Duergar's scarlet tongue suddenly thundered, and the front section cracked a mouthful of fangs and bite into the eye of Lai Tu's chest. Little An was about to smash the tongue and the situation changed. Lai Tu's body moved again and flew to Li Qingshan. "Hey, it will still play dead." Li Qingshan stretched out her hand and grabbed Lai Tu's neck. Unexpectedly, Lai Tu didn't struggle to resist, so it was so motionless that the flesh and blood quickly fell, and only the chest's eyeball remained unchanged. After a while, the black residue fell to the ground. Lai Tu disappeared completely, leaving only a strange sword in the hands of Li Qingshan. Interesting, it seems that divine sword is not only a spirit, demon sword is the same. This sword actually knows how to avoid the evil, and discards the dark, obviously not bad. Li Qingshan stroked the blade and said with a smile, "Demon sword," who had just lost his master, looked very docile. The eye turned and took the initiative to pass his power to Li Qingshan, as if there was a voice whispering in the ear, "I am very sharp, I am very strong, pick me up, I will help you kill all enemies." If ordinary people get such a strange demon sword, even if they love their power and can't bear to destroy it, they will inevitably give birth to some disgust, but Li Qingshan feels like it, saying to the strange eye at the hilt, "Sword and sword, every master of yours is like this. You have forsaken them all, but this is not your fault. You are just a sword, who makes them too weak." People always want to be loyal to themselves, women to be loyal, friends to be loyal, even dogs and horses to be loyal, but eternal loyalty does not exist. When Ma Zongqing was riding, dog loyalty was driven. Li Qingshan does not intend to be loyal to anyone, nor does anyone need anything to be loyal to himself. From today on, your name is called betrayal. Well, back revolting demon sword, just call you revolting demon sword. The blade is bright and radiant, as if it is responding with a leap. Li Qingshan smiled a little. If you don't want to be betrayed by the sword, then you can only continue to get stronger and strive to survive. Reveling demon sword is on your shoulders. This sword is a long time and is used after his demonization. Li Qingshan's gaze through demon-suppressing pagoda, I saw Duergar crazy roar, constantly hitting demon-suppressing pagoda. Despite being seriously injured, the power of hundreds of demon hearts continued to provoke in his body, and the injuries quickly recovered, and demonization became more and more powerful. Li Qingshan sighed. It was impossible to contact the black and thin child together, and waved to remove demon-suppressing pagoda. Duergar swooped at him, and the two men were very different. Like a fierce tiger. Duergar is actually much stronger than fierce tiger, but Li Qingshan is not a rabbit. He has a step forward in the left foot. He is fixed on the ground with a foot, a long inhalation in the mouth, a high uplift of the chest muscles, and a right arm swinging to the rear, stretching to the pinnacle, like a siege hammer ready to go, violently punched on Duergar's head. Duergar rolled and slammed into the wall, climbed up and shook his head, broke his teeth, and spilled blood in his mouth. This punch contains a strong demon-suppressing power. After the demon suppression catalog was restored to the sixth picture, Li Qingshan's with the body's demon heart became more and more crystal clear, and the destructive power to the demonic people became stronger. Duergar slammed Wild Howl and rushed up. He didn't know life and death. Then he slammed and flew out to the sky, dragging a long blood mark on the ground. Li Qingshan took back his fist. With this unruly attack, he could only overwhelm the weak and pose no threat to him. Lighter would have been trapped in the narrow demon-suppressing pagoda, and he would have to turn Duo Ga split his killing. And if he wants to kill this Duo Ga, it doesn't take much effort, but looking at the purple eyes, the child appears in front of him, and thinks of the demon-suppressing statue, the pain in the demonic nature. Struggling devil man. I hope you can feel this pain. Looking at the Duo Ga and Li Qingshan who were rushing, the eyes flashed and suddenly saw Duo Ga within the body. The star-like demon heart shines like a star. He can even clearly understand the quality of these demon hearts. Inferior, whether the demonic nature included is pure. Laying behind revolting demon sword, Li Qingshan turned to the fist, and the second in the food was sent out, and he was on the head of Duo Georgia. Demon suppressing's force penetrated through, and a demon heart in Duo Ga's head suddenly faded, no longer emitting light, and the demonic nature was suppressed. It seems to be effective. Li Qingshan was in a shape, letting a giant claw pass through the front, and Duo Ga, an uppercut, hangs up, and the two demon hearts of the lower jaw are also dimmed. Li Qingshan had 2 legs and 2 fists. In an instant, it was like 100 arms, and the fist fell on Duo Ga's abdomen like a rainstorm. Duo Ga trembled in the air, roaring and roaring, wanting to resist. Li Qingshan flew him out with a final punch. Duo Ga rolled over and climbed up. The demon chi on his body was sharply reduced, and the depth of the purple cicada was a little more sober. Li Qingshan injected a force of demon suppressing into his within the body and extinguished dozens of demon hearts. Li Qingshan's figure flashed and came to Duo Ga's side. The footsteps moved, his body shape changed, and a fist hit him. Every boxing out, there was a demon heart dim. In the end, there is only one demon heart in the abdomen, and I don't know how many demon hearts are combined. It has a fist size, and the surface is uneven and exudes a colorful glow. Wake me up! Li Qingshan screamed and slammed it on Duo Ga's abdomen, deep in it, and the light overflowed, and the power of demon suppressing was all poured into this palm. He suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. It turned out to be demon suppressing, not the demon or demons. The demon predecessor who created this culture technique, because he is also a member of the demonic people. The pursuit is not to kill all the demons. Instead, save those who are controlled by demon heart. A small figure broke out from the huge body of demon beast, exactly what Duo Ga was. Li Qingshan caught him and gently placed it on the ground. I can do what I can. As for whether I can wake up, I have to look at myself. Undaunted monk looks in the eyes, secretly thought, this child looks ferocious, but it has a Buddha nature and contains compassion. Duo Ga's brows wrinkled, his eyelashes fluttered, his face changed, and a demon-suppressing statue came to his mind, gradually blurred, and eventually became his own. There was a similar painful expression on his face, and he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Li Qingshan. I respect you. I am so uncomfortable. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 588 Chapter 25, Apprentice Chapter 25, Apprentice. Duo Ga still wants to say something. An unprecedented feeling hits the heart. Many predecessors like a tsunami, the distant home, the dead mother, those who did not care, suddenly became clear, stinging people's hearts, can't help but grief. And tears fall. Li Qingshan touched his head and cried. The pain always surpassed everything that was instilled, better than the numbness of ignorance. Even the beast knew the sadness. This time Duo Ga can be turned from demonization. Thanks to the mystery of demon suppression catalog, Li Qingshan's rescue is indispensable to his own understanding. I broke the restraint of demon heart and felt the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. After a fierce battle and unprecedented emotional changes, Duo Ga fell asleep after a cry. Li Qingshan looked back and looked down at the demon-suppressing statue. There was an impulse to go further to the first-level building. He is now in power with revolting demon sword and demon-suppressing pagoda. Little An pulled his sleeve and shook his head. Li Qingshan nodded. There must be a real demon marshal coming down, and if you are not careful, there will be a tricky situation. Go down, come down. I will give you the most powerful power. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind, with great majesty, mixed with strange humming. People involuntarily will act according to his instructions. Li Qingshan looked awkward and immediately woke up and asked, "Who are you? Where are you?" "I am at the bottom. As long as you come, I will give you the strongest strength, so that you can ride in and out." Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha! Still wait for you to squat, and tell me these things when you are swearing. I think it is more promising than the prisoners." Angelus Monk wants to accept him as a discipline. He refuses to promise, let alone risk his life to find a prisoner, when I am an idiot. "How dare you talk to me like this? You know who I am." The voice suddenly became angry. Li Qingshan made a sound of comma. The strange humming sound suddenly increased, as if there were dozens of hacksaws pulling in the brain. The pain was difficult. His God say changed slightly, more ridiculed. "I am in charge of you. Who, waste, has the ability to kill this uncle?" This layer upon layer demon suppressing temple is like an isolated space. This sound can be transmitted from the bottom. Its strength is absolutely extraordinary, and it is specially suppressed at the bottom. It is definitely a generation of evil spirits. It is definitely not the current Li Qingshan can fight, but since they have been suppressed, what is terrible, waiting for you to get out of trouble after 500 years, I am a finger to death. Believe it or not. The voice suddenly calmed down. Suddenly, the foot trembled, and the demon-suppressing temple trembled as if a beast had to break free from the crackdown. It won't be so evil, just to catch up with today. Li Qingshan was taken aback. At this moment, a big fat monk with a smile on his face, a hand carrying a leg of lamb, a bottle of wine cord, a big sleeve with a big stride, a pair of big feet stepped on a pair of broken man's shoes. Every step forward, demon-suppressing temple's vibration was a little smaller. When you stepped into Li Qingshan, demon-suppressing temple was completely settled. It was Angelus Monk. Although Angelus Monk is tall, but only to the Li Qingshan waist after demonization, when he came, Li Qingshan felt as if a mountain had pushed himself. Angelus Monk laughed loudly. "Good guys, still not fast." Li Qingshan snorted. "I didn't mean to want to be monk. You and my Buddha have, oh, we have a fate." Angelus Monk reached out and pressed Li Qingshan's shoulder to reveal a mysterious smile. Because of the height difference, Angelus Monk had to jump to get Li Qingshan's shoulder. In the eyes of others, it seems that Li Qingshan has taken the initiative to restore the person and let Angelus Monk succeed. But Li Qingshan glanced at the fat hand on the shoulder, but his heart was very clear. When this hand came out, it contained a huge and unfamiliar force, which suppressed his enchanting Xing demon chi. "I suddenly understood the meaning of "you and I have a fate" by Angelus Monk. This is the power of demon suppressing in Demon Suppression Catalog. And obviously it is more skillful than him, and maybe it has completely integrated the Demon Suppression Catalog. It turns out that Angelus Monk is the first person in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple to become the Demon Suppression Catalog. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look at the kind of cheeky face that was full of smiles. Who can think of this? The Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, equivalent to the Monk King level of Angelus Monk, has such a strong magic in his heart. Although he did not know, Angelus Monk was known for his irritability and killing more than 100 years ago, until later. He changed his mind and changed into a look that is now easygoing and easygoing. But it is also faintly guessed that this Angelus Monk may be more dangerous than Undaunted Monk. Li Qingshan snorted. Sure enough, it is not bald, not poisonous and not bald. Monk has no good things. Then he said in a speech, "This master, I am going to return to my hometown and get married soon. I really can't convert to my Buddha. You will let me go." The voice was strong again, and it was suppressed under the demon suppressing temple, which is equivalent to the ferocious beast in the cage, and the ferocious beast in front of the cage, but standing outside the cage, a claw on the shoulder. You are the first person to build a demon suppression catalog from Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. This demon suppression catalog is the supreme absolute art of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It is not my secret. My senior brother said that you are chasing in a court, just borrowing the title, and ultimately won't take you, but with these cultural techniques, do you think that even if I can let you go, can he let you go? If you don't agree, you will only abolish your demon heart and break your demon suppression catalog. The gains from your journey are all lost. The master started, the woman is very interested in me, I really can't be opposite. Li Qingshan took a breath. Oh, I didn't expect you to look like a heartless senseless, but it was a kind of infatuation. Angelus Monk blinked and stunned. You are a kind of infatuation. Your Queen family is infatuated, and you are a heartless and unrighteous man. Li Qingshan said, how do you feel close to the devil? Is it because of the condensation of demon heart? But you don't have to be monk. Angelus Monk waved his sleeves. Thank you for your generosity. Li Qingshan arched. But still have to worship me as a teacher. What? Layman disciple can't help but marry. Eating meat and drinking is fine, you have nothing to say. Angelus Monk scratched his head and smiled. With his cultivation base, he wanted to worship him as a teacher. He could go from Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple to South Hub City. The initiative to collect this kid is a discipline, but also reluctant. Then I still have a question to ask. Li Qingshan said. Go ahead. Is there any benefit? What good do you want? Angelus Monk smiled. Li Qingshan felt that his shoulders were tight. Angelus Monk's voice blew up in Li Qingshan's mind. You don't agree, believe it or not, I'm killing you. The master is on, please accept the worship. Li Qingshan is also unpretentious. Anyway, when Monk is left in this Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, he can still be a master of the third heavenly tribulation. Why not? But Monk, you force me to be your apprentice now, don't regret it in the future. Angelus Monk smiled and said, very good. From now on, you are the eldest disciple in my seat. I can pass on my clothes in the future. Li Qingshan screamed and said nothing. Angelus Monk gently stroked Duergar's face. Duergar woke up and saw a full moon-like big round face, and he was shocked. The person in front of him was the most terrible existence in human race. Monk. Legend has it that the human race is very stupid, and Monk is the top grade. They believe in the Monk general leader, and they will make such an incredible stupid thing as cutting the meat to feed the eagle, and whoever is not as stupid as they are, they who is going to kill. Duergar was so scared that he hid behind Li Qingshan, although it broke Demon Heart's restraint of thought, but some inherent ideas were not so easy to change. Angelus Monk smiled and asked, do you want to leave this demon-suppressing temple? Miss you. Duergar immediately said that after breaking the restraint of Demon Heart, he immediately felt that it was unfortunate to be trapped here and kill each other with his family. But whenever there is any chance, he will try. As long as you worship me as a teacher, you can leave here. Angelus Monk said that this little demonic people has recovered from the absolute demonization. Although he has not had a gap, he has already had a little understanding of the demon suppression catalog. If he can make a good adjustment, he may be born of the devil. It is the best candidate for the cultivator demon suppression catalog. Duergar hesitated, and letting him worship a monk as a teacher is just as difficult as a devout Buddhist to worship a demonic people. This is also the proof that he freed demon heart restraint and began to have his own will and judgment. If in the past, as long as it is a good thing, were to control what is right or wrong, I am afraid that I will be busy with it. Apprentice. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed Duergar's neck. She slipped out from behind and placed it in front of her. It was all this time. What else to say, sir? Duergar was surprised to look back, looked at Li Qingshan, and looked at Angelus Monk, who was smiling in front of him. He squatted on the floor and slammed his head in a few moments. He thought, since even the sages say so, then nature is very reasonable, and the Lord will not harm me. Even in the madness of demonization, he still has some memories, knowing that Li Qingshan saved him, and his heart has a strange feeling like never before. It is gratitude and trust. These emotions are not available to demonic people. Now I have only two of you in my seat. Later, your senior brothers will help each other. But it's all nonsense. Is there a wine cup? Li Qingshan took out a few wine cups. Angelus Monk poured 3 cups, and then picked up a cup, smiled and said, "Come, give you a cup of respect for the teacher." Even Li Qingshan feels that this is a bit strange, but it is not a bad thing to worship such a guy. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 589 Chapter 26 Chapter 26 Angelus Monk took Li Qingshan to the demon-suppressing temple. Li Qingshan felt that his body was loose and he even had a lot of breathing. There was always a feeling of depression in the demon-suppressing temple. The grass is lush. The sunset is slanting. I don't know how long it has passed. Amitabha, one thought. Come with me. Undaunted Monk puts his hands together, squats on the Buddha's face, hangs down on the ground, and a pair of cold and wise gaze at Little An. No matter what she means to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, he can't give up the opportunity to teach her. I believe that one day, she can understand the true meaning of the boundless sea, the grand Tao of my compassion. Yes, Abbot. Little An also folded his hands and returned. Once you become the inner court disciple of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, you can't save yourself until you are qualified to practice Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. You can't go down the mountain, you can't see people outside the hospital, you might do it. Little An turned to look at Li Qingshan. The so-called outside the people, naturally no one else. This means that if she can't cross the second heavenly tribulation, she can't see Li Qingshan again. Li Qingshan was a bit stunned, and although she was sad, she still had a slight decapitation. She is only one step away from the second heavenly tribulation. Once they break through, it is another heaven and earth for them. Prior to this, focusing on cultivation was not a bad thing. Little and White Teeth bite a bit. I can do it. We will go to the Dakshin Hall, and the Buddhas will witness the official entrance ceremony for you. I will personally cut it. In the historical discourse of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, I am afraid that few of them will get this honor when they get started. But Little An hears the last sentence and brows. Li Qingshan said, Master Abbot, I see the first of the Zen houses. Not all of them are bald. The little masters including Little An are all messed up. One thought, are you the first one? Undaunted Monk didn't look at Li Qingshan and asked Little An. No, said Little An. That is the first place. The Buddhist law cultivation base has reached a very high realm. It is irrelevant to have no hair, but to the step of Angelus Monk, even if you eat and drink meat, you can say Buddha wears the intestines, and the wine is left in the heart. No one can take him. If the ordinary disciples dare to be so arrogant, they will be sentenced to imprisonment in the disciplinary court, and the cultivation base will be abolished and the gate will be driven out. Li Qingshan still wants to talk. Angelus Monk smiles and baits his shoulder. What are you worried about? Hair is gone, not long. Was glanced at Undaunted Monk, only Ha smiled. Li Qingshan thinks that, with Little An's ability, a long hair is just a matter of seconds, and there is no need to argue about it. Undaunted Monk said, Junior brother, you are also a big event, do you want to go with me to the main hall? Angelus Monk's exception is not only a great event at Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, but also a major event throughout Verdant Province. Every cultivator who has crossed the third heavenly tribulation, whether it is a demon or a devil, is a vulgar thing in this world. It is a famous place in the world, and its words and deeds will affect the situation, let alone the apprenticeship. The big thing. Angelus Monk looked up at the golden temple at the top of Great Buddha Mountain and smiled and said, I am a foreigner, I don't think so. My 2 disciplines probably don't like these things. Besides, we have already passed the teacher's ceremony. This statement is also in line with Undaunted Monk's mind. Angelus Monk, 2 disciplines, although they have great potential, but one is a devil, the other is the so-called layman disciple, who is unwilling to be a monk, and spread out to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. The reputation is also not good. Go. Undaunted Monk turned and walked. Little Un followed. Li Qingshan sent Little Un all the way to the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. Undaunted Monk walked in front of him and crossed a high threshold. He suddenly said, "The idler stops. Going forward is the inner court of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple." Li Qingshan is just layman disciple. Li Qingshan only stopped and watched Little Un pass the high threshold and turned around again. Four eyes met, open mouth. At this time, the sun sets, the sunset glows on Little Un, and the more beautiful people are more beautiful. Li Qingshan is back to the radiance, and the light outlines his tall figure. Undaunted Monk's eyes changed, and the door of Zhu Hong suddenly closed, and the line of sight was cut off. Little Un disappeared in front of the only color. World turned into a translucent pale form is his emptiness. From today, only the ancient lamp, ancient Buddha, the morning bell and the drums as companions. She does not hate such a life, but she wants to be around him. Li Qingshan reached out and squeezed her fists. There was an urge to break the door with a punch and pull her back from the door. This door is not strong, but no one dares to do it under the ages, because this is the mountain gate of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple, symbolizing the inviolable authority. He is not afraid of authority. He believes that only useful force is deciding everything. I believe that as long as you continue to get stronger, one day, you can see and see, no one can obstruct. After standing for a while, I only listened to the great Buddha mountain, and the solemn voice of Undaunted Monk came from afar, proclaiming that the world would bring her into the door. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple finally opened her arms and gave her the highest honor. The cultivation road of the entire verdant province will be known, and the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple receives a discipline and treats her as a treasure. Li Qingshan stood alone in front of the gate, listened for a while, scratched the head and turned away. Before returning to the demon-suppressing temple, Angelus Monk smiled and sat on the blue stone, raised his hand and glared at it, shining in the sunlight, a demon heart, and the quality is very high. Even Litu's demon heart can't be compared to it either. Duergar sat cross-legged in front of the blue stone and looked up at the demon heart, as if he wanted to eat sugar. Angelus Monk said, "Tell a 10,000 sound master, just give it to you." Duergar immediately said, "Master, master, master." Angelus Monk haha laughs and is very happy. Li Qingshan said that he was speechless. If he did this, there would be no such thing as high monk. Going forward, he said, "Master, I am coming to leave." Although the name has been set, but there are too many secrets, it is a good idea to take the opportunity to pull out. And he has no interest in the Buddhist law. Angelus Monk can't teach him anything. "I know that you rebel disciple will not stay, but I still have a gangster. You listen to his master called Smooth." Angelus Monk smiled and touched Duergar's head. Li Qingshan's heart, "If there are benefits, I can probably ask for a smoother. Since you have no intention of staying here, then go." Li Qingshan didn't expect Angelus Monk to agree so easily, and said, "Thank you, master." Turned away, just walked a few steps and listened to Angelus Monk to Duergar. "You see the statue in the hall? Let me explain to you the true meaning of this demon suppression catalogue. Only to suppress the demon heart, you can truly appreciate the taste of being a human being." Li Qingshan came back silently and sat next to Duo Georgia. He had long felt that this Angelus Monk got the true inheritance of the demon suppression catalogue, and with his cultivation base, it was a complete look at the 9 statues, plus the so many years of comprehension. Definitely more than it's much better to look at it yourself. "Hey, rebel disciple, how come you are back?" Angelus Monk asked with a smile. "You can call my name." "Break the rebel disciple, since you have to listen, then let's listen. Don't say that the teacher does not speak loyalty." Li Qingshan rolled the eyes. "What is it with? Is the master and the apprentice loyal? Do you think it is mixed with Jiang Hu? Forget it. You can learn something." But after a while, Angelus Monk just laughed and said nothing. Li Qingshan said strangely, "Master?" Angelus Monk smiled and pointed to Duo Georgia. It turned out that Duergar's 10,000 sound master had not finished yet. Finally, Duergar waited for 1,000 masters. In Duergar's fullied look, Angelus Monk slowly collected Demon Heart. Kindly, you are still too young for the division to help you close. I will give you back. Duergar's mouth is flat, but he dare not say anything. He only thinks that Monk is not as stupid as the legend. Li Qingshan vaguely remembered that all of her life's lucky money had disappeared so much, and couldn't help but say, the master is really a good monk. Duergar has long seen that this big monk is not easy to deal with. Listening to Li Qingshan said a good word, and he was in a hurry. Isn't this a curse? The sages vented for me, annoyed that this monk is not good, and quickly said. The Siador said that the master is bad monk, the heart is bad, is the world's first bad monk, is the big devil in monk. To say something flattering, help Li Qingshan to remedy it. Li Qingshan stunned and couldn't help but laugh at ha. Looking at Angelus Monk's expression is a bit weird. I saw Duergar trying to make a sincere look, scratching the big head. This is this. Li Qingshan Duergar's head. You kid, don't call me a sage again, call me senior brother. School, senior brother. Senior brother tells you that although you are not unreasonable, the people of world are like to listen to people who are good. Ah, rebel disciple, what is not unreasonable, where the teacher is broken? Angelus Monk angrily said. Duergar Angelus Monk is really angry. His heart is in a hurry, his eyes turn, reflecting the fast, loud voice, the master is a good monk. The master family is a good monk. In this case, it is more sincere. Hey! Li Qingshan opened his mouth and revealed his white teeth. He couldn't help but laugh again. Rebel disciple, you dare to laugh again, seal your mouth as a teacher. Li Qingshan took the laughter and said, the strong dragon does not press the head snake, and I don't know your monk. Angelus Monk said, do not talk nonsense, you know, demon suppression catalog was created by anyone. Finally, when it came to the point, Li Qingshan was sitting in danger and shook his head, saying that he did not know. This demon suppression catalog is far less natural than God's and Demons' 9 transformations or Tao of the Beautiful Bones, but it is stronger than the boundless sea art, which is not many times. This world is considered to be the top of the cultural technique. What kind of characters are you creating this culture technique? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 590 Chapter 27 1 String Prayer Beads Chapter 27 1 String Prayer Beads Angelus Monk paused. I don't know for the teacher! Exclamation mark. Li Qingshan snorted in her heart. Angelus Monk smiled and said, in fact, it doesn't matter who created a cultural technique. The key is what it can bring to me. Rebel disciple, you have revised the demon suppression catalog to the 6th one. You can freely display it. Demon suppressing chains and demon suppressing pagoda, but is this learned? 3 or 2 points. Li Qingshan said that boundless sea art still needs his continuous cultivation to comprehend, in order to make a breakthrough, not to mention the more profound demon suppression catalog. He is only a strong place in the demonic nature, and do not have to worry about the demonic nature. Out of control light. You still have some self-knowledge, although you are under my door, but you must be a true Buddha classic. You are not interested in listening, and listen to the teacher to talk about the mystery of this demon suppression catalog. Yes, master. Li Qingshan folded her hands and bowed her head, respectful. No matter how proud on weekdays, people can be taught freely, and they should be taught modestly and listen carefully. Duergar also quickly learned to put his hands together. Yes, master. Angelus Monk smiled a little. 100 years ago, I was once called raging monk for the teacher. I can't see all the injustices in the world. SLR sees people bullying goodness. No matter how the cultivation base of the other person is, you must kill and then travel. For many years, my family did not know how many lives were broken. The anger in my heart became more and more violent, my mind was lost, and I was guilty of martyrdom. Unconsciously, I have entered Demon Tao. Angelus Monk sat on the blue stone and snarled his own experience. Why was he fined as a demon-suppressing temple guard and how he learned the demon suppression catalog. Li Qingshan listened quietly, both for the enthusiasm of Angelus Monk's journey, and from his experience of comprehending the demon suppression catalog. He got a lot of inspiration. Unknowingly, the sunset is over the mountains, the stars are everywhere. Time cycle. Unconsciously, 1 month passed. Before the demon-suppressing temple, the grass grows and the wind remains. Sun slanted. Li Qingshan lay on the blue stone monument in front of the demon-suppressing temple, and the left and right were filled with large and small jars, and the air was filled with a strong fragrance. He stretched out, woke up from his sleep, and stunned his face. I didn't expect that the wine would lose to the old bald head. It must have been that he secretly used his power to bully me. The cultivation base is not as high as him. In the ear, the sound of dong 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 was heard. Turning his head, Angelus Monk was sitting under the shade of the mountain, in a high grass, knocking on the wooden fish with one hand and holding the rosary in one hand. Li Qingshan turned over and lying on the stone tablet on the side, and said, "You master the chanting? Being a teacher is monk, naturally you have to recite the scriptures." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Isn't Buddha wearing the intestines, staying in the heart of the wine?" Angelus Monk opened his eyes and smiled. "Today, for the teacher to swing in the water, please Buddha to eat wine, you need to read a few verses, and respect the friendship of the Lord." Li Qingshan ha laughed. Laughter echoed in the valley and surprised several birds. "If I am Buddha, I am now a master of the master." "So you are not Buddha." Angelus Monk smiled, and there was an unspeakable Zen machine in the smile that reminded Li Qingshan that the big monk with a smile was a big expert who had crossed the third heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan asked, "Junior brother, is he still out?" Angelus Monk said, "Come on, he has already reached the 4th level. And he can almost retreat." "Master, why don't you just give us the demon suppression catalog?" These days, Li Qingshan listened to Angelus Monk's day and night to explain the true meaning of demon suppression catalog. He only felt that he had benefited a lot, and he also had a little more recognition for this free and unscrupulous master. But the next changes to the demon suppression catalog are becoming more and more curious. Angelus Monk said, "I want to learn all about killing my layer upon layer." This demon suppression catalog, no text, teaches outside, not in words. I am surprised that if the first of the demon suppression catalog is at the top, the weak demonic people will have a chance to see that their own demonic nature is not enough, even if it is difficult to comprehend. And those powerful demonic people, is it impossible to learn this demon suppression catalog? When I get to the bottom of the demon suppressing temple, I will understand. Reassured, there will be that day sooner or later. You have this confidence, but I won't allow you to enter the 9th level of demon suppressing temple until you get through 3rd heavenly tribulation. What is there to suppress? If you see him in the future, you will naturally know. Well, no matter who he is, will I marry him sooner or later? Li Qingshan looked at the sky with her arms crossed. She hadn't met Little One for a month, and she felt a little empty. "I think that the distance between each other is close at hand, and my heart is safe." In fact, about demon suppression catalog, Angelus Monk told the story about it a few days ago, and then Li Qingshan needs to slowly comprehend himself. But he did not immediately choose. After so long, the power of Water God Seal has declined a lot, and with the help of Water God Seal, the suppression of Spirit Turtle immediately became unstable, and the demon suppression catalog can only play an auxiliary role. It's almost time to go back, and I'm afraid I'll be able to show my feet, and there's still a lot of entanglement in Clear River Prefecture. If it were not for this reason, he would rather stay in the valley, facing the Golden Great Buddha, watching silently, and waiting for her return. Just thinking, Angelus Monk said, "He is back." It didn't take long for Duergar to fly out of the demon-suppressing temple. The figure was a lot stronger, and a pair of purple eyes sparkled. After Angelus Monk's mention and teaching, he re-entered the demon-suppressing temple and really learned the first 3 forms of the demon suppression catalog. "Master, senior brother," Duergar excitedly said that because of the suppression of demon heart, there were more ordinary children in the look. "Doing a good job, please drink." Li Qingshan turned over and threw a pot of wine. Duergar took the jug and sipped it and looked at the jar of the wine jar. He was dissatisfied. Master Senior Brother, you have drunk so much with me. Whoever makes you come back so slowly? If you are late, you will not see me. Duergar was amazed. Senior Brother, are you leaving? Li Qingshan said. The study is almost the same. I don't go home to accompany my wife. Is it here to accompany monk? It's good to be with monk. Duergar is reluctant to say that during this time, he has also experienced unprecedented human warmth and understands the warmth between people. It's no longer that the father's death, and the sad little demonic people. You are still young. Li Qingshan smiled and said to Angelus Monk, Master, finally wait until the little junior brother comes out, and there are still many disciples in the discipline. This will be resigned to the master. If the master has anything to explain, just hurry up. You are all coming. Angelus Monk drove Li Qingshan off the bluestone, sitting on his knees, pinching his ankles, and not paying attention to sitting posture. When the two came to the front, they said, You have to enter the door. There should be a meeting. But the time has not come. Rebel disciple is leaving today. I can't stop him. There is something for you. Li Qingshan's spirit is so strong that I finally wait for the gift. I want to come to the cultivation base of the master. This gift will never be shabby. But I don't need to call me rebel disciple at this time. Duergar, you are the most well-behaved, 10 times stronger than this rebel disciple. For the teacher to send you first. Li Qingshan snorted and snorted. But when he saw the gift from Angelus Monk, he not only caught it. Angelus Monk took out a series of rosary beads, a total of 108, each of which has different colors and different sizes, but it is crystal clear, radiant and full of colorful light. If it's just a gemstone, the problem is that every rosary is a demon heart. The demon heart that Angelus Monk used to tease Duergar is the master. This is not 108 rosary beads, but 108 demon marshal's demon heart. If placed on the cultivation road, it is almost equivalent to 108 golden cores. Duergar is even more dazzling, even forgetting to talk. Teach the demon suppressing temple for 100 years, just integrate 1 string prayer beads and send it to you today. Duergar, you are a demonic people, demon heart has been integrated with itself, cannot be removed. Want to be in cultivation? The best way to move on the road is to develop the demon suppression catalog. This rosary, you bring it, the power and the demonic nature will infect you. I hope that you can stick to your heart and don't want to be fascinated by the demonic nature. That's not 108 demon hearts. It's 108 body, and the trouble's a body. Angelus Monk hangs this string of demon heart rosary on Duergar's neck. He swallows and vomits, resisting the urge to swallow them directly, and bows. Master Xi. Li Qingshan already knows that this demon-suppressing temple is not absolutely closed, but is connected to a devil world. Every time, it will absorb many demonic people to enter the trial field of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Angelus Monk guards demon-suppressing temple for so many years. It is not surprising that Duergar got this rosary. Not only has the opportunity to learn all the demon suppression catalog, but also his own cultivation base. I am afraid it will also advance by leaps and bounds. It is rare. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look forward to it. What would his gift be? He doesn't expect demon heart very much, because the demon heart of bull demon and tiger demon's demonic nature is too pure. It can't accommodate any other demonic nature. Even if you get these demon hearts, you can only use it for revolting demon sword. When the rations, and these demon hearts should exhaust the accumulation of the master. Is it the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple that is famous for the Great Dragon Pill? It is rumored that this Great Dragon Pill can avoid myriad poison, heal all injuries, not only physical injuries, but also the wounds of the soul, as well as the removal of heart's devil. The cultivation base to make rapid progress, called the Great of the Cultivation Sector Strength Pills. During the thought, I saw Angelus Monk taking the 1-string prayer beads from his sleeve. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 591 Chapter 28 layman disciple. Sunshine is not in front of demon-suppressing temple. Angelus monk's large, fat palm, quietly lying on one-string prayer beads, attracting Li Qingshan's attention. This one-string prayer beads has only 18 pieces, which are worn on the wrist. It seems to be a wooden qualitative, round and sized, and only one larger. It doesn't give off any brilliance, it doesn't look surprising, it is no different from ordinary common rosary. However, Li Qingshan is not worried. The so-called real life is not exposed. The powerful magical artifact magical treasure is estimated to be the same. This rosary looks like Angelus monk often wears. It is unusual. The treatment of this eldest disciple can't be much worse than Durga. The performance of Angelus monk made Li Qingshan even more sure. I saw that he looked at the rosary in his hand and said, "Rebel disciple, reach out." Li Qingshan reached out and Angelus monk personally put the rosary on Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan is secretly strange, so I don't feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power. I tried to use divine sense to explore it. There is nothing special about it, but it can be so precious to the master. It must be another mystery. Angelus monk confessed, "This one-string prayer beads is not a powerful magical artifact, but it was handed over to me by my master. It is of great significance, especially after I got into the hands of the teacher. I always wear it, Rin night. Infiltration. Infiltration after the teacher's heart's blood and sweat. You must remember to save it and not lose it. This treatment is also very different." Li Qingshan glanced again at the demon heart rosary hanging on Durga's neck, hating to take off the rosary, and slamming on Angelus monk's smiling face. Thief bawled, "Is this look down on people?" In addition to heart's blood sweat, there is lard and sheep oil butter. I watched you with this stuff to drink and eat meat. Such a fantasy in my mind, of course, cannot really be put into practice. Li Qingshan casually handed a hand. "Thank you for the master's gift." Then the child will leave. The rosary on the wrist, more and more greasy. Can't wait to pick it up immediately. If Angelus monk simply gave Li Qingshan one-string prayer beads as a souvenir. Li Qingshan didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but in front of it, Durga gave a string of valuable demon heart rosary, turned his head, but gave him such a common thing. It is inevitable that there will be some gaps in my heart, and I feel even more unfair. It is also a disciple. Are you not looking at me clearly? Angelus monk seems to be unaware of Li Qingshan's unhappiness. Laughing and joking, "Before you go, you first go to the common affairs court, lead a set of layman disciple, hang a single." "Yes." Li Qingshan lazy. "You have gone outside, and you can't take the name of the teacher. If you let the teacher know, you will not spare you." "Good." Li Qingshan is impatient. "I am the kind of person who likes foxes and tigers." In a court, disciple can enter a heavenly dragon meditation chant with the body before going down the mountain. It can be used to save lives at a critical time, but you are just a layman disciple and you are not qualified. Li Qingshan blinked. "Since there is no such qualification, why should you say it?" He said, "Know it, I am leaving." Then he turned to go to the valley. But after listening to Angelus monk, "So, if you are in danger, self-reported my Dharma name and I want to come out with a few thin faces. If it is useless, it will crush the biggest one in the one-string prayer beads, and the division will come immediately to help you," said. Li Qingshan has a footstep. Looking back, I saw Angelus monk still sitting there laughing and waving his sleeve. "Go, rebel disciple." Angelus monk is a little thin. On the ground in Verdant province, Li Qingshan is provoked Verdant provincial governor, Inxi's dragon king, and Angelus monk is also qualified to say that if the second-class person hears his name, he must give Li Qingshan a 3-pointer. This rosary is simply a life-saving divine symbol. Li Qingshan glanced at the rosary on his wrist. His words and deeds seemed stingy. He took a deep breath and turned over. He said, "Yes, master. This is the case." Li Qingshan walked out of the valley, remembered the account of Angelus monk, and boarded the great Buddha mountain. Before coming to the heavenly dragon Buddhist temple, I saw a little savior cleaning the fallen leaves. He asked, "Little master, where is the common affairs court?" Xiao Shami pointed to the foot of the mountain. "No, all below. The main hall is on the mountain." Li Qingshan has already noticed that at the foot of the Great Buddha Mountain, there is a large building, row upon row, magnificent, like a palace, almost round the Great Buddha Mountain for a week, like the Great Buddha hanging on the ground. Only the demon-suppressing temple special the place was separated. It turns out that these are the common affairs court industry, but in terms of area, any hospital on Great Buddha Mountain is far from comparable. In the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, the Common Affairs Court is not only the largest one, but also the largest one in Monk. It has a large number of functions, one of which is to receive the pilgrims who are coming from all over the place. Diet: if there are not so many buildings, the routes cannot be accommodated. Li Qingshan walked around the temple and walked around, feeling more and more of the size of this Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. The ancient temples of the ordinary meaning are located in the shadows of the mountains, and the buildings of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple are scattered throughout the Great Buddha Mountain. The size of the Clear River Prefecture city is hard to compare. I finally came outside the main hall of the Common Affairs Court. The surrounding people were getting thinner. It was different from the rest of the Common Affairs Court. It was very quiet, and the cypresses and the birds were bursting. Li Qingshan walked in, no one blocked, and heard this voice of the human voice, stepping through the path, came to the temple. I saw a man and a woman are talking softly. Senior brother Wang brought a gift to Yongxin. Senior brother, this time? Maybe open your eyes to us. Asked by female cultivator, she seems to be 40 or 50 years old, and considering the many cultivators' means of staying in the face, the age is certainly not too light. Still staying in the Foundation Establishment realm world, there is no hope to break through in this life. District gift, not worth one. The senior brother Wang looks older, with a loose face and a long sword behind him. Both of them are Foundation Establishment, and their clothes are like a robes, but they are different from the real robes. There are also rosaries on the wrist. Li Qingshan didn't hide her breath. She hadn't approached yet, and the two turned back. Where is this fellow Taoist coming from? What is it here? The senior brother Wang sees Li Qingshan, and the gods are calm, and young, and have been repaired to the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage, not only slow, polite. Asked. Li Qingshan stepped forward and said, "I am coming to the list. Doing layman disciple." What are the two fellow Taoist coming here? We are the layman disciple of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Dare to ask how old fellow Taoist is? Senior brother Wang asked curiously. It has been living for more than 20 years. Not less than 30 years old. Fellow Taoist can be called genius, even if you want to be a inner court disciple, no problem. How can you think of layman disciple? Senior brother Wang was taken aback. Li Qingshan was originally stationed in Yan, and he was 40 or 50 years old. He didn't expect him to be so young. He was trained in the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage in his 20s. It's called genius. But how can such a genius come to be a layman disciple? There are a large number of layman disciple in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Most of them are not enough to become inner court disciple, but they have spent time to build the Foundation Establishment cultivator. They hang a layman disciple identity, which is also a big tree. If you can't learn the highest absolute art of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, the first level's cultivation technique is better than the sect core disciple. There are countless Foundation Establishment cultivators in the world. There are very few people who can really get to the Foundation Establishment realm in the 20s and 30s, especially those loose cultivators without the support of the teacher family. Most of them are time-honored. Abbot had to make me a monk, but I was not in the dust and refused to agree. They would not let me go. They could only do this layman disciple. Li Qingshan couldn't help. Abbot. Ah, you are talking about Undaunted Abbot, the female cultivator exclaimed, and quickly turned down the voice, looking at Li Qingshan incredibly. How surprised he could use Undaunted Monk with such a gracious tone. Yeah, who else? Li Qingshan, of course. Don't look at Li Qingshan. There is no pressure on Undaunted Monk. It is because of his actual repairs. He has already played against any second heavenly tribulation cultivator, and he is confident that he can continue to improve. Undaunted Monk and the others are on the same level, and even beyond them. There is no psychological weakness. But in the eyes of the usual Foundation establishment cultivator, the Abbot Undaunted Monk of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, Monk King, who was worshipped by Diexia dynasty, is like a god. If you can get such a character, you can be boastful. Not to mention, Undaunted Monk's pruning of Jinku to earn him into the inner court is simply unsurpassed. And he actually refused. The reason is actually what the dust is not over. It is a waste of good opportunity, so that the two cannot afford to replace it. King Fellow Taoist asked. Fellow Taoist is from Li Qingshan in Ruai County. Yeah. Do you recognize me? Li Qingshan spent more than a month in Haoshan, but did not know that Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple welcomed Little Un into the temple with the highest honor. And then Undaunted Monk's personal shaving was already spread throughout the Verdant Province Cultivation Road. Little Un's Dharma name one thought is even more famous. It has already had the name of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple's first discipline. Until now, the aftermath has not subsided. Li Qingshan at the Action Hall, who refused Undaunted Monk in public and then was fined into demon-suppressing pagoda, naturally. These layman disciple. Long-awaited name, long-awaited name. Senior Brother Wang sighs. Then female cultivator also said, in the future, everyone is the same door. Senior brother, do not have to be so polite, I will call myself a senior sister. Good to say. Li Qingshan said a few more words, about to walk into the main hall, and Senior Brother Wang was busy. I can't go in now. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 592 Chapter 29 What are you counting? What? Senior Brother Wang Road, Yongxin Senior Brother is meeting another senior brother. After the senior brother comes out, we will keep you ahead. That doesn't have to be. Just follow the rules. I don't know what the identity of Yongxin Senior Brother is. If you compete for such a big show, do you still need to use the word C? Junior Brother is a layman disciple, but this is not the case. Yongxin Senior Brother is the first of the Common Affairs Court. The chief eldest disciple of the Zen Master is the eldest senior brother. I am the Zen Master. Studying Buddhist law, the matter in this Common Affairs Court is handled by Yongxin Senior Brother. Oh, that's amazing. Senior Brother Wang see Li Qingshan's face, and lowered his voice. You don't want to swear by Yongxin Senior Brother, we have all the rewards and punishments, all on Yongxin Senior Brother. Undaunted Abbot, Monk King, Junior Brother, even if you talk, you won't know anything about you, but this. He stopped talking. Li Qingshan smiled, and lowered his voice. I understand that Yama is better, Little Ghost is difficult, often. He doesn't come to provoke me. I don't want to provoke him. It seems that the Yongxin Senior Brother is not an open-minded person. Waiting for me to talk carefully. I am not afraid of him, but I am not immune to life. Under this great Buddha mountain, I need to consider the impact. Senior Brother Wang see Li Qingshan, and it seems quite old and comforting. He caressed the beard and said, you must know how to hide the young, and you will not know how to be talented. You don't know how to enter the world of. Li Qingshan listened to his old-fashioned education, and he felt funny, but it was also a good intention, and he did not comment, laughed and said nothing. Senior Brother Wang said the rise. Have you come here with a gift? Li Qingshan was amazed. What gift? To whom? Of course, it is for Yongxin Senior Brother. Senior Brother Wang looked at the face of how do you realize that Xing is so bad, and made a heartache, as if looking at the disappointing sun. The layman disciple of the Dragon Temple is located in Verdant Province. It is not a laissez-faire. It often gets some tasks, such as building temples, or collecting various resources. To accomplish these tasks, there is a merit. You can exchange some culture techniques in the Dragon Temple. The benefits of it. Whether many tasks are completed or not, the completion is not good or bad, sometimes all by Yongxin. Although it is the layman disciple, Since the name of the Dragon Temple is hanging, it is impossible for the Buddhism classic to know nothing about it. So every time, layman disciple from all over the world will come to the Dragon Temple once, monk of Common Affairs Court, and compare them to Buddhism and character. If it is not easy to pass, it may even be abolished by the identity of layman disciple. Yongtsin's power is even greater. In the layman disciple, Li Qingshan, who is completely uninterested in the Buddhist scriptures, has a gift, and only needs a gift to guarantee the customs clearance. For a long time, it has become a practice. Layman disciple come from the field, always bring a gift to meet the Yongtsin senior brother. It is not necessarily how precious. The key is that the layman disciple has a large number of pieces, which can be described as a tower. But my master didn't explain me. Oh. Li Qingshan's eyebrows are like a smile, and the eldest disciple of Angelus monk is going to give a gift to the Common Affairs Court's eldest senior brother. This is not a joke. Which is your master? The female cultivator Socket asked. The reason why they became layman disciple, because there is no master in the Dragon Temple, but it is better than the Common Affairs Court. This requires you to understand yourself. And the doorway of this is not something that every elder knows. Thanks to the encounter with me, otherwise you are not prepared. If you go in, you will suffer. Senior brother Wang slaps Li Qingshan's shoulders. When he wants to come, Li Qingshan's master is just a visit to Qi refining in the past. Otherwise, if there is a serious sect teacher, how can I do layman of Xiaolong Temple? Disciple. Does the Buddhist discipline also accept bribes? Li Qingshan listening to this, if you don't give a gift, you will be killed. You can't help but speak louder and a little surprised. Senior brother Wang said, this cannot be said indiscriminately. This is our brotherhood. How can it be a bribe? Pure land, why are you outside? A middle-aged sneaked out of the temple, raised a pair of broom brows, eyes staring at Li Qingshan, with a hint of anger. Li Qingshan also looked back at him. This is the Yongtsin senior brother. He only saw him look ordinary, his head shaved bright, his body was slightly fat, and he stood there with his stomach. It was a bit prestige. Not far behind him, he stood a thin man, thinking of the fellow Taoist who went before senior brother Wang. Yongtsin senior brother. Senior brother Wang and the middle-aged female cultivator quickly held their hands together. Yongtsin did not return a gift, and asked Li Qingshan, where are you? I dare to swear at my Common Affairs Court. My heart read, you are here, you come for the first time. Don't know the rules, don't give gifts. But I dare to say that I am accepting bribes. If I really don't know what to do, I have to give you a few points. Li Qingshan said. In Li Qingshan, I am going to be a layman disciple. Layman disciple? What you are doing now, but Buddha. Layman disciple is not what you want to do. Yongtsin God moves, the inner court disciple of the Longzhen Academy, naturally heard the name of Li Qingshan. This son is arrogant, and even abbot's orders dare to violate. He should have been put into the demon-suppressing temple. He has learned a lesson and is not rushing to do layman disciple. Now I'm in my hands. I'm going to have a good time. Let him learn what it's like to respect his predecessors. Senior brother is right, so rude and rude. At a glance, from a small place, how to qualify as a senior brother for me? The thin man behind Yongtsin also helped, with a face on his face. Charming say, you kid, don't quickly plead guilty to Master Yongtsin. Senior brother Wang shouted loudly, and the female cultivator also looked at the side. Fart. Li Qingshan thick eyebrows twisted, fangs senran, a fierce gas naturally exudes. Let the presence of a jump. The breath is suppressed, the surrounding light seems to be darkened. He sang low, more like a taiga forest. The sound of the insects and the sound of the birds suddenly stopped, surrounded by quiet intimidation. The demon bull has been suppressed by spirit turtle, but since the demon heart has been condensed, it seems to have found a venting vent. Although he has repaired the demon suppression catalog, the first type is demon heart. No regrets. The root did not think about suppressing the magic of the restraint in the mind. The emotions move, naturally shaped in say. What a savage fanatic. dare to roar in this dragon temple? Yongxin pointed his finger at Li Qingshan, and he was mad at the fact that he was shocked by a guy who was not as good as his own. He was even more surprised. He also practiced in Demon Suppressing Pagoda. Those demonic people and even Demon General could not give. He is under such great pressure. Li Qingshan stepped forward. You reported the name of Angelus Monk, but the mind was moved. The master deliberately told me not to borrow his fame. I just broke from the back mountain to the front mountain, and broke the ring. Some are not appropriate. He didn't want me to be a layman disciple. That's just fine. I don't do it. Then he smiled and said, this layman disciple, when I am rare, I don't want to see you as a small person who accepts bribes. Turning straight away. Anyway, the most important thing is to set up a mentoring role with Angelus Monk. Whether or not to do this layman disciple, it really doesn't matter. Who are you talking about? Yongxin asked. He was the chief disciple of Common Affairs Court. He saw that layman disciple had a good face, and he dared to insult him. You is so hard to have a Li Qingshan. I did not expect Li Qingshan to care about the identity of a layman disciple. Said to leave and anger, nowhere to release. Li Qingshan didn't bother to answer him. Senior brother Wang open mouth. You said that he was afraid of sinning Yongxin, but he closed his mouth and said, this kid is too stunned, and he dares to sin under Great Buddha Mountain. Senior brother, is this vegetarian restaurant a vegetarian? No, the Dragon Temple is really vegetarian. Stop. Yongxin raised his cuffs and flew out a wooden fish. The wind rose and straightened into a carriage size, flew toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan actually stood up and turned around, looking at the wooden fish that whizzed, and asked if he said, what else do you have to say? It was to be hit by wooden fish. Be careful. The female cultivator exclaimed. If you kill him, it's not good. Yongxin thought about a turn. Loud rumble, loud noise. Wooden fish fell to the side of Li Qingshan. The soil was splattered, and the ground pulled out a big pit. This quiet place of Buddhism, you can be pulled out by a master, a big pit. Li Qingshan calm and fearless, with a scornful smile on his face. Yongxin thought sharply. If he wants to go, I really have no excuse to leave him. If it is barely shot, the master is there. I am afraid that the account can't be passed, right? I almost forgot what he was beaten for. In the Demon Suppressing Temple, Yongxin Chengzi said in the chest, since you are not a layman disciple, you have been guilty of my Common Affairs Court. You have already committed the commandments of my Dragon Temple, and you still have to commit another crime, and you must punish. The main responsibility of the Common Affairs Court is to receive the believers and the layman disciple, so Li Qingshan can drive straight in and walk to the front of the hall, but the sin is not a crime. Li Qingshan, this is a bit familiar. You can't think of a trip in Demon Suppressing Temple? Yongxin is proud of himself, and I am a little helpless with the wisdom of Undaunted Abbot. In this case, Li Qingshan was provoked. He was plunged into the Demon Suppressing Temple for no reason. Although he was blessed in the end, the harvest was not small, and his heart was always a bit uncomfortable. He had to bow his head in the eaves. Now I am eager to take this to threaten him. It's just too old to shake the tiger's ass. What do you think? And dare to learn, undaunted monk? Li Qingshan sneered and strode to Yongxin. Impressive. Yongxin was still confident and could subdue him, but he was stunned by the scorpion of the dark red light. He was a little panicked and ordered, 3 junior brothers, help me get this madman. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 593. Chapter 30 Saves Me. The 30th Save Me. Senior brother Wang. The 3 of them all stunned, but they didn't expect to be so troubled, and they didn't want to move their hands. Yongxin senior brother is not afraid to offend, but the opposite is not very good. It is genius, and it is closely related to the one thought. It was the thin man who gave Yongxin a helping hand. At this time, he did not dare to take it casually, afraid of getting into trouble. This hesitation, Li Qingshan has walked to the front of the stage, and the tall body is almost like Yongxin. Good thief, eat me and drink. Yongxin was furious and mixed, and the wooden fish hammer in his hand suddenly changed into a beam-like giant stick and bowed to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt that his head was screaming like a slap in the face, and his mind was stunned, facing a stick, and there was a feeling that he could not dodge. This trick is not as simple as stimulating magical artifact. It is an absolute art in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It is called Be Awesome and uses weapons like sticks. The stick has not yet fallen, and the offensive has already been issued. At the same time, the wind behind the head whistling, the fallen fish on the ground was soaring, the gap in the middle of the wooden fish's head suddenly opened, like a giant beast opened his mouth and swallowed to Li Qingshan, which emerged a great suction. This wooden fish hammer and wooden fish are all magical artifact, which is a powerful set. The background of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple and the financial resources of Yongtsin can be seen on the basis of a single attack, which can defeat the ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator. This kid is just the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage. How can I be scared by him? The three onlookers of the layman disciple were relieved, and the Yongtsin senior brother was so good that they didn't need a few of them to help. Senior brother Wang conceived, this kid doesn't listen to the old man. This is being taught by Yongtsin senior brother. It is also a matter of asking, before the wolf. The tiger can't dodge. Li Qingshan hands and buckles, swaying the law. A thin water curtain rises up. Water curtain Danhua. This kid can't hold my head and drink. Hey, the speed of magic spell is fast, but can you resist the magic of magical artifact with a defense magic spell? Yongtsin sneered. Wooden fish mouth slammed the water curtain. Wooden fish hammer was slammed down, but the layer of water curtain is soft and flexible beyond imagination. No matter how pulled, cannot tear. Wooden fish hammer on the top. The ripples of a round of ripples, the enormous force of the cracked rock, are all absorbed by the water curtain. How might the power of a magic spell be so strong? Not only is Yongtsin surprised, but the three layman disciple onlookers are also wide-eyed. Li Qingshan fights with people. When magic spell is rarely used, this effect is surprisingly good. When you upgrade to the peak of Spirit Turtle transformation 4th layer, he seems to have the spirit of Spirit Turtle's innate skill. Water element magic spell, all with help, plus the addition of Water God Seal. Resisting Yongtsin's 2 pieces of magical artifact, Li Qingshan simply launched a single palm forward, and the water spiritual chi of the light blue say, the layered stack of continuous backlogs, like the rising of the big wave head, finally turned into a tsunami. Strike the sea. Tsunami form. A palm shot in the wooden fish hammer. A loud bang. The wooden fish hammer broke away from the control of Yongtsin, smashed through the hall of the hall and flew out. Li Qingshan looked at the exhaustion of the hand, running boundless sea art, with the body of spiritual chi like a sea jiao, a steady stream, endless, a wave of unrest, and a palm to Yongtsin. Yongtsin stepped back and forth, and actually used the meat palm to fly magical artifact. I feel that today is the madman who kicked the iron plate and dared to roar in the main hall of Dakshin. But immediately, there is a strong daring. Here is the great Buddha Mountain Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. How can the outsiders relax? And by his means, not only that, Glang. Li Qingshan was shot on Yongtsin. The sound of the voice was like Hong Zong Di Alu. I saw a big golden bell on Yongtsin, and I couldn't break it. I am thinking that this monk is the inner court disciple of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It is still a brush with 2 eyes. Look at the clothes on Yongtsin, and reveal the golden light. There is also a handprint. I suddenly understand that it turned out this coat is also a magical artifact. Fortunately, I have always been careful to wear this golden bell bodysuit on my body. Yongtsin is fortunate that for many years, he has handled the common affairs of Common Affairs Court. Even Demon Suppressing Temple has not gone for a long time. There is no chance to play against others. Li Qingshan's palm is suddenly shot, and he almost responded. Common Affairs Court's location at Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is very special. Most of them are not enough for innate skill. There is a lack of enthusiasm for Buddhism. It will come to this Common Affairs Court, and there are many common things. The real strength is in each. The hospital is the weakest. If it is other in a court disciple, even if there are not so many magical artifacts in hand, the repairs by the body will not be so embarrassed by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It seems that you are arrogant and have received a lot of bribes over the years." "Hewing nonsense!" Yongxin screamed, and the golden light emerged, and the first level golden body came out. There was a golden bell outside, and there was a golden body. It was a solid soup. It stood in an invincible position and stood before the main hall. "You are looking at Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan retired. He can kill Monster Marshal with Monster General Realm, but as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it is impossible to use any Golden Core cultivator, which is full of magic artifacts. Yongxin, it can make him feel a little tricky. Of course, if it is a scene war, Li Qingshan believes that he is still winning. But here is under the Great Buddha Mountain, only between Berlin. The figures flash. The other Common Affairs Court's discipline heard the movement. Also they rushed over and asked, "Senior brother, what happened?" Yongxin took back the wooden fish hammer and tapped it a few times. The treasure was solemn and hammered the wooden fish to Li Qingshan. "This person is filthy, I accept the bribe, roar the temple, and smash my Common Affairs Court." I made a statement. He actually hurt. I want to be of VIP point. I, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, although it is compassionate, can't let this madman. The junior brother will take him with him and send it in the precepts. The crowds rushed to encircle Li Qingshan, and they all flashed golden light, and the golden body was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and almost everyone had a magical artifact in their hands. With so many magical artifacts coming together, even if his magic spell is strong enough, it will be difficult to resist. If it is an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, I am afraid it will be smashed into meat. Yongxin smiled and won the prize. He said to Li Qingshan, "If you are shackled, there is still a way to live. Otherwise you will have to smear the Pure Land." Li Qingshan haha laughed and despised Yongxin. "I said to teach you, even if you add thousands of people, it is useless." Yongxin shook his head and said, "All of them have fallen to this field and dare to speak out madly. It is mad at this point, especially Sai. If you don't believe it, then give it a try." Li Qingshan splashed a splash of water at the foot, leaping and jumping, arms open like a fierce tiger. Yongxin jumped in her heart and scored 3 points in her heart. "But in the presence of so many senior brothers, how can I retreat? Anyway, there is a golden body, and I can't help myself," I ordered. "Hands." At the same time, the dong dong knocked by the wooden fish in his hand rang directly, and it sounded like a knock on Li Qingshan's heart, directly attacking his soul. This is the strongest method of using this magical artifact, and the crowds rushed together. Li Qingshan can be subdued in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan smiled, how powerful his spirit was, and the root ignored the sound of the wooden fish's percussion. This method of strongest use was the most useless to him, and his arms were staggered. A black say chain, crisscrossing, Yongxin face say changed. The sound seems to sound directly in his heart. Golden body holding a wooden fish hammer, slammed Li Qingshan's forehead. The corners of the eyes swept over, but there were horrified say on the faces of the crowd, looking over his head and shouting, "Senior brother is careful." A 9th level pagoda appears on the top of Yongxin's head. Its style is like a floating tower, but it has the great majesty to suppress everything. Boom! Demon suppressing pagoda covered Li Qingshan and Yongxin at the same time, smashing the front of the Common Affairs Court's main hall by half, and a crack appeared on the ground to spread around. The last scene seen by the public is that Yongxin's wooden fish hammer is about to be knocked on Li Qingshan's head, but Li Qingshan's mouth is with a confident smile. A monk raised his hands and caught everyone's attention. He said, "You don't have to worry. With the repair of Yongxin senior brother, there are so many magical artifacts. How can you be afraid of this thief? But for a moment, you will smash the thief out. Save me." When the voice fell, Demon-suppressing pagoda heard Yongxin's horrified shouts and screams. The monk face changed and shouted, "Everyone will rescue the senior brother." More than a dozen magical artifacts flew together and smashed on demon-suppressing pagoda. The crowds were full of confidence, so powerful, even though a hill was smashed, but the result was shocked. Demon-suppressing pagoda stands firmly on the ground, the roots are not moving, and there are no scars on the surface. What is this magical artifact, so strong? In demon-suppressing pagoda, the screams of Yongxin monk are ups and downs. Another person came up with the idea, cut a passage from below to the tower and save the senior brother. A group of people immediately started, and in a blink of an eye, they made a path and came to the tower. They encountered a black base that was as strong as the tower body. Go to the first place. Yongxin was suppressed under the demon-suppressing pagoda. He felt that the golden bell and the golden body were still there. He calmed his heart and said, "Li Qingshan, can you use this ghost trick? I have the golden bell body." "What are you?" "My name, Li Qingshan." "You are?" Yongxin was surprised by the exclamation. Li Qingshan was stalked by demon Qi. His body was soaring and his body was covered with a layer. It was like a helmet with a heavy body and a helmet on his head, showing a pair of eyelids and putting out a red light. Yongxin back, save me. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 594 Chapter 31 Sword Eyes. Yongxin leaned on the icy tower wall. Although there was the Vista golden body, but looking at Li Qingshan, the red scorpion filled with hostility was approaching. There was no sense of security in my heart, as if I was in the body, but with fierce tiger in the same cage. A loud noise. Li Qingshan punched like a dragon, broke away, blasted on the Admiralty. The golden bell twisted disguised, collapsed into a deep nest, and the golden light of the say light flew out. "Oh ah!" Yongxin screamed, and there was a fist mark on the vestment on his body. It has not faded for a long time. He is a magical body vestment, but a magical artifact. Although it is only a variety of magical artifact, it should not be so fragile. The competition is destroyed by such a punch. If it is directly hit by the body, what is the life? Li Qingshan looked at her fist and looked at her face, seemingly dissatisfied with the power of this punch. Although the strength has skyrocketed after demonization, it is still far worse than the destructive power of the real bull demon tiger demon. Otherwise, it will be smashed out and the Yongxin will be tied into the vestment. But at the foot of this great Buddha mountain, even in demon-suppressing pagoda, he didn't dare to use demon's power. He knew that undaunted monk's pair of senior brothers were watching. If you can't defeat Yongxin's defense as soon as possible, I am afraid that those who are in the Dragon Temple will come to the rescue and there is no way to teach him. Suddenly, the wind rushed to the surface, and the wooden fish opened its mouth again and swallowed it to Li Qingshan, while the wooden fish hammer stalked back to the back and flew toward his back. Its body is still only the size of the ordinary wooden fish hammer. If it is a momentary, it is very easy to move. Li Qingshan jumped forward, avoiding the bite of the wooden fish, and grabbed the back without looking back. The wooden fish hammer fell into his hand and fell down again, slamming the wooden fish under his feet. These two magical artifacts trembled, but they couldn't get out of his restraint. After demonization, these two magical artifacts could no longer pose a threat to him. Li Qingshan smiled and pulled out a strange sword from 100 treasure pouch, which was revolting demon sword. The eyeball at the hilt turned a bit, and Huanren stared at Yongxin, and Yongxin felt a cold in the heart, and he had a feeling of being completely seen. In the eyes of Li Qingshan, I saw a different picture on the road. He felt his gaze through the Admiralty, through the golden body, and even through the skin and flesh bones, saw the roots, and saw the magic of the heart of Yongxin, a hazy black cloud. There is a magic in the heart of the heart. This Yongxin is a Buddhist discipline, but greedy and irritating. The Buddhaxing is still on the ordinary. Then the line of sight was taken back and parked on the golden bell of Yongxin. Revolting demon sword's strange eyeball trembled. Suddenly, Li Qingshan saw a faint black line on the Admiralty, but nothing could be seen in the naked eye. Nothing was found with divine sense. What is that? Li Qingshan moved and waved revolting demon sword and tried to kneel down the black line. Jiang Wen flashed past, and Yongxin was near at Li Qingshan. In vain. He suddenly felt that his body was cold, and the vestment was cut open silently, revealing the chest and belly, the fat of white flowers. The glory of the glory, the golden bell disappeared, and the vestment lost the ability of the body. How is it possible, my Admiralty Mana Mana? This must be accidental. Yongxin widened his eyes, could not believe that a protective body magical artifact was thus silently destroyed. Li Qingshan looked at revolting demon sword in his hand and praised it. Good sword. The original black line is the gap between this vestment. There are some surprises in the heart. After getting this sword, I have not studied it well. I didn't expect it. The competition has such an ability. Revolting demon sword name Evil Eye. The most powerful, not how sharp the sword edge is, how strong the blade is. It can use the eye to see many things that the naked eye can't see, such as things the flaws of existence. Lighter can kill a powerful demon general and take its demon heart. However, this ability, without the proper demon heart, could not exert its true power. Later, Lighter joined the sword, and although he gave his cousin with his own demon heart, he was unconscious and trapped in demon suppressing pagoda. With the close combat of the crazy Duergar, the root can't play the power of the sword. Then, after death, revolting demon sword fell into the hands of Li Qingshan. It was not a simple matter to let this revolting demon sword surrender. The usual demonic people got this sword. Renite refining, say a few in a month, it will be able to exert its power. However, the magical Xing that Li Qingshan possesses is too pure and powerful, and he is not afraid of the special Xing of revolting demon sword, giving him the name of the rebellion. Revolting demon sword seems to have met the confidant and the lord, and is willing to use it. Not to wait for Li Qingshan to study carefully, Bino actively contributes. Just like entering the end, Yongxin's body of the Golden Bell Protector is not as seamless as it seems, but it has flaws, especially after the front of Li Qingshan's fist. The flaws are even more obvious. But it is still not visible to the naked eye, but Li Qingshan has revolting demon sword in hand to glimpse its flaws. It seems that the two armies are engaged in warfare. In the face of the sinister city of one husband and one man is not open. If it is a frontal storm, perhaps 100,000 troops will be difficult to win. But as long as you find a suitable guide, you can find a path that you don't know. You just need to send a team of king soldiers to defeat the enemy. Revolting demon sword took the role of this guide. Li Qingshan, don't come over. This is the Dragon Temple. You can't kill me. Yongxin is guilty of guilt, trying to push the mana. The golden body becomes more and more shiny, and the heart complains. It turns out that Li Qingshan's real identity is demonic people. Now I have seen his true body. I am escaping. I want to get into the suffocation. I know so. Why should I keep a few words with him? He wants to keep up with Li Qingshan, not only because of his narrow body, but also because he is dominant. He thinks Li Qingshan is like a shackle. He wants to know how to handle it. How can he think that he can really be under the siege of so many inputs? He forced to such a situation. Li Qingshan smiled a little, and Suo Xing closed his eyes and sank divine sense into revolting demon sword. The evil eye of the hilt gave out a rim-like evil light. Then I looked that the golden glow of Yongxin's body became dim, and on his first level golden body, there was a black spot, which was the weakness of the golden body, and several of them. A black spot is very dark. Flaw. Li Qingshan stepped out. Revolting demon sword went all the way through the void, stabbing a black spot. Li Qingshan opened his eyes again, but only saw the golden body. There was a black spot on the black spot, but there was a crack in the golden body at the tip of the sword. Li Qingshan smiled and pressed all the power and spiritual chi on the sword, and the tip of the sword penetrated into it. Hey! Like the sound of golden iron, the indestructible golden body is broken and scattered. Yongxin is like a crab without a shell. It is full of unbelievable and there is no arrogance of overbearing. Yongxin, while desperately urging the wooden fish, hurried to 100 treasure pouch. He also possessed a lot of powerful spirit talisman, which was enough to defeat, but the finger just touched 100 treasure pouch, and the cold sword edge was posted on it. On his neck. He did not expect Li Qingshan to tear his 2 layers of defense so quickly and easily, so that the roots were not psychologically prepared, and many means were not used. This is also a performance that has not been fought for a long time. After moving, my head is separated. Li Qingshan said. Yongxin felt a pain in his neck. The warm liquid ran down, and he didn't dare to move again when he was on the scene. Looking at the scorpion of the dark red say, his face twitched and his face looked like a cry and laughed. Li Qingshan is going to kill him. He wants to say something to please him for his life. This kind of thing is always heard. But at the moment, he can't say a word. A few lines of demon suppressing chains fell down, and Yongxin was tied like a scorpion, hanging in demon suppressing pagoda. Yongxin forced to calm down. You killed me, you can't escape. If you don't want to be excited, I really kill you. Just shut me up. Yongxin didn't dare to say a word when he arrived, but he raised a hope in his heart. He really didn't dare to kill me. He thought in a bad heart, when I go out, see how I can make you. Hey, I don't know what you are thinking. You accept the bribe. You can do it yourself. Can you say no? I don't want to pay attention to you. You don't want to let me go. I dare to learn to talk. Play the language of the language. Do not look at your own a few pounds. There is a saying in our hometown, do not take my loak, as you force. You have not heard. Yongxin naturally did not dare to answer. Li Qingshan took a whip from 100 treasure pouch. It was just a high-grade spirit artifact. I also forgot where it came from, and he was not good at using a whip. I didn't expect it to be used. I did not expect this to have a chance to use it. He grabbed the handle and shook it hard. He slammed around the top of his head and pulled out. The sound of Yongxin had a blood mark on his body, and it was shaking and screaming like a pig. Although he was restrained, he still had spiritual chi bodyguards. It was not so bad, but Li Qingshan's whip had a force of demon suppressing. He had a magic in his heart and could not escape the sanctions. Yongxin screamed again. Li Qingshan haha smiled and danced a whip like a dragon, like a snake. He yelled at Yongxin and felt great in his heart. He felt that the outer aluminium was attacking demon suppressing pagoda, and he did not let it go. In my heart. This demon suppressing pagoda's special xing is the stronger the magic that is suppressed, and the stronger it is. Although Yongxin is a small entry, it can't be said how deep the magic is, but Li Qingshan's own magic is too strong. He is in it, and the demon suppressing pagoda is so strong that it has never been seen before. I feel that the vibration is coming from under the foot, and it is only off. If you create the demon suppression catalog, the predecessor, when you create the demon suppressing pagoda, you don't even have a tar key, you can just dig it. Come in, it's still talking about demon suppressing. Amitabha, what is going on? Outside of demon suppressing pagoda, an old man suddenly appeared without warning, and he had to be white and look very gentle and solemn. It was the first common master of Zen affairs. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 595. Chapter 32. Return. The master is here. The first one is here. Monk, some call the master, some call the first. While listening to the screams of Yongxin and demon suppressing pagoda, the scene is a mess. A long brow wrinkled, a burst of invisible momentum, and a quiet time. Yongren, what do you say about this? A loyal middle-aged man came in and out. Master, I just arrived. As if Yongxin's senior brother had a dispute with Li Qingshan, and I ordered him to take it down. Li Qingshan called, come out of this tower and press them together. Yongren Monk is a well-known and honest point in the Common Affairs Court. Therefore, he felt that he was most convinced of his words. He said what he saw and heard. He did not listen to Yongxin and said Li Qingshan as a crime. Li Qingshan, in the heart of the mind, One thought first entered the Dragon Temple. He was also in the Dakshin Hall. He was very impressed with this stubborn man. Later, one thought returned. Abbot personally shaved, But he did not see the trace of Li Qingshan being locked up in demon-suppressing temple. It was already out. I didn't know where to come to my common affairs court, and I started with Yongxin. Listening to Yongxin's screams, I'm a little angry, and I'm brave to beat his disciples in front of him. It's too much to put his first common affairs court in his eyes. The tower will be thrown out, but the demon-suppressing pagoda will not move. Chuan also reveals amazed say, what is magic spell? So competitive. In the blink of an eye, I only felt that demon chi was a means of demon race, but there was another diametrically opposed Buddhist law that was solemn and inviolable. The competition was unheard of. With one hand and two fists, he was golden and brilliant, and turned into a Vajra avatar with a few feet high. He unfolded a pair of muslek knotted arms and hugged demon-suppressing pagoda and pulled it up. This Vajra was so powerful that demon-suppressing pagoda shook a bit and was raised by bit. Li Qingshan took the whip, coldly snort, and immediately sat cross-legged. Demon heart glowed with a round of dark red say, body demon chi rushing up. Seems to break this demon-suppressing pagoda. But the more he motivated demon heart, the more he released the magic, and the demon-suppressing pagoda became even bigger. At the same time, the demon suppression catalog was run, and demon-suppressing pagoda pulled up a few more times. Cui Yuan refused to give up, and the second entered and held for a while, then loud rumble, steadily suppressed on the earth. The public sent out a burst of exclamation. The original shot was made by Li Qingshan. He did not expect to use Vajra incarnation, or couldn't move this strange tower. He Yuan had no choice but to disperse the golden body. Although he had a powerful means, he was confident that he could break the tower. But as a result, the movement was too big, the house was on fire, and the reputation of passing out to the Xiaolong temple was unfavorable. This Li Qingshan competition is so good, with a repair of robbery, competing against my golden body, cannot be a small generation. Le benefactor, please come out. My discipline how to offend you, may wish to talk to the poor and impartial. You monk, all of them are barely playing, bullying me. I am alone. If I come out, I will be bullied by you. Li Qingshan's voice came from the tower, and all monk were angry. Insulting you? This is inconsistent with what you see in poverty. Say is empty, everything can't just look at the surface. The master does not understand this truth. Amitabha, the poor is taught, then dare to ask me that this discipline is so insulting to you. If it is really he is not right, the poor willing you to plead guilty. The master's cultivation is not bad. It is much stronger than your inferior. Well, since you want to know, I will tell you. Li Qingshan will explain how to do layman disciple, how to hear layman disciple need to give gifts, said that the Buddha's disciple also accepts bribes and annoyed Yongxin, then how he made himself difficult, so he said so much it does not add oil and vinegar. Hearing listened to his straightforwardness and believed in his heart. He had a good news about Yongxin's gift, but he focused on cultivation and did not put such a small matter in his heart. It's such a thing, but I don't want to believe it. How can you believe in your side of poverty? One side of the word. Hey, it wasn't just the two of us at the time. You can ask the layman's senior brother Wang. See what I said can be a word. Senior brother Wang and other three layman disciple, since the influx of monk, came back to see the fun. Senior brother Wang heard that Li Qingshan had come from him, and he was shocked. He secretly slammed Li Qingshan and engulfed him. He pulled him out of the water and walked out unwillingly, bowing to the sensation. Disciple saw the first seat. Despite your way, you don't have to worry about it, and you don't even have to hide it. There is no shortage of ways to verify the authenticity of the words. Senior brother Wang has to say, the situation of Fang Kai and Li Lishan, there is not much difference. It is just that I am waiting for a courtesy exchange with Yongxin senior brother. It is not a bribe. Li Qingshan when the words were not right, Yongxin senior brother moved the nameless fire. Please take the first Mingjian. Although he did not dare to lie in front of the distance, but between the words, he still favored Yongxin, and he was annoyed by Li Qingshan. While we are really bribing, What is it with you? The eyebrows of Cui Yuan are wrinkled even more tightly. So, it's true that Yongxin is too bullied. Li Benefactor, the cause of the matter, the Baroness has been made clear. You come out. I don't know if it's clear. You talk about how to deal with it. At this time, there are many misconducts, violating the rules and regulations of the Dragon Temple. I am punished when I am sent to the discipline, and I am sorry for you. It is my honor to be a common affairs court, to be a layman disciple. With a sigh, I was slightly covered. Li Qingshan sighed with a sigh of relief. Or this old monk has a temperament. He is not a tangled generation. Immediately converges the magic Xing, restores the body, and then waved to remove demon-suppressing pagoda. Yongxin has been smothered, and the flesh and blood are blurred. Even the strength of the screams is gone. Li Qingshan's mind is turned and demon-suppressing chains is removed. He falls to the ground. Yongxin, senior brother. All monk exclaimed, all glaring at Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan seems to be a standard small entry, but he is good at dealing with common customs, and has always been generous to the same door of senior brother, and the gifts received are not alone, but the rain and the dew are all smothered. The discipline in the common affairs court, all admire him, even if he is better. He does not compete with him for the eldest senior brother. A long sleeve of Jiayuan, rolled Yongxin to the side, and a piece of golden light sprinkled. The injury on Yongxin immediately resumed, slowly opened his eyes and called out, Master. Hey, Yongxin, you have always been smart and keen. How can you make such a foolish thing today? The master is really good at disposal, admire underneath. As for this layman disciple, don't do it. Li Qingshan arched his hand and strode outside the common affairs court. Yongxin looked at the back of Li Qingshan, filled with the sorrowful say, never had such a big humiliation in his life, or in front of so many senior brothers and masters. The voice was abruptly high, and some sternly, can't let him go. He's a demonic people. What? Yongxin, you can't talk nonsense. Feeling a far cry, I immediately looked at Li Qingshan with divine sense, but under the influence of the demon suppression catalogue, Li Qingshan did not even reveal demon chi. Yongxin said with a red eye, I saw his demonization with my own eyes. Otherwise, with his strength, how can I easily break the vest of the discipline and the golden body? If the lie lies, I would like to sink the seamless hell, and suffer from eternal catastrophe. The face of Cui Yuan has changed, and the Buddha disciple dares to make this oath. There will be no leave on the base. Demonic people is the enemy of Buddhism. If Li Qingshan is a magician, then you don't have to worry about anything. You have to take it down, kill it on the spot, or break into the demon-suppressing temple. I saw Li Qingshan turn a deaf ear to all of this and continue to make strides forward. He said, Le Benefactor, please stay. What else does the master have to ask? Li Qingshan felt that his wrists were tight, and he felt that he was tightly buckled. If he did not move out of the name of Angelus Monk, he would not be able to get out. He sighed, Master, oh master, this is no wonder me. Some things have to be clearly distinguished. I dare to ask Li Benefactor to use the pagoda. Which one is magic spell? Li Qingshan said, of course it is Buddhism fair rectification. And it is also the supreme method of the Dragon Temple. I have been cultivating in Buddhism for more than 300 years. How can I not know that my Buddhism has such a powerful magic spell? I think it's Demon Chi Sen, some like demon technique of demonic people. Li Qingshan smiled. The master has to listen to the words of the letter, and I would also swear, if I am a demonic people, I would like to sink the seamless hell, and suffer from eternal catastrophe. Hearing hesitated. His eyes swept over Li Qingshan's wrist and suddenly he cried. He asked, hey, how did you get this rosary? This rosary seems to be unremarkable, but it is very clear to the far-sighted. This is clearly the closeness of the predecessor of Hao Shan, how it will fall into the hands of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, don't send it. Impossible. Cui Yuan knows that this rosary is of great significance to the predecessor, and that it can be used as an inheritance of clothing and will never be easily delivered, isn't it? Can you still grab it? It's even more impossible to feel the heart, What is the number of people who can grab things from the predecessors? If the predecessor is willing to give this, is it true that Li Qingshan has a profound meaning? Does the master take me to be bored before I come to the common affairs court to be a layman disciple? Feeling far and wide, let go of his hands clasped together, the poor understand. Benefactor, please go. Li Qingshan also clasped his hands together and performed a ceremony. Thank you, master. Strode in the direction of Clear River Prefecture. Master Yongxin was full of unwillingness. Cui Yuan slowly shook his head, indicating that he did not have to say anything again. He looked at Li Qingshan's back and drifted away. No matter if this is a demon, he is his own judge. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 596. Chapter 33, New Ruai Marquis. Li Qingshan left the area of Great Buddha Mountain and immediately climbed into the sky and looked up to the distant Great Buddha Mountain. On top of the mountain, it seemed to see little but nothing seemed to be there. He took a deep breath, and shouted, Qingshan does not change, green water flows. The sound constantly echoed between the mountains, and thousands of believers underneath raised the head to look at the sky. I don't know what happened. Li Qingshan laughed again and turned around. He galloped all the way, did not stop, and rushed back to Ruai County one night and one night. He first came to Guiyanying and did not go to the Eagle Wolf Guard, where it is cultivation, shouting, Commander Gu, Li Qingshan came to see you. But for a moment, the formation opened a portal. Li Qingshan flew into the small lake, crossed the 100 miles of lotus flowers, and came to the obeying Feng Shui Pavilion. Guiyanying had waited on the terrace on the lake and smiled away. You can go here. Not too short. Li Qingshan came to the terrace, not to be in the heart, see Guiyanying white winds snow, standing in the wind, handsome, and its appeal is comparable to ordinary women. But when I read the last conversation, I immediately converge my mind. He has always been able to afford it, and he will not be as passionate as Hua Chengzhen. Plus, she has promised her the last time, and will not change it. It took a little trouble to get some trouble. Guiyanying looked at his Godsei, listening to his words, could not help but smile, let go of his heart, it is worthy of the courageous man. It seems that this trip is not a small gain. Li Qingshan sighed for a moment and smiled, it should be more than lost. How can you prepare me for help? No need to worry, the time has not yet arrived. Guiyanying tapped the palm with a folding fan, which appeared to be in the chest. Li Qingshan said, then I will be welcome. I want you to help me. Although the way, I have also experienced a lot of battles, and I have accumulated a lot of spoils, but how can these spoils be shot and converted into their own strength? It is a problem. I don't know if you have a way. Li Qingshan and Yongxin have teamed up and found that the identity of their own human race is still too weak. If you didn't learn the demon suppression catalog, Yongxin, who has a very bad battle, relies on several magical artifacts, can push him into the dilemma. Demonization and revolting demon sword. It is the means by which he presses the bottom of the box. It is not intended to be used at a critical moment. I wanted to get a few magical artifacts, but in fact he didn't lack magical artifact in his hands, but no one dared to use it, as if guarding a golden mountain, but not mining. This is a good thing to say. Even if you don't say it, I have to talk to you about the many resources under Subterranean world. If you can manage it and use it, the income will be bigger than you think. Of course it is best. Li Qingshan laughed and said that it was extremely difficult for him. It was very easy for Guiyanying. With her connections, there are naturally means to deal with these trophies. But only in this way, each other has the basis for cooperation. Li Qingshan took out some of the spoils, and there were 5 magical artifacts, all of which were collected in Grave Hill, collected from the 100 treasure pouch of the Golden Core Cultivator, and many of the cultivators were famous for their weapons. Once exposed, 1 or 2 pieces, it will be traced immediately. In addition, there are many miscellaneous items such as medicine pill cleaning technique, which add up to a lot of value. Sure enough, the harvest is quite good, but it is not only that, since it has to be changed. it will be taken out. King Shan, younger brother, my sister will not be greedy for you. Yanning said that these things, even if the golden core cultivator sees it, will not be in her eyes. Li Qingshan said in disbelief, you don't know what I want. Trading, you have to see if the price is right. Yanning unfolds the folding fan and gently sways. Promise your satisfaction. Li Qingshan glared at her for a while. That's good. Give it. Take it all. A brain will take out all the loot, including myriad forms, cultural technique, formation, magical artifact, spirit artifact, medicine pill, talisman, and everything, leaving only a few purple talisman self-defense. Yanning took a cursory look at it and gave him a rough estimate of his value. He commented on a magical artifact, or a certain culture technique, and then he came back to 100 treasure pouch. Li Qingshan said, what about my stuff? Yanning said, I don't have these things on my body. Go to the Golden Spear Shop. Golden Spear Shop. I don't always have a fancy. You buy it and give it to me. Li Qingshan's first official weapon was from the Golden Spear Shop. Later, after entering the cultivation channel, he made several crosstalks. He knew that the Golden Spear Shop was extremely powerful and almost covered the entire Ruai County. For the sale of classware, if you want to find a few suitable magical artifacts, of course it is the best choice. But when you buy something from there, the value is much higher. Yanning said, that doesn't have to. The two left the obeying Feng Shui Pavilion and came to Ruai County. As the center of the entire Ruai County, Ruai County is much wider than the Clear River Prefecture. The city is a few dozen miles away. A building of various styles is towering into the sky. Most of them are made of wood and stone. The taste, but at the same time full of fantasy, say color, no longer the feeling of the ancient city. Its advanced convenience, I am afraid that the modern city may not be able to compare. Li Qingshan can clearly see a wooden car like a tram, sliding along the street, stopping from time to time, laying down and carrying a group of pedestrians. Obviously it is the handwriting of Mohist School. At this time, it was at dusk. The Huaden was at the beginning, but the light was not the candlelight, but the aura of the stars, as if the ball-like lightning appeared out of thin air, and the stars scattered in the crisscross streets, spreading in all directions. In a twinkling of an eye, Ruai County is indulged in a sea of stars. This is obviously the formation that covers the entire city of Ruai County. It plays a role, and the mortal people who live in it are all as usual. Instead, I was amazed by Li Qingshan in the sky. Suddenly, I found out that in the entire city of Ruai County, there was a lot of lights everywhere, like what I was celebrating, and asked, what is the festival now? Yanning said, right, you still don't know, the new Ruai Marquis has taken office, you can see him tonight. Tonight? Tonight at Ruai Marquis Palace, there is a party, you can walk with me. Why are I going to join in this fun? This imperial prince from the Dragon Province royal family is not comparable to Jiang Fu, you think about it. Yanning finished, flying down. Li Qingshan indulged in a moment and chased it up. That would be more respectful than death. No matter what people do, this Ruai Marquis, the first thorn in the eyes, they must be themselves, knowing each other and knowing each other. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 597. Chapter 34, 5 Pieces of Magical Artifact. When they came to a building, they reached dozens of feet. Li Qingshan looked up and saw that it was like a sharp sword. It pointed to the long sky, and the silver and blue rays flowed over it, showing the Golden Spear Shop. Big characters come. Yanning stepped in, Li Qingshan followed, just stepping into the door, and it was too late to wait and see. Immediately, a waiter greeted him and saw Yanning first surprised, his face awe, adult. Come and inspect. Say loudly, in an instant, upstairs and downstairs, there will be nearly 100 cultivators, and they will sing. Give the adults. Li Qingshan was originally the face of Yanning as White Eagle Commander, but listening to the title party did not feel right. They were not the Eagle Wolf Guard, but they also claimed to be subordinates, and this scene is not like entertaining guests. Yanning answered his question. You don't know if this golden spear shop is my industry. What kind of magical artifact you want, despite the selection. The entire Ui County has no more places than the magical artifact here. Sure enough, it is rich in money and rich in wealth. Li Qingshan didn't want to. When she first heard Hua Chengzhen's name, she heard the words Old Gabord, and now she understands it. It's all gone, Old Wu. With Commander Li going to the warehouse above, Ge Yanning waved the crowd and then told a loyal, 40-year-old Foundation establishment cultivator, which is the treasurer of the Golden Spear Shop. Old Wu Zhangyi couldn't help but look at Li Qingshan. The warehouse is heavy. How can an outsider enter it casually? Even if you entertain guests, please go to the elegant room. But Ge Yanning told me that she didn't dare to violate it. Yes, adults. But the Old Wu Zhangyi lead down to the top floor. I didn't know how many formations passed through the road, and opened several gates before entering the treasure house of the Golden Spear Shop. With my ability, it is not difficult to break through the formations of the periphery. But these gates are not known to be made of materials. There is a force to infuse them. I am afraid that there is revolting demon sword in hand. It is difficult to break open. Li Qingshan just thought about it. The eyes suddenly slammed, and a glimmer of light came from the face, almost swaying his eyes. Squint your eyes. I saw that there are countless pieces of spirit artifact, large and small, exquisite, full of warehouses. Wu Zhangyi closed the gate and stood up and said, Adult, it is here. Ge Yanning said, Go and see the magical artifact inside. This, I am afraid it is not appropriate. Wu Zhangyi hesitated and looked at Li Qingshan. Don't you? Go. Ge Yanning laughed and urged, the voice is very peaceful, like two old friends. Not a subordinate. Yes. Wu Zhangyi had to come to the east side of the wall, inciting the law, silently meditating, smooth walls, and opened a portal, and turned back. Please. At last, Li Qingshan came to the real treasure house of the Golden Spear Shop and looked around. I saw nearly 100 pieces of things, placed in a pane, which has common swords and armor, as well as various unique items, enveloped by a piece of light film. Can't see the aura. But Li Qingshan knows that each piece is a rare magical artifact, and its value is probably much larger than the number of spirit artifacts outside. Old Wu Zhangyi put a jade slip on it and Li Qingshan Divine Sense put it in. Among them is the information of nearly 100 pieces of magical artifact. If you want to come to an ordinary guest, you can only decide whether to buy it through this jade slip. You can't directly enter this warehouse and choose the real thing. Ge Yanning looked in a circle and walked to a pane. He walked into the hand, and the white hand was like a jade. He slowly passed through the light film. When he pulled it out, he took a pair of almost transparent gloves and gave it a glow. The light of the wheel jewel is a low-grade magical artifact. Come, try this. Adults have a good eye. This soft wave gloves is not particularly worth mentioning. It just makes people use water element battle skill magic spell. It is much faster and more powerful. It is just like this fellow Taoist. Use. Wu Zhangyi introduced the weightlifting lightly. When you fight with life and death, you can get a quicker look. Maybe it is the difference between life and death, let alone many. Li Qingshan puts on the gloves, and the aura converges. It is found that the gloves are light and thin like nothing, and the hand lines are clearly distinguishable, as if a lake is blue. To look into the distance, there is say, but there is no say in the hand. Hands clasped, even the touch is unaffected. What kind of function does this lightweight have? He separated his hands and silently operated spiritual chi. As soon as his mind was just moving, there was a small water vortex, and the whole process was smooth and free. Li Qingshan has a heart in his heart. With this in hand, he will be able to use Strike the Sea to double its power, which is far more suitable for him than heavy water sword. When I was fighting with Yong Xin, if I brought these gloves, I was quite sure that I could punch his vest. The old Wu Zhangyi is also secretly scared. Although the water vortex is only the size of the thumb, the whistling sound is like the tornado, and the power is only afraid of wearing the power of the mountain. This is just an experiment. If you really use magic spell seriously, how powerful it should be. Okay, this is one. Li Qingshan decisively. Xuexing will bring it in his hand, no longer take it down and continue to pick. He was amazed from time to time, feeling that every magical artifact is so powerful and special, and almost every introduction to magical artifact has a long space, introducing all kinds of information about magical artifact. He is a good warfare, almost every piece of magical artifact, and a set of tactics that can exert its maximum power in his mind is even more time-consuming. It's too slow. If you look at it like this, you have to miss the party, or let me choose. Ge Yanning waited for a while, and folded the fan and explored his hand. Li Qingshan felt a breeze, and jade slip came to her hand, but she smiled helplessly. Ge Yanning took a hard look. Although these magical artifacts belonged to her, they didn't know each one. The speed was much faster than that of Li Qingshan. After a while, they chose a jade, a belt, and a soft armor, a pair of boots, each of which is naturally a magical artifact, each with a strange power. Li Qingshan is naturally unquestionable for her vision, only to receive it. Looking at her beautiful side face, she couldn't help but feel a little different, as if she was chosen by a rich girlfriend with a fit and expensive clothes to participate in a luxurious banquet. Li Qingshan has lost a smile. Is it really a thief? Putting this thought aside, all the things that Ge Yanning picked out were worn on the body, and the whole person was completely renewed and heroic. Commander Li is really beautiful. Old Wu Zhangyi also inquired about the name of Li Qingshan in his words, and he was very busy with his compliments. He said, no matter who has 5 magical artifacts, it is very chic, but can you play it out? It is quite doubtful to use it. This is almost the same. Ge Yanning looked at Li Qingshan thoughtfully. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and was very satisfied with her heart. As long as all of these magical artifacts were refining, the strength could be several times higher, and the short board with the strength of human race cultivator could be compensated. Many occasions where it is not convenient to use demon's power will not be so embarrassing. Now if he is allowed to go to the demon suppressing temple again, he will dare to take a look at the 7th level. Can I pick a few more pieces? Ge Yanning smiled and said, it's fine to give you all the magical artifacts here, but wearing 5 magical artifacts is almost a limit. If there are more, magical artifacts will conflict with each other, which is not conducive to use. If not all of these magical artifacts belong to water element, and Li Qingshan has spirit turtle's water controlled innate skill, it is almost limit to use 3 magical artifacts at the same time. Yongxin has been accepting bribes for many years, and there are more than 3 pieces of magical artifact in his hand. When he is against Li Qingshan, he only uses 3 pieces. Old Wu Zhangyi is stunned. Although Ge Yanning has always been generous to people, but generous to such an extent, it is unheard of. This is why she can be so popular. Well, it's time to be here. Wait until I think about what I need to say. Hey, is this a concocting pill stove? Li Qingshan glanced at the top pane of the wall and placed a pure white say, like the white cauldron by the white jade. Yes, this name is Molten Jade Furnace, although it's just middle grade magical artifact, but in the magical artifact here, value is first. Old Wu Zhangyi said that the rare magical artifact pill furnace is the easiest to sell, but because of its high price, many cultivators can only regret giving up after seeing it. I want this Molten Jade Furnace. Li Qingshan looked bright and immediately said, since Ruxin gave Water God Seal to him, he has been looking for a suitable gift to return. This Molten Jade Furnace is just right. Ge Yanning said, I don't know if you will concocting pill. There is a friend who is very good at this. Ge Yanning smiled and said, it's a medical school called Ruxin. You are really a passionate person. I know it, but I only want to be friends and confidant. Li Qingshan said, with Ge Yanning's identity, it would be no problem to find out his 3 generations of ancestors. It is no surprise to know Ruxin. Listen to your voice. Do you want to give this to her? Yanning took a leap and took the molten jade furnace in his hand, but the size was just a grip. The three long legs supported and the surface floated. With a blossoming moi, it looks too exquisite. Exactly. You know, this pill furnace is much more expensive than the 5 magical artifacts on your body. Li Qingshan said, what does it matter? You'd better refine this magical artifact as soon as possible. There will be a fierce battle tonight. Yanning threw molten jade furnace to Li Qingshan and walked outside the storeroom. Li Qingshan was amazed. A fierce battle. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 598. Chapter 35. The Night Banquet 1. Ruai Marquis Palace, located in the very center of the county town, surrounded by high walls, undulating, soldiers walking on it. Jing's 4 sides of the examination naturally reveals a sense of authority. Is a city in the city. A middle-aged man with a slightly fat-looking, butler-like appearance, squatting in front of the main entrance, constantly looking at the hollow moon, estimating the time, revealing an anxious say on his face. How Commander Gu will not come at this time! Exclamation mark. Just thinking about it, a white dress, breaking into the air, falling in front of the Marquis Palace, is a white woman who wins snow in the snow, with a smile on her mouth, gently rocking the jade fracture fan, as if appearing out of thin air, picking up on the breeze. The snow-white robes are light with the wind. A tall man followed. The bronze face, thick eyebrows, quietly standing behind the woman, like a bodyguard, but there is no sense of humbleness on the body. But there is a kind of angerless. It is Yanning and Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is the first time to come to this Ruai Marquis Palace. His previous life has also visited the Forbidden City. This is the 2 generations of the Ming and Qing dynasties, which is like this Marquis Palace. It is a simple house. I have read this family of Jiang, who has been in business for thousands of years, and has now been enlisted in the nest, and changed into the main entrance. I can't help but think of a word I read. My lips are moving, and I muttered to myself. Only Yanning heard his words, when one Wangxi, the swallow in front of the church, flew to he. He couldn't help but squint at him. His heart was slightly stunned. This boy was a rough man, and he did not expect such a talent. Commander Gu is finally here. My house has been waiting for a long time. If you don't come again, you will be punished. The butler saw Yanning. His face was overjoyed and he greeted him. Steward Zheng, the rules of the 13th are still so strict. Oh, the competition wants you to come and meet. It's rare that Commander can remember such a small entry and be able to personally greet Commander Gu. It's my pleasure to be here. Please come with me. The butler reached out and asked for directions. No, this mansion, I am afraid I am more familiar than your highness. Yanning waved his sleeve and turned into a white shadow and plunged into the city gate. The butler was busy keeping up, and the speed competition was also a quick surprise. Followed closely behind Yanning, and shouted loudly, Commander Gu is driving. This is of course that Yanning has not exerted her full strength, but she can keep up with her usual speed, and it is also remarkable. Li Qingshan was shocked. At this time, I realized that Steward Zheng, who looks like this, is a golden core cultivator. He is very good at convergence, and the performance is too low. There is no golden core cultivator. Li Qingshan also looked away. What is the new Ruai Marquis to make a golden core cultivator a friend? It is easy to make a guest official, but to make it a subtle, it is an unimaginable luxury. Li Qingshan followed the entrance, crossed the gates of the city, went straight to the Zongyang of Marquis Palace, and saw a magnificent palace. In the light of the moonlight, it was wrapped in a ray of light, as if burning a fire. On the front terrace of the temple, a man wearing a high crown and wearing a robe stood in the wind and held his hand. Yanning, if you don't come again, I can't help but have to start. The sound was harsh, even with a bit of sternness, like a wolf whistling the moon, scratching the hollow, letting the hate block the ears. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and saw that the man's face was black and his eyes were slightly convex. There was a faint scar on his right eye. His face was not beautiful, and he was far less romantic than Ruai Marquis Jiangfu. But just standing there casually, there is a yin-sinking domineering aura, which is far from what Jiangfu can compare. Look at the robe that he wore, not the Ruai Marquis, but the 5 true dragons, which is the grandeur of the Diexia royal family. Only this one, Li Qingshan, knows that this is harder to deal with than Jiangfu. More than a star and a half, if he is bent on his own enemy, I am afraid it will be a very difficult enemy. 13. I am already 11. Ge Yanning is like a feather, gently falling in front of the man, but the voice is not falling, the man is interrupted, and the look of Ge Yanning is also shining, with the man's most natural admiration for the outstanding woman, but it will never change its way of doing things. This has not been seen for several years, and you have entered 2 more. Li Qingshan used to be the age of the royal sons who were discharged by age. Now it sounds like this is not the case. It seems to be some kind of qualifying. You still call my name Sea King? Sea King smiled and smiled over Ge Yanning and landed on Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan had already converged the magical light of magical artifact, how could he beat him? That line of sight makes Li Qingshan quite uncomfortable, because it is not like looking in, it is more like watching the horse racing dog, and in the heart of middle grade to check its advantages and disadvantages. This is your subordinate. It seems that you have not forgotten the tradition of Dragon Province. But the vision is still worse, but it is the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage, and this magical artifact. He probably has not adapted yet. Ge Yanning said, I think it is Sea King. You have been trapped in Dragon Province for a long time. The eyes are too narrow. Is it? Sea King stared at Li Qingshan for a moment and smiled. Sure enough, murderous aura is restrained and contains, but it is like a tiger. If you can go further and reach the Foundation Establishment late stage, I can really give me some expectations. Li Qingshan can't help but stare at Sea King, but there is no trace of respect and fear. Sea King's face is slightly sinking, and the smile is convinced. But Wild Xing is not tamed. This is a strong and weak reason. You still have to teach him more. Not all of the entrances can be tamed. We went in. Ge Yanning opened the subject and glanced at Li Qingshan, indicating that he would not confront him. Li Qingshan looked down, did not speak, and was quite ignorant. Mean, please. Sea King raised her hand, and she didn't put the rudeness of the Foundation Establishment cultivator in her eyes. Will she care about dog-bared teeth? Not to mention a dead dog. Entering the palace together, I saw them on both sides of the palace, each with dozens of seats and white dresses. It is the colleague of Ge Yanning and the peer of Eagle Wolfguard. The other side of the clothing, but divided into several kinds of face. The front positions on both sides are empty, and the relatives are obviously reserved for Ge Yanning and Sea King, but there is no main position. This arrangement is quite strange. The so-called banquet should be a joy to the guests and enjoyment. There is a taste for confrontation. See Commander Gu. All the White Wolf met Ge Yanning and got up and lit up. Li Qingshan saw Han Qiangzi at a glance. Han Qiangzi also looked back silently. Li Qingshan rushed her to nodded and found Wang Pushi. But after the light was swept, Jing found another one. Matured, Qian Rongzi. Although Qian Rongzi was sitting in the last place, she was dressed in white. I didn't know when I was promoted to White Wolf Guard. I smiled at Li Qingshan and said that it was infinitely gentle. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 599 Chapter 36 The Night Banquet 2. After the success of Qian Rongzi Foundation Establishment, naturally no longer will be the ordinary Red Wolf Guard. After seeing Ge Yanning, even if the White Wolf Guard is retained. Li Qingshan frowned and felt that the temperament of Qian Rongzi had changed. The cold feeling of yin almost disappeared completely, but Li Qingshan never forgot her madness. This woman has become even more dangerous. If anyone gets into her, I am afraid there will be no small trouble. However, he did not know that in the view of Qian Rongzi, his changes were even more shocking. His attitude of looking forward to himself was like walking the fierce tiger in the forest, writing the word king on his forehead, but the claws and fangs were convergence. Fierceness is not easy to show. I was able to draw closer to him. I didn't expect him to be so fierce. Just as the second thoughts turned around, a girl with a big eyebrow and a clear voice shouted, "A sister, come over." Li Qingshan noticed that the girl was wearing White Wolf Commander's costume, and her seat was only slightly behind Ge Yanning. She is Ge Yanning's deputy, White Wolf Commander. I didn't expect that competition to look like this. Although she still looks like a girl, the real age is definitely more than that. It only proves that her endowment is extremely high. At a very young age, with a very high repair, the speed of aging is naturally slow, so that it looks like a girl. Ge Yanning said, "For formal occasions, call me Commander or Big Enter." What's the relationship? The girl with a thick eyebrow licked her mouth and looked like an ordinary girl. However, with the experience of being in front of the door, Li Qingshan did not dare to take a nap and stared at her. Although she would sigh with a breath of scent, but with the inspiration of Spirit Turtle, she still explored a few points. Sure enough, she is also a golden core cultivator. The thick-browed girl suddenly stunned Li Qingshan, and said fiercely, "Look what?" Li Qingshan continued to look down and watch the nose and nose. Seeking smiled and said, "Boa's sister, I can't wait any longer. Today, is a reunion, and I don't have to be too particular about these rules. Please come to the seat." Ge Yanning just sat down. The girl with the thick eyebrow snuggled up and leaned beside her. "I am also sitting here." Originally, it was a neonone, and then repaired according to the identity. The order was clearly backwards. She had to sit with Ge Yanning. Fortunately, this seat was very large, and the two were not crowded. Seeking frowned. "The folks, I don't know the number of rituals. Si Bao, you have to mess with the rules." "Hey, you are Imperial Prince." "I am still an Imperial Princess. Why should I be behind you?" Seeking. "I will give you a face to call you an Imperial brother. Believe it or not, I call you sister." Si Bao Huoran got up. Very sloppy coldly snort, two thick eyebrows raised high. The momentum is no longer under Seeking, and quite similar to Seeking. "On the next Rising Dragon gathering, my brother will teach you. I am afraid you will not participate." Li Qingshan is very unexpected. Listening to the two voices should be the same as the royal family. If you don't get close together, you should pass it. I didn't expect that because of the seating problem. The words were inconsistent and the swords were arrogant. It's like a street gangster, a sentence, "What are you? Hey, you ass stunned. You can beat one, and there is no royal, the cultivation of the golden core cultivator." "Well, Boa, you love to sit here, don't be like a cock." Ge Yanning pulled Si Bao. Si Bao leaned on her and whispered in the ear, "Hey, I kill his arrogance first and give him a horse." Li Qingshan only saw Seeking's left and right, but also had two seats, only slightly behind. In the case of Seeking, the back of the above, the identity is roughly equivalent to Si Bao, sitting 2 in 2. Only Seeking after entering the temple, only they did not get up and meet. One is a military commander wearing a hypothyroidism. The man with a big beard is braided into a black and white scorpion. From the chin to the chest, he sits there with a pair of eyes and glares at Si Bao. The other is a pale scribe with a hand on his chin, a hand swaying a black say feather fan, a deep eye socket, a pair of deep scorpions, looking at Si Bao. His Royal Highness and sitting down. And what is the benefit of fighting with a woman? That tone not only does not put Si Bao in the eyes, but also treats Seeking equally. Brother Ji said it is. Seeking took a seat and then ordered to open, but the atmosphere in the temple was more and more depressed, not like a feast. Li Qingshan is going to Han Qiangzi to sit down and the seat is empty. Ge Yanning asks him to ask, "Qingshan, sit here, it's not good." Li Qingshan was also welcome. He came to Ge Yanning's second seat, sitting on the knees and glanced at Si Bao. It was her position. Many of the White Wolf guards in the back have been stunned. This is not only a question of seating, but also the most careful calculations. Whoever is in the wrong place is not confused. It can almost represent the status of the Eagle Wolf Guard and is the most basic number of gifts. With Sibao's identity to be with Ge Yanning, Si King must accuse him of being rude. Ge Yanning's move is tantamount to placing Li Qingshan in front of all of them. The meaning is very different. And there are many blind eyes. Communicate with each other divine sense. What is he entering? Looks like Li Qingshan, Red Eagle Commander in Clear River Prefecture. It's just a Red Eagle Commander. He's just a Foundation Establishment intermediate stage. He can dare to sit in front of us. Li Qingshan, is it the famous shrinking turtle? Retreating commander. Li Qingshan has been throwing everything to Hua Chengzhen since he became Red Eagle Commander. In addition to the investigation from Hua Chengzhen to Grave Hill, there is not even a single business. In the circle of Eagle Wolf Guard, there are quite a few famous. Si King pays attention. It seems that Yanning is really valued this. I have to give it a command, and I will not fold it in my hands. Waiting for Ge Yanning to speak, Sibao said, I don't think you have this thing. At the same time, use divine sense sound transmission to Li Qingshan. Kid, sit in my position, wait until you see if you have this qualification. It is. Li Qingshan was puzzled. What are they talking about? As if they are waiting to turn their faces and fight one. It is faintly understood that Ge Yanning has chosen this magical artifact so seriously that it is another plan. Okay, then said a life and death fight. Seeking Jing God, a sigh of excitement. Showing the interest from the heart. That's not necessary, you can win the game. Ge Yanning smiled and waved. The war is in danger, life and death. He may not have the opportunity to surrender for mercy. Seeking drank a glass of wine, laughing murderous aura. During the talks, all kinds of Li Qingshan's unheard of delicacies are like water flowing up, especially a pot of wine. A pale green say, not a slight fragrance, but Li Qingshan tried to take a sip, like a hot fire, for the rich aroma of the stock goes straight to the spirit, and a burning hot burning straight into the lungs, cannot tell the cool. This wine is easy to get drunk, don't be greedy, wait for something to do. Ge Yanning deliberately sound transmission. Reassured, the more I drink, the more Jing God, what is so serious? Wait a minute. You know. At this moment, only the sound of silk bamboo came from the curtain. The sound of moving sound trembled, and the voice of the song sang inexhaustible. Even Li Qingshan couldn't help but listen. A burst of floral scent. The pieces of Haitang petals, scattered into the hall with the wind, pure white, light pink, bright red, one piece of delicate, thin women, floating, but like a 9-year-old fairy, Lingbo, with silk bamboo dancing to the hall. Zong Yang, suddenly scattered, illusion of a round of light, like a bright red bloom, showing a woman in the shape of a tall and slender Zong Yang, but with a white say mask, a faint outline. Haitang is coming. The woman around her is so beautiful, she can't help but let her imagine. The woman in the middle will have a look. Li Qingshan faintly thinks that the woman's figure is familiar. The sound of silk bamboo gradually became more and more urgent, the dance was gradually fierce, and the posture was constantly changing. The dance in the empty hall was dazzling, and it was a fascinating force. Having a cup of Chinese wine, watching this move into the dance, the presence of the show, are exposed to the intoxicated say. However, Li Qingshan noticed that Si King was indifferent and boring. It is his own text, a martial art, watching and watching. Ge Yanning toasted, and wished, Si King, this song and dance is not more than 1,000 dances. But there is no flavor. Si King said, so yin enjoy. It is no wonder that Ruai Marquis will die. And I hear that he has a different opinion on your competition. It is not without knowing what to do. If you really promise him, his royal crown prince is afraid to come to Ruai County. Kill this. Sibao said, Imperial brother, you work hard, don't you want to replace Big Brother Ming? You can be crown prince yourself. Hewing nonsense. How can I compare with Ming Imperial brother? It is already fortunate to be able to stabilize this Ruai Marquis position. Si King changed her mind and slowly recovered. Finally, She turned her eyes to Gu Yanying, and the position of Ruai Marquis was stable and she was all on her body. After the death of Ruai Marquis Jiang Fu and Great General Han Ango, only the three giants left Gu Yanying, which has become the most powerful of the entire Ruai County. Gu Yanying stayed in Ruai County for a long time, with a strong background, and generous and easygoing, but all the cultivators in Ruai County, whether it is 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy or sect, must give her a few faces. She can even influence monster race and change the situation in Ruai County. For example, the power of the North Moon Demon, which is a horrible thing, seems to be quite affectionate to her. So Sea King will go to Ruai County. No one please Gu Yanying, name one try to find out the male and female are coming. Gu Yanying changed her sitting position, stretched her legs, took over the wine that Sea Bao offered, and drank it, laughing. That depends on your means. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 600 Chapter 37, The Night Banquet 3. The brightly colored palace, overlooking the entire city, and even the entire Ruai County. At this moment, this is the core of the mile. Here is the core, because of the existence of the second, Gu Yanying, Sea King. More accurately, there is a demon, North Moon. Li Qingshan swept dozens of monster marshals with great enthusiasm. Although he didn't know what monster race was, the terror of the war made the whole Ruai County shocked. The name of the North Moon is no longer arbitrarily hanged, but it has become the most terrifying enemy in the heart of the cultivator. The three of them can almost determine the change in the situation in the entire Ruai County. Gu Yanying and Sea King's line of sight, through the colorful dances, hit in midair, electric light flint. Li Qingshan is sitting still, sitting on the soft armor of the body. Is undergoing refining. Since he was seated, he has concentrated on the few magical artifacts on the refining, in addition to drinking, in preparation for the fierce battle that Gu Yanying said. Feeling that the atmosphere around him became more and more tense, his heart was faintly excited. Sea King put down the wine cup and sighed, "Okay, give me back." The dancers who danced like petals have come down and bowed to Gu Yanying and Sea King respectively. Stand up. You go down to the temple with a mask. It can be described as huge disrespect. On the right-hand side, Sea King tied the beard into a scorpion, and suddenly opened his mouth. He was very aggressive and looked at the masked woman. His eyes seemed to penetrate the mask. The woman's profit is also a courtesy. Dare to ask the name of the big name. The voice is quite magnetic, and the voice is beautiful. Li Qingshan is sure to hear it. This woman is Kuhei Tang. And then carefully look at her figure. Although it is enveloped in a large color coat, it is still difficult to cover the proud figure, full of the charm of mature Leo. I smiled in my heart. I really haven't seen it for a long time. Is it so tall? How many can I have? Just don't know. Why would she come here to present gifts? Wu Dan, you don't deserve my name. Why did Wu Dan tell me? Kuhei Tang is not humble. But look at your appearance. If you are ugly and filthy, my eyes will be doubled. If it is a handsome student, it will be rewarded. Wu Dan does not hide the smile of yin on his face. Like a wild beast, he has directly evaluated the value of a woman. I am afraid that even if it is a beautiful city, I will not be happy. That is the unbridledness of the strong to the weak, and it is demanded. Sea King, who was extremely ceremonial, was silent at this moment. For Kuhei Tang, he was slightly unhappy with Gu Yanying, and he was killed by Wu Dan. If the position of the weak is sitting on the front, or the order of the wrong ceremony, it is rude, even huge disrespect. But the strong man swayed a woman in public, but it seems to be taken for granted. Kuhei Tang silently, a sigh under the mask, only had to gently remove the mask. This dance is not out of her wishes. But now she is not the sect master of Cloud and Rain sect. She has to be the current sect master. It is also explained that she wants to be tempted to take this seeking imperial prince. She refuses. So, only bring a mask to perfuse. Cloud and Rain sect master sees that she is reluctant, and does not want to force her too much. She feels that wearing a mask is a bit more mysterious and tempting, but it may be better. Sure enough, there are a few poses, and there are rewards. Thank you, Big. Wu Dan smiled and said, but you have to reward. You have to go back to me. If it is a woman who is inflamed and has a chance to catch up with this big thing from Dragon Province, I am afraid I will agree immediately. Kuei Tang said, the big intentions, the little woman's heart, and the cost is not necessary. Wu Dan smiled coldly and slowly recovered. He asked, are you a virgin? This question is already equivalent to humiliation. Kuei Tang closed his lips and did not answer. I did not expect this to come from the cultivator in Dragon Province. The competition was so rude. If you are, I will let you go to the room. Of course, this also needs to be verified in the future. If not, it will be severely punished. Ha 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 ha. Wu Dan seems to think that what he said is very interesting. Ha ha laughed. Eagle Wolfgart has a lot of indignation on his face. Although they don't know Kuei Tang, the girl is obviously called Baiga Yannying. To humiliate her is equivalent to provoking a Yannying. And by being a foreigner who insulted Ruai County, he was angry at the entrance. But watching Wu Dan's repairs, but dare to anger and not speak. In the entire hall, only Wu Dan's laughter echoed. Sibao couldn't stand it, just you open. And suddenly he sneered behind him. The shit doesn't work. Li Qingshan has been toasting in a row, and has a 3-point drink. Listening to Wu Dan, he can still stand it. Kid, who are you talking about? Wu Dan's laughter came to an abrupt end. Looking at Li Qingshan with wide eyes, it seemed unbelievable. A Foundation establishment cultivator, talking to him. Kuei Tang also turned his head and looked at Li Qingshan strangely. Is there a second dog here? Hey, if this dog is a purebred dog, I will spare him a life. If it is a mongrel dog that doesn't work, I want to taste the taste of dog meat. Get me out. Wu Dan bows and slams at Li Qingshan. With a slamming sound, Li Qingshan's cup in front of the dish, broken together. The soup splashed. Li Qingshan's soft armor, raised the first level ice armor, unscathed, slowly stood up, still with a jug, looked up to Wu Dan. Sure enough, it's a mongrel dog. Speaking like fart like talking, it doesn't work. This is no irony or ridicule, but naked face humiliation. Seeking also changed his mind. Wu Dan's face is red to purple and purple to black. Sibao smiled. No wonder a sister so valued this entry. Not to mention the side, this alone is a rare. Sound transmission to Li Qingshan said, while you marry him, I will protect you. Wu Dan stepped forward and slammed into a loud bang, and the entire palace seemed to have shaken a bit. And the momentum was like a sea to Li Qingshan. Kuei Tang is only affected by the rest of the wave. I feel a suffocation, strong and fierce. Li Qingshan didn't feel the slightest feeling. He left the jug and went to Wu Dan's face. The black and white scorpion looked straight at Wu Dan and faintly revealed the red light. Wu Dan's heart, this kind of eyes. Damo if you are in the flattery, I can kill this little animal with one hand. But at this banquet, we must be heavy, but not so. It is normal to provoke each other on the banquet. If Yannying and Seeking are entangled with each other's subordinates, then they lose their identity. But if anyone can't help but take the shot first, the situation will be different. Small beast, can you take shelter for the rest of your wings for a lifetime? Dog hybrid, come kill me and try. Oh.